twisted rebar, crumbling concrete, and blood-curdling screams. Lin Xian's eyes snapped open to swirling dust and the glaring red of emergency lights. The sharp, earthy stench mixed with the metallic tang of rust and an unsettling sweetness, filling his lungs and triggering a fit of violent coughing. Each cough sent waves of pain radiating through his chest and abdomen. He remembered being in the shaking subway car, gripping the cold metal handrail, piano music playing in his headphones to block out the noise and chaos of the crowded cabin. Then, in an instant, everything collapsed. It wasn't the rhythmic jolts of the train anymore, it was as if an invisible giant hand had taken hold of the entire car, twisting and crushing it like a toy. The ear-piercing sound of metal tearing drowned out the screams. The car rocked violently, tossed around like debris in a storm. The lights flickered frantically before going out, leaving only the crimson glow of the emergency lights, glaring like the dying gaze of some colossal beast, illuminating the hellish scene. Lin Xian struggled to push his upper body up. His left arm throbbed with excruciating pain, likely dislocated. Wiping the sticky liquid from his eyes, he realized the warmth in his palm wasn't his own blood. It belonged to the man in a suit beside him, whose twisted neck and lifeless body painted a grim picture. Ha, ha, a faint gasp pulled his attention to the other side. A young girl was trapped, her legs pinned beneath the deformed seats. Blood pooled beneath her, soaking scattered documents. Her hand weakly reached out, her empty gaze brimming with fear and a desperate will to survive. Lin Xian's heart sank. A chilling dread clawed away the numbness in his mind. He forced himself to look away. Survival instinct screamed at him, he had to escape the steel tomb that could collapse at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he used his right hand to feel for any support to lift himself. Suddenly, an even sharper tearing sound came from above. Boom! A chunk of the twisted ceiling, along with broken cables and rubble, came crashing down like a meteor toward his position. The shadow of death loomed over him. In a split second, Lin Xian rolled instinctively toward a gaping hole in the train's wall, leading to the driver's cabin. The movement sent searing pain through his left arm, his vision darkening momentarily, but he didn't dare stop. Boom! The heavy debris slammed into the spot he'd just vacated. The impact sent shockwaves and shards of rubble flying like bullets. The trapped girl let out one final whimper before being buried under the collapse. Fragments grazed Lin Xian's cheek, leaving a burning sting and a rush of wind. He curled up in a corner of the driver's cabin, breathing heavily. His heart pounded like a war drum, and cold sweat drenched his back, mixing with the grime and blood, sticky and icy against his skin. So close. Just a second away. Still trembling, he instinctively looked up. Through the cracked and blood-smeared front windshield, covered in grime and dust, he saw it. A massive fissure tore through the sky. The familiar gray-blue heavens were gone. In their place was a rift, its edges glowing with an eerie purplish-red light, stretching across the firmament like the maw of an abyss. It resembled a monstrous eye, cold and unblinking, gazing down upon the inferno below. From the depths of the rift surged countless streams of radiant energy, alive and pulsating. These weren't beams of sunlight, they were viscous, writhing cascades of multicolored light, like millions of serpentine rivers pouring into the city. Wherever the light touched, the world convulsed and twisted grotesquely. Lin Xian's eyes widened as he watched the ancient banyan tree outside the subway station come alive under the light's assault. Its branches swelled and gnarled, bark splitting to reveal sinewy, blood-red wood beneath. Its massive roots tore through the concrete, flailing wildly. Leaves blackened, hardened, and sprouted razor-sharp spikes, shooting out with terrifying speed and effortlessly piercing the steel frame of a nearby car. A deafening roar erupted nearby. Lin Xian's gaze darted toward a stray dog, its body grotesquely swelling under the light's influence. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, fangs elongating into savage weapons. Blood-red eyes burned with murderous intent as it lunged at a middle-aged man fleeing in terror, bringing him down in a spray of crimson. The city was burning. Wails echoed through the streets. Civilization crumbled at an unimaginable pace, transforming into a savage battlefield of monstrous beasts and mutated plants. The concrete jungle was now a primeval hunting ground, overrun by horrors birthed from the sudden spiritual energy surge. Humanity's vast constructs of progress and order were as fragile as paper in the face of this apocalyptic tide. Spiritual resurgence? The phrase crept into Lin Xian's chaotic thoughts. He'd read about it in novels, but never in his wildest dreams did he think it would descend upon reality with such merciless brutality. Despair surged like icy water, drowning him. Between the natural disaster and the onslaught of beasts, what chance did an injured, ordinary person have? Just as the weight of hopelessness threatened to crush him, Lin Xian's peripheral vision caught a faint glimmer beneath the driver's console. It was a weak, almost imperceptible light, easily lost amidst the crimson emergency glow and the raging purplish red outside. But this light was different, steady, pure, and strangely soothing, like the flicker of a firefly in endless darkness. Ignoring the searing pain in his left arm, he dragged himself closer to the light. The console had been mangled in the crash, the controls shattered and the dashboard warped beyond recognition. With trembling fingers, he pried away shards of plastic and tangled wires. His hand brushed against something cold and solid. It felt smooth yet firm, with an otherworldly chill that was oddly comforting. Carefully, he extracted the object from the debris. It was a jade slip, small enough to fit in his palm, its edges jagged and uneven. It wasn't made of metal or traditional jade but something unique, cool and almost alive beneath his touch. Intricate dark gold patterns spiraled across its surface, faintly glowing in the dim light, as if breathing. Embedded in its center were several tiny crystals of varying colors, shimmering like stars scattered across the night sky. The jade slip lay quietly in Lin Xian's bloodstained hand, its faint glow defying the chaos around him. The heart stood in stark contrast to the brutal and chaotic surroundings. Yet, the instant he touched it, an inexplicable current of coolness coursed through his meridians, gently dispelling the searing pain and overwhelming fear within him. The burning pain from the dislocated shoulder miraculously subsided. Though the bone remained out of place, the sharp, tearing sensation in his muscles had greatly diminished. Even more astonishing, the cool energy reached his brain, like ice water dousing a scorching fire, instantly banishing his dizziness and confusion. His thoughts became clear and composed. Lin Xian's heartbeat quickened, not from fear but from an instinctive tremor of awe at this unknown power. This jade slip was no ordinary item. Was it a mystical treasure born from the great spiritual calamity? Or had it existed long before, only to be activated now? He gripped the jade slip tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. The dark golden patterns on its surface seemed to respond to his touch, glowing faintly as a vast torrent of information surged into his mind like a flood. Ah! Lin Xian groaned as if struck by a heavy hammer. Countless strange symbols and radiant patterns flooded his consciousness, almost overwhelming him. The pain was so intense that he nearly blacked out. Just as he thought he might collapse, the cool energy surged forth again, like a masterful weaver untangling the chaotic information. The pain receded, replaced by an extraordinary sense of clarity. The Sutra of Boundless Transformation. 5 ancient characters etched themselves deeply into his awareness, carrying the essence of a supreme path. Following that came the opening precept, each word a pearl of wisdom, expounding profound techniques of dividing one's essence, creating external manifestations, wandering beyond the physical form, and mastering myriad selves. The flow of information continued to pour in, but now at a gentler pace, like a stream nourishing a parched riverbed. Lin Xian became immersed in these paradigm-shattering mysteries, momentarily forgetting the peril around him. But danger was never far away. Hisses. A piercing hiss, mingled with the sound of countless scurrying feet, surged from deep within the subway tunnel, like a tide of death consuming everything in its path. Lin Xian snapped out of his trance, an icy sense of crisis flooding over him. Through the shattered windshield and the twisted gaps in the train carriage, he peered out, and his blood ran cold. A horde of rats, packed tightly together, came surging from the darkness. Each rat was the size of a house cat, its fur slick and gleaming like iron armor, its red eyes glinting with ravenous greed, and its sharp teeth dripping with viscous saliva. They were heading straight for the scattered corpses and toward Lin Xian, whose bloodied scent marked him as prey. Leading them was a massive rat king, its back adorned with bone spines. Its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Xian in the driver's cab, emitting a high-pitched screech. The rat king let it swarm like a tidal wave, their claws scraping against metal and concrete, creating an unbearable cacophony. Death loomed mere inches away. Lin Xian's face turned pale, his heart pounding wildly. He leaned against the cold, twisted wall of the cab. His left arm hung limp with pain, while his right hand clutched the mysterious jade slip as tightly as he could. Escape? Where could he possibly run? The cramped driver's cab had become a death trap. Despair gripped him. Was he destined to die here, devoured by these mutated rats, just after obtaining the Sutra of Boundless Transformation? On the brink of life and death, a flash of insight from the sutra's opening teachings crossed his mind: divide your essence, visualize your form, manifest another self, and transcend physical constraints. His survival instincts overpowered his fear and doubt. Mustering every ounce of willpower, he poured his spirit into the jade slip, simultaneously visualizing an intangible version of himself, a self unbound by the confines of his body. The jade slip in his palm suddenly erupted with a soft yet brilliant white light, cutting through everything around him. Lin Xian felt his consciousness being pulled, spinning as if caught in a vortex. In the next moment, he saw it himself. The Lin Xian slumped against the wall of the cab, face pale, right hand gripping the jade slip, left arm hanging limply. His perspective had shifted, now floating 2 or 3 meters above the shattered driver's cab, like an invisible camera offering a 360-degree view of the scene below. He saw the swarm of mutated rats surging like a black tide. He saw the Rat King with its bony spines and cruel, cunning red eyes. He even saw the sinewy muscles beneath its glistening fur and the bits of flesh clinging to its razor-sharp claws. This viewpoint had no physical form, yet it was intimately connected to his consciousness, extending his perception, his eyes, ears, and senses. It was the entry-level divine ability of the Sutra of Boundless Transformation, the spiritual avatar. Elation instantly shattered his despair. Though this avatar couldn't fight, the ability to survey the battlefield with an omniscient God's eye view was invaluable in a life-or-death situation. To the left. The swarm is thinnest there, and there's a gap along the tunnel wall. Lin Xian's primary consciousness quickly relayed commands to his spiritual avatar, which provided even clearer, more detailed feedback. Without hesitation, Lin Xian gritted his teeth against the pain and used every ounce of strength to lunge toward the narrow gap wedged between fallen debris and the twisted train carriage. SHHK, a sharp edge of metal tore through his clothes, leaving a stinging cut on his skin. But he made it. Just as the rat's claws were about to snag his ankle, he squeezed into the barely passable crevice. Boom, the black tide of rats crashed against the debris, producing a muffled thud. Their shrill screeches were filled with fury and hunger. They scratched desperately at the metal, trying to force their way through, but the gap was too small. Only a few smaller rats managed to squeeze through, squirming after him. The door was violently kicked open by Lin Xian. For now, he was safe. Lin Xian leaned against the cold, rough concrete wall, gasping heavily in the narrow crevice. Sweat mixed with blood and dust slid down his forehead. His right hand gripped a smooth, cool jade slip tightly, while his left arm hung limp at his side. His hovering spirit projection, like a loyal sentinel, transmitted the frenzied chaos of the rat swarm outside and the eerie sounds of chewing echoing from the distant tunnel. The apocalypse had descended, and hell's gates had flung wide open. Lin Xian, an ordinary librarian, found himself clutching the first glimmer of transcendence amidst ruins and ravenous rats. The air in the narrow crevice was foul and suffocating, a nauseating mixture of blood, dust, and the rancid stench emanating from the rat swarm. Lin Xian's back pressed against the icy concrete wall, every breath tugging at the dull ache in his chest and the searing pain of his dislocated left arm. The spirit projection, like an invisible ghost, continuously relayed the hellish scene outside into his mind. The rats hadn't given up. The black swarm churned like oil outside the wreckage of the control cabin, their crimson eyes glinting with hunger. Their sharp claws scraped against metal and concrete, producing ear-piercing screeches. Atop a chunk of broken concrete, the Rat King, its back bristling with bone spikes, crouched and emitted sharp, piercing cries, seemingly directing the hunt. Several smaller rats were attempting to squeeze through the loose debris above the crevice. Lin Xian's heart sank. This was only a temporary hiding spot. The rats were patient, relentless, and would eventually corner him. His dislocated left arm limited his movement, while blood loss and hunger chipped away at his resolve. He desperately needed food, medicine, and most importantly, a safer place to treat his injuries and study the mysterious jade slip. His spirit projection scanned the abandoned subway station. The platform had completely collapsed, leaving a tangled mess of concrete chunks and steel beams. Some exits to the surface were blocked, while others were entwined with massive, mutated vines covered in sharp thorns that glowed faintly. Suddenly, his vision locked onto a spot in the distance marked Exit B. The collapse there was less severe, with a few slanted support columns forming an irregular triangular space. In the corner lay several flattened backpacks and a couple of bottles of water. The transparent bottles shimmered faintly in the glow of an emergency light, like an oasis in a desert. There was hope. Lin Xian's spirit lifted. Water. Water was what he needed most. Moreover, the triangular space appeared more stable than his current hiding spot, offering a better chance to catch his breath and tend to his injuries. Now he had a goal. But how to get there? He estimated a distance of over 20 meters between him and the triangular space, a stretch of death. The rubble-strewn path was littered with jagged debris, while a toppled vending machine oozed sticky, blood-streaked liquids. Worse, at least 3 clusters of rats were feasting on the remains of victims, their sickening chewing sounds filling the air. Charging through would be a death sentence, turning him into nothing more than a meal for the swarm. Lin Xian's gaze returned to his spirit projection, his only lifeline. Focusing his thoughts, he issued a command: scout the safest route to exit B's triangular space. Identify gaps in the rats' movements and potential blind spots. Mark safe points for me to land. The command sent ripples through the projection. Within moments, Lin Xian's mental perspective began to shift rapidly, scanning the debris-strewn terrain ahead. Details of the ruins magnified in his mind: rat positions, movement patterns, and their intense focus on feeding all laid bare. Countless pieces of information were captured, analyzed, and synthesized. Seconds later, a faint, broken blue line appeared in Lin Xian's vision, tracing a path along the edge of a collapsed wall. It utilized overturned seats and debris for cover, skillfully bypassing the densest rat clusters and crossing an open stretch with minimal exposure. It's doable, Lin Xian thought decisively, his eyes flashing with resolve. He drew a deep breath and carefully tucked the jade slip into his shirt pocket. Its smooth, cool surface was a comforting anchor for his frayed nerves. Testing his grip, he felt the remaining strength in his right hand. The time was now. As the Rat King momentarily turned its attention toward a distant beastly roar from the tunnel, Lin Xian sprang from the crevice like a predator on the hunt. Staying low, he pressed close to the cold, rough walls, following the route marked by his spirit projection. The hovering projection moved ahead like a precise navigator, feeding real-time updates on obstacles, loose debris, and the movements of wandering rats. 3 meters ahead, loose rubbled detour. Shadow to the right, 1 rat in hiding. Stay still, move quickly past. 5 meters ahead, open ground, 3 rats scattered. Accelerate. Lin Xian's nerves were taut, his body operating at its peak capacity. He placed complete trust in the projection's guidance, maneuvering silently and swiftly through the shadows of the ruins. Sweat drenched his clothes, and every jolt of his left arm sent searing pain through his body, but he pressed on without hesitation. As he crossed the open ground, 3 mutated rats, gnawing on a severed arm, snapped their heads up at the disturbance. Their crimson eyes locked onto him as they shrieked and leapt toward him. Jump! Toward the fallen security checkpoint. The projection's warning came almost instantaneously with the danger. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. With every ounce of strength he had, he lunged forward, rolling just in time to avoid the rat's snapping jaws, and tumbled behind the massive, deformed metal security scanner. The 2 oversized rodents slammed into the cold metal with enraged screeches. He didn't dare stop. Scrambling on all fours, he crawled along the scanner, using it as his shield. His mental avatar, sharp as a sentinel, monitored both his pursuers and the path ahead. The distance was barely 20 meters, but under the guidance of his mental avatar, Xian moved like a dancer on a knife's edge. Danger loomed with every step, yet he miraculously dodged fatal blows. Finally, he reached a relatively secure triangular space, collapsing against the cold steel of a load-bearing pillar. His entire body was drenched in sweat, trembling on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. But he made it. Xian was gasping for air, his lungs on fire, but his eyes immediately locked onto the treasure in the corner, a stash containing 3 500 milliliters bottles of water. One bottle's cap was damaged, and much of its contents had spilled, but the other two were intact. Beside them was a flattened canvas bag that seemed to hold something. With shaking hands, he grabbed a bottle and gulped down the water. The icy liquid coursed through his parched throat, a life-saving balm in a relentless drought. He stopped himself halfway, rationing the rest, then turned his attention to the bag. Unzipping it, he found 2 unopened packs of compressed biscuits, a box of individually wrapped chocolates, a pack of wet wipes, a bottle of iodine, and a few painkillers. It was like a gift from the heavens. Using the wet wipes, he cleaned the blood off his face and hands. Gritting his teeth, he tore open the sleeve of his dislocated left arm using his teeth and right hand. Guided by his mental avatar's internal view, he determined that it was a simple dislocation with no fractures. Drawing a deep breath, he recalled the relocation technique from an emergency manual, braced himself against the pillar, and yanked his left arm sharply with his right hand. A sickening pop echoed, followed by searing pain. "Arg!" Xian groaned, cold sweat pouring down his face. But after the initial agony subsided, the empty, misplaced sensation in his shoulder was gone. Though the swelling and pain persisted, his arm was functional again. He fashioned a makeshift sling with the bandage from the bag and swallowed 2 painkillers. Leaning back against the pillar, he felt the medicine and water begin to work, gradually pulling him back from the brink. His mental avatar, cool and vigilant, stood guard at the triangle space's sole entrance, blocking out the sound of the rats outside and the distant screams echoing through the ruins. For now, he was safe. But Xian knew it was only temporary. The subway station was no place to linger. He needed to get out to the surface, to find a secure shelter, or perhaps one of the rumored official rescue points? His mental avatar scanned toward exit B, where mutated vines bristling with thorns and heavy debris completely blocked the path. "Looks like the tunnel's the only option," Xian muttered, frowning. From deep within the tunnel came the guttural roars of beasts, savage and feral. But staying here meant waiting to be cornered or becoming a meal for the swarm of rats. As he hesitated, his mental avatar heard a series of deliberately suppressed, cautious footsteps and hushed whispers approaching the triangular space from the tunnel. Not a mutant beast. Humans. Xian's heart clenched. In the apocalypse, fellow humans could sometimes be more dangerous than mutated creatures. He immediately commanded his mental avatar to focus on the tunnel's shadows where the sounds originated. 3 men emerged, moving carefully along the wall toward exit B. Leading them was a hulking bald man with a face full of scars, the most prominent being a jagged knife wound across his left cheek. His wolf-like eyes radiated malice as he gripped a firefighter's axe stained with dried blood. Behind him were 2 younger men, both with menacing expressions. One was lanky, wielding a sharpened steel rebar, while the other was stocky, brandishing a bloodied boning knife. The trio was battered and bruised, their tattered clothing soaked with blood and grime, but there was no fear in their eyes, only the predatory alertness of scavengers and the glint of greed. They had spotted the triangular space and Xian. The scar-faced leader halted, his predatory gaze sweeping over Xian's injured, solitary figure, the bottles of water, and the worn-out bag by his side. A cruel smile crept across his face. Well, looks like we hit the jackpot, a loan supply package," he rasped, his voice hoarse and grating, dripping with malice. He swung the blood-streaked axe lazily, the blade gleaming coldly under the emergency lights. "Listen, kid, be smart. Hand over the water, food, and anything valuable. You're already hurt, so I might just let you live." The lanky man and the stocky one flanked the entrance, blocking any escape. Their faces were twisted with mockery and cruelty. The lanky one tapped his steel rebar against a chunk of concrete, producing sharp, taunting clang-clang sounds. Xian's heart sank, icy dread spreading through his chest. The worst had happened. These 3 were clearly scavengers who had fallen into depravity, surviving by preying on the weak. They were after his precious supplies, his lifeline, and maybe even intended to use him as bait. His mental avatar hovered above the entrance, feeding him precise details, their positions, movements, weapon angles, and the predatory glint in their eyes. They had the upper hand in numbers, strength, and weaponry. Xian, on the other hand, was severely injured, drained from his earlier escape, and running on fumes. Fighting head-on would be suicide. Surrendering? His gaze flicked to the 2 water bottles, the biscuits, and the medicine. Handing them over would only delay the inevitable, he wouldn't survive long without them. And with men like this, surrendering rarely ended well. Cooperation will only make them more audacious, and in the end, it'll cost you your life. Scarface saw his silence and stepped in closer with a menacing glare, his axe blade nearly touching Lin Xian's toes, the stench of blood thick in the air. "Deaf, are you? Wanna taste my axe?" The 2 of them sneered, closing in, forming a deadly encirclement. Killing intent pierced through the air like icy blades, aimed straight at Lin Xian. There was no retreat, to retreat was to die. Lin Xian's right hand reached into his backpack, feeling out a broken, sharp metal pipe. Cold. Solid. Resolute. He slowly raised his head. There was no fear on his face, only the cold determination of a lone wolf. He didn't look at Scarface. Instead, his gaze passed over him, locking onto the depths of the tunnel. His pupils shrank sharply, his expression transforming into one of extreme terror. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Rats, a huge pack of rats is coming from over there. Run!" The sudden outburst, with such a clear direction, triggered an instinctive reaction from Scarface and his 2 men. They turned their heads sharply to look where Lin Xian was staring, their attention fully consumed by the supposed threat. In that split second, Lin Xian, with the precision of a predator and every ounce of strength squeezed out by the life-or-death crisis and the Jade Slip's aura, erupted like a compressed spring. But he didn't retreat. He charged. His target, the tall, skinny thug standing closest to him, slightly ahead of the others, who was in the middle of turning his head. "Die!" Lin Xian growled low, like a cornered beast making its final desperate counterattack. Ignoring the searing pain in his left arm, he poured all his strength into his right arm, clutching the sharp metal pipe like it was the dagger of death itself, and drove it mercilessly toward the tall man's unguarded neck right at the carotid artery. Thud! The sound of metal piercing flesh was muffled but eerily crisp in the confined, silent triangular space. Time seemed to freeze. The sneer on the tall man's face instantly stiffened, morphing into shock and disbelief. His crimson eyes locked onto Lin Xian, who was just inches away. His mouth opened, emitting a wet, wheezing hh. As warm, metallic-smelling blood sprayed from the gaping wound in his neck like a fountain, soaking his tattered shirt and pooling on the ground. The steel bar in his hand clanged to the ground, his body convulsed, and he collapsed softly like a broken snake. The color of life quickly faded, leaving only deathly gray in his eyes like a dead fish. A fatal strike. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Lin Xian felt the terrifying sensation of the metal pipe-piercing flesh, tearing blood vessels, and getting stuck on the cervical vertebrae. Scalding blood splattered his face, the strong metallic smell hit his nose, his stomach churned, and a strong urge to vomit rose in his throat, but he suppressed it firmly. The first time killing someone, there was no fear or hesitation, only cold resolve: either you die, or I perish. Monkey. Scarface and the stocky young man only reacted from the shock after seeing the tall skinny guy fall to the ground. Watching their companion die instantly, the 2 were burning with rage, letting out wild roars. "You little bastard! I'll chop you up!" Scarface was completely enraged, his eyes blood-red like a mad bull. The fire axe in his hand sliced fiercely through the air with a piercing sound, aiming hard at Lin Xian's head. The axe stroke was heavy, intending to split Lin Xian and the concrete pillar behind him apart. The short and stocky youth roared angrily, wielding the bone-cutting knife to fiercely stab Lin Xian's waist from the side. The 2 worked seamlessly, sealing off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Lin Xian had just unleashed his finishing move, caught in a vulnerable moment as his old strength faded and new power hadn't yet emerged. His left arm was in severe pain, his stamina drained, and his movements sluggish. Facing this pincer attack and a deadly strike, he could almost feel death closing in. His spirit avatar clearly recorded the trajectories of the 2 deadly weapons, but his body's reactions couldn't keep up, he simply couldn't evade. At this critical moment, heaven and earth have righteous energy, irregularly bestowed upon flowing forms. An old, hoarse yet soul-shaking chant exploded from a pile of broken tiles on the other side of the triangular space. The voice was not loud, but its penetrating power was astonishing, as if it struck deep into the soul. Accompanied by the chant, an invisible and powerful force suddenly descended. The firefighter axe swung by Scarface hid like it had struck an invisible yet tough rubber wall, its speed sharply reduced, the blade less than half a foot from Lin Xian's head, but it felt as if it was stuck in quicksand, unable to advance. Scarface's expression changed, and in terror, he felt the axe being pushed back by a powerful repelling force, almost knocking him away. The short and stocky youth's bone-piercing blade aimed at Lin Xian's waist and abdomen was also blocked by an invisible force. The tip of the blade struck tough leather, producing a light sound, and was forcibly slid aside, only cutting a slit in Lin Xian's clothes without injuring his skin. Lin Xian felt a vast, warm aura brush over his body, as if protected by an invisible barrier. He looked up in surprise and saw a figure standing on the rubble. It was an old man with graying hair and tattered clothes, his face covered in dust and scars, his glasses shattered with one temple crookedly hanging behind his ear, looking utterly disheveled. Yet he stood upright like a green pine in snow and wind. His right hand tightly held an old stitched ancient book, while his left hand formed a sword shape with two fingers, pointing at the scar-faced man and the short, stocky youth. The old man's eyes were cloudy but radiated a solemn righteousness, surrounded by a faint white halo, like the light of dawn. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. The old man's voice was loud and clear, each word striking the air like a heavy hammer. As he chanted, a white halo suddenly brightened. Boom! An invisible shockwave rapidly spread out from the old man as its center. The scar-faced man and the stocky young man were hit as if by a charging rhinoceros, groaning deeply as they staggered backward. The scar-faced man nearly dropped his axe, and the stocky young man fell directly to the ground, his face full of terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Ghost, ghost! This old bastard knows witchcraft! The stocky young man was so frightened his soul seemed to flee, scrambling and crawling backward in retreat. The scar-faced man's complexion turned pale as he stared at the strange white light emanating from the old man's body and the glowing broken book in his hand. He then glanced at the tall, thin corpse on the ground that was still bleeding, and finally looked at Lin Xian, who, though weak, had a fierce look in his eyes. An unprecedented fear crept into his heart. An old man who could use demonic magic and a ruthless young man who dared to fight, this place was too bizarre. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The scar-faced man, unable to care about his companion's corpse, shouted at the short, stocky youth. The two of them sprawled and rolled like lost dogs, rushing deep into the darker, less rat-infested parts of the tunnel, disappearing instantly into the shadows of the ruins. In the triangular space, only the strong smell of blood, Lin Xian's heavy breathing, and the old man holding the fragmented scroll, surrounded by a faint heroic light, remained. Leaning against the cold support pillar, Lin Xian slowly sat down, his whole body weak as if swallowed by a tide. His right hand tightly gripped the blood-stained metal tube, his fingertips trembling slightly from excessive force. He looked up at the old man who seemed like a divine soldier descended from heaven, his eyes full of the relief of surviving a catastrophe and an indescribable shock. That layer of white light, that power of words manifesting as law, that worn ancient book emitting a faint glow. Ancient book, entering the Tao through text? Lin Xian whispered, a mysterious scripture from the I He Hua Zi Zai Jing / I appearing in his mind. So when the apocalypse arrives and spiritual energy awakens, humanity doesn't have to be slaughtered helplessly. Those scattered thousands of ancient books truly hide the secret path to heaven. He looked down at his blood-stained right hand, then touched the warm jade slip in his pocket. A thorny yet hopeful path seemed to be slowly unfolding from this bloodfire ruin. Deathly silence filled the triangular space, thick with the stench of blood. The tall, skinny gangster's corpse slumped lifelessly, a dark red liquid flowing from the gash in his neck, soaking the cold cement floor and tracing the outline of death. Lin Xian leaned against a rough load-bearing pillar, breathing rapidly, each breath tugged painfully at his left arm, muscles trembling. His right fingertips were sticky, reminding him of the recent killing. His stomach still ached faintly, but a calmer resolve suppressed the physiological turmoil. He looked up, his gaze passing through the bloody little world, landing on the elder among the rubble. The white aura surrounding the elder slowly dissipated like the faint light of dawn. He was slightly stooped, his face showing fatigue, and the knuckles of the hand holding the book were pale. He staggered a step, nearly slipping on the rubble, hastily using his other hand to support the broken wall, finally steadying himself. "Sir!" Lin Xian's heart tightened, struggling to get up. "No matter," cough cough, the elder's voice was hoarse and weak, worn out from overexertion. "Old Chen Mo here, just a humble teacher." Forcibly activating this incomplete manuscript drained a great deal of energy. His turbid gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, then looked at Lin Xian's bloodied right hand and the dangling left arm, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, both sorrow and a hint of fear. "Young man, your methods are ruthless but decisive. If not for that, perhaps neither of us would have survived." He stopped speaking there, saying no more. "In this hellish ruin, weakness is a capital crime. Old Chen, you flatter me. Had it not been for your intimidating intervention, I would have long since met my end under the axe." Lin Xian's voice was hoarse but sincere, filled with respect for the elder who called himself Chen Mo. That righteous spirit and willingness to step up at a critical moment convinced him of his earlier suspicion that the white light, the mysterious power, actually came from the ancient tome. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the thread-bound book in Chen Mo's hand, blood-soaked and tattered at the edges. "That book?" Chen Mo looked wearily at the tattered scroll in his hand, a bitter and strange smile appearing on his face. "That's right, Wen Tianxian's Song of Righteousness. Who would have thought that this lofty righteousness could manifest in the world in such a way?" He lightly touched the damaged pages, as if caressing a treasure. The sky shattered, spiritual energy surged. Heaven and earth underwent dramatic changes, and all things grew wildly. Not only beasts and plants, but even the ancient texts bearing the wisdom of sages gained extraordinary power. Using literature to enter the Tao. I, an old man, have witnessed it firsthand. Using literature to enter the Tao. Lin Xian repeated softly, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. He instinctively pressed the jade slip close to his body, feeling the gentle touch bring a sense of calm. The profound scriptures of the He whose I Jing flowed through his mind once again. Literature can lead to the Tao, but what about martial arts? Medicine? Music? The 3,000 great paths are no mere words. This end of the world is hell, but it is also the prologue to the path that reaches the heavens. At this moment, the spiritual incarnation that had been guarding the entrance of the triangular space caught a faint sound, almost drowned out by the clamor in the ruins. Ding! Dong! Intermittent, like a whimpering spring, and also like pearls rolling on a porcelain plate. Its penetrating power was strange, surprisingly able to clearly reach the avatar's hearing amidst beast roars, chewing noises, and collapsing sounds. It was the sound of a qin. A guqin. Lin Xian's spirit sharpened, concentrating his mind to control his spiritual avatar toward the direction from which the sound came, the deep part of the tunnel, where an uncollapsed branch passage extended. The avatar, like an invisible bird, skimmed past chunks of concrete and twisted steel rods, avoiding several groups of rats flickering with crimson light. The qin sound became clearer and clearer, carrying a soothing rhythm yet filled with indescribable sadness and despair, like a silent prayer from the brink of hopelessness. Finally, at the end of the forked path, in a small space barely supported by a huge billboard and a few load-bearing columns that had yet to mutate, the transformed sight found the source of the sound. A young girl curled up in a relatively clean corner, carrying a worn canvas guitar case on her back. Her face was pale to the point of transparency, her originally delicate brows and eyes filled with terror and exhaustion, lips cracked. Those slender hands that should have been gently playing the strings were now tightly holding a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. The little girl had bruises on her forehead, tear-streaked cheeks, and her body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Protecting the girl, she covered her mouth with one hand to prevent any sound that might attract danger, while her fingertips gently plucked the strings peeking out from the guitar case. There was no resonance, only the faint tinkling of fingertips brushing the strings. This was not a performance, but a desperate act of using the last bit of strength to maintain a spiritual connection, to soothe the child in her arms, and to support her own wavering will. Outside the hiding space, danger was closing in. 4 or 5 large, sleek-coated mutated rats prowled at the entrance, their eyes blood red. Attracted by the fresh scent, their claws scratched anxiously on the cement floor, producing a harsh scraping sound, saliva dripping from their mouths. The piled rubble and debris scraped and fell, the barrier slowly being destroyed. The girl sensed the danger, her fingers trembling more as they plucked the strings, the music full of sorrow and despair. She bit her lower lip, her gaze helpless and desperate. The little girl in her arms shut her eyes tightly, her body trembling like a leaf falling in the wind. Su Qingya. Lin Xian recognized the girl holding the qin, the youngest guqin player in the city's symphony orchestra. He had helped her look up some obscure guqin scores and had met her a few times. Talented and with a cool, refined demeanor, she was now driven to the brink of desperation. Old Chen. There are survivors over there. Two girls surrounded by mutated rats, the situation is critical. Lin Xian hurriedly stood up and said to Chen Mo, while transmitting the blurry images his spiritual avatar had captured. Chen Mo's expression turned sharp as he struggled to stand straight. Save them. Quickly. They won't hold out much longer. He tried to concentrate his Haoran energy, his face suddenly pale, body trembling obviously, previous overexertion left him too weak to perform. You stay here and recover, I'll go. Lin Xian decisively grabbed a half bottle of water and compressed biscuits, stuffing them into his torn backpack, tightly gripping the blood-stained sharp metal tube. His left arm in a sling limited his movement, but his will to survive outweighed the pain. My eyes can find the way, you hold this position. Chen Mo looked at the determined resolve in Lin Xian's eyes, feeling the weakness in his own body, and nodded heavily, be extremely careful. This old man will wait for your return. In front, the swarm of rats was about to break through the defenses, and behind, the thugs were relentlessly pursuing, life and death hung in a blink of an eye. At this critical moment, buzz! A low, penetrating hum suddenly sounded from behind Lin Xian. Like the morning bell of an ancient temple, or the sharply plucked string of a taut bow. Lin Xian suddenly turned around. He saw Su Qingya pushed to the gap, holding a guqin with a broken string in her arms. Her slender fingers pressed firmly on the remaining 6 ice silk strings, her knuckles white, with faint blood seeping from her fingertips, staining the silver-white strings red. She closed her eyes tightly, her long lashes trembling, her pale face devoid of weakness or panic, replaced by a resolute and focused determination burning like a flame of life. No sheet music, no rules, not even plucking the strings. She used her will, fear, despair, and the fierce desire to protect the child in her womb, pouring them frantically into her fingertips, pressing hard on the 5th string representing the G note, as if trying to squeeze all her emotions and vitality into this cold silk string. Ugh! Su Qingya stifled a moan from her throat, a thread of crimson blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. Forcibly activating this spiritually infused guqin was a torment for her weak body. Zheng. The moment the strings reached their limit under the fingertips, a piercing, soul-shaking sharp sound erupted. It was no longer a crisp, clear chime but like a sword piercing the soul, explosively ringing out with a chilling coldness. The invisible sound waves suddenly spread outward like ripples from the center where Su Qingya was. The first mutant rats to be hit were just about to pry open a gap and peek out. Their blood-red eyes instantly filled with extreme pain and confusion, emitting agonizing screams. The 2 closest little rats bled from all 7 orifices, convulsed violently, and died on the spot. The others, dizzy as if drunk, staggered around biting each other wildly. The frenzied wall climbing suddenly came to a halt. Even the scar-faced man and the short, stocky youth charging fiercely from the fork in the road were struck by the sudden, piercing sonic wave. Like hitting an invisible wall, their momentum was instantly broken. The scar-faced man's sinister grin froze instantly, pain and confusion creeping over his face, as if his head had been violently shaken, his ears buzzing, and his vision turning black. The short, stocky youth screamed in agony, dropping the bone-picking knife from his hand and crouching down, clutching his ears in pain. The sonic wave attacked indiscriminately. Lin Xian, being the closest, experienced excruciating eardrum pain, and his head felt as if pricked by needles. But he was well prepared, his mental strength resilient, and he gritted his teeth through the dizziness, suddenly turning around to seize the opportunity. Go! He shouted at Su Qingya, who was staggering and bleeding from her mouth and nose, and shoved her and the little girl in her arms into the dark crevice. Climb quickly, don't look back. Su Qingya was pushed off balance, and the child cried out in fear. She clenched the child tightly with all her strength and crawled into the narrow, thorn-covered crevice, using both hands and feet to move forward. Lin Xian followed closely behind. Before slipping into the crevice, he caught a glimpse outside. The mutated rats were recovering, their crimson eyes fixed on the entrance. Scarface shook his head angrily, picked up a fire axe, and prepared to charge. "Damn!" Scarface shouted as he charged. Lin Xian no longer hesitated and plunged into the crevice, kicking over debris with one foot to try to block the pursuers. Darkness swallowed the sight, only the suppressed cries of the child and Su Qingya's arms breaking through, while behind came the scratching of mutated rats and the roaring chopping sounds of Scarface. They felt like they had fallen into a cold, viscous pipeline. Ahead was unknown darkness, behind death's howls closing in step by step. Cold metal walls pressed against the skin, rough burrs tearing through clothes, causing unbearable stinging. The narrow passage was filled with the smell of rust, dust, and burnt odors, suffocating to breathe. Su Qingya clutched the child and crawled desperately, breaths and the child's muffled whimpers echoing. Lin Xian hung by his left hand, afraid to apply force, using his right hand and legs to feel his way forward, his mind sharply exploring the path ahead and clearly relaying the passage's direction and the sounds behind. "There's a fork ahead. Unknown on the left, faint wind on the right?" The spiritual avatar transmitted the information. "Right. Climb to the right." Lin Xian shouted urgently. "There's wind, it might be the exit." Su Qingya didn't respond, moving more desperately to the right. Her strength had long been exhausted, each step accompanied by excruciating pain. The weight of the little girl in her arms pressed down on her, making it nearly impossible to breathe, but her will to survive kept her going. The threat behind grew ever closer. Creak! Crack! A harsh sound of metal tearing and stones rolling came from the entrance. The scar-faced man's roar mixed with the snarls of mutated rats, fierce and relentless. "You little bastard, block it for me!" The scar-faced man and the rat swarm seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement as they frantically destroyed the entrance to the passage. "They're coming in!" Su Qingya's voice trembled, filled with despair. "Don't stop, speed up!" Lin Xian's heart thumped like a drum. He knew the opponent could break through the defense at any moment. While urging on, he suddenly jabbed the sharp metal tube in his hand at a thick bundle of cables hanging above the passage. Sizzle! Blue electric sparks burst out, instantly illuminating the dark corner, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The long disconnected cables released violent energy under the influence of spiritual energy. His right foot suddenly stepped forward, his body's center of gravity quickly sinking forward, the full strength of his body instantly transmitted from the soles of his feet to his waist and hips, then twisted through his spine like a spring compressed to the limit, suddenly releasing. Ho! A low roar exploded from deep within Lin Xian's throat. He clenched his right fist tightly, his knuckles turning white, mobilizing the faint yet fiery chi from his dantian, mixed with the cool will brought by the jade slip and the focus of his spiritual avatar, converging into a violent force that struck directly at the most chaotic core point beneath the scapula of Wang Tai's iron body. This punch was as fast as lightning, condensing all of Lin Xian's strength at this moment. It was his first real combat application of his understanding of himself, spiritual energy, and that boxing manual. The wind from the punch howled. Bang! A sound of impact, heavier and more startling than when Wang Tai slammed the door before, suddenly erupted. Lin Xian felt as if his fist had struck glowing, violently vibrating pig iron. A strong recoil traveled up his arm, making his right arm instantly numb, his chi and blood surged, his finger bones sent piercing pain, and he even heard faint sounds of bones cracking. But the effect was stunning. Aru! Wang Tai let out a deafening, tragic howl, his voice like a dying giant beast. His massive metal body staggered from the impact, took several fierce steps, and slammed into the supermarket's defensive fortifications with a thunderous crash. His darkened, metallic back bore a clear indented fist mark from Lin Xian's punch. Even more bizarrely, the metal's color around the indentation quickly faded, revealing flesh and blood beneath. Countless twisted bluish-black veins writhed wildly under the skin, chaotic energy spewing uncontrollably like steam from the punch mark. Lin Xian's punch not only shattered part of the metal defense but also precisely shook the core of the raging power within Wang Tai's body. The second floor of the supermarket fell into sudden silence. The guards stood dumbfounded, staring at the youth who had suddenly burst out and could repel monsters with a single punch. What a powerful punch, a guard murmured. Who is he? Another shouted in surprise. Quick! Now's the chance. Attack that wound, a rough voice from the second floor shouted urgently with excitement. Bang bang bang! The guards reacted, and bullets rained down like raindrops, striking the bloodied depression newly exposed on Wang Tai's back. Puff puff puff! The bullets no longer bounced but fiercely drilled into the flesh, splattering bright red blood blossoms. Roar! Wang Tai howled in pain, growing even more frenzied. His body struggled violently like an injured mad bull, unleashing a chaotic force field. All scraps of metal within 10 meters, car parts, broken rebar, even shell casings, were swept up by the rampaging force, forming a metal storm that wildly hurled shards in all directions. Watch out! Lin Xian felt his whole body go numb, his alertness reaching its peak. He suddenly rolled over and hid under an abandoned car. The sound of metal crashing rang out fiercely, the car's shell was instantly pierced, glass shattered, tires exploded, and the walls lining the street were covered with dents and holes. The guard on the second floor of the supermarket screamed repeatedly. Clearly, someone had been hit by metal debris. The sudden bombardment stopped abruptly after a few seconds, dust flying everywhere, the street in complete chaos. Lin Xian poked his head out, cautiously looking ahead. The deformed Wang Tai stood there, his body trembling from intense pain, his back a bloody mess, metal fragments and blood intertwined, the wound emitting a strange mist of energy. Those pale eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xian, full of hatred and a desire for destruction. Wang Tai gave up on attacking the supermarket and instead focused on Lin Xian. With a roar, he dragged his heavy body forward, stepping closer with murderous intent. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. The oppressive pressure came down like a mountain. The heavy footsteps echoed like the rhythm of the Grim Reaper, pounding on Lin Xian's heart. The abandoned car couldn't truly protect him. Wang Tai's figure drew nearer, his pale eyes scanning like searchlights. The aura of death approached unprecedentedly. Lin Xian immediately judged that he couldn't fight head-on. The backlash from the earlier punch still lingered in his right arm, bones aching fiercely, blood surging. Physical enhancement was incremental, and he was no match at this moment. Run! Use the obstacles to maneuver. The incarnation of his spirit instantly offered the best plan. All the cover positions quickly appeared in his mind. Lin Xian did not hesitate. Taking advantage of the moment Wang Tai's line of sight was blocked by the hood of the sedan, he sprang out like a wildcat from the other side of the car's underside, rolling to take cover behind the massive tire of an overturned bus. Boom! Wang Tai's metal fist slammed down hard, the abandoned sedan was crushed and deformed, parts scattering everywhere. Leaning against the cold tire, Lin Xian's heart pounded like a drum. Without the insight of his spiritual avatar, he would have long been shattered. Wang Tai roared in anger, his eyes locked on the direction of the bus, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. The wound on his back still spewed chaotic energy, each step bringing searing pain, yet fueling even greater ferocity. Lin Xian's mind raced rapidly, his spiritual avatar becoming his only reliance. He had to make full use of it. Avatar, lock onto the energy flow trajectory of his wounds, calculate the weak points in his strength. Analyze the street terrain, find a path to lure him into crashing into large obstacles. At the same time, simulate the 5-step fist diagram, mimic the flow of qi, and search for striking techniques. He looked at the terrifying half-corpse of Wang Tai on the ground, then at Lin Xian, who was covered in blood and dirt but standing straight with resilience. His eyes were full of shock and gratitude. Extending his uninjured right hand, he firmly patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said loudly, "Good kid. Fierce enough. Brave enough. I, Shirley, owe you my life. And on behalf of the hundreds here, thank you. Come on inside." Lin Xian was surrounded by a crowd as he walked through the supermarket doors. Su Qingya, carrying the child and supporting the weak Chen Mo, followed closely behind, her face showing relief after surviving the ordeal and worry for Lin Xian. The interior of the supermarket had been completely transformed. The originally dazzling shelves were roughly pushed down, piled up, and welded together to form simple defensive fortifications. The central area was cleared into an open space, filled with tents and bedding mats, crowded with exhausted and panicked survivors. The air was mixed with the smells of sweat, medicine, and decayed food. Some corners were designated as medical points, where injured people lay groaning. The entrance was arranged into a makeshift trading area and guard post. Several obvious fighters sat resting on compressed biscuit boxes, their bodies bearing wounds. Near the stairwell, a few broken tables were set up, with several scattered books placed on them. One of the books had a damaged cover, yellowed and curled pages, with a title handwritten in brush strokes on the cover: I Basic Body Strengthening Technique Fragment 1/I. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened, his heart uncontrollably pounding faster. Ancient books. Martial arts ancient books. Right here. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Yo, Captain Sure, who are you putting on such a big show for? Some hero? Ha ha. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a suit stained with grease, slowly approaching, surrounded by a group of underlings wearing security uniforms with sly and fierce eyes. He was chewing on half a sausage, his triangular eye sweeping over Lin Xian, Su Qingya, and Chen Mo like a venomous snake. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Xian's blood-stained backpack, flashing a trace of greed. Zhao Hu, what do you mean? Shirley's expression instantly darkened. His burly body blocked Lin Xian and the others, glaring sharply at the slightly chubby man. Didn't you see the commotion outside just now? If it weren't for this brother fighting desperately, the monsters breaking in would have doomed us all. Commotion? Of course, I heard it. Zhao Wu sneered, took a bite of his sausage, and chewed leisurely, but his eyes were fixed intently on Lin Xian. The fight outside was lively. It's good that the monsters died. But... His tone shifted, his triangular eyes narrowed into slits. Captain Sure, our base has rules. With things so chaotic outside, who knows if the ones coming in are humans or ghosts? These folks look unfamiliar. His gaze landed on Lin Xian, full of scrutiny and suspicion. This hero is so skilled, yet monsters manage to break in? That Monster King, Iron, isn't ordinary. Those moves you just showed, did you also hide some good stuff? The atmosphere immediately grew tense. The soldiers behind Shirley wore grim expressions, and the security guards around Zhao Wu quietly closed in, their hands resting on their batons at their waists. Lin Xian's spiritual avatar silently floated behind them, locking onto the bulge at Zhao Wu's waist, obviously hiding a handgun. At the same time, he noticed a cold, sinister gaze coming from the corner on the second floor. It was a young man dressed in black sportswear, with an arrogant and greedy expression. Trouble has arrived. Just escaped the tiger's den, now stepping into the wolf's lair. The supermarket stronghold is by no means a safe place. Lin Xian remained calm inwardly, hiding his injured left hand behind his back, his eyes quietly fixed on Zhao Wu as his mind raced. The cool sensation from the jade slip eased his mental fatigue, and the faint breath in his dantian was slowly recovering. His focus locked onto a book on the broken table titled M Basic Body Tempering Technique, Fragment 1/M. Good stuff? Lin Xian's voice was hoarse but indifferent, carrying the exhaustion after battle. Being alive is the greatest good. Manager Zhao, right? The monster corpses outside are still there, feel free to go get them anytime. He pointed to his blood-stained clothes and backpack. All of this on me is monster blood and sewer mud. Zhao Hu was left speechless by this attitude, a flicker of annoyance passing through his slanted eyes. Shirley snorted coldly, Zhao Hu, rules are rules, but they're not to make things difficult for the one who saved your life. I brought him in, if anything happens, I'm responsible. His tone was firm, leaving no room for contradiction. Captain Sure takes responsibility? Big talk. Zhao Hu sneered insincerely. The stronghold isn't yours alone. Safety comes first. Who knows if they're carrying some plague from the outside monsters? Or hiding something untellable? His eyes glanced again at Lin Xian's backpack, full of implication. You, Shirley glared angrily, his fists clenched tight. All right, no arguing. An elderly man with graying hair and wearing a single lens glasses stepped out to mediate. He was one of the few in the base who knew medical care, Dr. Zhang. Captain sure just brought people back, there are still casualties. This young brother here is injured too, let him rest first, checking and dressing the wounds is the priority. The other matters can be discussed slowly later. Dr. Zhang's words eased the tense atmosphere a bit. Shirley took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said to Lin Xian, "Brother, don't pay him any mind, come with me, let's deal with the wounds first." He then looked at Su Qingya and Chen Mo, "You two come along as well." Zhao Hu snorted coldly, not stopping them, but the greed and scheming in his eyes remained obvious. Lin Xian said nothing, quietly following Shirley toward the medical point. Su Qingya and Chen Mo closely followed behind. As he turned, Lin Xian's spiritual avatar caught Zhao Hu whispering to the security guard, "Keep a close watch, especially on that backpack." The medical station was set up in the corner of the supermarket, separated by shelves and cloth curtains. On the table were a small amount of basic medicines such as iodine, gauze, and hemostatic powder. Dr. Zhang personally examined Lin Xian's injuries. "Young man, your left shoulder joint was dislocated and reset earlier, but the ligament is severely bruised, you need to rest. The claw scratch on your right shoulder is quite deep, fortunately, it didn't hit any major blood vessels. It must be cleaned and stitched, or else infection will be a problem. The bones in your left fingers are cracked." Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Xian's body, covered in wounds, and gasped, "You just punched that monster with this fist? You really went all out." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Lin Xian's face was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his spirit and body were both extremely exhausted. He let Dr. Zhang treat the wounds, but his gaze slipped through the gap in the curtain, looking toward the tattered table in the distant trading area where basic body conditioning technique fragment 1 lay. The opportunity had come. He urgently needed to verify the effect of his mental avatar assisting with cultivation. Clenching his teeth to endure the excruciating pain of the cleaning, Lin Xian communicated by thought with the mental avatar floating in the corner in a low-power state. "Avatar, go over there, approach that book, observe carefully, memorize, try to understand, and deduce." As soon as the command was given, a strong dizziness hit, like countless steel needles stirring the brain. Dividing the mind to complete a complex reading task consumed many times more energy than reconnaissance and early warning. The cool aura of the jade slip continuously flowed in, barely preventing Lin Xian from fainting. The spiritual avatar silently floated to the broken table, like an invisible reader, focusing all perception on the tattered ancient book. The book was very old and worn, with only a dozen or so pages, blurred characters, and crude illustrations. But the spiritual avatar captured every ink spot and line, imprinting them onto the consciousness sent back to Lin Xian's true body. Basic stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, chest sunken and back straightened, shoulders relaxed and elbows dropped. Breathing exercise, she sinks to the dantian, inhaling slowly, softly as if barely there. 5-step fist technique, advancing punch, retreating block, twisted step hammer strike, flowing step palm chop, empty step palm display, illustrations matched with text. One incomplete secret formula after another, one blurry diagram after another, through the spiritual avatar's reading, flowed like a trickling stream into Lin Xian's weary, empty sea of consciousness. Dr. Zhang had just finished giving Lin Xian a tetanus shot and was about to sew up the wound on his shoulder when Lin Xian suddenly shuddered. A faint yet entirely new heat surged from his dantian, uncontrollably spreading outward. This heat was different from the previously natural, gentle qi, it was more concentrated and active. It seemed to flow along the extremely rudimentary qi circulation path in the basic body conditioning technique that his spiritual avatar had just relayed, slowly circulating through his injured tendons, bones, and muscles. Wherever the heat passed, it was like parched land needing sweet rain. The pain from the torn ligaments in his left shoulder, the burning pain from the deep wound in his right shoulder, and the severe pain in the fractured bones of his left hand all noticeably eased under the nurturing heat. The muscles near the wound felt as if infused with new life, sending tingling sensations, cells accelerating their repair. At the same time, an indescribable hunger and fatigue surged, as if every cell in his body was desperately craving energy. This is the cultivation method in operation. The spiritual energy is being initially guided, the physical body is being tempered, and the spiritual incarnation is feeding back the learning results to the main body. Although it is only the beginner stage, the qi circulation route is incomplete, and the information is vague. The wonder of the Hawazizai Jing lies exactly here. The deduction by the spiritual incarnation directly accelerates the main body's cultivation in comprehension. Ugh, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, both the relief from pain and the weakness after the rapid extraction of energy. He tightly closed his eyes, his face pale, sweat beads rolling down, and his body trembling slightly. "Young man, what's wrong with you? Is it too painful?" Dr. Zhang was startled and hurriedly stopped the suturing in his hands. "And no, it's nothing. Dr. Zhang, please continue." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the hunger and fatigue surging from deep within his body, along with the dizziness and sharp pain brought on by the drain on his mental energy. He couldn't stop. This was the crucial moment for his breakthrough. His spiritual avatar was still relentlessly reading and deducing from the fragmented cultivation technique. At that moment, the cloth curtain was roughly pulled aside. Zhao Hu barged in with 2 security guards, their faces dark. His triangular eye scanned Lin Xian's pale face and the bandaged wounds, forcing a sarcastic smile as he said, "Sorry to interrupt Dr. Shang's treatment. Captain Shi is in charge of him, but the security patrols here are my responsibility." Zhao Hu. His gaze fixed on Lin Xian like a venomous snake, especially on that stain-covered backpack. Zhao Hu was so intimidated by Shirley's aura and murderous intent that his face went pale, lips trembling, unable to utter a harsh word. Eventually, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Xian and retreated with his subordinates, tails between their legs. He understood that Shirley's breakthrough and achievements left him no room to openly cause trouble now. Shirley then looked at Lin Xian and Chen Mo, his expression softening, mixed with apology and respect. "Brother Lin, old Chen, and Miss Su, sorry for the grievances you've suffered. I won't forget what happened tonight. About the warehouse operation, leave it to me." After speaking, he immediately organized men to clean up the rat carcasses, strengthen defenses, and arrange for shifts on duty. Order at the stronghold was temporarily restored, but the bloodiness and panic in the air had not dissipated. More people cast looks of awe and curiosity, focused on the unconscious Su Qingya and the Guqin in her arms, as well as Lin Xian, who was the first to discover the rat infestation and silently stayed by her side, his face pale but his eyes deep and penetrating. In the corner, Lin Xian gently put Su Qingya down, broke pieces of a cold, hard coarse grain bun, dipped them in water, and fed them bit by bit into her weak, slightly parted mouth. His movements were gentle, but his gaze was sharp. After confirming that Su Qingya was temporarily out of danger, though severely exhausted, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He no longer forcibly practiced the incomplete basic body refining technique, but instead sank his mind deep into the sea of consciousness. His spiritual avatar floated in the center, emitting a faint and steady glow. The cool aura of the jade slip continuously flowed in. The sound wave Su Qingya had unconsciously triggered just now, the earth-yellow light from Shirley's breakthrough, and the fear and hope of everyone in the stronghold, all were silently recorded and circulated by the spiritual avatar. The scripture of the Tathagatagarbha Sutra flowed through his mind. The divine consciousness divides, not as illusion, but condenses the spirit to transform form, perceiving the subtle and knowing the manifest. A bold, even reckless thought surged in Lin Xian's heart. The spiritual perception avatar was formless and intangible, only able to scout. Could it go further? Could it divide into a physical avatar with the minimum capacity for action? Even if it were a brief, illusory shadow? As long as it could approach the basic body refining technique fragment 1 and open it with his own hands. This thought spread like wildfire. The profound scripture of the Tathagatagarbha Sutra accelerated its flow, and the light of the jade slip brightened slightly. Lin Xian suppressed his excited heartbeat, cleared away distractions, and prepared to attempt a breakthrough. He concentrated all his remaining spiritual energy, like unraveling silk threads or smelting iron. The pain was 100 times worse than forcibly running an incomplete cultivation method to expand his meridians. It was as if an invisible carving knife was slowly cutting through his soul. The intense dizziness and tearing sensation nearly broke him, relying solely on the jade slip to protect the last clarity in his sea of consciousness. Sweat trickled down from his forehead and temples like a small stream, soaking the bandaged gauze, causing sharp stings. His whole body trembled, teeth clenched tightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the determination and madness in his eyes burned to the extreme. He did not know how long had passed, as long as a century. Just when his soul was about to be torn apart and his consciousness seemed to sink into darkness, the light of the spiritual incarnation in his sea of consciousness suddenly collapsed inward and condensed into shape. A fist-sized, blurry, transparent, and shaky humanoid outline slowly took form beside the spiritual incarnation. It was fragile enough to dissipate at any moment, as illusory as a reflection in water, yet a vague humanoid outline truly appeared. It carried a trace of Lin Xian's original spirit imprint, emitting an extremely faint energy fluctuation. Success! Although it is just a prototype, extremely fragile, unable to separate from the main body, incapable of complex actions, and even struggling to turn pages, this is a breakthrough, the first step for the Tathagata Garbha Sutra to move from purely spiritual perception to physical embodiment. At that moment, in the second-floor stronghold, the young man in black sportswear, Yi Lingtian, slowly lowered his night vision binoculars. His face was expressionless, but a faint trace of barely noticeable surprise and intense interest flickered in his eyes. His gaze did not fall on the unconscious Su Qingya or the Guqin in her arms, but fixed tightly on Lin Xian, who was trembling and sitting cross-legged in the corner. In the sea of consciousness, a humanoid silhouette the size of a fist floated, fragile as morning dew. Lin Xian endured soul-searing pain like being ripped apart, carefully maintaining this newly born physical avatar. He dared not relax even for a moment. The spiritual avatar still hovered above the copy of M Basic Body Strengthening Technique Fragment 1/M in the trading area, like a precise scanner repeatedly imprinting the pages. The new physical avatar, manipulated by Lin Xian, was like pulling an invisible heavy thread, slowly and arduously moving toward the trading area. The distance was only about a dozen meters, but for Lin Xian, those dozen meters were like crossing a vast chasm. Every step was accompanied by enormous spiritual power expenditure and soul-tearing agony. The cool aura of the jade slip flooded into the sea of consciousness like a torrent, barely sustaining this arduous transfer. Within the stronghold, the shaken people were busy clearing out the rat corpses and reinforcing defenses. Shirley bandaged his calf wound and quietly discussed the details of tonight's warehouse operation with several trusted aides. Although their voices were kept low, the spiritual avatar still caught keywords such as back door, ventilation duct, mutated beast, and watch out for Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's face was grim as he and his subordinates counted the remaining supplies on the other side of the stronghold, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the corner where Lin Xian stood. When he saw Su Qingya being tended to by Dr. Zhang, a greedy and calculating look flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian ignored it all, focusing all his willpower on the slowly moving prototype of the physical avatar. Time passed amid concentration and pain. After an unknown length of time, the physical avatar prototype finally reached its target, the edge of the broken table. It hovered over the book Basic Body Conditioning Technique Fragment 1 like an invisible ghost. But a new problem arose, it was too fragile. Forget about turning the heavy pages, Lin Xian even doubted whether it could withstand the faint energy field emitted by the pages. What to do? Lin Xian felt his heart sink. Could it be that the prototype formed after exhausting all his mental energy couldn't even take the first step? At that moment, the spiritual avatar captured a detail. The damaged ancient book's cover was torn, and a page corner was folded back, revealing a small part of the next page, a passage describing the qi sinking to the dantian in breathing and exhalation, along with a crude diagram illustrating the flow of aura. Opportunity has come. A gleam of sharp light shone in Lin Xian's eyes. He no longer forced the page to turn, but concentrated his mind on the embryonic form of the physical manifestation, compressing and condensing the shape to the limit. The blurry humanoid outline instantly collapsed, transforming into an energy point smaller than a grain of rice, more condensed, and almost transparent. The transformation caused intense pain. Lin Xian let out a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion turned as pale as paper. But the effect was remarkable. This energy point, condensed with all his spirit and the protective power of the jade slip, acted like a tiny probe, silently touching the rolled-up corner of the page, precisely aligning with the words and diagram about qi sinking into the dantian. A stream of consciousness far clearer and more direct than the previous spiritual manifestation's reading, surged instantly along the mental threads into the sea of consciousness. This was no longer a vague image or guesswork but the faint Tao resonance contained in the text itself, the real trajectory of spiritual energy flowing through the human body, indicated by the lines in the crude schematic. She is the essence of heaven and earth, stored in the dantian, slowly guided, extending like a thread. Focus your intention 3 inches below the navel, as if guarding but not really guarding, neither forgetting nor aiding. The breath flows like silkworms spinning silk in spring, continuous and unbroken. As these thoughts surged into his mind, a brand new chi circulation path naturally unfolded within his body, much smoother than when he had previously explored it. The faint breath in the dantian instantly became active, flowing along the correct route. The pain significantly lessened, replaced by a pleasant feeling after the soreness, numbness, and swelling. From the wounds on his arms, especially the bone fracture on his left hand, clear tingling arose, and the healing speed noticeably increased. This is the true beginning. Even if it is just a fragment from the incomplete text, its value is beyond imagination. Lin Xian was ecstatic. The Halwazai Sutra, combined with the Jade Slip, seemed tailor-made for him. The spiritual avatar was responsible for reconnaissance and analysis, while the physical avatar carried out the crucial contact and imprinting, directly transmitting the Tao from the ancient text to the true body. He greedily absorbed this hard-won insight, struggling to suppress dizziness as he controlled the rice grain-sized energy point, pressing it tightly against the curled corner of the book. Like the most devoted apprentice, he drew in the faint Tao resonance flowing through the pages. Time passed bit by bit. The base gradually fell silent, and the exhausted survivors slipped back into uneasy sleep. Over at Shirley's side, it seemed the discussion had concluded. The warriors silently tidied their gear and checked their weapons, preparing for the night's operation. Zhao Hu stopped counting and led his men to a relatively clean spot to sit and rest. His triangular eyes were half closed, but his pupils twitched slightly, as if plotting something. Lin Xinzheng was immersed in the insight of qi sinking to the dantian, the flow of energy within his body becoming increasingly smooth, and his spirit slightly restored by the nourishment of the jade slip. Brother Lin? Old Chen? Wake up, we're about to set off. Shirley's deep and powerful voice sounded. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, the fatigue still heavy in them but now mixed with a trace of sharpness. He calmly severed the connection with his physical avatar, the grain of rice-sized energy point instantly dissipated, transforming into a faint spiritual force that returned to his sea of consciousness, bringing a slight dizziness. His spiritual avatar also quietly drifted back, suspended within the sea of consciousness, silently recording the insights just gained. Brother Sure. Lin Xian hoarsely responded and slowly stood up. His body was still weak, the wounds aching faintly, but the new energy flow within nourished his muscles and bones like a stream, bringing slight strength. Chen Mo also woke up, his face pale but his eyes clear. Su Qingya was still unconscious, her breathing weak but steady, with Dr. Zhang attending by her side. Warehouse operation, begin now. Shirley announced briefly, followed by 6 rugged fighters behind him, weapons in hand, expressions solemn. The elegant young lady is being cared for by the doctor. Brother Lin, Old Chen, are you still able to manage? He looked at Lin Xian's pale face and Chen Mo's weak appearance with concern. No problem, this old bone can still be used. Chen Mo steadied himself against the wall and stood up, his voice was quiet but resolute. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 6 soldiers behind Shirley before finally looking at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, who had opened his eyes at some unknown point, approached with 4 trusted men, a fake smile on his face. Captain Sure, how can you lead me out of the operation? The warehouse is a critical area, more people, more strength. Zhao Hu said with a hidden dagger behind his smile, his eyes scanning Lin Xian and Chen Mo. But these 2, one is old and weak, the other sick and disabled. Bringing them along might be a burden. If something inside gets startled, everyone is in danger. Zhao Hu, stop talking nonsense. A young soldier behind Shirley angrily said, Brother Lin just saved everyone. Exactly. Old Chen is very knowledgeable and might be able to help, another soldier chimed in. Shirley raised his hand to stop them, coldly glaring at Zhao Hu. The warehouse is public property, everyone has the right to go. Brother Lin and Old Chen are helpers I invited. If you go, manage your people properly and don't cause trouble. His tone was resolute, his presence intimidating. Zhao Hu's eyes showed ruthlessness, but his smile remained unchanged. Fine, Captain Shi's word is final. But let's be clear, if anyone causes trouble and damage, they will be held responsible. He cast a pointed glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained expressionless, ignoring Zhao Hu's provocation. His spiritual avatar secretly locked onto the handgun bulging at Zhao Hu's waist and the half-length powerful flashlight in his backpack. Move out. Shirley waved his hand, leading the way towards the back of the stronghold. Behind the stronghold was the employee passage and unloading area, leading to the underground warehouse. The heavy fire door had been violently broken, revealing a black hole. A cold wind mixed with the stench of mold, blood, and animals hit them, making them nauseous. Shirley led the way, followed closely by two warriors holding powerful flashlights and makeshift shields. Next were Lin Xian and Chen Mo, then four more warriors, with Zhao Hu and his 4 men at the rear. Zhao Hu's team was clearly lagging behind. The corridor was pitch black, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with dust and the smell of blood. Debris and dried black blood were scattered on the ground. The walls were covered with deep claw marks and impact dents, telling the tale of past brutality. The spiritual avatar silently scouted ahead, feeding back scenes from about 10 meters forward. Broken bones lay scattered on the ground, tufts of hair remained in the corners, and the scent of mutated beasts grew stronger in the air. This was definitely no place of peace. Watch out for broken bones, Lin Xian whispered a warning. The soldier at the front shone his flashlight and indeed saw several bones bleached white from being stepped on. He immediately carefully circled around them. Shirley glanced back at Lin Xian, surprise and recognition evident in his eyes. Turn left ahead, that's the main entrance to the warehouse. Shirley lowered his voice and said, the main entrance is blocked by collapsed shelves. We'll take the side maintenance duct. It's very narrow, only one person can pass at a time. Everyone stay close and remain alert. The team moved silently through the darkness, the atmosphere tense like a drawn bowstring. Only the sound of breathing and footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Lin Xian's spiritual manifestation was the first to probe into the duct opening. It was a circular metal duct about 1 meter in diameter, slanting downwards. The entrance was rust-stained, emitting a pungent smell of rust and blood. The inner wall of the duct was slippery, covered with dark green moss and viscous secretions. Wait! Shirley was about to crawl in when Lin Xian suddenly spoke, his voice heavy. The spiritual manifestation had found a few drops of still wet dark red liquid a few meters inside the duct, carrying a faint metallic smell. There are fresh bloodstains inside, and mucus. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Everyone immediately became alert. Shirley signaled to stop, shining his flashlight into the dark depths. Zhao Hu and his subordinates stepped back, gripping their weapons tightly. There really is something. Shirley gritted his teeth, his expression serious. Brother Lin, sharp eyes. Prepare for battle. I'll lead, Xiaoli and Xiao Wang follow closely, everyone else guard the entrance and be ready to support at any time. He took a deep breath, his burly body crouching slightly as a faint earth-yellow glow appeared on his skin, like wearing armor made of rock. Holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, he bent forward and was the first to enter the tunnel. Lin Xian followed closely behind. Upon entering, a strong stench of blood and rust hit him, suffocating. The pipes were slippery and cold, with sticky filth underfoot. He gritted his teeth and endured, his spiritual form sharply scanning ahead. The pipeline descended more than 20 meters, and a corner appeared ahead. His spiritual form peeked around the corner, immediately transmitting a horrifying scene. The cold gun barrels and sharp blades flickered in the dim firelight, exuding a clear murderous intent and greed. Zhao Hu's face twisted with excitement and cruelty, blocking the only escape route. Behind them, the giant lizard's roars and crashing sounds drew near like thunder, death looming close. Zhao Hu! What exactly are you trying to do? Shirley handed the weak Xiao Wang to Xiaoli, his burly figure standing in front of Lin Xian and Chen Mo, his body surface glowing faintly again, like a last line of defense. He glared fiercely, his voice heavy, the monsters are coming fast behind us, do you want to get everyone killed? What? Zhao Hu sneered, pointing the gun at Shirley's chest. Captain Sure, stop beating around the bush. You guys have got some good stuff, haven't you? Sparkling jade, ancient books, or something. Hand it over nicely, or don't blame me for being rude. Otherwise, his voice dragged on, the gun barrel slightly lowering to point at Shirley's knee, you'll be left to feed the lizards. The three henchmen behind him also showed fierce grins, their machetes glinting coldly as they closed in. Nonsense! Those are public property of the base, life-saving stuff. Shirley roared, his fists cracking, almost wanting to rush forward and tear Zhao Hu apart. Public property? Ha ha! Zhao Hu sneered coldly. In this world, whoever gets it owns it. Don't think your little breakthroughs mean anything when I've got a gun. Be smart, throw the stuff over, or you'll be the first to die. The giant lizard behind roared closer and closer, the pipe shaking continuously, time running out. Lin Xian supported the almost exhausted Chen Mo, leaning against the cold pipe wall, breathing heavily. The toxin paralysis had not faded, the mental exhaustion brought tearing pain, every breath burning his chest and abdomen. But his eyes were as calm as a cold pool. Though his spiritual avatar was dim, it still scanned the situation, Zhao Hu and three others, 3 guns, Zhao Hu and 2 subordinates, 1 machete. They were spread out, with Zhao Hu at the core. The pipeline was narrow, only one person could pass at a time, a force charge meant being a sitting target. The giant lizard was less than 30 meters away, its breath surging like a tide. What to do? Fight head-on? Shirley might withstand a few shots, but himself, Chen Mo, Xiao Li, and Xiao Wang were all nearly done for, certain death. Surrender the item? Zhao Hu was ruthless, once he got the item, he wouldn't let them go. A crazy idea rapidly took shape in Lin Xian's intense pain, taking a gamble, betting on Zhao Hu's greed and fear, betting on the fragile spiritual entity he had just formed. Brother Sure. Spirit Jade, Lin Xian's voice was weak and urgent, carrying a painful rhythm. He struggled to raise his uninjured right hand, trembling as he pointed to the slightly bulging area in Shirley's arms, where the Emerald Spirit Jade and the I Ching Nang hand scroll/eye were located. His body slightly recoiled, as if seeking protection while blocking part of Zhao Hu's view. At that moment, the millet-sized entity inside Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, nearly shattered by spiritual backlash, was forcibly condensed using the last bit of coolness and resolute will protected by the jade slip. It silently slipped out from Lin Xian's shadow, closely hugging the floor and the wall's shadow, drifting slowly but steadily like dust toward the stronghold behind Zhao Hu and the others. The distance was close, only a few meters. But Lin Xian felt as if his soul was being crushed by a millstone, his vision darkening, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and persevered, maintaining this faint connection. Zhao Hu was drawn in by Lin Xian's actions and words, especially the words spiritual jade, which caused a surge of greed in his eyes. He followed the direction of Lin Xian's finger, staring intently at Shirley's chest. Throw the spiritual jade over. Quickly! Zhao Hu ordered sharply, his gun barrel trembling slightly with excitement. At that moment, a faint but distinct sound of rats gnawing, squeak squeak squeak, came from inside the base behind Zhao Hu and the others, approaching the trading area. Though quiet, the sound was particularly piercing in the tense silence. Rats? One of Zhao Hu's men behind him suddenly shuddered and looked back in fear, the terrifying memory of the rat swarm being awakened. Damn it! Where did this rat come from? Another subordinate gripped his gun tightly, on high alert. Zhao Hu felt a surge of tension in his chest. Having just dealt with a rat infestation, could another rat have sneaked in? Distracted instinctively, his gaze swept toward the dark corner where the sound came from. At that moment, attack! Lin Xian shouted at the top of his lungs. This roar was both a signal and a reminder for Shirley. Already primed and burning with rage, Shirley was like a powder keg ignited. Regardless of whether the rat noise was real or not, Lin Xian's shout was an order. A soil-yellow aura exploded from his body to its peak, resembling a wild giant elephant charged with thunderous might, fiercely crashing toward Zhao Hu in front of him. His left hand clenched into a fist, smashing at Zhao Hu's gun-wielding wrist, while his right hand swiftly reached for the black compact crossbow at his waist. Suicide! Zhao Hu was startled by the sudden furious charge, but reacted quickly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he was about to pull the trigger. However, just as his finger was about to press down, a sharp, stabbing pain like a steel needle pierced into his temple. Ah! Zhao Hu let out a muffled groan, his vision suddenly darkening, and the trigger pull slowed slightly. Lin Xian was at it again. As Shirlei charged, he squeezed out the last bit of his mental strength to send a precise mental interference to Zhao Hu. This delay of less than half a second decided life or death. Bang! Shirlei's fist smashed hard onto the wrist of Zhao Hu's gun-holding hand. Bones cracked. Zhao Hu screamed in pain, the handgun flying out. Shirlei's shoulder then collided with Zhao Hu's chest. Zhao Hu was hit like a truck, flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth, crashing heavily into the rear shelves, which were smashed to pieces, his fate unknown. Brother Hu! Zhao Hu's men were terrified. After knocking Zhao Hu flying, Shirlei didn't hesitate to rush out of the pipe entrance, drawing a black pocket crossbow with his right hand, aiming at the nearest armed henchman, and pulling the trigger. The crossbow bolt sliced through the dim light, hitting the opponent's throat with precision. The henchman froze in horror, made a strange sound, and collapsed, his face rapidly turning blue-black. Run! Shirlei shouted, turning the crossbow to aim at the other two stunned henchmen. Shaoli dragged the injured Xiao Wang, tumbling and crawling out of the pipe. Lin Xian forced himself up, half supporting and half dragging Chen Mo closely behind. Stop them! Kill them! The two remaining henchmen snapped back, one firing his gun, the other swinging a machete toward Lin Xian and Chen Mo. Shirlei was about to shoot but felt his arm grow heavy, his strength rapidly fading, and his movements slowed by a beat. The knife-wielding thug was about to pounce on Lin Xian. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he suddenly pushed Chen Mo aside, letting him get close to Shaoli, while he himself faced the blade. Using up his remaining strength, he dodged sideways according to the basic body taming technique and twisted sharply. The blade scraped under his ribs, drawing blood, pain surged, but Lin Xian showed no change in expression. His right leg whipped like a scorpion's tail, fiercely kicking the thug's crotch. Ah! The thug screamed miserably, his eyes bulging, his face instantly turning blue and purple. The broadsword dropped to the ground, he clutched his crotch with both hands, curled up on the floor, and howled in pain. At that moment, Lin Xian felt a chilling killing intent locking onto him. It was that gunman's subordinate. He gave up shooting Shirlei and turned the gun toward Lin Xian, whose stance was unstable after the recent kick. Lin Xian felt a sinking heart, his old strength was exhausted, and new strength had yet to arise, he had no time to dodge. The gunshot rang out. But it wasn't Lin Xian who fell. At the exact moment the subordinate pulled the trigger, a figure appeared like a ghost from the side, colliding with his arm. It was the pale-faced little girl's mother. She had somehow woken up, and seeing the life or death scene, she burst forth with astonishing courage. The bullet went off course, whizzing past Lin Xian's head and embedding itself in the wall. The gunman's subordinate roared in fury and turned the gun to shoot her. Shirlei roared like thunder, steadied his arm, and fired a dark blue crossbow bolt once more. The bolt pierced precisely through the gunman's subordinate's temple, he stiffened and collapsed to the ground, the ferocity in his eyes extinguished. The battle ended instantly. Zhao Hu was severely wounded and unconscious, of the three subordinates, two were dead and one injured. The other survivors were frightened by the bloody scene and fled to a safe distance. Quick, block the pipeline entrance! Shirlei shouted, and the soldiers hurriedly piled heavy objects to seal the repair pipe entrance. Just as they were placing the last steel plate, a loud rumble came from deep within the pipeline, and the ground shook violently. The debris blocking the entrance bulged out, it was the poison-crazed giant lizard chasing after them. It slammed against the barrier, roaring wildly, but the steel plate and debris held it off for the moment. The crisis was temporarily averted. Shirlei, Lin Xian, Chen Mo, Shaoli, Xiao Wang, and the brave woman all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, covered in wounds, utterly exhausted. Brother Lin. Old Chen, thank you. Shirlei looked at Lin Xian's wound oozing blood under his ribs and Chen Mo's pale face, feeling grateful and terrified. Without Lin Xian's warning and interference, and without old Chen's righteous spirit, they would have died long ago. Lin Xian shook his head, too weak even to speak. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the cold wall, and took the jade-like, verdant and smooth spirit jade from Shirley's hand. A pure and gentle coolness flowed like spring water into his parched meridians and spiritual sea, nourishing his damaged body, soothing his mental wounds, and even significantly easing the fiery pain from his knife wounds. What surprised Lin Xian even more was that the spiritual incarnation and physical incarnation prototypes in his spiritual sea, which had dimmed and nearly dissipated due to overexertion, rapidly became solid and bright under the nourishment of this dense spiritual energy, like drought-stricken land receiving sweet rain. The jade slip vibrated slightly, greedily absorbing energy, radiating an even cooler and more comfortable aura. This spirit jade is absolutely a cultivation treasure. Overjoyed, Lin Xian was about to hand the spirit jade to Chen Mo, so he could recover as well. What's going on? Who fired a gun inside the base, and even killed someone? A cold, displeased voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted like a tide, and a young man dressed in an exquisite black tracksuit, handsome and with a cold aura, slowly walked forward accompanied by two bodyguards with steady breath and sharp eyes. This was Yi Lingtian, the direct heir of the Yi family. His gaze scanned the tragic scene of Zhao Hu and the others on the ground like a hawk, his brows tightly furrowed. When his eyes fell on Shirley, they lingered for a moment, seemingly surprised by the faint yellowish glow left on his body. Finally, his gaze settled on the spirit jade in Lin Xian's hand, which radiated a gentle green light, revealing an unmistakable mix of shock and intense possessiveness in his eyes. At the instant this cyan mist-like little figure appeared, the Yi family bodyguard reached out to grab Lin Xian's throat, the claw covered with lethal fierce energy less than 10 centimeters away. A sinister smile appeared on his face, determined to succeed. The cyan figure swayed slightly, a faint yet pure life force wave spreading out, containing the profound secrets of the Qingnong notes. The wave carried no offensive power but precisely swept through the key blood and energy channels inside the bodyguard that sustained his fierce energy and attacks. Like a fine needle lightly tapping the gap of a rapidly spinning gear, the fierce energy inside the bodyguard suddenly stalled, as if a precision machine had jammed. Although the pause lasted less than a second, it caused the deadly fingertip fierce energy to become disordered and misaligned. In a battle between experts, the difference lies in this fraction of a moment. The finger, sharp enough to pierce metal and stone, missed Lin Xian's throat, only grazing the side of his neck, pulling away a few strands of hair and drops of blood, and deeply gouging the cement ground by his shoulder, scattering fragments of stone. The grimace on the bodyguard's face instantly froze, turning into indescribable disbelief. How could he have missed? What was the cause of the sudden stall just now? Lin Xian took advantage of the moment to roll away fiercely out of the attack range, roaring, "Quick!" towards the crack. Shaoli woke as if from a dream, desperation to survive flashing in his eyes. With one hand supporting the severely injured Chen Mo, and the other pulling the still stunned Xiao Wang, he delivered a vicious kick sending an empty metal bucket flying toward the bodyguard, then without looking back, rushed toward the crack leading down to the ground on the other side of the parking lot. Seeking death, the bodyguard shouted angrily, easily swatting away the trash can and getting ready to pounce on Lin Xian again. Lin Xian's consciousness was dim, forcing himself to give one last order to the shaking, barely formed little blue mist figure hovering above his head. The palm-sized water mist avatar seemed to sense his resolute will, clumsily swaying as it drifted toward the bodyguard, moving as slowly as a snail, as if a gust of wind could scatter it. It directly aimed for the bodyguard's eyes, which flickered with anger. Playing tricks, the bodyguard sneered coldly. Although he was puzzled by the stagnation just now, what he felt more was the anger of being mocked. He swung a palm forward, whipping up a fierce gust of wind, swiping at the fragile water mist avatar like swatting a fly. The moment the palm wind was about to touch the avatar, the water mist suddenly shrank abruptly, dissipating like a small water bubble bursting. An invisible ripple mixed with the scent of anesthetic herbs and mental shock rapidly spread, covering a radius of 2 to 3 meters. This aura was so faint it was almost imperceptible, at most making the bodyguard's nose slightly itchy and causing a brief mental daze. But it was precisely this momentary pause that gave Lin Xian an opportunity. He scrambled and rolled, rushing to the crack space, with Shaoli, Chen Mo, and Xiao Wang close behind. "Go up!" Lin Xian shouted, lifting Chen Mo, who was moving the slowest. The bodyguards had just snapped out of their daze and saw several people had already climbed halfway up. With faces pale as death, they shot up like cannonballs, intending to pursue. "Look above!" Lin Xian suddenly warned. The bodyguards looked up and saw a large, loose piece of concrete swaying in the wind above the crack, emitting a piercing creaking sound. The bodyguard's pupils contracted tightly, knowing that being hit by this stone would have extremely serious consequences. His pursuit action paused for a moment. It was precisely this brief hesitation that allowed Xiaoli to forcefully push Chen Mo onto the edge of the crack, and he himself climbed up as well, with Xiao Wan closely following, and Lin Xin climbing last. Murderous intent burst from the bodyguard's eyes as he disregarded the danger and tried to force his way through. At that moment, a fierce roar came from the escape passage they had just used, accompanied by crashing sounds and screams. The poison and maddened giant lizard had broken through the barrier and was rampaging toward the parking lot. The bodyguard's face changed drastically. He could kill Lin Xian and the others, but against this raging giant lizard, he was no match. Protecting Yi Xiao's safety was the top priority. Instantly weighing the pros and cons, he said coldly, "Consider yourselves lucky." Abandoning the pursuit, he vanished in a flash and sprinted toward the stronghold, ensuring Yi Lingtian's safety. The cold night wind cut like a knife against his face, and the tense atmosphere lingered in the air for a long time. Lin Xian and the others lay miserably on the edge of the crack. Below them the underground parking lot was as dark as a beast's mouth. In the distance, the stronghold blazed with fire, accompanied by the giant lizards roaring and human screams. They survived the ordeal, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily, greedily inhaling the cold air of freedom. Xiaoli and Xiao Wang had multiple wounds that had split open, the pain making them grit their teeth. Chen Mo's shoulder bled uncontrollably, his face pale, supported only by willpower. Su Qingya remained unconscious, her breath faint. Lin Xian was covered in wounds, mentally exhausted, his head pounding fiercely, unable even to move a finger. "We made it out?" Xiaoli gasped, his voice trembling. For now, Lin Xian struggled to utter the two words, his gaze sweeping over this wasteland of a city that looked like an apocalypse graveyard. The collapsed skyscrapers resembled giant skeletons, twisted steel rods piercing through chunks of concrete. The streets were littered with rubble, scrapped vehicles, and nameless bones. In the distant darkness, the low growls of mutant beasts quietly echoed. This place was 100 times more dangerous than their base. "Xiao Li. Xiao Wang. Protect old Chen and Qingya. Take cover." Lin Xian growled, struggling to stand, stuffing the heavily cracked spirit jade into his bosom, tightly gripping the only remaining short-handled fire axe in his left hand, while his right hand instinctively reached toward his waist. The powerful black pocket crossbow had been lost during the escape. "Lin. Brother Lin." Xiaoli and Xiaowang's legs went weak when they saw the dozen or so fierce mountain lions surrounding them, but they gritted their teeth and picked up the broken stones and bent steel rods on the ground to block in front of Chen Mo and the still sorrowful, sword-chi-filled Su Qingya. Chen Mo struggled to stand, his face serious, trying to gather literary chi, but the severe pain in his shoulder and exhaustion made it impossible to concentrate, so he could only clench his fists tightly. "Hiss-ow!" The large iron-clawed king mountain lion leading them screamed sharply, like a battle horn. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of dark brown figures shot out from all directions like arrows released from a bow. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Sharp steel claws tore through the air, aiming straight for everyone's vital points. Especially Su Qingya, who emitted an enticing aura, attracting over half the attacks. "Get lost!" A fierce gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The energy of the basic body refining technique surged into his legs as he suddenly crouched and slid sideways, narrowly dodging the pounce of two lynxes. The firefighter's axe cut through the air, striking fiercely at the waist and abdomen of the third lynx. Squelch! The axe blade bit into the scaly armor with a dull tearing sound, spraying the stinky blood of the beast. But the lynx's scaly armor was extremely tough, and this strike wasn't fatal, it only provoked its ferocity. It howled miserably, rolling over and pouncing even more wildly. Elsewhere, Xiaoli and Xiao Wan were also fighting fiercely. Xiao Wang smashed a lynx's claw with a rebar, breaking it, but another lynx stealthily attacked from the side, its claw slicing open a deep, bone-exposed gash on his back, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground. Xiaoli roared and hurled a stone to drive one away but was struck hard in the chest by a bony spike on the lynx king's tail. His whole body flew out like a broken sack, slamming against a barricade, blood spurting from his mouth. Xiao Li. Xiao Wang. Chen Mo's eyes blazed with anger, but he was powerless to help. More bobcats pounced on the defenseless, still crying Su Qingya. That fierce sword intent could only passively cut through objects that came close, it could not form an effective defense. Seeing that Su Qingya was about to die on the spot, Lin Xian was tightly entangled by 3 bobcats, and rescue was not coming in time. He was anxious and distressed, and a ruthless thought surged in his mind. He bit his tongue, the intense pain stimulating his nearly collapsing spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the cool aura of the jade slip was completely drained, and the final trace of coolness from the cracked spirit jade transformed into a pure energy torrent. He did not use this force to attack but instead divided it along with his last bit of spiritual power into 2 parts. One part was forcefully infused into the energy of the basic body strengthening technique, causing the left firefighting axe to instantly glow like jade. Lin Xian roared angrily, no longer dodging, braving a claw hit. Blood gushed from his shoulder, but he used the axe's edge to split open the lynx's skull, brain matter splattering. The other part of the energy and spiritual power was injected into the spiritual avatar within the sea of consciousness. The spiritual avatar shone brilliantly, leaving the sea of consciousness and transforming into a streak of light swiftly flying toward the northwest, the place where the beast pack was gathering. Lin Xian fought to the death in his physical form while his spiritual avatar scouted far ahead, operating on 2 fronts simultaneously, his ultimate strategy in a desperate situation. The spiritual avatar swiftly swept over the ruins, collapsed skyscrapers stood like giant tombstones, burning cars emitted a foul stench, bones lay everywhere, and an apocalyptic silence prevailed. The further northwest he ventured, the stranger the scene became, with dense waves of beasts gathering in astonishing numbers. 2 or 3 kilometers away, atop the city center ruins, hundreds, if not thousands, of mutant beasts converged. The iron-clawed lynx was just one type, there were also land-shattering rhinoceroses the size of small cars with thick armored bones, with ribbed flesh wings and corrosive saliva dripping from their mouths, blood-toothed hyenas as swift as the wind with eyes glowing red. Dozens of natural enemies had gathered in one place, growling restlessly, their gazes all fixed toward the distant northwest, as if waiting for something. What shocked Lin Xian even more was that several beast kings in the center of the herd were enormous in size, exuding terrifying auras, with several tattered, faintly glowing book pages floating above their heads. The materials of those book pages varied, some resembled ancient parchment, others like thin metal sheets, all inscribed with twisted and incomprehensible runes. Chaotic, violent, murderous spiritual fluctuations surged from these ancient book fragments, like invisible batons conducting the massive beast herd below. These torn pages contain fragments of a certain beast control or bloodthirsty law. Someone is manipulating this group of beasts. Lin Xian felt a chill. This was by no means a natural phenomenon but a premeditated gathering, likely targeting the Dawn City or Longyuan City mentioned in the broadcast. At this moment, his spiritual avatar swept across a dilapidated building at the edge of the square, a ruin with only 3 floors left, hanging with a half-broken sign that read City Library. Lin Xian's main body shuddered suddenly when he spotted a faint yet pure white spiritual light behind the broken window on the library's 2nd floor. That spiritual light was utterly different from the martial energy and blood, the righteous literary spirit, or the vitality of medical arts he had seen before. It carried an ethereal and distant rhythm, as if it could cleanse the soul. Musical ancient text? Or some kind of literary classic? This discovery was like lightning in the darkness. Obtaining it would be profoundly significant. Roar! Just as Lin Xian's spirit was stirred by the discovery of the spiritual light, the Ironclaw Lynx King seized the opportunity, ghost-like, and circled behind him. That gleaming metallic tail spine, accompanied by a piercing whistle, stabbed toward Lin Xian's unguarded nape like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave. A deadly crisis suddenly descended. The bone spine tore through the air, casting a shadow of death over Lin Xian's nape. He was just shaken by his spiritual avatar, with old strength spent and new strength not yet born, his body stiff to the extreme. The Ironclaw Lynx King's eyes glinted with cruel cunning. This strike was sure to succeed. Lin Xian! Chen Mo cried out in despair. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang exchanged angry glares but were too late to intervene. At the critical moment, suddenly a clear and ethereal sound of the Qin rang out, like jade striking jade, piercing the soul. Though not grand, the Qin's sound overwhelmed the wind and beast roars, clearly reaching everyone's ears and penetrating deep into the consciousness of each Iron Claw lynx. It was Su Qingya. She had stopped crying at some unknown point. A pure white spiritual light flashed in her hollow, dazed eyes. She unconsciously raised her hand, as if plucking the strings of an invisible piano, and gently strummed. Buzz! Sound wave ripples rapidly spread outward from her as the center. The first to bear the brunt was the Lynx King, who was about to pierce Lin Xian's back. Howl! The Lynx King's vertical pupils sharply contracted, as if its soul had been struck by an invisible heavy hammer. It froze instantly the moment it lunged, its bone spike stopping dead less than an inch from Lin Xian's skin. It howled in pain and confusion, its massive body staggering as if drunk. Not just it. The iron-clawed lynxes rushing from all around also suddenly slowed and faltered in their movements under the ethereal sound of the zither. The fierce light in their eyes was replaced by confusion and instinctive fear, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The way of music. Mental interference. Under the life and death pressure and the blessing of the transparent sword body, Su Qingya, without a teacher, actually managed to draw upon the faint musical spiritual energy of heaven and earth and unleashed the most basic sound attack. At this critical moment, Lin Xian was pulled back from the brink of death. He had no time to think about Su Qingya's change and instinctively seized the opportunity. Enduring the sharp pain in his shoulder and ribs, he lunged forward and flipped like a boneless fish, clumsily but successfully evading the bone spike's attack from the Lynx King. At the same time, the fire axe in his hand used leverage to strike upward, carrying the lingering power of the jade's sharpness, fiercely chopping the Lynx King's soft abdomen exposed due to its stiffness. The axe blade plunged deeply, and scalding beast blood gushed out. Roar! The Lynx King let out a miserable howl, the intense pain sobering it up, but due to the severe internal injuries, it completely lost its combat ability, its massive body crashing down with violent convulsions. The leader was severely wounded, and coupled with the eerie sound of the zither, it completely shattered the remaining ferocity of the Iron Claw bobcats. They whimpered in terror, tucked their tails, and retreated like a tide into the shadows of the ruins, vanishing without a trace. The crisis was temporarily averted. Huff, huff. Lin Xian knelt on one knee, leaning on the blood-stained fire axe, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with blood sliding down his forehead. That strike just now had almost drained his last ounce of strength. Qingya! You! Shaoli and Xiao Wang, having survived the ordeal, looked at Su Qingya with joy and concern. At this moment, the white spiritual light in Su Qingya's eyes had faded, replaced by deep fatigue and confusion. She looked at her trembling fingers, then at the fallen Lynx King and her bloodied companions, seeming not to understand what had just happened. The sound originates from the heart, and the sword intent transforms into strings. The transparent sword body is truly marvelous, Chen Mo exclaimed in awe, yet also fearful as he looked at her. Qingya, how do you feel? I don't know, Su Qingya's voice was hoarse and weak. Just now, it felt like I heard many sounds, chaotic, unbearable, and then I just wanted them to stop. She was referring to the lynx's roars and killing intent. This is the way of musical rhythm. Lin Xian struggled to stand and walked to her side, his gaze complicated. You have a rare talent. That strike just now saved all of us. He was shocked in his heart. Su Qingya's transparent sword heart could not only summon sword intent but also resonate with musical rhythm. Such potential was terrifying. Su Qingya's face turned pale, showing a trace of confusion. Now is not the time for explanations. Lin Xian suppressed his emotions, his expression grave as he looked northwest. The beast pack is coming again. Thousands upon thousands of mutated beasts are gathering toward the northwest. Someone is controlling them with special power-infused pages. The target is very likely the base city. We must evacuate immediately. Once the beast pack moves, death is inevitable for us. What? Chen Mo, Shaoli, and Xiao Wang's faces turned pale. Thousands of mutated beasts, and someone is controlling them? This is an utter disaster. I'm fine, I won't die, Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. He forced himself to stand steadily, his gaze sharp like a hawk, locking onto the scar-faced bald man struggling on the ground in pain. He staggered over, completely ignoring the other's resentful and fearful gaze, and slammed his foot hard onto the scar-faced bald man's intact left wrist. Crack! The sound of a wrist bone breaking rang out clearly. Ah! The scarred bald man's scream was abruptly cut off, the pain nearly causing him to faint, leaving only intermittent gasps. Lin Xian bent down, expressionless as he picked up the fallen machete. The cold blade pressed against the man's throat, his voice as cold as the winter wind. "Do you want to die or live?" The scarred bald man trembled all over, the fear of death overwhelming everything. He stared at Lin Xian's merciless eyes in terror, firmly convinced that he was doomed to die in the next moment. "Live, spare my life." He was covered in tears, pleading unclearly. "The book, give it to me." Lin Xian exerted a little force, the blade scratching a thin blood mark on his neck. "Take it! Take it!" The scarred bald man used his last strength to throw out the basic array diagram explanation fragment tightly clenched in his left hand. Lin Xian caught it in one grab. The pages were as tough as beast hide, covered with complex runes and annotations drawn in cinnabar. Holding it, a steady earthly energy slowly transmitted, invigorating his spirit. "Speak! Was it you who orchestrated the beast herd gathering to the northwest? Where did the book fragments that control the beasts come from?" Lin Xian's blade did not waver, striking straight to the point. A flash of shock and confusion passed through the scarred bald man's eyes, followed by overwhelming fear. Not us. We don't have that ability." It was the Black Skull mercenary group. They looted an ancient Taoist temple a few days ago and stole several glowing, sinister book fragments. They used those to influence and even temporarily control weak mutated beasts. The abnormal beast herd gathering this time is definitely their doing. They said they're planning a big move, gifting Dawn City a big present. That's all I know, spare my life. Black Skull mercenaries? Ancient Taoist manuscript fragments? A gift to Dawn City? A chill rose in Lin Xian's heart as he quickly pieced the information together, realizing this was no ordinary thug's doing. The conspiracy behind it was shocking. "One last question," Lin Xian said coldly. "Besides this book and Tianyin Sanpu, is there anything else valuable in the library? Maps? Ancient texts?" "Maps. There's a secret compartment under the service desk on the first floor with detailed maps of Jiangcheng and the surrounding area. As for other books, they're all useless trash." Scar Baldi was afraid to lie and revealed everything. Lin Xian obtained the information he needed and moved the machete aside. He was not someone who killed for pleasure, but he also wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. "Disable his other hand and his Dantianshi Hai," Lin Xian instructed Shaoli and Xiao Wang, who struggled to stand. Although they were not fully healed, their eyes were full of awe as they looked at Lin Xian, covered in blood. "Yes." A fierce intent flashed in Shaoli and Xiao Wang's eyes as they grabbed the rebar and slammed it violently onto the scarred bald man's remaining wrist and dantian. Crack! Put! The scarred bald man let out a piercing, miserable scream before fainting. With both hands ruined and his dantian damaged, he was completely crippled in this apocalypse. When it was over, Lin Xian's taut nerves finally relaxed a bit, but waves of intense pain and exhaustion surged over him. His body swayed, nearly collapsing, but he was caught by the quick-reacting Chen Mo and Su Qingya. "Hurry! Treat the wounds first," Chen Mo said urgently. Lin Xian nodded, forcing himself to stay alert, his gaze falling on the worn reading desk. The Tianyin score emitting a gentle white glow lay quietly there. The second-floor library was filled with the scent of blood. The scarred bald man was silently wailing, only faint breaths remaining. Shaoli and Xiao Wang held back nausea and pain, dragging the two thug bodies to a corner and covering them with the debris of a collapsed bookshelf. The pressure to survive had numbed them to death. Lin Xian leaned against a relatively clean bookshelf and sat down, his back and left arm in severe pain, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Every breath tugged at his wounds, but his eyes remained sharp as he swiftly examined his injuries. The back injury was the worst, crushed by rebar until flesh and blood were torn apart, fortunately sparing the spine. His left arm was fractured, swollen, and deformed. Wounds on his shoulder, under his ribs, and side of his neck compounded, leaving him in very poor condition.
Brother Lin. Medicine. We found this.
Xiao Wang, enduring his leg injury, hobbled upstairs with a limp, holding a dust-covered first aid kit, along with mineral water and compressed biscuits obviously discarded by Scarbaldi's gang. In the apocalypse, medicine and food are more valuable than gold.
Qingya, clean the wound with water.
Xiao Wang, give me the alcohol and gauze, look for a splint or any rigid object. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse but steady as he spoke, pulling out the incomplete manuscript of Qing Nong handnotes from his chest pocket, quickly searching for simple bone-setting and anti-inflammatory herbal remedies. Su Qingya looked at the gruesome wound on Lin Xian's back, holding back nausea in tears, trembling as she carefully rinsed off the dirty blood in torn cloth with mineral water. Following instructions, Xiao Wang found a straight metal rod from the bookshelf and chopped it to a suitable length with a fire axe to make a temporary splint. Old Chen, take another look at the rune operations in this book. Basic array formation illustrated, fragments, especially the spirit gathering, protection, and concealment formations.
See if there are any materials we can use for setup. Lin Xian handed the book to Chen Mo.
Although this array formation book is only an introductory fragment, it is extremely valuable in the apocalyptic crisis.
All right, leave it to me.
Chen Mo took the book, a gleam of wisdom flickering in his eyes, concentrating as he flipped through the pages, searching for hope. Lin Xian took a deep breath, intently focused on the Tianyin scattering score. His spiritual avatar, though dim, greedily absorbed the symbols and annotations on the pages like a parched sponge.
A mane is neither silk nor bamboo, it is the rhythm of heaven and earth's nature.
The first style of the scattered score, Clear Mind Invocation, invokes the purity and spirit of heaven and earth, purifies the mind and spirit, dispels distractions, can slightly calm the mind and spirit, and resist external evil. The second style of the scattered score, Barrier Breaking Tone, condenses sound into needles, specifically breaking through energy barriers, mental interference, and illusory obstacles. The third style of the scattered score, Soul-Shaking Curse, uses melody to stimulate resonance of negative emotions, confuses the mind, and weakens fighting spirit. These mysterious words and charts surged into Lin Xian's mind. Although this book was not a complete technique, more like scattered introductory chapters from a supreme musical scripture, its concepts and techniques opened a new world for him. Especially the barrier-breaking tone, which was astonishingly similar to the method he used to find weak points in energy when breaking the solid earth formation. What shocked Lin Xian even more was that when he used his mind to understand the melody's trajectory, the jade slip in his sea of consciousness emitted a cool aura, as if it were translating and guiding, allowing him to comprehend the speed of the musical symbols exponentially. Could it be that the jade slip of the other transformation can also assist in understanding other great ancient scriptures? Lin Xian's heart swelled with joy. This might be the greatest tool for his future incarnation into billions and his comprehension of all the Tao.
Lin Xian. Qingxian, it might be useful to you, Su Qingya weakly interrupted his thoughts.
She had seen the description of Qingxian and knew that Lin Xian's injuries were severe, and his mind was damaged.
Lin Xian nodded.
Qingya, you have a high talent, so you might more easily resonate with the scattered spectrum's power. Try Qingxian, but don't force it, just feel its rhythm. Su Qingya looked at the chart, then glanced at Lin Xian's pale yet encouraging face, biting her lip lightly. She closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and gently plucked the void with delicate fingers, as if playing a zither string, feeling the invisible strings gently vibrate.
Ding! Dong!
This time it was not a harsh noise, but extremely clear and pure notes, like mountain spring water dripping into a deep pool, ethereal and pleasant to the ear. As the light sound played, Su Qingya emitted a gentle and peaceful aura all around her. Her brows slightly unfurrowed, and the pain and fatigue on her face seemed to ease a little. Buzz! Even more miraculous, the jade slip in Lin Xian's sea of consciousness seemed to be touched by this pure note, emitting a refreshing cool aura. Lin Xian felt an indescribable cool tranquility, like a gentle stream flowing along the aura of the jade slip into his nearly exhausted spiritual sea of consciousness. Those chaotic thoughts caused by intense pain and anger seemed to be softly smoothed by an invisible hand, instantly calming him considerably. Although his body still ached, the tension in his spirit was greatly relieved.
Effective. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight.
The Qing Xianyin combined with the jade slip had such a remarkable effect.
Su Qingya's talent in the way of music was truly extraordinary. He immediately focused his mind, guiding this cool tranquility to flow throughout his body. A miracle occurred.
Nourished by this state of mind, the absorption speed of spiritual energy by his internal basic body tempering technique quickened slightly.
Though subtle, it was extremely helpful for his injury recovery. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! Chen Mo put down the array manual, his eyes shining with excitement. The way of music can actually calm the mind, soothe the spirit, and aid cultivation. Qingxin Yin is extremely beneficial for Lin Xian's recovery. Elegant lady, please continue.
Chen Mo pointed to a page in the book and said, I also found a simple array technique, the small energy concealing array.
It only requires a few stones emitting faint earth-attributed spiritual energy.
When placed in specific positions and activated with runes, it can conceal aura and energy fluctuations, making it difficult for low-level mutated beasts to detect.
Earth-attributed stones? Xiao Li and Xiao Wang immediately got excited, enduring their pain as they began searching the second-floor library.
Before long, they found several yellow-colored, hard stones with an earthy smell near a collapsed bookshelf and in a corner.
These ordinary stones, nourished by spiritual energy, contained faint earth-attributed spiritual energy.
Under Chen Mo's guidance, everyone worked together to place the stones according to the simple formation diagram in the corner of the second floor. Chen Mo bit his fingertip painfully, using his blood as a guide to draw the core rune of conceal breath on the book, then placed the book in the formation.
Activate!
Chen Mo whispered sharply, mobilizing the last trace of his spiritual power to trigger the rune. Lin Xian's spiritual avatar took in everything at a glance, a chill rising sharply. The Black Skull Mercenary Corps, allied with the beast taming fragments and the spirit control disc, not only planned to attack the rock but also to loot supplies in the chaos and frame the beast tide, drawing away the main force of Dawn City, a truly sinister scheme. He was about to withdraw his spiritual avatar and carefully scout the direction of the rock when suddenly, a powerful wave of destructive and bloodthirsty spiritual energy burst forth from the page's fragment in the center of the square, like cold water splashing into a boiling oil pot.
Boom! The entire herd of beasts went completely mad. Roar! Howl! Hiss! Thousands of mutated beasts roared thunderously, their blood-red eyes flashing with rage.
Under the mental control of the book page fragments, they surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, crazily charging towards the Panchur base city, the northwest direction of the library where Lin Xian and the others were. The earth trembled violently, the air mourned, and beast roars swept through the ruins like a tsunami.
Rumble!
Several massive earth-shattering rhinos charged like runaway locomotives, crashing into the northwest wall of the library. Stones flew, dust filled the air. Inside the library, the concealment array flickered a few times before fading like a candle in the wind.
A strong scent of beast musk and murderous intent surged in an instant. Not good. The concealment array is broken.
Chen Mo's face changed drastically as he shouted.
Bang!
The wall collapsed, with rubble and steel bars falling down. A few agile iron-clawed lynxes and blood-toothed hyenas charged through the gap like black lightning, their crimson eyes full of a craving for flesh and blood.
Hold the breach!
Lin Xian shouted angrily. He had just broken through to the mid-stage of transcendence, his power surged, and his reactions became lightning fast. The moment the wall was broken, he sprang out like a leopard. Xiao Li didn't have a fire axe in his hand, but he grabbed a heavy metal bookshelf rod and swung it fiercely.
Bang!
The iron-clawed lynx was twisted and deformed from the heavy blow, its scream cut off before it even started, flying backward to crash into the wall, turning into a puddle of flesh and blood. The hard scales were as fragile as paper in the face of absolute force.
One strike to kill, incredibly fierce.
Hiss! The few monsters behind were stunned by the bloody scene, their movements faltering.
Li! Crossbow!
Lin Xian shouted angrily, both shield and spear.
Brother Lin, catch this! Xiao Li quickly threw the well-strung homemade crossbow and bolts.
Lin Xian caught it steadily with his left hand and, relying on his mid-level transcendent reaction and muscle control, precisely shot an arrow. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced through the open mouth of the blood-fawn hyena, striking the back of its head. The hyena whimpered and collapsed, its limbs twitching. Chingya! Barrier break! Distract the big one behind us! Lin Xian shouted sharply while fiercely striking the attacking monster with a metal rod. His spiritual avatar looked through the dust and saw more monsters pouring in from the breach. Even more terrifying, a massive earth-shattering rhino was shaking its head, preparing for a second charge. If it rushed in, the library would instantly become ruins. Su Qingya's face was pale, her heart racing, but she forced herself to stay calm. All the scores and annotations about barrier-breaking resonance from the Tianyin score flashed through her mind. She condensed the sound waves, sharp as needles, specifically designed to break through energy barriers and mental interference. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a piercing, shrill high-frequency sonic blast. This sound wave was not an ordinary diffusion, it was condensed by her musical talent and sword heart instinct into an almost transparent beam of sound, like an invisible spear, piercing through the dust and striking the forehead of the earth-shattering rhino. That layer of ochre energy armor, its innate protection, was instantly pierced by the sonic wave. Moo! The earth-shattering rhino let out a painful roar, its head jerking back sharply, its charging momentum was broken, and its body staggered backward. A flicker of confusion and pain flashed in its blood-red eyes. The barrier-breaking resonance not only destroyed the armor but also struck at its fragile spirit. This brief hesitation was enough for Lin Xian. He shouted, "Old Chen, form the formation." Rather than retreat, he pushed forward, charging straight through the gap. Chen Mo's hair and beard stood on end as he spat out a final mouthful of blood infused with literary energy, sprinkling it onto the formation eye on the basic formation diagram fragment. Blue stone, black stone, and earth-yellow stone all shone simultaneously, their three-colored beams intertwining to form a triangular light array covering the 10 meters in front of the gap, the Thorn Pit Formation. When the next wave of beasts surged in, trampling over the corpses, the ground suddenly collapsed, thick mud churning, with countless metal-cold spikes flickering up from the mud. Put! 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 The spikes pierced into the beast pack, and the scene instantly turned perilous. 7 or 8 iron-clawed lynxes and blood-toothed hyenas charged at the front, suddenly half their bodies sinking into the mire. Their tough scales and fur were torn by the metal barbs, blood instantly staining the mud red. They howled in agony, struggling, sinking deeper and deeper. The monsters behind were blocked by the trap, crowded at the gap, unable to pass through for the moment. Go! Jump down from the east window, quickly! Lin Xian acted without hesitation. The Thorn Pit Formation could only buy time, the earth-rending rhinos at the back were waking up, and the main force of the beast tide was roaring closer. Hum! A faint, almost imperceptible phantom slowly emerged from Lin Xian's body. The phantom was only half his size, its vague features like mist, floating half a foot ahead, its form flickering like a TV screen with unstable signals, ready to disappear at any moment. Success? Lin Xian endured the pain to stay calm, focusing hard to establish a connection with the phantom. Move. Move a little. The phantom flickered slightly, slowly and laboriously taking a step. That single step consumed a huge amount of his mental energy, making his vision darken as if he had been awake for 3 days and nights straight. This is a physical clone? Lin Xian was shocked. Far weaker than expected. Not to mention fighting, even maintaining it is extremely difficult. And the distance must not exceed 10 meters, or the mental link will weaken, causing the clone to collapse at any moment. Too many restrictions. But this is after all the first step. He controlled the fragile avatar, slowly approaching the edge of the shed, cautiously peeking out to observe outside the shantytown. Through the avatar's perspective, the world was covered by a gray, hazy filter. Although not clear, it was much more flexible than the actual body's view, allowing easy infiltration into cracks and blind spots. He saw a shifty-looking man secretly burying some compressed biscuits in a corner of mud inside the neighboring shack. He also saw a few well-dressed, fierce-looking fellows nearby extorting a newly arrived survivor. He further saw deep inside the shantytown, an area fenced off with wooden barriers, less dilapidated, with 2 lazy gun-wielding guards standing at the entrance. That place might be a trading post or a mission dispatch point. This information was extremely valuable. Despite a splitting headache and immense mental pressure, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. With this avatar, he could silently gather intelligence from safe corners and understand the rules and dangers of the shelter. This was a crucial step for them to establish a foothold in the apocalypse. Just as he was controlling the avatar, preparing to approach the suspected mission area to gather more information, a sharp exclamation suddenly rang out, "Hey! Look over there! What is that thing?" The voice pierced his mind like an ice pick. Lin Xian abruptly withdrew his consciousness. The dim avatar's shadow floating at the shack's entrance burst like a popped soap bubble with a pop, dissipating into imperceptible specks of light vanishing into the air. His body violently shook, and he couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned ashen. His brain felt like it was being stabbed by countless steel needles, the intense pain blackening his vision and nearly causing him to faint. The backlash from the forced interruption of the avatar was far more severe than he had imagined, and this was still the most basic and weakest physical avatar. Lin Xian. Brother Lin. Su Qingya and Shaoli and Xiao Wang hurried forward to support him. "It's nothing," Lin Xian swallowed down the churning blood and qi, his voice hoarse and weak. Overexertion of spiritual power, just need to rest a bit. He closed his eyes and practiced the basic body strengthening technique, mobilizing the blood and qi throughout his body to nourish his nearly depleted sea of consciousness, while guiding the cool aura emitted by the jade slip to repair it. Cautiously in his heart, although the avatar is powerful, the risk is too great and must be used with care. The one who had just shouted in alarm was a skinny middle-aged man. Rubbing his eyes, he pointed to the empty spot outside the shack where the phantom had disappeared moments ago and said with confusion, "Strange, I think I saw a pale shadow, but it vanished in an instant." "A shadow? Old Zhang, you must be seeing things from hunger," the fat woman cooking murky soup nearby mocked. "In this ghost place, besides a mouse shadow, what else could it be? Hurry up and think about how to snatch that half-piece of life-saving biscuit from tonight." "Yeah, my eyes must be playing tricks," old Zhang shook his head, feeling dizzy from hunger, mumbling as he walked away. In the shack, Lin Xian's nerves slightly relaxed, but the previous thrilling incident sounded an alarm bell. In this place full of all kinds of people, any abnormality could bring trouble, and his ability to transform could only be used as an absolute trump card, which had to be hidden well. He glanced at Chen Mo, who was still unconscious and breathing weakly, and at Su Qingya, who was staggering from forcibly using sound attacks, feeling even more anxious. He must get food and medicine as soon as possible. "Come out with me for a while." Lin Xian forced himself to stand up. Although his face was pale, his eyes had regained calm. His spirit was a bit steadier, and the pain had lessened. "Where to?" "Lin Gu, your wounds?" Shaoli asked worriedly. "The exchange, or the task point?" Lin Xian pointed to the fenced-off area they had just observed. "Relief food alone won't last long. Old Chen and Qingya both need better medicine." He asked Shaoli to stay behind and look after the two, taking only the alert and lightly injured Xiao Wang away from the shelter. The shantytown was a mess, with sewage flowing everywhere. The two carefully avoided hostile glances as they headed toward the guarded area. The closer they got, the more people there were. Makeshift stalls displayed various post-apocalyptic necessities: moldy bread, murky water, sharpened rebar daggers, homemade leather armor, and items traded for rare curiosities. "Look! It's right there!" Xiao Wang whispered, pointing ahead. "Get lost!" Scar King ignored the guard, pointing at the stall, his eyes bloodshot. "My iron essence paperweight is missing. It must have been snatched by some bastard during the chaos earlier. Search everyone. No one leaves without finding it." The trading hub instantly descended into chaos. No one suspected Lin Xian, who slept leaning against the pillar. He looked weak and ordinary, his face pale, and he hadn't moved just now. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xian quietly pulled Xiao Wang away without a sound and returned to the shabby hut. "Xiao Wang, that was terrifying just now." That scarred face was too fierce. Xiao Wang was still shaken. Lin Xian said nothing, opening his palm to reveal the heavy iron-gray iron talisman paperweight lying quietly in the center. This is?" Xiao Wang was stunned. An unexpected gain. Lin Xian responded briefly. He weighed the iron block. Its density was extremely high, unusually heavy, far surpassing ordinary steel. The edges were sharp, clearly a high-quality material for making weapons, worth far more than 5 gene of grain. But more importantly, at this moment, what he gained was the shared perception in his mind. Just now, his true body and avatar were closely connected, and he felt that thrilling moment. The avatar swept past beneath the stall, and as it neared the ancient book 5 Steps Fist Essentials opened on the stall, the jade slip once again exerted its magical effect. A cool airflow surged out, instantly scanning several pages of diagrams and key annotations back into Lin Xian's consciousness like a brand. 5 Steps Fist Essentials. The steps follow the body's movement, the fists are released with the body. The first step's crashing fist is like a landslide, the second step's drilling fist like an electric drill, the third step's cannon fist like thunder, the fourth step's horizontal fist sweeps far and wide, the fifth step's chopping fist splits stone and metal. Although only fragmentary notes, the core power techniques, footwork coordination, and sharp fighting intent were deeply imprinted in Lin Xian's mind. Xiao Wang, what's wrong with brother Lin? Xiao Wang saw Lin Xian's eyes tightly shut, his body slightly rising and falling, as if feeling something. Lin Xian did not answer, immersed in the insight brought by the jade slip. Blood and qi surged through his body, muscle memory awakened. Instinctively, he took a starting stance, right fist loosely clenched at his waist, left arm slightly bent and reaching forward, body slightly lowered, weight centered at the waist and hips. A naturally sharp and concentrated aura emanated, like a dormant fierce tiger, ready to pounce at any moment. Buzzed blood and qi circulated even faster, and the jade slip's glow grew brighter. Although Xiao Wang was weak, he felt Lin Xian's aura change suddenly and was scared, stepping back half a step. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. He withdrew his stance, filled with joy in his heart. Relying solely on the scanning ability of his avatar to acquire the chart, and aided by the jade slip analysis, he had initially comprehended the essence of the 5 steps fist technique. Though it required a lot of practice, the path to quickly mastering martial arts was now clear. The avatar's clandestine learning combined with the jade slip was astonishingly efficient. He glanced at the iron jade paperweight in his hand, then at the unconscious Chen Mo and the weak Su Qingya, as his plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Xiao Wang, watch the house. Lin Xian lifted the heavy iron essence, stepped out of the hut, his target set directly on the trading point. This time, the cold light in his eyes was no longer exploration, but a hunter locking onto its prey. That lost iron essence would be the first stepping stone to pry open the rules of the rock shelter. The icy killing intent froze the narrow space in front of the hut like a cold wind. The Black Tiger Gang's 5 vicious dogs approached with snarls, steel pipes and machetes glinting cruelly in the dim light. Scar-faced Zheng Kuei crossed his arms, his gaze fierce like a poisonous snake locking onto Lin Xian, a grin revealing yellow teeth spreading on his lips, as if savoring the prey about to be torn apart. Kid, be smart, hand over the stuff, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, yell out grandpa, and if I'm in a good mood, I might only break 2 of your legs. Before the words had fallen, Lin Xian moved. The qi and blood within his body erupted like a dormant volcano under the stimulation of the 5-step fist essentials. The refreshing aura of the jade slip rapidly circulated, perfectly merging the fist intent in his mind with his body. Lin Xian suddenly stepped out with his left foot, his waist and hips twisted abruptly, and his body's center of gravity released instantly like a tightly drawn bowstring. A step-crushing punch exploded like an avalanche. His right fist, like a cannonball fired, tore through the air, striking straight and without any flourish at the heart of the thug behind Zheng Kuei who was arrogantly holding a steel pipe. The speed was shockingly fast. The thug's vicious grin hadn't yet turned to shock when a muffled bang echoed. The steel pipe flew out, the henchman looked like he was hit by a truck, his feet lifted off the ground, his body arched backward as he flew out, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground 3 or 4 meters away, twitching twice, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, unconscious. His chest clothes were stained red with shattered fabric and blood, and at least 3 ribs were broken. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden violent punch. An apparently ordinary young man had actually beaten a similarly ranked early-stage martial warrior, weapon in hand, to such a state? Zhang Kuei's sneer froze on his face, contempt turned to horror, then he shouted furiously,
damn. All of you, get him. Chop him up. There weren't many people in front of the logistics office window.
The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged man wearing glasses with a cold expression.
What do you want? The man asked without looking up.
Register the mercenary squad, hand over the mission, exchange supplies.
Lin Xian answered concisely. Register a squad? Name? Member list? Power level?
The man looked up, pushed his glasses, scanned Lin Xian, his gaze becoming more serious.
Dawn Squad. Captain Lin Xian, middle stage of transcendence.
Members Su Qingya, Li Chang, Wang Meng, Chen Mo.
Lin Xian gave the names. The man flipped through the worn list, frowning. Chen Mo? That dying old man? Is he considered combat power?
He is indispensable to us, knowledge is power, Lin Xian replied calmly. The man sneered, said nothing more, registered it in the ledger, and handed Lin Xian a rough wooden plaque engraved with the characters Rock and Dawn, Captain's plaque, keep it safe. You need to show it to take on captain tasks or exchange large amounts of supplies.
Starting points, 0, service fee, 1 gene of grain.
Lin Xian told Xiao Wang to hand over a pack of compressed biscuits, feeling reluctant but knowing he had to pay.
Exchanging supplies.
Lin Xian placed the remaining items on the counter, 3 cans of luncheon meat, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, a bottle of medical alcohol, and 2 pieces of iron ore. The man quickly evaluated, 2 gene of canned luncheon meat for 1 gene of grain per can, 1 gene of biscuits for 1 gene of grain, 1 gene of alcohol for 1 gene of grain. The iron ore is of good quality, counted as 10 gene for 1 piece. In total, 3 cans of luncheon meat equals 6 gene, 1 pack of biscuits 1 gene of alcohol, and 20 gene of iron ore, totaling 28 gene of grain.
Do you want to exchange for grain coupons or grain? Grain coupons.
Lin Xian replied.
Grain coupons are internal paper money, convenient to carry.
The man quickly wrote several grain coupons stamped with the red seal Pancher Logistics and handed them over, totaling 28 gene of grain coupons.
Do you have any special medicine for treating serious injuries or infections? Or spiritual herbs?
Lin Xian pocketed the grain coupons and asked.
The man pointed to the side and said, the Red Cross shed next door is the Yi family's jishitang. You can go check if they have what you need. But a heads up, the Yi family's medicine is outrageously expensive. Lin Xian's eyes flickered slightly. The Yi family? Another ancient martial clan. The two walked into the simple shed next door. A crooked wooden sign hung above the door, with Jishitang written on it.
The air inside was filled with a mix of herbs and disinfectant. An old, gaunt man with a goatee and an arrogant gaze, wearing a blue silk long gown, sat behind a worn-out table, leisurely sipping tea. Behind him stood 2 guards in gray clothes, fierce in presence, watching the newcomers warily.
In the corner, a few sallow, emaciated patients curled up, breathing in despair.
Here to see a doctor or buy medicine? The goateed old man asked lazily, not even raising his eyelids.
Buy medicine.
Severe injury infection, high fever with pus, urgently need special antibiotics or a spirit medicine containing life essence, Lin Xian said straightforwardly.
Only then did the old man raise his eyes and glance at him, leisurely stroking his beard. Antibiotics? That stuff is rare now, a box of penicillin costs 30 gene of grain. Or.
He pointed to a wooden shelf behind, a jade box covered with red cloth, a corner exposed. Inside lay a 3-leaf small grass, entirely jade green, leaves like jadeite, emitting a faint green light. This Xingji grass contains a slight life essence, good for both internal and external use, very effective on wounds.
Seeing that you urgently need it, I'll give it to you cheaper, 50 gene of grain. Hiss.
Xiao Wang covered his mouth and gasped. This was clearly a ripoff. Lin Xian's eyes were icy cold. The old man was taking advantage of the situation. Before the apocalypse, penicillin wasn't expensive, but now the production line is cut off. It's a lifeline. That Xingji grass, although spiritual, its glow was faint, definitely a newly mutated low-level spirit grass, absolutely not worth 50 gene of grain.
Too expensive. Lin Xian refused in a deep voice. Expensive?
The old man sneered, taking a sip of tea.
If you can't afford it, get lost and don't waste my tea. A poor ghost like you wants to use spiritual medicine? Go home and prepare for your funeral. The sharp and bitter words cut like a knife, and the patients in the corner couldn't help but cry. Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly, anger rising, but he held back. This was the Yi family's territory, guarded by two early-stage transcendent bodyguards. The consequences of making a move were unpredictable. Besides, Chen Mo couldn't wait. At that moment, the door curtain was suddenly thrown open, and a tattered, blood-stained burly man rushed in carrying a dying companion whose abdomen had been torn open by a sharp blade, intestines faintly exposed. He knelt on the ground, weeping and begging, "Dr. Yi. Divine Healer Yi. Please save my brother. He's barely holding on. We just hunted down an iron-backed wild boar, the heart is still intact. We offer it to you, please save his life." The burly man trembled as he cupped out a huge boar heart, still faintly beating and emanating the stench of blood. The old goat-beard man frowned, covering his nose in disgust, and said, "A wild boar heart? That's worth at most 5 genes of grain. You want to trade it for life-saving medicine? Dream on. Get out. Don't dirty my territory with blood. Dr. Yi. Please have mercy. We will repay you with our lives." The burly man, desperate, cowed out and slammed his forehead onto the ground. The old man with the goat beard waved his hand impatiently. "Stop making noise. Ada, throw these two unlucky things out." That aura was like a sleeping giant dragon, containing the accumulation of wisdom and knowledge, instantly causing the jade slip in his sea of consciousness to vibrate slightly. It was definitely a library. The rich scent of ancient books and profound Taoist aura surpassed anything he had seen before. Lin Xian's heart raced as his gaze penetrated the city wall, locking onto a direction deep within the inner city. The target for hunting the Poison Claw Lord and earning entry qualification had never been so clear. The Rock Workshop exchange booth was dimly lit, with fine metallic dust floating in the air. Lin Xian held the cold metal tag engraved with 43, his eyes fixed on a line of inconspicuous small print in the exchange catalog. Huan Yuan magnetic stone powder, trace amount 1 portion, about 10 grams. Properties, suspected to weakly interfere with energy fluctuations, effects unknown, use with caution. Hun Yuan magnetic stone. His heart pounded violently as the jade slip information fragments churned and reorganized in his sea of consciousness. This powder might interfere with energy fluctuations, exactly the ability he desperately needed. Using it to conceal the aura of his avatar would greatly reduce the risk of being detected by powerful beings. "Give me a portion of the Hun Yuan magnetic stone powder." His voice was firm. The bearded burly man, smoking a pipe, looked at him suspiciously. "Hun Yuan magnetic stone is tricky. Some people get a buzzing in their heads after using it, others don't." "Are you sure? Even 1 point isn't cheap." "I'm sure." Lin Xian tapped the metal plate. The burly man mumbled as he pulled a dirty little tin box from under the table and handed it to him. "Here. Points deducted, the tags taken." Lin Xian took the tin box, opened the lid, and inside was a grayish powder that looked like inferior cement, utterly unremarkable. But the jade slip in his sea of consciousness immediately sent a faintly cool feedback, effective. He suppressed the impulse, put away the tin box and metal tag, 42 points remaining, and turned to leave the workshop with Xiao Wang. The slum district's air was still murky, but a new flame ignited in Lin Xian's heart. With the magnetic powder in hand, the next task was the one worth 50 gene of grain or 3 days of residence qualification in the inner city, exploring the Black Wind Ravine. The two of them hurried toward the mission board at the center of the trading post. Along the way, the crowd cast looks of awe and curiosity, but Lin Xian paid them no mind. The incident of the Rock Guard's hasty retreat made the names Dawn Squad and Lin Xian taboo in the outer city's slum district. The mission board was still crowded. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on the notice that read, "Explore the Black Wind Ravine. Create a simple map marking dangers and resources. Reward, 50 gene of grain or inner city residence qualification, 3 days. Extremely high risk, with mutated beast lords of level 2 or above." He stepped forward and tore off the task sheet. His people around immediately gasped sharply. He's actually taking on the task in Black Wind Ravine? Is he crazy? Almost no one who goes in there comes out alive. There are second-tier lords there. Is that the ruthless Zhang Kuei who defeated the Black Tiger Gang with one punch and drove away the Yi family guards? That's right. I heard his team also has a female demon who can perform sonic attacks. The murmurs grew heated. Black Wind Ravine is synonymous with death in mercenary circles. Lin Xian paid no attention and walked towards the logistics window holding the task order. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a cold expression. He took the task order, pushed up his glasses, and glanced at Lin Xian. Dawn Squad, Lin Xian? Heifeng Gorge? Have you seen the risk warning? His tone was skeptical. This task has been up for half a month, 7 teams have taken it, none have completed it. 3 were confirmed wiped out, 4 have gone silent. I have seen it, Lin Xian answered calmly. A deposit of 10 gene of grain. The man held out his hand. If you come back alive, hand over the task and the deposit will be refunded, otherwise no refund. Lin Xian signaled Xiao Wang to hand over 10 gene of food coupons, which was their only remaining main supply. The man registered and stamped, then handed back the mission copy. Mission lasts 7 days, good luck. Though the words were plain, there was no hint of blessing. Stepping out of logistics, Xiao Wang looked at the less than 5 gene of food coupons left in his hand, his expression worried. Brother Lin, only this much left. Haifengjian. Food isn't the problem. Once we solve Haifengjian, we can get 50 gene, Lin Xian said firmly. The key is, this is the fastest way for us to enter the inner city and access the library, and it's the only way. He looked up at the towering, austere steel walls of the inner city, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The vast aura of ancient books guided him like a lighthouse. Back at the hut, Chen Mo was still unconscious, but his breathing was steady, the waxy yellow pallor on his face fading, and fresh new flesh at the wound site showing a healthy red, full of vitality. Su Qingya stayed by his side. Her complexion was pale, but she was much more alert. Shaoli was cooking porridge with the remaining water. When Lin Xian returned, Su Qingya immediately met him, her eyes full of questions. The mission has been accepted, Haifengjian, Lin Xian briefly explained. Qingya, how do you feel? That force just now. Su Qingya looked confused and fearful. I can't really explain it. When I saw them rushing over to stop you from saving him, I felt a surge of energy rise up inside me that I couldn't control at all, she frowned, recalling. It felt like something exploded in my mind, and then. Sound attack. Lin Xian concluded, and not weak. The talent hidden inside you was triggered at the critical moment between life and death. The Qingnong manual says that people with special constitutions or unique talents tend to awaken abilities that match themselves under extreme emotions. A look of contemplation flashed through his eyes. The Qingnong manual is not only a medical book but also records innate meridians. Su Qingya's talent is worth exploring in depth. Sound attack? Su Qingya softly tried humming a note. The air slightly rippled, and dust fell. Little Li and Little Wang shrank their necks in fear. Su Qingya was startled as well, quickly shutting her mouth, her face flushing slightly. I seem to be able to control it a little, but it's still very weak. Very good. This will be the key support for Haifengjian. Lin Xian praised, you need to quickly become familiar with it and recover your spirit. He turned to Shaoli and Xiao Wang and said, you two must hurry and practice the basic stance and power techniques of the 5-step fist that I taught. Every bit of strength increases your chance of survival. Yes, Brother Lin. Shaoli and Xiao Wang immediately rallied. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the still unconscious Chen Mo. He walked over and used the aura sensing method from the Qingnong handbooks to examine him. Old Chen's vitality was stable, and his meridians were even stronger, but his spirit was heavily depleted. Given his advanced age, he needs rest and recuperation. Old Chen, rest assured and take a break. We still need you when you wake up, Lin Xian said softly. With everything arranged, he sat cross-legged in the corner of the hut and took out an iron canister containing the powder of the Hunyuan magnetic stone, carefully opening it. The powder looked gray and ordinary. But when his spiritual power probed it, an abnormal change suddenly occurred. Sizzle! The powder contained countless tiny magnetic poles, which caused chaos and repulsion the moment his spiritual power touched it. Like grit, it stubbornly interfered with the condensation and transmission of spiritual power. Lin Xian was not panic-stricken but rather pleased. This was precisely the key to disrupting the energy fluctuations. He endured the mental stabbing pain, controlled the fragile phantom, and slowly separated from the sea of consciousness. This time, instead of immediately detaching the incarnation from his body, he wrapped a small amount of primordial magnetic powder with his mind and carefully applied it to the vague outline of the incarnation. As soon as the powder made contact, the phantom suddenly fluctuated violently, as if it could disperse at any moment. At the same time, a strong sense of interference surged. Veins throbbed on Lin Xian's forehead, and his mental power felt like it was being pierced by countless fine needles. He gritted his teeth and concentrated all his thoughts, like steering a small boat that could capsize any time amidst a fierce storm. The jade slip's light flickered in the sea of consciousness, giving him powerful steadiness. He stabilized it. Little by little, the chaotic magnetic force was forcibly compressed, like a constantly twisting gray coat, barely covering the surface of the avatar. Success! Although the avatar became heavy and harder to control, and this coat was extremely unstable and could collapse at any moment, the presence of the psychic power was greatly concealed by the fluctuations of the magnetic force, as if a thick electromagnetic interference blanket was covering the signal. With this layer of magnetic stone coat, as long as I don't get too close or am deliberately probed, the security is greatly improved. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. The cost was more difficult control and shorter duration. He immediately began the next phase of testing. The dim shadow wrapped in the gray magnetic stone coat, like a layer of distorted shadow, silently clung to the ground's shadow and slowly floated outward. This time, the target was clear, the inner city gate. He wanted to test whether the avatar could sense the atmosphere of the inner city from a closer distance under magnetic interference, especially the patrol patterns of the guards, to prepare for the body's entry later. The avatar trudged through with difficulty, as if carrying a heavy burden. The interference brought by the magnetic stone not only shielded its presence but also blurred its perception, like viewing the world through frosted glass. It carefully avoided pedestrians and debris, finally arriving near the huge steel gate of the inner city. The doorway was deep, the heavy alloy gate half suspended, leaving only a narrow path for small vehicles. Two groups of fully armed guards stood like statues, their sharp eyes scanning every approaching person. The air was so heavy it felt like it could be wrung for water. Lin Xian controlled his avatar, staying close to the shadow of an abandoned pile of tools about 10 meters away, not daring to approach. The terrifying killing intent and energy fluctuations emanating from deep within the doorway made even his fragile avatar's heart pound, despite the distance. Just a guard dog, but quite the attitude, a dissatisfied murmur entered his avatar's perception, the voice somewhat distorted. Two young disciples dressed in the Yi family's cyan battle outfits were walking from the inner city. The leader, about in his early 20s, wore an arrogant expression, a lavish sword hanging from his waist, and strong aura. The disciple beside him smiled respectfully and said, "Young Master Yi, don't bother with these rough folks. They're just showing off because of the inner city's rules. Once you get what's from Heifeng Gorge and make a splash at the family's grand competition, no one will dare to look down on you." Yi Jun snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the gate as he quietly asked, "What's going on at Heifeng Gorge? Is the news about the bone-tempering grass reliable?" "Absolutely true. The rats sent by the Scar King risked their lives to bring it back. It's in the bat cave at the bottom of the ravine. But there are mutated vampire bats guarding it, numerous in number, and there's also a Bat King." The young disciple said nervously. "What's the Bat King? Our Yi family's scorching sun strength just happens to counteract dark evil. Inform the Scar King that his men should draw away most of the bats to create chaos, and I will personally take out the Bat King. The news about the bone-tempering grass must not be leaked. There will be a reward once this is done." Yi Jun sneered. "Understood, young master." The Scar King's side has already been fed the beast-driving powder to ensure obedience. Those who die in the Bat Cave can only blame their luck. The disciple responded with a smile. The two passed the guards smoothly and disappeared in the direction of the shantytown.
In the shadows, Lin Xian's phantom flickered slightly. He narrowed his enemies down to Haifeng Stream, Bat Cave, Suigu Grass, as well as Yijun and Scar King, narrow roads for foes. Suigu Grass is a precious spirit herb recorded in the Qingnong Manual, capable of tempering bones, extremely beneficial to warriors at the disenchantment stage, and worth far more than 50 jin of grain. It's no surprise that the collateral branches of the Yi family are so dedicated. The other party actually colluded with Scar King. It seems that Guy suffered a silent loss and has been keeping a close watch on them. This expedition not only had to face the dangers of Haifeng Stream but also be wary of traps lurking in the shadows. Lin Xian sneered coldly and immediately commanded his avatar to withdraw.
The magnetic powder drained too much spiritual power, the avatar was barely holding on.
Inside the hut, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, his face pale and temples throbbing faintly, but his gaze sharp.
Get ready.
He looked at Su Qingya, Shaoli, and Xiao Wang, his voice steady. We leave early tomorrow morning, the target is Haifengjian.
Xiao Wang asked, Brother Lin, any discoveries?
Lin Xian nodded and briefly explained Yi Jun and Scar King's conspiracy. The bone-tempering grass will greatly help us improve our strength.
The Yi family wants to use us as cannon fodder? Then let them see who the real hunters are. Bone-tempering herb. Shaoli and Xiao Wang's eyes lit up, fully understanding the importance of a solid foundation.
Su Qingya also said firmly, I will master that power as soon as possible. Get a good rest tonight and recharge your energy, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Also, prepare some supplies. He took out the remaining ration coupons and exchanged goods. Xiao Wang, Shaoli, make another trip to the trading post. Buy 30 meters of sturdy rope, several pairs of thick work gloves, and as many torches and fire starters as possible, grease, scrap cloth, anything.
Fire is the most effective against bats.
Understood.
The two nodded and quickly set out.
Only Lin Xian, Su Qingya, and the unconscious Chen Mo remained in the shack. Lin Xian looked at Su Qingya, try to actively guide that sonic power. The sound doesn't have to be strong, just clear and directional. Su Qingya closed her eyes, focused on her fingertips, imagining the sound waves gathering like flowing water.
A faint ripple appeared in the air, steadier than before.
She let out a sharp, single note, the sound wave like an invisible arrow shooting toward the empty can in the corner.
Ding! The can rattled. Success!
Su Qingya opened her eyes in surprise, sweat beading on her forehead, proving she could actively control this power.
Very good.
Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. In Black Wind Ravine, your sonic waves will be the key to clearing the way and giving early warnings. Night fell, and the oil lamp inside the shack flickered weakly. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, spreading open the M Chang Nong handnotes/M before him, not reading the medical secrets, but fully focused on drawing in the cool aura from the jade slip to restore his spiritual energy. He unconsciously traced the trajectory of fist moves with his fingers on the cold ground, not writing characters, but the footwork of the 5-step fist essentials, the charging force of the crashing fist like a mountain, the ruthlessness of the drilling fist, the explosive power of the cannon fist, the sweeping motion of the horizontal fist. With the help of spiritual power and the aura of the jade slip, the essence of the fist techniques gradually etched itself into his flesh and blood memory. The qi and blood within him surged with his thoughts, slowly replenishing the energy consumed by battle at a gentle pace. The bottleneck at the peak of the middle stage of transcendence seemed to loosen under the dual forging of spirit and body. Outside the rock shelter, in the wilderness, after a night of rest, the spiritual aura of the Dawnlight squad greatly increased. Chen Mo was still placed deep inside the hut, with Shaoli responsible for guarding and keeping watch. Lin Xian, Su Qingya, and Wang Meng carried simple packs, along with ropes and torches, setting off toward Haifeng Gorge. The sky was gloomy, heavy clouds pressing down suffocatingly. Cold winds howled, sweeping over withered grass and broken walls, whipping up dust and emitting mournful wails. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and decay. In the distance, fierce roars of mutated beasts broke the silence, sending chills down their spines. Brother Lin, it's 5 more li to Haifeng Gorge, Wang Meng said, pointing toward a perilous peak like it had been split by a giant axe. On the simple map in his hand, a winding dashed line plunged into the gray mist, with a note beside it: suspected entrance, data missing after 300 meters, extremely dangerous. The mountain range was grotesque and bizarre, the dark red rocks and gray-black mist resembling a ferocious beast with its jaws wide open. Lin Xian's cold eyes were like ice, his steps paused, his center of gravity steady like a deeply rooted tree. With a step, he charged a crushing fist, his chi and blood pressing toward his waist, the jade slip's cool aura shielding his body, fully resisting the mental assault and poison gas. Just before the punch exploded, a sinister laugh sounded from behind and to the side. "Die, fool." Amid the muffled sound of the sharp weapon piercing flesh, a figure like a ghost burst out from the shadowy crevice, a poisoned dagger in hand flashing a faint green cold light, stabbing straight under Lin Xian's ribs. The timing was extremely dangerous, the angle tricky, precisely at the critical moment of Lin Xian's power transition. That was a rat under Scar King's command, lurking for a long time, waiting for this very strike. "Brother Lin." Behind the wall of fire, Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot, wanting to rush through the flames to rescue him, but was fiercely entangled by bats rushing desperately at him. Su Qingya also saw the danger and intended to send a sonic wave for aid, but due to intense mental fluctuations, her breath caught, and her vision went black. The Bat King's foul gust was just a breath away, the killing intent pressing in. Bone wings cut through the air, a sharp screech deafening to the ears. Behind him, a poisoned dagger silently thrusts forward. The moment of deadly strike. Lin Xian was caught in a pincer attack but remained calm, a cold mockery flashing in his eyes. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He suddenly redirected the power of his accumulated crashing punch, driving from his waist and hips, his body spinning close to the ground like a top. Using his left foot as the pivot, 2 consecutive piercing punches followed, sharp and ruthless. The dagger grazed the side of his clothes, pulling off a strip of fabric. The rat's face was full of terror, the sneak attack failed. Lin Xian's right fist shot toward the exposed lower abdomen dantian of Hao Yu like a drill. With a single punch, excruciating pain instantly spread throughout the body. Hao Yu didn't even manage a scream, his eyes bulged, his body was thrown back by the drilling force, fresh blood spewed from his mouth, and his dantian and chi were completely destroyed. Hao Yu crashed into the Bat King's sprayed gale and ice shards. Countless ice shards pierced his shattered body, blood splattered, and his corpse was violently slammed against the cave wall, turning into a bloody mess. Lin Xian took advantage of the momentum to slip aside, avoiding the center of the Bat King's breath attack. Only his arm and shoulder were scratched by the ice shards, with deadly cold poison seeping in, causing bone-chilling numbness. The Bat King roared furiously, flapping its bony wings wildly, the enormous shadow engulfing Lin Xian, carrying a bloody storm like a meteor crashing down. The edges of the bony wings were like curved blades, slicing straight toward his neck. A fierce wind pressed down from above, the aura of death intense. Lin Xian shielded his head with both arms, muscles taut. The Bat King's attacking power was astonishing, taking it head-on would mean certain death. He forcefully kicked the ground, creating a deep pit, his vitality exploded like TNT. With his waist twisting and spine undulating, his arms coiled like spring-loaded cannon barrels, he fiercely unleashed a 3-step cannon punch upward, directly against the bone wings and giant jaws. No way to retreat, only a desperate fight. Boom! The clash of fist wings was like 2 speeding trucks colliding. A violent shockwave erupted centered on the 2 beasts. Several ordinary vampire bats nearby were instantly shattered into bloody mist. The sticky bat guano on the ground was blown away in a scattering. Crack! The rock beneath Lin Xian's feet couldn't withstand the force, instantly fracturing and caving in. His arms throbbed with pain, the joints groaning, and a sweetness rose in his throat as he forcibly swallowed a mouthful of regurgitated blood. The Bat King's strength far exceeded expectations. If not for his physique tempered by the essentials of the 5-step fist and his control over power through the jade slip, this blow alone would have crushed him into pulp. The Bat King was also stunned by the violent punch, its movement halted abruptly, the attack forcibly stopped. It let out a pained roar, its head tilting back slightly, clearly seriously injured. At the moment the Bat King paused, a cold light erupted in Lin Xian's eyes. Enduring the pain and surging blood from the heavy blow, he suppressed the intense pain. The martial will he had been holding back inside erupted like a volcano, bursting forth with a roar. 4-step horizontal fist. Sweeping through thousands of enemies.
unmatched with me.
Using the recoil from stopping the Bat King's attack, Lin Xian's body snapped back like a bowstring, rebounding half a step. His left leg, like a steel whip, sliced through the air in a powerful horizontal sweep, kicking off the cave wall for leverage. With these two forces combined, he spun wildly 360 degrees like an out-of-control top. The centrifugal force generated by the rotation concentrated all the body's chi, blood, willpower, and the cooling power of the jade slip into the right arm. The right arm instantly swelled with blood, muscles twisting like steel wires, and even fine beads of blood appeared on the skin. Die! With a roar like thunder, Lin Xian spun his body with tremendous inertia, his right fist clenched tightly like a heaven-shaking hammer, carrying ruthless and domineering willpower. Ignoring the Bat King's bites and claws, he fiercely struck at the weak throat beneath its crimson vertical pupil's scaly armor. The three-step cannon punch gathered energy, followed by the four-step horizontal punch's explosion. This was his ultimate strike, blending will and power. Where the fist blade passed, the air tore with a shattering boom, and the space ahead twisted slightly. Lin Xian didn't stop, instead, he quickened his pace. He rushed to the corpse of the Bat King, his right hand like a blade, suddenly plunging into the Bat King's ruptured throat and pulling out a fist-sized black diamond-shaped crystal, radiating a strong chilling aura that was the Bat King's beast core. Cold to the bone. He didn't stop, grabbing the fire axe that Wang Meng dropped, and rushed out of the cave without looking back. Every step tugged at his wound, but his eyes burned like ice, desperately trying to escape. No! Yi Jun's desperate, agonized scream was drowned out by the raging elite bat swarm behind him and the increasingly close beast roars outside the cave. Lin Xian rushed to the cave entrance platform and grabbed the hanging rope. Wang Meng! Hurry! Wang Meng, carrying Su Qingyao on his back, gritted his teeth and climbed with one hand. The Bat King's cold poison is vicious and penetrates the bone marrow. Ordinary antidotes are probably. Chen Mo's voice was weak as he struggled to sit up and examine Lin Xian's injuries. It's okay. The antidote is right here. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse but firm. Despite the pain, he raised his left hand and suddenly grabbed the jade marrow fruit, about the size of a pigeon's egg. The fruit fell into his palm, its icy shell concealing what felt like boiling magma inside. A sharp life energy surged into his body in an instant. Lin Xian's body stiffened abruptly, overwhelmed by unbearable pain. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his bone marrow, his bones ground by an invisible millstone. The areas paralyzed by the cold poison felt like explosion points, where freezing cold and searing heat fiercely clashed inside his body. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, sweat soaking his tattered clothes, mixed with blood dripping to the ground. He trembled violently, his skin showing a mix of flushed red and dark blue. Lin Gu! Wang Meng exclaimed, wanting to rush forward. Don't touch him. Chen Mo snapped lowly, eyes shining with intelligence. Tempering bones and refining marrow, rebirth of the body, it's inherently extremely painful. The cold poison isn't cleared yet, and the clash of power is his trial and opportunity. If he endures, the world is boundless; if he doesn't. He left the sentence unfinished, the meaning clear. The intense pain nearly overwhelmed Lin Xian's consciousness. But deep within his sea of consciousness, the jade slip glowed with a cool, clear light under the strong energy impact of the jade marrow fruit, stabilizing his faltering spirit. Refine. The thought pierced through the sea of consciousness like thunder. Relying on the last clarity from the jade slip and his understanding of the body-tempering essence of the five-step fist essentials, Lin Xian began to wildly operate the method of transporting qi and blood. This was no longer simple martial skill exertion but a deep internal refinement, leveraging potential and triggering the powerful energy of the bone-tempering jade marrow fruit. After ascending to the advanced stage of transcendence, the main body's spiritual power had greatly increased. Coupled with the initial fusion of the magnetic coat and beast core energy, the manifestation's concealment and perception abilities had significantly improved. It once again approached the cold and magnificent steel gate, where the guards remained vigilant and imposing. Suddenly, a deep and urgent trumpet sound came from the inner city, breaking the evening silence. The sound was heavy and carried a killing intent, ominous like the scraping of metal. The guards instantly became alert, their eyes sharpening, and their aura rising sharply. The alloy gate began to slowly lower, clearly sealing the entrance. Level 1 Martial Law. All unrelated personnel immediately stay away from the inner city entrance. Violators will be shot on sight, a guard captain shouted loudly, his voice booming and authoritative, impossible to disobey. The crowd at the shantytown entrance suddenly stirred, whispering among themselves. What's going on? Martial law already before dark? Level 1 Martial Law, what big incident has happened? Could it be a beast tied from the wilderness? The shadow form hid in the darkness, cold eyes piercing through the crowd, locking onto the closing gap of the gate. Deep inside the inner city, several figures swept through like wind, dressed in the Yi family's cyan battle attire, their auras fierce, each at least mid-stage Tuffen. The leader was tall and lean, with a cold expression and eagle-sharp eyes, a bronze token hanging at his waist. His aura had reached the peak of high-stage Tuffen, almost stepping into the Kaimai stage. He held a bronze compass in his hand, its center inlaid with a white crystal resembling drifting clouds, the origin tracing crystal. The crystal emitted a faint but steady white light, extending an almost invisible white thread that pointed toward the outer city slums. The Yi family law enforcement team and that eerie origin tracing compass had a clear target. The shadowy apparition fixed its gaze stubbornly on the white thread, then glanced at the captain, and the chill traveled along the invisible connection back to Lin Xian's main body. Inside the shack, Lin Xian, sitting cross-legged and regulating his breath, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp cold light flickering within them. They came quickly. The air instantly stiffened. Chen Mo, Shaoli, and the just awakened Su Qingya all felt the fierce cold radiating from him. The Yi family people have arrived, Chen Mo said heavily, certain without a doubt. He saw the answer from Lin Xian's expression. Lin Xian slowly nodded, his voice low and icy. The law enforcement team is led by a peak-level advanced 2A fan, and the Su Yuan compass. Su Yuan compass? Chen Mo's face changed drastically, his body trembling, weak and feeble. This is bad. This ancient artifact can track specific blood energy and spiritual fluctuations, especially the grudges of the recently deceased and the scent of the murderer are the clearest. Yi Jun died in Black Wind Gorge, where the beast's aura is complex, which might interfere with tracking, but the battle aura on you and Yi Jun's grudge are like a light in the dark for them inside the sanctuary. Su Qingya and Wang Meng, who had just returned from changing the dressing, instantly turned pale at these words. Peak-level advanced 2A fan, and the tracking compass, this is absolutely a dead end. I'll go distract them. Wang Meng abruptly stood up, resolute in his eyes, unafraid even if his arm wound reopened. No, that's suicide. Su Qingya urgently stopped him, her voice weak. Shaoli was even more helpless. Don't panic. Lin Xian shouted sharply, calm like a splash of cold water, instantly sobering everyone's tense hearts. His gaze was sharp, and his mind raced rapidly with the help of the Jade Slip's radiance. The law enforcement team has just entered the inner city, it will take time for them to come back out. Under martial law, they can't immediately launch a large-scale raid in the slum area, otherwise, it would cause chaos. He turned to Chen Mo, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Old Chen, you are knowledgeable about ancient texts. Do you know of any way to temporarily interfere with or block the traceable compass's lock? Even just for a moment would be enough. He remembered that when Chen Mo woke up, he mentioned having an affinity for the way of words. Chen Mo furrowed his brows tightly, sinking into deep thought. His withered fingers unconsciously traced patterns on the cold ground, the method of tracing back to the source, tracking root causes. The key lies in locking onto the source imprint, interference, shielding, he muttered to himself, his old eyes sometimes confused, sometimes gleaming. Suddenly, he abruptly looked up, his eyes bursting with a manic light. There is a way. But it requires a carrier. It must be a carrier containing your spiritual will. And it has to be quick. Carrier? Lin Xian, without hesitation, tore off the coat on his body, stained with the Bat King's polluted blood, sweat, and intense battle aura. Will this work? Barely usable, but worth a try. Chen Mo quickly grabbed the coat, his movements surprisingly swift. He bit his fingertip, and blood oozed out. Shaoli, the torch. Chen Mo shouted. Shaoli hurriedly lit the spare torch and handed it over. In the flickering torchlight, Chen Mo's expression was focused, his face full of wrinkles showing solemnity and sacredness. Using blood as ink, he quickly sketched on the blank space inside his worn-out jacket. These were not ordinary characters, but a string of ancient and intricate symbols, as if containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. With each symbol drawn, Chen Mo's complexion grew paler, as if the symbols were absorbing his blood. Under the torchlight, the blood symbols shimmered with an indescribable spiritual radiance. Conceal spirit and restrain breath, golden cicada shedding, transplanting flowers and trees. Lin Xian's jade slip trembled slightly, faintly transmitting the meanings of these symbols. This is an extremely ancient, almost lost secret script, the ink seal. Using blood as the guide, spirit as the ink, writing runes imbued with the laws of heaven and earth, its power is unfathomable. Chen Mo's talent in ancient script truly is astonishing. Old Chen. Lin Xian saw Chen Mo's expression rapidly darken, his body staggering, and his heart tightened. Don't disturb me. Chen Mo growled, veins bulging on his forehead, completing the final stroke. A complex concealed character, composed of dozens of blood-red ink seals layered over one another, suddenly lit up inside his coat lining. A flash of bloodlight, the rune deeply imprinted onto the fabric, and the entire garment's aura became extremely obscure and dim, as if covered by a thick layer of dust, with even the bloody scent becoming faint and elusive. Put! The moment the rune took shape, Chen Mo suddenly spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his body going limp. Shaoli hurriedly caught him, his breath was faint, his spirit extremely drained. Old Chen! Lin Xian and Su Qingya exclaimed. Success, quickly, this conceal ink seal can temporarily mask the scent of clothing, confuse and interfere, but not for long. Chen Mo finished speaking in a broken voice before losing consciousness completely. Time was urgent. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He grabbed the coat inscribed with the ink seal and shouted to Wang Meng. Take this to the Panshur workshop and find Luo Sai who to exchange for it. Make a huge commotion, the bigger, the better. Then immediately head to the mission board near the inner city entrance. With so many people and distractions, blend in. Wait for my signal. Understood. Wang Meng nodded knowingly, grabbed the coat with the obscure aura and tucked it under his arm, then suddenly rushed out of the shack, deliberately knocking over several empty barrels at the door, making a loud noise as he sprinted towards the Panshur workshop. Qingya, can you still move? Lin Xian looked at Su Qingya. Yes. Su Qingya struggled to stand up. Although her complexion was pale, her eyes were resolute. After awakening her sonic wave talent, her recovery rate was stronger than ordinary people. Support old Chen, come with me. Lin Xian made a decisive decision. The shack was unsafe and they had to move immediately. He carried the unconscious Chen Mo on his back, Su Qingya and Shaoli closely followed. The four quickly left and silently slipped into the deep, complex, and filthy alleys of the shantytown. At the same time, the inner city entrance gates slowly opened a narrow gap. Law enforcement Captain Yifeng led a 7-person squad and rushed out like a blue-green gale. The white thread on the tracing compass in Yifeng's hand trembled violently, splitting into two blurry directions. One pointed deep into the shantytown, where the aura was faint and flickering, exactly where Lin Xian and the others were hiding. The other was extremely clear and stable, pointing to the Panshur workshop's exchange point, and it was moving quickly. Interference? Yifeng frowned tightly. Split up. Yiying, you take 3 and track along this clear aura. The target is very likely laying a false trail. Focus on this direction. The rest of you, follow the faint aura and search. Yes. Yiying's eyes were fierce as he and the 3 of them pounced on the rock workshop like leopards. Yifeng led 2 others, his eyes sharp, holding a trembling compass, following the elusive aura like a ghost sneaking through the maze-like alleys of the shantytown. His footsteps were silent, his breath reined in to the utmost, clearly skilled in advanced stealth techniques. Deep within the shantytown, a dead-end alley filled with flowing sewage. Lin Xian carefully put down Chen Mo and leaned against the cold wall. The shadow avatar shared his perspective, clearly seeing the Yi family's law enforcement team splitting into 2 groups. That side with Wang Meng attracted some attention, but the strongest captain is chasing us. Lin Xian lowered his voice, his expression serious. Yifeng's stealth and tracking exceeded expectations,
That faint aura was locked by the compass like a dark firefly.
The shadow avatar followed Yifeng's squad, seeing him stop at a fork in the road.
The compass needle swung wildly, disturbed by the complex energy and filth of the shantytown, eventually locking onto the direction of the dead-end alley where they were hiding. Less than 100 meters away. Dead-end alley, no way to escape.
Su Qingya and Shaoli felt a tightness in their throats, despair spreading.
The relentless pursuit by the peak high-level Tuofen was like the Grim Reaper's scythe hanging overhead.
Lin Xian's forehead was sweating, fighting hard was hopeless, the gap in realm was too great.
Ink seals could only disrupt the aura, not render one invisible. What to do?
At the critical moment, a dark perspective swept over a nearby pool of black, sticky, pungent, foul-smelling sludge beneath Yifeng's feet.
A bold idea flashed through Lin Xian's mind: Hun Yuan magnetic powder. Bat King Beast Core Energy. Mud. Jump in.
Lin Xian shouted sharply, pointing at the foul-smelling sludge pit.
Quick! Qingya, Shaoli, hold Qin Mo and jump in, bury yourselves in the mud. What?
Su Qingya and Shaoli were stunned, staring at the writhing, stinking sludge, their stomachs churning.
No time to hesitate. If you want to live, do as I say.
Lin Xian said decisively, giving the order, and was the first to step into the sludge pit.
The cold, sticky sludge instantly enveloped his legs, the pungent stench almost suffocating him.
Yet he hesitated not. He grabbed unconscious Chun Mo from Su Qingya's hands, held him tightly, and sank into the sludge, leaving only their nose and mouth exposed to breathe.
Ah!
Ying screamed in agony as his left arm was chopped off by the firefighter's axe, the severed arm flying off, bloodied. His whole body was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, spitting blood and flying backward, crashing heavily into the metal shelves behind him, toppling them with a loud crash.
Brother Ing!
The other two Yi family team members were panic-stricken, quickly abandoning their attack on Wang Meng and rushing forward to rescue him. Wang Meng had reached his limit, a short knife pierced under his ribs, his whole body stained with blood. He barely managed to stand, leaning on the fire axe, gasping for breath. His eyes stared blankly in the direction where Ying had been knocked flying, then swept toward the shadowy corner. There was nothing there, as if the earlier interference was just an illusion. After the Shadow Phantom's embodiment landed a hit, it quickly retreated back into the depths of the shadows and vanished. Lin Xian's main body, controlling from the slum area, also felt extremely mentally exhausted. Forcibly disrupting a peak-tier middle-stage Tuofen expert was a great drain on the spirits of both the Shadow Phantom's embodiment and the main body.
Trash!
A cold, bone-chilling shout filled with anger came from the workshop's entrance. Yifeng stormed in with two law enforcement officers, like three azure whirlwinds bursting through. His face was ashen as he scanned over Ying, who had a severed arm and was heavily wounded, groaning on the rubble, then looked at Wang Meng, blood-soaked and staggeringly weak but still protecting the tattered jacket in his arms. Finally, his sharp gaze swept across every shadowy corner of the workshop. He sensed a faint, fleeting chaotic fluctuation, identical to the interference near the dead-end swamp earlier.
There really is a ghost. Yifeng was filled with murderous intent.
He did not look at Wang Meng, treating him like a corpse, his target locked onto the one hiding in the shadows, the troublemaker who had been disrupting repeatedly. Search. Dig through the ground 3 feet deep if you have to, but find that rat who's showing his tail. Yifeng ordered harshly, his aura bursting forth at the peak high level of the Tuofen stage, like a heavy mountain pressing down, making it hard for everyone inside the workshop to breathe. He personally moved toward the spot where Wang Meng was fighting, carefully sensing the lingering aura and energy fluctuations. Two team members pounced on every corner of the workshop like wolves and tigers, roughly searching through piles of clutter. Wang Meng watched as Yifeng closed in step by step, his terrifying aura flashing despair and yet more a calm sense of relief in his eyes. He did it! He had attracted the main force of the Yi family, buying time for Lin Xian and the others. He tightly gripped the fire axe, ready to fight to the death. Just as Yifeng focused on the residual fluctuations of the shadowy phantom's incarnation in Wang Meng, the moment the two team members were searching with their backs to the entrance, an abnormal event erupted. With a rumble, the heavy metal door of the workshop was smashed open by a tremendous force. A towering figure, as imposing as an iron tower, charged in with a violent momentum.
Bald and shining, his face rough and full of muscle, his bare upper body muscles coiled like steel forged, covered with ferocious scars, his aura also at the peak high level of the Tuathan stage. It was none other than the master of the Pancher workshop, Shirlong. Which blind trash dares to run wild on my turf? You even broke my shelves. Shirlong roared like thunder, making eardrums buzz. Behind him followed 7 or 8 fierce guards wielding heavy tools, each one ruthless and clearly a sharp-edged bloodthirsty character. Originally, Shirlong was handling matters at the back of the workshop. Upon hearing the fight up front and sensing Yifeng's powerful aura erupt, he immediately brought people over. Seeing his beloved shelves smashed to pieces in the exchange area in chaos, he was burning with rage. He didn't care about the Yi family's background. In the Pancher workshop, he was the boss. Yi Feng frowned and stopped, coldly glaring at Shirlong. The Yi family's law enforcement team is here to investigate and arrest the accomplices who murdered Yi family disciples. Outsiders, keep your distance. His words were full of the arrogance born of a noble family's son. The Yi family? Shirlong blared at him angrily, refusing to back down. Instead, he stepped forward, fists clenched, exuding a savage aura. I don't care about your Yi family or the Li family. On my turf, smashing my stuff and disturbing my customers means you follow my rules. Compensation. Then get lost. The air instantly tightened, 2 powerful auras of high-level transcendence clashed inside the workshop, as if the air itself had solidified. The people hiding in the corners trembled with fear. Yifeng's face was dark and gloomy, not expecting Shirlong to be so tough, giving no face to the Yi family at all. Although he had the strength to defeat Shirlong, his opponent was backed by many. He also knew that in this chaotic outer city, a strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. His main goal on this trip was to find the true culprit, not to stubbornly fight a reckless man to the death. As the two were at a stalemate, no one noticed a gray-blue twisted shadowy figure, like a cunning loach, quietly crawling to the badly wounded Wang Meng lying on the ground. The shadow had no physical form and could not directly touch Wang Meng, but the twisted force field it covered, mixed with magnetic powder and beast core energy, instantly enveloped Wang Meng and the torn coat in his arms. Wang Meng felt a wave of cold, chaotic energy surrounding him, the smells of blood, sweat, and the energy fluctuations from his wounds all masked, as if wrapped in an invisible swamp. Through the mental link, Ewing whispered softly, "Play dead. Don't move." Wang Meng understood, closed his eyes, and his body went limp, as if fainting, his breathing faint. Yi Feng was focused intently on Shirlong, unaware of the subtle changes in Wang Meng's aura. "Humph, stone monk, today's matter, the Yi family will remember." Yi Feng decided to retreat after weighing the situation. He coldly glanced at the unconscious Wang Meng in the torn jacket, then shot a glare at Shirlong. "Let's go, take He Ying with us." He chose not to confront Shirlong head-on. 2 team members quickly lifted the screaming Yi Ying and followed Yi Feng. Under the furious stares of Shirlong and his men, they withdrew from the rock workshop with grim faces. Ugh! What kind of prominent family is this? Such cowards! Shirlong spat fiercely at Yifeng's retreating back and waved his hand to order, "Carry that half-dead guy to the back and see if he can still be saved. Hurry up and pack your things, don't drag us down anymore." The guards quickly stepped forward and rudely carried the unconscious Wang Meng to the resting area at the back of the workshop. Wang Meng clutched tightly to the tattered, blood-stained runic coat, refusing to let go. The shadowy incarnation, like a ghost who had completed its mission, silently merged into the deeper shadows and slipped toward the slum district. Deep within the slum, in a dilapidated, abandoned shack filled with the stench of mold and urine, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, his complexion even paler, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He had forcibly used his shadowy incarnation to interfere with Yi Ying and risked masking Wang Meng's presence, consuming a tremendous amount of spiritual power. In his sea of consciousness, the jade slip's light dimmed, slowly recovering. "Brother Lin, how are you?" Su Qingya anxiously handed over the torn cloth and water pouch. Although she was weak, her sound wave talent helped her recover better than Chen Mo and Xiao Li. Xiao Li also looked at Lin Xian nervously. "I'm fine, just drained a bit." Lin Xian wiped sweat, his voice tired but still sharp. "Wang Meng is safe for now, taken away by the workshop people." The Yi family was stopped by Shirlong. Su Qingya and Xiaoli felt greatly relieved upon hearing this. How is old Chen? Lin Shan looked at Chen Mo, who was unconscious on the pile of grass in the corner. The old man's face was pale and haggard, his breathing weak. Obviously, he had expended too much vital energy and spirit before. His breath is very faint, but still stable, Su Qingya said worriedly. We need to find medicine to nourish his soul as soon as possible. Lin Shan nodded and took out the bone-tempering jade marrow grass from his pocket, with only the roots and a few black jade leaves left. He picked 2 leaves and handed them to Su Qingya. Crush these leaves and soak them in water to feed old Chen. This stuff contains pure life essence and can sustain his vital energy. Su Qingya hurriedly did as instructed. As the leaves were crushed, a fresh and sharp fragrance filled the small room, invigorating everyone. Xiaoli carefully pried open Chen Mo's mouth and slowly fed him the emerald green juice. After a moment, Chen Mo's complexion turned slightly rosy, and his breathing became stronger. Although he was still unconscious, there was a clear improvement. Effective! Su Qingya exclaimed with surprise. Lin Shan let out a breath and carefully put away the remaining herb leaves, too precious to waste. Brother Lin, what do we do next? The Yi family won't just give up like this. Xiaoli said anxiously. Although Wang Meng was safe, he was still at the workshop. They, on the other hand, felt like lost dogs hiding in this foul-smelling shack. Wait. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's gaze was steady as he said, first, wait for news from Wang Meng, wait for old Chen to wake up. The Yi family can't control the situation in the outer city, Shilong is a wild card. Also. He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, our target is the inner city. He closed his eyes, most of his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness, using the jade slip to restore his spiritual power while attaching his awareness to the returning shadow avatar. The shadow avatar moved like an invisible shadow, swiftly weaving through the complex and filthy alleys of the shantytown. It did not return to the shack where Lin Xian was but followed his command, heading toward the magnificent steel gate of the inner city. This time, the goal was clearer. While the Yi family law enforcement team was restrained by Shilong and Wang Meng was distracted, let the shadow avatar infiltrate the inner city to at least understand the guard shift patterns at the entrance and the weak points in the formation's energy. As the night deepened, the outer city of the rock shelter was shrouded in chaos, with only the inner city direction emitting steady lights, like a beacon in the darkness and symbolizing an insurmountable class barrier. The shadow avatar cautiously approached the inner city entrance. The Level 1 martial law order seemed to have been lifted, the alloy gate was raised halfway, but the number of guards and their vigilance remained tight. Searchlights swept the open ground like cold, sharp swords. The avatar hid in the shadows of abandoned building materials, silent as a hunter. Lin Xian's mental power sensed through the avatar like antennae. 8 guards stood watch, divided into 2 groups guarding the gate. Each group had 4 people, one emitted a strong aura, resembling a squad leader, with strength at the mid-level of Nirvana transition. Clad in alloy light armor and wielding a faintly glowing long halberd, his gaze was sharp. They rotated shifts approximately every hour, briefly closing the gate. The most troublesome was the invisible force field covering the entrance, like an inverted bowl covering the inner city. The force field contained powerful and stable energy fluctuations, possessing recognition and repulsion properties. Unauthorized intrusion or infiltration would trigger an alarm, inviting devastating counterattacks. But in the next moment, the old man seemed to notice nothing, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, held his book, and slowly walked toward the other end of the street, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. The shadowy figure remained motionless, while Lin Xian's real body's heart pounded like a drum, his back drenched in cold sweat. Who exactly is that old man? At that moment, woo-woo-woo 3 alarms, more urgent and piercing than before, suddenly sounded from the tallest watchtower of the shelter, tearing through the night sky and spreading throughout the entire shelter, both inner and outer city. The alarm was filled with unprecedented panic and urgency. Immediately after, a trembling and desperate voice came through the loudspeaker. Alert! Highest level alert! Large-scale high-energy life signs detected. Bearing due east. 50 miles away. Speed extremely fast. Expected to reach the shelter within an hour. Repeat. Highest level alert. Beast horde incoming. All combat personnel, assemble immediately. Non-combat personnel, enter shelters at once. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The rock shelter fell instantly silent, then exploded into chaos like a boiling pot. Crying, screaming, and running sounds intertwined into an apocalyptic nightmare. In the shack, Lin Xian, Su Qingya, Shaoli, and even the unconscious Chen Mo were all awakened by the alarm. Lin Xian abruptly stood up, peering through the gap at the dark sky in the east, his expression unusually grave. The beast horde is coming, and it's the highest level. The rock shelter has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. The outer city immediately plunged into chaos, with cries, shoves, and trampling sounds nonstop. People frantically surged towards the shelter entrance, or blindly headed to the inner city, but the guards' gun barrels and angry shouts stopped them. Open the door. Let us in. Help. Don't block the way. The steel gate slammed shut with a roar, the inner city cold and merciless like an iron shell. The guards stood ready, their eyes scanning the chaotic crowd with ruthless coldness. Inside the abandoned shack, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The highest level beast tide, why so soon? Su Qingya's face was pale, her voice trembling. She had experienced danger in Haifengjian before, but that was only a small-scale mutant beast attack. The beast tide was a terrifying flood that swallowed everything. Shaoli trembled all over, his teeth chattering. Lin Xian stood in front of the only gap, his gaze piercing through the crowd, fixed on the dark eastern horizon. On the distant horizon, clouds of dust rolled up, vaguely accompanied by muffled pounding sounds, and the earth trembled slightly. 50 miles away, arriving within an hour. Lin Xian's voice was cold and sharp, his mind racing. The Pancher shelter has never faced such a massive beast tide. Either there was a defensive failure, or there is a more powerful force behind this beast tide. He turned back, his gaze like a blade. Qingya, how is your sonic ability recovery? Can you still use it? Su Qingya nodded, it can be used. Although it hasn't fully recovered, vocalization is not a problem. It's just that the lethality is limited. No need for lethality. Lin Xian said firmly, chaos is the greatest weapon. Use your sound waves to disrupt the beast herd and delay their attack. Especially targeting those mutated beasts with extremely sharp hearing. I'll give it a try. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her eyes growing determined. She sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and focused on mobilizing the faint but resilient sound wave energy within her. Her hands moved as if plucking invisible strings of a musical instrument. Shaoli. Lin Xian looked at the terrified and flustered Shaoli. You have only one task, guard old Chen. No matter what happens outside, you are not allowed to leave unless I tell you to. Understand? I understand, Brother Lin. Shaoli hurriedly crawled to the unconscious Chen Mo's side, tightly grabbing the old man's arm as if clutching the only lifeline. With everything arranged, Lin Xian said no more. He closed his eyes and sank most of his spirit into his sea of consciousness, using the jade slip to speed up his spiritual energy recovery. At the same time, his awareness focused intently on two critical points. The first was the Pancher workshop. The shadowy figure darted like a ghost through the shadows behind the workshop piled high with discarded metal parts, spotting Wang Meng. The guards of Shi Long carried the severely wounded and unconscious Wang Meng into a relatively clean resting room. A burly man with a greasy leather apron and a scarred face, the workshop's medic, strode over cursing, checking his injuries. He's full of holes like a sieve, and poison too? This kid's got a tough life. Give him some hemostatic powder, whether he lives or dies is up to fate. The boss said, wait until he wakes up before questioning. The scar-faced medic snapped impatiently, casually sprinkled some inferior medicine powder, hastily bandaged him, and then tossed him onto a straw mat in the corner, ignoring him. The guards held no good feelings toward this troublemaker who brought trouble to the Yi family. They left only two to guard the door, while the others hurried away, alarmed by the beast tide warning, to prepare defenses. The shadowy figure quietly approached Wang Meng, and Lin Xian's thoughts were transmitted through an invisible link. Wang Meng. It's me. The beast tide is coming. Don't open your eyes, don't move, play dead to the end. Sure, Long and the Yi family can't afford to care about you right now. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Wait for my signal.
Wang Meng, unconscious on the grass mat, slightly moved his finger to signal he had received the message.
The second target was the inner city Wanwan Tower.
The energy of the bone-tempering jade marrow grassroots surged inside his body. The listening ability, a fusion of the jade slip's clear brilliance and the seven-tone rhythm, elevated his control over his power. The sensation of breaking through the advanced mortal transformation bottleneck grew stronger, with only one step left before the meridian opening stage. But that step required an opportunity and strength.
The body is here. Avatar, listen. Madness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he poured most of his mind into the shadow avatar.
The avatar, far away in the shadows of the inner city's 10,000 Scrolls Tower, instantly heightened its hearing to the limit, targeting the 10,000 Scrolls Tower itself. Buzz, clatter, rustle, the sounds were no longer vague but extremely clear. This time, he heard the countless ancient books inside the 10,000 Scrolls Tower, gently flipping under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The pages were like a sea, whispering the faint Tao resonance contained within countless words, twinkling with specks of light. He sensed deep within the building, a core point radiating a stable and vast energy fluctuation, like the pillar that calms the seas. Was that the formation core of the 10,000 Scrolls Tower, or the original source of the mountain of books that suppresses fate? Just as Yu Ying was fully listening to the core, the invisible Wenhua force field in front of the entrance of Wanwan Tower suddenly rippled faintly. The ripples spread like water waves, precisely crossing space and reaching Yu Ying. Inside the shack, Lin Xian trembled all over. Then, something even more shocking happened to him. The heavy wooden door silently opened a crack, and a faint white light shot through the space like lightning, aiming at Lin Xian inside the shack in the slum. Clack! A warm and ancient key fell into his outstretched palm. The key was neither metal nor wood, palm-sized, pure jade white without any markings, emanating a faint aura of tranquility, as if it contained the vast knowledge of countless books. As the key appeared, the jade slip within Lin Xian's sea of consciousness burst with brilliant light, strongly resonating with the key's aura. The profound seven-tone melody seemed to have found its home. 10,000 volumes tower, a key gift? Before I could think carefully, boom! The dilapidated wooden wall of the shack was smashed violently by a huge rock-armored wolf's paw. A rock-armored wolf with blood-red eyes and drooling mouth burst in, accompanied by several iron-feathered vultures screeching as they dived. The shadow of death instantly shrouded the shack, with a stench of blood and rot filling the air. The giant head of the rock-armored wolf blocked the cave entrance, its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Xian, sharp wolf claws suddenly lunging out with a ripping roar, directly slashing at him. Several iron-feathered vultures screeched, their talons flashing cold light, attacking Su Qingya and Xiao Li respectively. Xiao Li, brother Lin, a desperate shout rang out. Su Qingya's pupils contracted, forcibly activating a faint sonic energy, opening her mouth as if to howl. But Lin Xian acted even faster. The moment the rock-armored wolf's claws reached out, he tightly held the smooth key, which suddenly burst forth a gentle yet resilient jade-white light. The light was not dazzling, but carried the vast aura of 10,000 volumes converging into one, instantly forming a thin, cicada wing-like shield that enveloped him. Put! The rock-armored wolf's sharp claws fiercely struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently. The jade-white light flickered continuously, emitting a heavy buzzing sound, as if it would shatter at any moment. But in the end, it still blocked the fatal blow. The light shield only protected Lin Xuanyi. Su Qingya and Little Li were completely exposed under the vulture's sharp claws. Get lost! Lin Xian glared fiercely, the powerful energy of the bone-tempering jade marrow grass's roots surging within him. His previous understanding of the listening ability, the trigger of the Wanwan Pavilion key, and the intertwining pressure of life and death converged into a frenzy, colliding in his sea of consciousness with the bright light of the jade slip. With a rumble, countless shackles within his body shattered instantly, and a pure energy far surpassing the transcendent stage awakened like a mighty dragon, surging through his limbs and bones along new pathways. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Vein opening stage, accomplished effortlessly. Die for me. At the moment of breakthrough, Lin Xian hesitated no longer. Harnessing the surging power within his body, he slid sideways like a ghost for half a step, dodging the bloody gale caused by the rock-armored wolf's missed claw swipe, his right hand clenched tightly into a fist. This fist was no longer rough. The energy of the meridian opening stage flowed through the basic body conditioning technique, like a torrent finding its outlet, instantly condensing into the fist, a faint transparent energy halo flickering across the knuckles. Bang! A punch fiercely struck the exposed area just below the rock-armored wolf's neck. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was harsh. The rock-armored wolf howled in pain, its massive body blasted backward, crashing heavily into the shack wall, the rotten wooden planks smashed into a larger hole. Lin Xian's left leg immediately swept horizontally, fierce like a steel whip, accurately striking an iron-feathered vulture diving to grab Su Qingya's face. Phew! The vulture cried miserably, its sternum collapsing, feathers scattering, its body spinning as it slammed into the ceiling, then slid to the ground twitching a few times before going still. The other vultures, startled by the ambush, let out sharp, high-pitched screeches and temporarily gave up their attack. In a flash, Lin Xian cut down a wolf and a vulture in succession, fully displaying the power of the opening meridian stage. Simply being among them, Lin Xian felt his spirit purified, the jade slips in his sea of consciousness shining more vividly and lively, deepening his understanding of the Transcendent Freedom Sutra. This is the ocean of knowledge, the source of Tao and magic. The spectral incarnation was inconceivably shocked. He forced down his excitement, controlling the shadowy avatar to stick close to the bookshelf's shadows, moving quickly like a cautious gecko. The avatar was intangible, moving silently. Thanks to the legitimate passage right granted by the key's aura, it did not trigger any other security mechanisms. The target was clear: the basic cultivation methods. Especially martial arts, and possibly the fundamentals of literature and medicine. This was exactly what he urgently needed, something that could be immediately converted into combat power to break the current deadlock. The shadowy avatar weaved through the vast sea of books like a hungry traveler breaking into a treasure trove. It greatly amplified its senses, carefully distinguishing the energy fluctuations emitted by each book. Soon, it stopped in front of a bookshelf labeled Martial Arts Introduction Basic Volume. The books here emitted a reddish-brown aura of vitality. Titles like Man-Bull Strength Annotation, 12 Basic Posture Exercises, Essentials of Military Combat Techniques, and The Bestiary Fist Manual, Fragment, were dazzling, but most were incomplete or superficial. The shadowy figure did not stop and continued forward. Finally, at the middle level of the bookshelf, it locked onto a few books with intact auras and solid halos. Essentials of 5-Step Fist, a copy, Detailed Explanation of Basic Body Conditioning Techniques, an Ancient Edition, and Han Yuan 1 Qi Posture, Fragment. These were exactly the foundational martial arts techniques Lin Xian had heard about around the shelter perimeter but had not yet exchanged for. Especially Essentials of 5-Step Fist and Detailed Explanation of Basic Body Conditioning Techniques, which were commonly taught system entry methods in the guard squad. The shadowy figure had no physical form and could not turn the pages, but it itself was the best reader. It spread like a shadow over the Essentials of 5-Step Fist, and a flash of gray-blue, distorted light flickered. Lin Xian's mind shook violently, as the 5 ancient fist seals on the cover seemed to come alive. The information flow of the basic fist techniques, footwork, body movement, power release, circulation of vitality mapping rushed into his conscious sea through an invisible mental link. The jade slip's clear brilliance shone brightly, rapidly absorbed and analyzed. Within moments, Lin Xian thoroughly mastered the contents of the Essentials of 5-Step Fist. He felt that the previously scattered power release skills instantly integrated and his understanding leaped to a new realm. Without stopping, the phantom shadow avatar turned to detailed explanation of basic body refining techniques. This time the information was more extensive, including not only movement diagrams but also breathing methods, qi and blood transport, tendon and bone tempering, and spiritual energy induction systems. It was far superior to the crude methods Lin Xian had previously explored using a jade slip. The jade slip in the sea of consciousness greedily absorbed the information like nectar. Boom! The entire content of detailed explanation of basic body refining techniques was fully replicated, and the energy in Lin Xian's opening meridian stage surged. The breath he had just refined instantly became solid and heavy, a sense of strength filling his entire body, and his control reached an unprecedented level of precision. Good stuff! Lin Xian rejoiced inwardly. This basic body refining technique was practically a foundation tailor-made for him. The phantom shadow avatar did not rest, quickly lunging toward the mixed primordial cheesesteak, incomplete manuscript. Although it was only a fragment, the steak technique had very profound principles, emphasizing primordial unity, unshakable as a mountain, which was highly effective in stabilizing foundation and condensing qi and blood. Despite the limited information, the jade slip rapidly absorbed it. In less than a minute, 3 precious foundational martial arts manuals were all stolen by the shadow avatar. It was like an invisible shadow, turning the sea of books into an unclaimed treasure. This was the perfect manifestation of the Other Transformation Freedom Sutra. /M. Lin Xian felt the surging power within his body and his new understanding of martial arts. His confidence greatly increased. But he knew this was far from enough. The Beast King was coming, the workshop was in grave danger. He needed more powerful methods that could immediately form combat power, even threatening the Beast King. One Dao, Kota Dama, or powerful offensive melodies. Lin Xian quickly shifted his thoughts, directing the shadow avatar to leave the martial arts bookshelf and stealthily move toward the area with a denser aura. The Wanwan Tower was vast, with clearly divided bookshelf sections. The shadow avatar soon arrived at the One Dao introductory section, where the books emitted a milky, expansive qi. Collected annotations on elementary learning, Introduction to Rhymes and Tones, Lingyun edition, Song of Righteousness, Rubbings edition, Essay on Encouraging Study. Most are chapters on enlightenment and self-cultivation, containing Tao that nourishes the spirit and clarifies the mind and nature, with very few aggressive verbal magic techniques. These ancient texts possess a restrained and profound aura. When covered by the shadowy apparition, information flows in slowly, making analysis more difficult. Lin Xian was anxious, time pressing. He quickly scanned the bookshelf. Suddenly, the shadowy apparition locked onto a simple thin volume in a corner, its cover faintly glowing with golden light. Words following the law fragment. The book title was imposing, yet its aura was weak, like a remnant of a world-shaking classic, its brilliance dim, as if ready to extinguish at any moment. That's it, Lin Xian said without hesitation, allowing the shadowy apparition to envelop it. Buzz. This time the incoming information carried an indescribable majesty and weight. It was no longer a specific cultivation method, but an exposition of a profound mystical realm: how to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with the mind, how to carry will with words, how to lever a trace of the power of laws. The information was incomplete and obscure, full of gaps. The jade slip's clear light flashed intensely, striving to analyze, but it could only barely imprint this incomplete realm, unable to immediately convert it into practical ability. Lin Xian felt his mind entangled in chaos, his spirit stinging sharply. No, it's too profound, I need time to digest it. Lin Xian decisively gave up delving deeper into the literature area. He immediately turned toward the direction where the fluctuations of musical rhythm were stronger. There, the bookshelves were fewer, and the books were mostly music scores and qin, zither, scores. High mountains and flowing water, ancient score, ambush from 10 sides, fragment of a battle tune, pure heart universal good mantra, annotated. The shadow avatar rapidly covered them with scans. The ancient score had profound artistic conception but lacked lethality. The battle tune fragment was aggressively murderous but incomplete. The pure heart universal good mantra leaned toward healing and soothing. Just as Lin Xian was disappointed and ready to give up, his perception was suddenly drawn to a dusty, charred, seemingly fire-burned damaged musical score on the bottom shelf. This music score was nameless, its aura faint and chaotic, carrying violent waves of destruction, madness, and mutual annihilation, completely different from the gentle melodies around it. The shadow avatar covered it, boom. Wild, chaotic, broken melodies flooded into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness like a torrent. The jade slip trembled violently, barely imprinting this information. Nameless deadly sound. A fragment filled with madness exploded in his mind. This was not a complete piece but a secret technique of self-destructive sonic assassination that detonated its own sound wave energy to create an instantaneous terrifying area of effect damage. The cost was huge, and the power astonishing. Lin Xian gasped sharply. This thing was simply a double-edged sword, not to be used lightly except in desperate situations. Just as he was being struck, a more terrifying beast roar than before erupted with a crash outside the Panzer workshop, the metal structure groaning under the pressure, oppression pressing down like a massive boulder. Roar! The gap that the guards had just sealed with a metal plate was torn open by a terrifying giant claw covered in dark red scales, burning with real flames. The metal plate shattered, and a scorching wave of heat mixed with the stench of sulfur surged in. Outside the gap, the outline of a huge creature appeared, resembling a giant lizard, its size like a heavy truck, clad in thick dark red scales with molten red magma flowing through the scale gaps. Its head was fierce and ugly, tusks curved like blades, spewing thick sulfur smoke. The core of burning lava blazed in its eyes, full of destruction and greedy desire. Several volcanic rock-like bone spikes jutted from its back, their tips shining with molten lava light. The lava-ground lizard beast king. At the peak of the transcendent stage, terrifyingly close to stepping into the meridian opening stage. It radiated overwhelming pressure, making the workshop's air hot and sticky. The workers and guards struggled to breathe, their legs weakened, barely able to hold their weapons steady. Roar! The Beast King's gaze locked onto the Wanwan Tower key in Lin Xian's hand. The warm jade-white light, like a lighthouse in the night, firmly attracted it. It let out a deafening roar, its massive tail like a blazing battering ram, fiercely sweeping towards the workshop pillar. Boom! The metal pillar screeched, twisting and deforming instantly. The workshop shook violently as dust and debris fell from the ceiling. Damn it! The lava-ground lizard king is here. Sherlone's face changed drastically, fear flashing in his eyes. Although he was a strong practitioner at the vein opening stage, facing this thick-skinned, terrifyingly strong mutated beast king with lava venom, his chances of victory were slim. Hold on. Attack its eyes and the soft scales on its abdomen. Sherlong roared angrily, swinging his hammer with full force. The hammer's strike was sharp and piercing as it smashed toward the beast king's tail. Bang! The loud noise sounded like iron striking iron, the recoil forcing Sherlong to step back several paces, his arm tingling. Only the scales on the tail cracked, with burning magma flowing out, but no tendons or bones were harmed. Howl! The Beast King roared in pain, growing even angrier, opening its huge blood-red mouth, and a red glow gathered deep in its throat. Watch out! Dodge quickly! Wang Meng shouted in alarm, pushing down two terrified workers. Hissing! A blazing scarlet pillar of fire erupted, instantly melting the metal and scorching the ground, causing it to crack and split open. Several guards were caught off guard and vaporized instantly. Qingya! Now's the time. Give me your full support. A wild determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he shoved the key back into Su Qingya's hand. He stomped forward, blocking the way before Su Qingya, Xiao Li, and Chen Mo. With meridian opening stage spiritual power surging, and the precise control brought by the foundation body tempering technique, his condition instantly reached its peak. Both hands raised, fingers spread wide, as if to embrace the destructive molten lava pillar ahead. So, what exactly is it? Sherlone's voice trembled slightly as he recognized the aura of Wanwan Tower and also sensed the wild earthly firepower within the Beast King's essence blood. The aura emitted by this key at this moment perfectly merges two completely different powers, even faintly exuding a higher level pressure that made him, at the vein opening stage, feel his heart race. This was by no means an ordinary Wanwan Tower key. Greed flared up like wildfire in his heart instantly. If he could obtain this key. Roar! The severely injured lava-ground lizard beast king was also intimidated by the key's sudden surge of abnormal aura. The aura carried the earthly firepower of its own essence blood, which attracted it deeply in its veins, but more than that was the fear brought by the vast, profound power emanating from the key. Especially the sound-killing power that had just torn through its soul, which seemed to be connected to the key. The soul-wrenching pain, the body's wounds, and the fear of unknown forces completely crushed its greed for the key. It let out a low growl of reluctant fear, suddenly turned around, and with a sweep of its thick tail, knocked the blocking mutated beasts aside. Without looking back, it crashed through the workshop's side wall and fled in panic toward the depths of the outer city. Once the Beast King fled, the herd, losing its leader, immediately fell into chaos. The previously fierce offensive crumbled in an instant. The remaining mutated beasts, faced with the guard's startled but morale-boosted counterattack, began to scatter or were encircled and wiped out. The Beast King fled. We won. We held the line. The workshop erupted in relief and ecstatic cheers. Guards and workers rejoiced, many collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces covered in blood and dirt yet full of gratitude. But deep inside the workshop, the atmosphere was completely different. Shurlong slowly turned around, his fierce and greedy eyes fixated like a beast stalking its prey, firmly locking onto Lin Xian, who was being supported by Su Qingya and looked deathly pale, as well as the key in her hand that radiated a strange light. Kid, Shurlong's voice was low and full of pressure. Holding the massive warhammer still dripping with magma and beast blood, he stepped toward Lin Xian one step at a time, his heavy footsteps beating like drums on everyone's hearts. What kind of sinister trick did you just use? And, what exactly is that thing in your hand? The pressure of the opening meridian stage was fully unleashed, like a solid hammer forcefully pressing down on Lin Xian and Su Qingya. Having just experienced a fierce battle and weakened after using the nameless silence technique, Lin Xian felt a tightness in his chest and a metallic taste rising in his throat. Su Qingya's face turned pale, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the key, but she stood firmly in front of Lin Xian. Wang Mang was covered in blood, his shoulders and arms burned and torn by the Beast King's molten lava, but without hesitation, he dragged a heavy iron rod and limped to stand between Shurlong and Lin Xian, his eyes fierce. Sect Master Shur. What do you want to do? Brother Lin just saved us all. Without him, we'd be dead for sure. Rescue? Shurlong sneered, his gaze growing colder. I think he's just brought even bigger trouble. That Beast King is clearly after what's in his hand. And his howling tricks almost fooled me too. Tell me. What exactly is that key? Hand it over. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. He raised his warhammer, full of murderous intent. The guards inside the workshop exchanged glances. Some gripped their weapons tightly and moved closer to Shurlong, clearly siding with him. Others hesitated, after all, Lin Xian's attack earlier had indeed driven the Beast King back. The atmosphere suddenly tensed to the extreme. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, his mind racing. The secret of the key must never be revealed. Shurlong was greedy and ruthless, and if he found out this was the key to enter the Wanwan Tower, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Lin Xian was gravely injured, Wang Mang was no better, and Su Qingya's combat ability was limited. A direct fight was hopeless. Master Shur, cough cough, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his voice hoarse but calm. That Beast King came for the thing rich in spiritual energy. This ancestral jade I carry only slightly concentrates spiritual energy. Just now, in desperation, I overstressed my life using an ancestral forbidden technique to barely scare it off. Now I am utterly exhausted. As he spoke, he secretly activated the faint glow remaining in the jade slip, suppressing the chaotic energy within his body, releasing a weak aura of vital energy to make himself appear even more feeble, as if he might collapse at any moment. A spirit concentrating jade? Forbidden technique? Shurlong looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing him. The aura from the key was far beyond that of an ordinary spirit concentrating artifact. He greedily closed in. Enough nonsense. Take it out and show me. Shurlong. Do you have any shame or not? Wang Mang shouted angrily, blocking the way with an iron rod. If you want to snatch something, ask me first. Just as both sides were on the verge of clashing. Cough cough. Sure. Master Shur. A weak but clear voice came from the corner. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Chen Mo, who had been unconscious, was awake. His face was pale, his breath weak, but his eyes were unusually clear, filled with the wisdom of one who sees through the world's affairs. With Shaoli's help, he sat up and calmly looked toward Shurlong. Old Chen, you're awake. Su Qingya said excitedly. Chen Mo nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Shurlong as he slowly spoke, Stone Chief. Although this old body is useless, I have some knowledge of fortune-telling. The object in Lin's hand contains the pure energy of scriptures and the fiery energy of the earth's veins. It should be a medium linking culture in the earth's energy, not a treasure for killing. Just now, the Beast King retreated, not only because of Lin's forbidden technique but probably also because this object activated the Earth's veins, disturbing that fiend's source of earth fire. Chen Mo's tone was broken but carried a strange persuasiveness. Half true and half false, his words pointed out some characteristics of the key, implying it was more of a medium to drive power rather than direct destructive force, and useless to a warrior like Shilong, possibly even bringing calamity. Shilong frowned tightly, staring at Chen Mo, then glanced at the key in Lin Xian's hand, whose light was gradually dimming but whose dark gold and reddish runes were still faintly visible. The greed in his eyes faded, replaced by some confusion and caution. This old scholar Chen had some reputation at the base of the rock shelter, his words couldn't be fully trusted nor completely dismissed. Especially the terms activating the Earth's veins and disturbing the source of earthfire made Shilong's heart tremble faintly. He relied on brute strength and his hammer, always wary of such mystical things. "Humph, old thing, don't lie to me." Shilong snorted coldly, his killing intent slightly restrained. He glanced at the devastated workshop and, thinking that although the Beast King had retreated, the threat still existed, he knew this was definitely not the time for internal strife. He said sternly to Lin Xian, "Kid, you got lucky this time. But the trouble you caused me isn't over yet, you almost destroyed my workshop. Once the beast tide passes, we'll settle the score." After finishing, he no longer looked at Lin Xian, turning around and shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly take stock of the losses, treat the wounded, and reinforce the fortifications. That beast might come back." Shilong temporarily backed down, and the atmosphere relaxed a little. Wang Meng sighed with relief but still watched Shilong's men warily. Su Qingya busied herself checking Lin Xian's injuries, her face full of worry. Lin Xian cast a grateful glance at Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly, a flicker of fatigue and meaning flashing in his eyes. At this moment, a series of rapid, orderly footsteps came from the direction of the broken main gate. "Everyone inside, listen. The beast tide has retreated. The Yanhuang Council's rock guard has taken over this place. Everyone put down your weapons and submit to inspection." About 20 soldiers, dressed in dark gray combat uniforms and armed with fine energy rifles, quickly rushed into the workshop. Their movements were efficient, their eyes sharp, and their demeanor steady, clearly well-trained elite troops. The leader wore a conspicuous shoulder insignia, his presence strong, and he was the guard captain who had commanded from the outer city walls. The guard captain's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the chaotic workshop and the piles of beast corpses on the ground, his brows tightly furrowed. His gaze finally settled on Shilong, then looked at Lin Xian and Su Qingya, particularly noting Lin Xian's pale face and the still extraordinary key in Su Qingya's hand. "Report the situation." The captain of the guards spoke in a cold, firm voice. Shilong stepped forward, forcing a stiff expression of respect on his face, reporting, "Officer. I am Shilong, the master of the Pancher workshop. We just repelled the beast pack attack led by the Lavaland Lizard Beast King. The losses were heavy, but the core area of the workshop was secured." He deliberately emphasized repelling the Beast King and securing the workshop, not mentioning Lin Xian or the key at all. The captain of the guards nodded, then turned to look at Lin Xian and the others. "What about you? Your identities?" Lin Xian answered feebly, his voice weak, reporting, "Officer, we are a survivor squad who fled from the outer city. We had contact with Captain Zhang Wu during the Black Wind Ravine mission. We were also fighting the beast tide just now and got wounded." The captain of the guard carefully scrutinized Lin Xian, then glanced at Chen Mo, who was being supported by Su Qingya, and the injured Wang Meng behind them. His gaze lingered on the hand tightly held by Su Qingya, vaguely sensing that something important was hidden at her wrist. The key was concealed within her sleeve. The captain did not rush to ask but turned to shout at the soldiers, "Medical personnel first attend to the critically wounded, the rest immediately clear the battlefield and set up a temporary defensive line. Although the main force of the beast tide has retreated, there are still scattered mutated beasts in the outer city, so stay vigilant." "Yes." The soldiers swiftly and orderly set about their tasks. Only then did the captain turn to Shilong and Lin Xian, his tone softening a bit. "You performed well, especially in repelling the lava terrain lizard king, buying precious time for the sanctuary. The council leadership is already aware of the situation, and a special envoy is on the way.
Everyone rest where you are and await questioning. Leaving without permission is strictly prohibited. Special Envoy? Lin Xian tensed up. The High Council of Yanhuang personally sending someone meant that the situation in the workshop in the outer city would be thrust into the spotlight. Instinctively, he touched his chest, sensing the faint mental waves sent by the key Wan, Earth Vein, Book Mountain, Fire Seed. The secrets behind this key were far more complex than he had imagined. Next, how should he face the Council's special envoy in Shilong, who still eyed him like a tiger stalking its prey? Inside the workshop, the smoke had not yet cleared, and the smell of blood lingered. The Council's garrison swiftly took control of the situation. Lin Xian, struggling with his weak body, fixed his gaze on the gate. The arrival of the special envoy would decide their fate. The heavy sound of military boots grew closer. A tall figure stepped in against the light outside the door. She wore a deep blue stand-collar uniform, with silver flame-encircled book insignia on her shoulder patches, representing the Parliament's Department of Ancient Texts and Relics Investigation. She appeared to be barely in her 20s, with fair skin, delicate features, and icy blue eyes like stars slowly revolving, sharp enough to pierce illusions. Behind her stood two high-level opening pulse phase bodyguards, their presence steady and eyes like hawks. "I am Zhao Wu, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Rock Guard, reporting to Commissioner Zhongli." The guard captain immediately straightened up and saluted, clearly showing great respect for Zhongli's status. Zhongli's gaze, cold as a needle, swept across the devastated battlefield, pausing at the gash torn by the Beast King and the traces of lava, finally locking onto Shilong and Lin Xian. She saw through Lin Xian's pale face and deliberately suppressed aura. Her eyes ultimately fell on the right hand tightly gripped inside Su Qingya's sleeve. The aura of the key, though fiercely hidden, still flickered under her icy blue starry eyes, emitting subtle fluctuations intertwining cultured refinement with the violent power of earthly fire. Shilong hurriedly forced a smile and stepped forward first. "Commissioner Jiang, you finally arrived. I am Shilong, the workshop master." This beast tide came suddenly, and that lava land lizard king was extremely fierce. Fortunately, our entire workshop fought desperately and barely managed to drive it off. The losses were heavy, but for the sake of the sanctuary, any sacrifice is worth it, he boasted while secretly eyeing Lin Xian. However, this beast tide happened too conveniently, just after these few people escaped to my workshop. Especially Lin Xian, who seems to be hiding something strange in his hands, attracting the Beast King's covetousness. I suspect they have problems, and I request the commissioner to investigate thoroughly. Shilong's voice was loud and clear, deliberately making sure everyone heard. Several guards immediately chimed in, casting hostile glances. "You're talking nonsense." Wang Meng trembled with anger all over. Despite still bleeding, he wanted to rush forward but was tightly held back by little Li. Su Qingya looked pale, her palm gripping the key drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xian sneered in his heart, Shilong really wouldn't miss the opportunity. He suddenly began coughing violently, coughing with all his might, his whole body staggering and barely supported by Su Qingya, who weakly defended. "Stone Sect leader, slandering, we're just ordinary people who barely escaped with our lives. There's nothing that could attract the Beast King." Cough, cough, cough. His appearance of being completely exhausted, gravely injured, and near death, combined with his previously weakened state after using the nameless silence technique, was extremely deceptive. Even Captain Zhao Wu of the guard looked at him with some sympathy. Zhongli's ice blue starry eyes scanned between Lin Xian and Shilong without immediately taking a stance. She walked slowly to the gap torn open by the lava land lizard Beast King, reached out with her right hand clad in a black leather glove, and gently brushed the melted metal edges. A faint subtle blue energy flowed from her fingertips, lingering among the remnants of lava's aura. The Lava Land Lizard King, at the peak of transcendence, half a step into meridian opening, controls earth fire, and its bloodline carries a faint fragment of the lava heart aura, she said coldly. Its target is very clear, directly pointing to this place. Her gaze shifted toward Lin Xian and Shilong. The factors triggering the beast tide are very complex, the main cause being the outer city defenses breached by high-level mutants. As for the object that attracted the Beast King, her eyes passed over Su Qingya's sleeve. It contains a complex and powerful scroll spirit rhythm and earth meridian fire aura, along with a trace of the Beast King's own essence blood imprint. This object serves as a lure, not the source. Jiang Li's words were like a cold verdict, immediately darkening Shilong's expression.
Although the key wasn't explicitly said to be in Lin Xian's hands, the characteristics of complex scroll spiritual aura and earth vein fire energy and Beast King blood imprint had already shifted the focus from Lin Xian causing the beast tide to the key attracting the Beast King. More importantly, she pointed out that the key was merely a lure, not the source of the disaster, greatly reducing Lin Xian's responsibility. "Commissioner, please reconsider." Shi Long still wanted to argue. Jiang Li no longer looked at him, her gaze turning to Lin Xian. Her tone was stern and resolute. "Lin Xian, Su Qingya, Wang Mang, Chen Mo, and the boy surnamed Li. You assisted in repelling the Beast King and earned merit, but you are carrying abnormal items and must undergo a supervisory investigation by the council. From now on, come with me to the temporary shelter in the 7th district of the inner city. You must not leave on your own. After the investigation, a fair conclusion will be reached." Supervisory investigation. A trace of unwillingness and resentment flashed in Shi Long's eyes, but facing Jiang Li's status and strength, he could only bow his head in agreement, yes, entirely at the commissioner's arrangement. He knew that as long as Jiang Li took them away, it would be difficult for them to get near that key again. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was under supervision and had lost his freedom, it was still much better than falling into Shi Long's hands. Moreover, entering the inner city gave him greater chances to contact the core of the council. He nodded weakly, "Thank you, Commissioner." Jiang Li said no more and instructed Zhao Wu, "Captain Zhao, leave it to you to clean up here, strengthen defenses, count the casualties, and submit a detailed report to the department." "Understood." Zhao Wu responded solemnly. Jiang Li turned around, flanked by 2 vein-opening stage guards on the left and right, their invisible energy locking onto Lin Xian and the other 4. Su Qingya supported Lin Xian, Wang Meng gritted his teeth dragging his injured leg, and Shaoli helped the weakened Chen Mo. Amid the complex gazes of the garrison troops, they walked out of the bloodstained and smoky Panshur workshop, setting off toward the inner city. Temporary resettlement point in Inner City District 7. This place was completely different from the chaotic and dirty outer city. Although it was only a temporary prefab house, it was neatly planned, the roads were clean, and a faint spiritual energy flowed in the air, making the environment fresh. They were assigned to an independent suite, equipped with beds and washing facilities, guarded by 2 calm and steady guards at the door. Until the investigation results come out, you can only move within this area. Medical staff will check injuries daily, and food and water will be supplied on time. No contact with the outside world without permission, the guard said coldly, standing outside the door. The door closed, isolating them from the outside world. Wang Meng sat down hard, the wound throbbing painfully. He gritted his teeth, finally safe. "That guy named Shi, I'll kill him sooner or later." Shaoli clutched his chest, still shaken. Su Qingya supported Lin Xian as he lay down on the bed. Looking at his pale face, she was full of worry. "Lin Gu, how are you feeling?" Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the inner city was slightly stronger, which helped revive his spirits a little. "I can still hold on. Qingya, let me see the key." Su Qingya carefully took the key out from her sleeve. The dark golden and crimson glow had subsided, returning to a smooth jade white, but the ancient runes resembling flowing lava flames were still clearly imprinted, emitting a faint warmth. Lin Xian took the key in his hand, its smoothness was pleasant to the touch. The strange aura of scroll and ley lines intertwined became even more pronounced. Lin Xian tried to probe a thread of mental power into the sea of consciousness, intermittently sensing that vague thought, 10,000 volumes, earth veins, book mountain, fire seed. What exactly is the fire seed of the book mountain? He frowned, pondering. At this moment, Chen Mo sat down nearby with the support of Shaoli. Although his complexion had improved somewhat, he was still weak. His eyes fixated on the runes on the key, an unusual glint flickering in his old eyes. "Young friend Lin, these runes," the old man seems to have some recollection. "Old Chen knows them?" Lin Xian and Su Qingya asked in unison. Chen Mo trembled as he pointed at the air, gesturing. "The brushstrokes of this rune contain intent and power. It's an ancient writing method, very similar to the earth vein fire pattern recorded in ancient texts. That rune was used in ancient times to communicate with the earth's dragon veins and to harness the power of earth fire. It is usually inscribed only at key nodes that suppress the earth veins or on secret keys connected to the earth veins.
Earth vein fire pattern? Secret key?
Lin Xian's heart jolted as he thought of the key's name, the Wanwan Tower key. Wanwan Tower symbolizes knowledge, mountains of books, and the key surprisingly incorporates earth fire energy, displaying the earth vein fire pattern.
Could it be that Wanwan Tower is connected to the earth veins? This key not only opens the knowledge repository but might also lead to a secret place related to the earth veins fire source? His heartbeat quickened, and he urgently asked, "Old Chen, what else do you know?"
Chen Mo shook his head, leaning back in his chair tiredly. This old man has only seen scattered records and a damaged copy of Du Ji, with vague and incomplete details. To decipher the runes and what they point to, one must consult more specialized ancient texts or enter the Wanwan Tower to search through its collections. His gaze instinctively turned toward the city center, where the towering outline of Wanwan Tower loomed faintly.
Wanwan Tower.
Lin Xian immediately made a decision. The shadowy avatar was still there, and he had to use it to quickly find the deciphering talisman and uncover the secrets of the Book Mountain Fire Seed. He closed his eyes, his mind mostly sinking into the sea of consciousness, connecting with the shadowy avatar in the distant Wanwan Tower.
Inside Wanwan Tower, the vast sea of books.
The shadowy avatar lurked like a shadow, while Lin Xian's consciousness descended through the jade slip. Prioritize searching for ancient texts related to earth veins, fire patterns, book mountain, and fire seeds, especially those interpreting runes and secrets of the earth veins, he commanded. The shadowy avatar moved swiftly, weaving through areas such as initial insights into the way of literature, geography and cartography, and runic secret scrolls, with its perception amplified to carefully distinguish the aura emitted by each book. As time passed, the avatar scanned dozens of related books, mostly ordinary texts on mountains, rivers, geography, feng shui, or basic rune analysis, but did not uncover any core secrets.
Buzz.
The shadow avatar's aura instantly fused almost completely with the surrounding scrolls, resembling the faint fluctuations emitted by an inconspicuous fragment of an ancient book. A powerful mental spotlight swept across, and Lin Xian felt his incarnation being grazed by the edge of an invisible storm.
The shadow clinging to the bookshelf shook and twisted violently, as if about to disintegrate at any moment.
His original body's sea of consciousness ached sharply, like being pierced hard by a steel needle.
Fortunately, that mental force focused more on probing lifeforms or abnormal energy fluctuations. It did not deeply lock onto the incarnation that had merged into the scroll environment and was disguised by the key's spiritual resonance.
After the mental torrent passed by, it quickly moved on to the next layer, and the crisis was temporarily averted. Lin Xian lay on the bed at the shelter, sweat streaming down his forehead, his back soaked through his clothes. Controlling his avatar to evade the patrol consumed more mental energy than casting the nameless absolute sound spell once. Although the soul power at the pulse opening stage allowed him to control his avatar to infiltrate the Wanwan Tower, it was still fraught with danger.
"Brother Lin, what's wrong?"
Su Qingya immediately noticed Lin Xian's abnormal state and asked with concern. "Nothing, just some backlash from forcing my energy." Lin Xian waved his hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed the turbulence of his qi and the stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness.
He couldn't lose focus, the patrol could return at any moment. He had to quickly obtain the urgently needed cultivation method.
His intention coldly transmitted to the shadow avatar, target unchanged, prioritize the remaining pages of the Qing Nong Shu, attack the music theory techniques, burst secret arts, quickly. The shadow avatar, like a whipped ghost, surged out of the shadows, disregarding the exposure of its aura, moving at an extremely fast speed through the areas of introduction to medicine, basics of music theory, secret records of martial arts, and others. Its perception was sharp like radar, continuously scanning the spiritual aura emitted by each book.
Compendium of Herbs Abnormal Spiritual Energy Chapter, an Ordinary Medicinal Atlas, skipped. Barefoot Doctor's Manual Summary of Spiritual Emergency Treatment, Basic Care, skipped.
Tone deaf but still can practice basic sound confusion technique is too low level, skip it.
Time passed second by second.
The avatar skimmed through dozens to hundreds of books.
Lin Xian's heart gradually grew heavy. Could it be that all luck had run out?
At this moment, in the top corner of the medicinal toxins section, a thin booklet bound with withered yellow leaves came into view. The cover depicted a grimacing black skull, exuding a chilling aura, with crookedly written words, Plague Locust Powder Notes Remnants. At the same time, on the bottom level of the ancient music manuscripts area, a thick music score covered in dust with a damaged animal skin cover emitted a fierce killing intent like clashing weapons and galloping horses. Deep within the martial arts secret records, a thin booklet with a blood-red cover and charred edges emitted a fierce aura as if jade and stone were burning together. The cover was inscribed in blood-red characters, "Burning Blood Escape." The shadowy figure did not hesitate and instantly lunged at these 3 tomes. Buzz. 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 3 distinctly different yet dangerous streams of information flooded into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness like a torrent. The jade slip's clear light flickered rapidly, quickly analyzing and imprinting the contents. The Plague Locust Powder Manuscript Incomplete Edition records the cultivation and control of basic plague toxins in miasma, including several simple formulas for soul-consuming plague toxins and paralyzing neurotoxins. The core secret involves using faint spiritual power to catalyze specific toxins in nature or mutated organisms, forming controllable toxic mists or powders. It has severe side effects, and careless manipulation can easily backfire. The Battle Formation Melody, Incomplete Score, is a fragment of an ancient battle formation tune filled with killing intent. It requires special instruments infused with spiritual power to play, capable of shaking the enemy's chi and blood and disturbing their spirit, with the best effects on enemies in formation. If played perfectly, it can even tear apart small array nodes. The difficulty of comprehension is extremely high, and the mental energy consumption is enormous. Burning Blood Escape, an ultimate burst secret technique. By burning one's own vital blood, one instantly gains speed or explosive power far beyond the limit. The more vital blood burned, the stronger the amplification, up to 3 times the maximum speed. The cost is severe, at best, a heavy injury to chi and vitality, resulting in weakness for several days, at worst, exhaustion of chi and blood, a drop in realm, and even life-threatening danger. Never use lightly except in life or death situations. Success. Lin Xian felt excited in his heart. Although all were incomplete fragments or had huge side effects, these were exactly what he needed most right now. Poison technique traps, sonic attacks to disturb enemies, bursts to escape or fight. In the perilous ruins and under the surveillance of the stone dragon, these secret techniques were his ultimate survival cards. However, just as the shadowy avatar finished copying and was about to quietly retreat, a stronger and more focused spiritual force, like a hawk locking onto its prey, suddenly descended from the upper floors of the Myriad Volumes pavilion. It locked tightly onto the 3 spots where the phantom avatar had just paused. Especially the area where the Plague Locust handwritten notes and Flaming Blood Escape were located. Clearly, the spiritual ripples caused by the avatar's high-speed movement and duplication had eventually alerted the true guardian. This is the place. Lin Xian controlled his avatar like a patient hunter, slowly approaching the node. The node was covered by a thick metal plate, engraved with complex defensive runes, tightly sealed without gaps. The key sensed a co-originating power, and its aura began to stir. Lin Xian guided the key's aura, simulating the earth vein fire pattern fluctuations recorded in the Diyuan Guzhuan Lu, gently touching the node. The metal plate trembled slightly, and the defensive runes rippled. A narrow crack slowly opened at the center of the ripple, and a burst of scorching, ancient energy instantly poured out. The entrance was open. The shadowy avatar hesitated not at all, transforming into a dark gold and crimson streak of light and darting into the gap. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian felt immense pressure, as if plunging into viscous magma. Ahead was a downward-sloping corridor, the walls composed of dark red crystal stones, covered with ancient runes emitting flickering crimson light. These runes were more complex than those on the key, radiating intense heat and powerful confinement. The corridor was filled with raging earthfire energy, like a furious dragon galloping, the temperature extremely high, enough to instantly vaporize metal. If the shadowy avatar weren't protected by the key's aura, it would have been burned to ashes upon entry. Lin Xian was shaken in his heart. Is this the source of the flame that sustains the Myriad Scroll Tower? He controlled the avatar, cautiously navigating through the scorching energy, sliding down the corridor. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature and the more violent the energy. Without the key's aura protection, a nascent soul stage body would not survive more than a few seconds. At the end of the corridor, it suddenly opened up, revealing a huge underground cavern. The dome was inlaid with countless self-luminous minerals, like a starry sky. In the center of the cave was a boiling dark red magma lake, above which floated a miniature book mountain made entirely of translucent golden crystals. This book mountain was only a few feet square but emitted a vast literary aura. Countless pale golden streams of light flowed like text over the crystalline mountain body. Beneath the book mountain, deep in the magma lake, burned a flame as pure as liquid gold, radiating immense energy and an ancient, boundless atmosphere. This was the source of the fire seed, the foundation of the book mountain. The energy of the golden flame flowed like a gentle river, continuously pouring into the book mountain to sustain its operation. The literary aura emitted by the miniature book mountain was fed back to the main body of the Wan Wan Lu through a mysterious connection, forming a powerful protective force field. The dark gold and crimson red runes on the key glowed intensely at this moment, resonating with the liquid gold flame. Lin Xian could even hear the key emitting a hungry buzzing sound. Opportunity to break the limit. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Controlling his avatar without hesitation, he pushed the connection between himself and the key's aura to the extreme, like a probe piercing the gentle golden flame line at the edge of the liquid gold fire. Sizzle! The moment the avatar touched the flame line, a surge of extremely pure energy mixed with vast cultural Tao charm, like the Milky Way flowing backward, wildly rushing into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness and every limb and bone through the invisible connection. Aga! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dyed a light golden color, his whole body trembled violently, and his skin emitted a dark golden glow, like refined iron in a furnace. The raging power raged inside, tearing through his meridians and burning his flesh and blood. The pain was unbearable, yet it brought restoration. The torn meridians rapidly repaired, expanded, and strengthened under the dual effects of energy and the jade slip's clear brilliance. The profound mysteries of the detailed explanation of basic body refining technique were frenziedly triggered, burning away impurities in the body. The spiritual power in the meridian opening phase surged like molten lava, becoming even purer. Boom! The invisible barrier was broken through, and Lin Xian's aura surged sharply, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of meridian opening. Even more astonishingly, the golden flame line integrated into his body contained the essence aura, awakening a deeper power of the key. Lin Xian felt the connection between the key, himself, and the shadow avatar growing ever closer. With a faint sense of permission emerging, the shadow avatar, empowered by the key, could conduct limited exploration in the restricted areas of the Wan Wan Tower. Just then, an ancient, furious roar thundered through Wan Wan Tower. Who dares to steal the power of the flame seed? The voice pierced through the barriers, bursting into the underground cavern. A terrifying spiritual force 10 times stronger than the daytime inspectors, like an apocalyptic tide, instantly locked onto the shadow avatar who had just absorbed the golden fire and was preparing to retreat. Damn, discovered. Lin Xian's heart tightened, decisively severing the connection with the golden fire. He manipulated his avatar to unleash the key's aura to the extreme, transforming into a streak of golden red light, desperately fleeing through the cracks in the corridor. Boom! 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 The underground rock cave trembled under the oppressive force of terrifying psychic energy. The raging fire energy was triggered, transforming into a furious beast of fire waves that surged forward. The runes on the walls lit up with dazzling red light, forming chains of energy that tightly bound the incarnation. The shadow incarnation, using the upgraded key's aura as cover, precisely found the entrance to the gap. Like a mouse scalded by hot water, it riskily dashed back through the narrow crystal stone corridor, quickly bursting out of the gap just before the fire waves and chains could surround it. With a rumbling crash, just as the incarnation burst out, the gap was forcefully sealed by a powerful force, the metal plate returning to its original state, completely locking down the space beneath the Wan Wan Tower. Where do you think you're going? An aged roar tore through the night sky, and a terrifying figure broke through the window. Its hawk-like gaze swiftly locked onto the incarnation's fleeing direction. At that moment, a faint noise came from the roof of the warehouse not far next door, like tiles breaking. The terrifying figure's gaze was drawn, and he snorted angrily, "A feint? A cheap trick." He abandoned tracking the manifestation, turned around, and transformed into a streak of light, lunging toward the warehouse roof. Inside the settlement, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of hot blood with faint golden sparks, his complexion ruddy, and a gleam flashing in his eyes. He immediately blocked his aura, cut off contact with his manifestation, pretended to be severely wounded and collapsed on the bed, his heartbeat accelerating. Outside the door, the guard was alerted. Sounds of a brief clash came from the warehouse roof, then after a moment, peace was restored. The shadowy figure retreated like a weary bird returning to its nest, its breath faintly slipping back through the door crack, merging into the shadows beneath Lin Xian's bed, falling into silence. It was clear that the escape had been extremely draining. Lin Xian sighed deeply, a cold sweat pouring down his back. If not for the noise in the warehouse that attracted the guardian, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In his mind flashed Jian Li's ice-blue starry eyes. Was it her? Why did she help him? There was no time to think further. The golden fire seed forcibly merged within his body was roaring and surging. He had to refine it with all his strength. At the same time, the permissions brought by the key upgrade also needed to be verified as soon as possible. The journey to the ruins was fraught with uncertain life and death, but the fire seed body tempering and key permissions were the dawn in the darkness. He closed his eyes to cultivate the darkness before dawn growing ever deeper. The heavy armored troop carrier jolted across the wilderness, kicking up clouds of dust. Ruins and bizarre mutated plants rushed past the window, and wandering low-level mutant beasts fled at the strong aura of the convoy. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Lin Xian's team squeezed into a corner with Wang Meng and Xiaoli, opposite Stone Dragon and his elite guards. The scar-faced burly man and several fierce guards cast cold glances at Lin Xian and the others, their lips curling into sinister smiles. Shilong closed his eyes to rest, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the alloy sheath of the combat knife resting on his knee, sounding like the ticking of a death countdown. Jian Li sat alone in the passenger seat, her icy blue eyes staring ahead through the window, her expression calm and serene. Xiaoli took advantage of the car's bumpiness to deliberately bump into Wang Meng, whispering, "Brother Lin, now." Wang Meng understood immediately. Taking the opportunity, he rubbed the sheath of the dagger tied to his leg with his fingers, picking up a colorless, transparent liquid with a spicy scent, an easy beastler he had learned from the notes in the Plague Locust manual. He pretended to adjust his posture, his elbow brushing past the guard's backpack smoothly and silently. Lin Xian observed all directions with his eyes, calmly closed them, and mobilized spiritual power to refine the fire seed within his body. His meridian opening at the mid-level stage was stable, and his spiritual power became thicker, carrying a faint burning sensation. He tentatively contacted his shadow form, discovering that after a night's recovery and upgrade, it had mostly recovered and was lurking in the shadows of the carriage. After 2 hours of driving, the convoy stopped in front of a ruin surrounded by vines and twisted metal. The Blackstone ruins have arrived. Everyone disembark and prepare to enter. Jian Li commanded coldly. The crowd filed out in single file. Before them stood a half-collapsed massive metal archway, rust-streaked, with the faded characters Pancher Biotechnology faintly visible. Behind the archway was a descending corridor, covered with dense vines and broken concrete. The light was dim, exuding a strong scent of rust and decay. A cold, damp, and pungent stench mixed with chemical residues hit their faces, making them nauseous. The map shows that the first-floor entrance is relatively open, but low-level rotten walkers are active, posing a low threat. Jian Li pulled up the electronic map. Mission: clear the first floor, establish a temporary base, and assess the second-floor entrance. Shifangzu will lead the guards to secure the left wing, Lin Xian's squad will scout the right wing, and I will coordinate from the center. Understood. A ruthless gleam flashed in Shilong's eyes. Scarface, take your men and take good care of the right wing passage. Yes, Boss Long. Scarface, accompanied by a dozen elite soldiers, stormed into the left passage with fierce momentum, their footsteps shaking the ground as if deliberately trying to provoke something. Lin Xian's squad, Wang Meng, and Xiaoli followed closely along the right passage, which was narrow and cluttered, piled high with discarded instruments and metal wreckage. The dust was thick, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. Not even 50 meters in, a chilling hoo-hoo-hoo wind-breaking sound suddenly came from a dark corner ahead. Amid heavy and dull footsteps, a group of twisted figures slowly appeared. They were once human, but now their skin was gray and rotting, revealing dark red muscles and white bones, their eyes cloudy and lifeless. Moving sluggishly with twisted bodies, tattered clothes hanging on them, they emitted a pungent stench of decay. These were the common rotten zombies found in the ruins, numbering as many as 20 or 30. Lin Xian tightly grasped the faintly breathing shadow avatar, withdrew it back into his sea of consciousness to nurture it, and without hesitation followed Jiangli, braving the raging vines and poisonous mist, desperately fleeing toward the gap from which they came. Behind them was the roaring and destructive storm of the vine space running completely wild. The piercing alarm sound mixed with the desperate roars of the vine mother chasing relentlessly, the remaining vines in the passage whipped and entangled wildly, spewing poisonous mist, and the second core zone trembled violently. "Hurry!" Jiangli shouted urgently, her ice-blue short sword drawing an icy blade, tearing through the vines and freezing the poisonous mist, forcibly carving out a narrow escape route. Her face was pale, clearly showing great exhaustion. Lin Xian followed closely behind, pushing the 5-step boxing body technique to its limit, skillfully dodging the attacking ice-breaking vines. In his arms was the unconscious Wang Mang, whose breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Shaoli dragged his injured leg, gritting his teeth and struggling to keep up. Su Qingya held the pale-faced Chen Mo tightly. The elderly man was relying solely on his strong will to hold on. "Shaoli, look at Wang Meng's face," said a voice trembling with tears. "Brother Lin, Mingzihe?" Lin Xian growled low, "Hold on. We're almost out." He exerted a faint thread of spiritual power, infused with the life essence from the birth section of the Qing Nan manual, carefully pouring it into Wang Meng's heart meridians, barely sustaining his life. Although this strand of spiritual power is weak and cannot heal the severe wounds Wang Meng suffered from burning blood escape, it can temporarily preserve his life. The wave of destruction behind him was getting closer, the metal walls continuously twisting and deforming under the power of the vines. Finally, a gap appeared in the heavy gate leading to the first-level transfer warehouse ahead. Hope was right in front of him. However, just as everyone was about to rush out, an accident happened. Attack! A roar full of violence exploded like thunder. It was Shilong. He and the only 7 or 8 remaining guards were not guarding the entrance but were hiding behind metal containers on both sides of the gate, lying in ambush, ready to strike. At the moment Lin Xian rushed out of the gap holding Wang Mang, the scar-faced strong man's eyes flashed with madness. Raising a shotgun filled with violent energy, he aimed at Lin Xian's back and pulled the trigger. Boom! A dazzling energy lightball roared out, its close-range power enough to destroy a rank 1 opening pulse warrior. "Watch out!" Jiangli shouted in alarm, and Lin Xian also sensed the danger. He had no time to dodge and couldn't turn around because he was holding Wang Mang. In the critical moment, the shadowy avatar that had just retreated into his sea of consciousness sensed the danger and unleashed its final strength. It forcibly distorted the light, forming a dim shadow shield instantly on Lin Xian's back. Boom! The energy orb collided with the shield, which shattered like paper. The shadowy avatar emitted a silent wail, its aura plummeting abruptly. The blast wave hit Lin Xian's back, causing him to spew blood wildly. His whole body felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer as he staggered to the ground, holding Wang Mang. The clothing on his back was completely shredded, revealing a gory, bloody wound. The intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. "Lin Xian! Brother Lin!" Su Qingya and Shaoli were tearful. "Kill them all!" Shilong ordered with a sinister grin. He transformed into a shadow, lunging straight at Wang Mang, more precisely, at the bulging tactical pouch at Wang Meng's waist. Just now in the melee, he saw with his own eyes Wang Mang stuffing several pieces of high-purity energy crystals and suspected potions in there. Taking advantage of the opportunity, snatching the treasure and silencing the witness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Scarface and the guards pounced like hungry wolves, slashing and shooting at the fallen Lin Xian, as well as the rushing Su Qingya, Shaoli, and Chen Mo behind him. "Shilong! You're asking for death!" Jiangli charged out of the gap like an ice storm, a raging fury igniting in her ice-blue star eyes, and a wave of cold more terrifying than before erupted. But Shilong moved quickly, only a few steps from the fallen Lin Xian and Wang Mang. His large hand, covered in calluses and wrapped in crimson energy, was about to grab Wang Meng's tactical pocket. At this critical moment, a roar filled with hatred and destruction exploded from the second-level gate breach, drowning out all the shouts and battle cries. Rumble! A giant ink-black vine tentacle over 3 meters wide broke through the gate, like a world-destroying giant python, carrying an aura of destruction as it fiercely lashed at the people inside the warehouse, especially Lin Xian and Shilong, who were closest to the breach. This was the Vine Mother's ultimate strike of fury, containing the berserk power of the condensed pill stage. Wherever it passed, the air exploded with sound, and the metal floor tore apart like paper. The cruel smile on Shilong's face instantly froze, fear overtaking his entire body. The tentacle was dangerously close, its destructive aura making his soul tremble. The thought of killing to snatch the treasure vanished in an instant. At this life-or-death moment, he unleashed his lifetime of potential. Red Dragon Body Shield. A layer of crimson chi shield enveloped him. The shield was shattered by the tentacle as soon as it appeared. The stone dragon screamed miserably, blood gushing out, the inner armor shattered, ribs broken, and the whole body was swept away, crashing into a metal container and losing consciousness. The scar-faced guard was even worse off. Before he could shout, he was crushed into minced meat by the vine tentacle. Lin Xian felt the aura of destruction enveloping them. Wang Meng in his arms and his companions behind were hanging by a thread. No! His fury erupted from the depths of his heart, his eyes bloodshot, the jade slip trembling, the fire seed within igniting fiercely, and the secret art of burning blood escape imprinted last night surged clearly into view. At the critical moment between life and death, there was no way to retreat. Burning blood. He roared silently, igniting 1/3 of his essence blood, transforming it into a torrent of wild power that destroyed his meridians, making the mid-level spiritual energy flowing through them fade embarrassingly in comparison. Boom! The wild aura erupted, blood-red flames rising, and his speed instantly soared to an incredible level. At the moment, the destructive tentacles almost crushed Lin Xian and Wang Meng. Lin Xian tightly held Wang Meng, transforming into a barely visible faint blood-colored afterimage, sliding close to the ground beneath the gaps of the tentacles, narrowly escaping danger. Boom! The vine tentacles slammed hard into the spot where Lin Xian had just been, violently shaking the ground. A several-meter-wide deep pit instantly formed, with metal fragments and concrete flying like cannonballs. Lin Xian fell to the ground holding Wang Meng, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his energy extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Forcibly activating the burning blood escape came at a heavy cost. His entire skeleton felt like it was shattering, his internal energy was scorched by fierce flames, his vision darkened, and his life rapidly ebbing away. He gritted his teeth to protect Wang Meng in his arms. Frozen 1,000 miles. Jiang Li shouted coldly. Taking advantage of the tentacle attack missing, in the gap where the old power dissipated and the new power had not yet formed, the icy blue short sword in her hand burst with dazzling light, bone-chilling cold freezing time and space. The huge icy blue aura rapidly spread, fiercely smashing into the vine tentacle. Crack! The thick mysterious ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely freezing the tentacle and the area around the gate gap, temporarily stopping the attack. Go! Jiang Li helped the almost fainting Lin Xian up, her tone firm and resolute. Su Qingya and Shaoli struggled to hold back their shock and sorrow, supporting Chen Mo. The group dared not linger and rushed toward the warehouse entrance. The ice layer behind kept fracturing, and the Vine Mother roared even more furiously. The armored personnel carrier's engine roared, shooting out of the black stone ruins like a released arrow, leaving the land of death far behind. The vehicle was filled with a thick stench of blood and deathly silence. Wang Meng was strapped to a stretcher, his face pale and his breath faint. The essence of life infused by Lin Xian barely protected his heart veins like a weak candle flame, but the foundational depletion and internal injuries caused by the blood-burning retreat rapidly consumed his life. Little Li's eyes were red as he stood guard beside him. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the corner, his face pale and lips bloodless. The backlash of the burning blood escape felt like countless steel needles piercing his body, tearing through his meridians in unbearable pain. Closing his eyes, he circulated the detailed explanation of basic body refining technique and the jade slip Qinghui, barely suppressing the boiling blood energy and collapsing injuries. The shadowy figure in his sea of consciousness was fragmented, his breath faint. Su Qingya silently wiped the blood and dirt from Lin Xian and Wang Meng's faces and wounds, her eyes full of worry. Chen Mo leaned against a chair with closed eyes, gasping for breath. Old and frail, he was extremely weak after the life and death escape. Zhang Li sat in the front passenger seat, an ice blue short sword lying across her lap. Although severely depleted and with chaotic breath, her gaze remained as sharp as ice. She reported concisely through the communicator about the ruined situation and the incident of the stone dragon's backstab, her tone cold and ruthless.
Shilong is dead?
A calm male voice came through the communicator, with a slight tremor. Triggered the ultimate attack of the Vine Mother, was hit head-on, severely wounded and near death. All subordinates were wiped out, Zhang Li replied. Lin Xian's squad paid a great price but obtained critical intelligence, helping me escape.
Wang Mang is severely wounded and in critical condition. Lin Xian's origin is damaged. The communicator was silent for a few seconds. Understood, bring them back. The matter of Shilong will be handled by the council.
Make every effort to treat the wounded, the voice said firmly. The Black Stone Ruins data is classified as top secret, submit it directly to me.
Yes, Commander Qin. Zhang Li ended the communication. Silence fell once again inside the carriage, broken only by the roaring engine and the wounded's labored breaths.
Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, though weak, his gaze was sharp. He looked at Zhang Li. Commissioner Zhang, the last thing Shilong was focusing on seemed to be something on Mengzi. Zhang Li turned her head, her icy blue eyes sweeping over Lin Xian, then looking at the tactical pouch at Wang Meng's waist. It's nothing but energy crystals and unknown potions. The resources from Panshur workshop wouldn't drive him mad enough to betray the council, she sneered coldly. Lin Xian remained silent. He knew Zhang Li's words were true. The stone dragon's final act seemed more like killing and looting in a fit of rage, or to cover up some secret. But he was powerless to investigate further now. He struggled to take out the blood-stained page from the jade slip in his bosom, which recorded the burning blood escape. That overexertion technique was incredibly brutal, and he had personally tasted its bitter consequences. He looked at Wang Meng again, the faint flicker of the essence of life in his heart like a candle struggling in the wind. Essence of life, burning blood overexertion. A bold and crazy thought flashed through Lin Xian's confused mind. The Qing Nangshu volume of Life and Death discusses the cycle of life and death, while the fatal blood escape technique is an extreme method of self-destruction, completely opposite to it. But when things reach their extreme, they often reverse. After hitting rock bottom comes a turn for the better. Could there be a faint spark of life hidden at the end of destruction? Like the core of vines, nurturing life amid devastation? This thought shook him deeply. If he could use the profound secrets of the Qing Nangshu to guide and transform the raging life force unleashed by the fatal blood escape, even if just a trace of it fed back to the one overdrawing, could it alleviate the backlash? Perhaps even partially restore the original source? His heart pounded wildly. Lin Xian knew he was dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep and he would self-immolate, hastening death. But seeing Wang Meng's faint breath and feeling his own depleted source, he had no way to retreat. Qingya, Lin Xian's voice was hoarse, hand me that metal tube. Su Qingya was puzzled but handed him the metal tube used to play the Puzhinyu. Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, enduring the tearing pain in his meridians, sinking his entire consciousness into the sea of consciousness. The jade slip's clear light enveloped the torrent of information from the Qing Nangshu volume of Life and Death, also covering the blood-red broken page of Ran Shuedun. Lin Xian used his nearly collapsing body as a furnace, guided by an unwavering will, striving to capture the faint turning point of life amid the ashes of destruction. He cautiously mobilized the remaining spiritual power within his body, merging the faint essence of life, and slowly circulated it through several meridians that had not yet broken, following an extremely complex and contradictory network. Time passed by second. The atmosphere inside the carriage was oppressively suffocating. Zhang Li looked through the rearview mirror and saw Lin Xian with his eyes closed in deep concentration, his face flushing alternately red and white, his body trembling slightly. A flash of doubt and curiosity flickered in her ice-blue eyes. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with a crazed determination as if risking everything. He grabbed the metal tube, brought it to Wang Meng's mouth, and aimed the opening at his oral cavity. Put! Lin Xian bit fiercely into the tip of his tongue, spraying a mouthful of heart essence blood tinged with a faint golden red glow, the vital essence of his lifespan, into the tube. At the same time, following the strange rhythm he had just deduced and combining the profound secrets of the two great forbidden techniques, he blew a breath into the metal tube. Woo voom! A completely different sound emerged, no longer the sharp noise of breaking formations, but a deep, resonant hum, like the heartbeat of the earth, or the strange buzzing of withered wood coming back to life. Though faint, this sound contained an indescribable, resilient vitality. An almost imperceptible pale golden red aura, along with the humming, was precisely blown into Wang Meng's mouth by Lin Xian. The next moment, a strange flush of red appeared on Wang Meng's originally ashen face. His heartbeat almost stopped, but then thumped briefly and forcefully. Although still on the verge of death, the dying aura that had been fading was stubbornly halted. Ugh! After Lin Xian completed everything, his strength drained, his vision darkened, his body went limp, and he fainted, the metal tube clattering to the ground. Lin Xian! Su Qingya cried out, hurriedly supporting him. Jiang Li suddenly turned her head, her ice blue starry eyes fixed on Lin Xian and Wang Meng, unable to hide her shock. Forcibly stopping the death process? What kind of method is this? The armored vehicle sped through the wilderness, heading towards the rock shelter. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained heavy, but Wang Meng's faint yet stable breath was like a ray of light in an abyss of despair. Lin Xian's frantic and successful attempt before losing consciousness stirred waves in Jiang Li's heart. Dawn City was just ahead, and an even greater storm might be waiting there. The tall alloy walls of the rock shelter cast long shadows in the sunset, resembling a steel beast lying in wait. The armored vehicle passed through layer after layer of checkpoints, rolling over the hardened road stained with dark red blood, and finally stopped in front of a sturdy concrete and metal building, the core medical area of the shelter. As the door opened, a strong smell of disinfectant and blood mixed with the dust of the wilderness hit their faces. Hurry! Stretchers! The parliamentary medical team had already been informed and quickly rushed forward. Wang Meng was carefully lifted and sent into the intensive care unit. Shaoli limped closely behind, his face full of anxiety. Chen Mo was also supported by the medical staff. The elderly man needed a physical check and nutritional supplements. Lin Xian slowly got out of the vehicle with Su Qingya's support, his steps unsteady, his face pale as paper. Although the wound on his back was simply bandaged, it throbbed faintly, and the burning sensation in his meridians made every step feel like walking on a blade's edge. Forcibly activating the burning blood escape technique, combined with the intense fight in the core area, especially the final frantic fusion of the Qing Nang book and the burning blood escape, had nearly drained all his strength. In a sea of consciousness, the shadowy figure had dimmed to only a faint wisp of black smoke, curled up at the very bottom of the jade slip's light, motionless and silent. Jiang Li stepped out of the vehicle, her ice blue eyes scanning the scene before finally settling on Lin Xian. Her voice was icy. Come with me to see Commander Qin and report the relic situation. Your companions will receive the best treatment. Lin Xian nodded, ready to take a step forward. Hold on. A young voice full of arrogance and impatience sounded. A young man wearing a well-tailored combat uniform strode over from the entrance of the medical area, flanked by several expressionless guards. He was tall and handsome, but the arrogance and contempt in his brows instantly made him unpleasant. Commissioner Jiang, thank you for your hard work. The young man said, but his gaze bypassed Jiang Li and directly scrutinized Lin Xian as if appraising an object, full of disdain. Is this the Lin Xian who picked up a life from the Blackstone ruins? Looks quite ordinary, with only an intermediate-level meridian opening? His aura is so weak, like he's been scared out of his wits? The guard behind him couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Li frowned deeply, her voice colder. Yi Hai, watch your words. Lin Xian is a key figure in this exploration, and his severe injuries were sustained to obtain crucial intelligence. Key figure? Yi Hai sneered, crossing his arms. All I know is that Shilong, the master of Panchur workshop, and his elite guards were completely wiped out in the exploration he led. Meanwhile, a few insignificant foot soldiers survived. Commissioner Jiang, don't you find that suspicious? The council needs warriors who are capable, loyal, and have clean backgrounds, not opportunists with unknown origins, or worse, liabilities who might have caused their comrades' deaths. His accusation was unreserved, directly targeting Lin Xian.
Su Qingya's face turned pale with anger, and she couldn't help but retort, "You're talking nonsense."
It was clearly Shi Long who betrayed us in the ruins, which alerted the core monsters.
Qingya.
Lin Xian snapped sharply, stopping her.
He looked at Yi Hai, his gaze calm yet resolute, his voice weak but steady. "Mr. Yi Hai, the truth will be determined by the council's investigation. My companion is seriously injured and must be treated immediately. Please make way."
"Treatment?"
Yi Hai sneered, blocking the entrance to the medical area without yielding. "The sanctuary's medical resources are strategic assets, prioritized for council direct battle sequences and contributing members. You just arrived a few days ago, your identities are unknown, and you're even suspected of destroying an important exploration team. What right do you have to occupy these resources?" He glanced at the direction where Wang Meng was taken in, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Meng used forbidden fiery blood escape, his sources already depleted, not even a deity can save him. To waste vitality injection and advanced treatment pods on someone destined to be ruined or even die? Absurd! The council's resources are not charity. Xiao Li.
Before he finished speaking, Xiao Li's eyes widened angrily, almost rushing forward, but Su Qingya held him tightly. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he sensed Yi Hai's undisguised hostility and deep contempt. The Pancher workshop depended on the Yi family. With Shi Long dead, this debt was obviously counted against him by the Yi family. Banning Wang Meng's treatment was not only revenge but also forcing him to bow his head.
"Yi Hai." Jiang Li said coldly, "I see pressure spreading. This is an order personally issued by Qin Yuanzhang. Wang Meng was injured while covering his comrades and should be treated. Are you going to disobey Qin's command?" Yi Haiyan's expression changed slightly, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, but it quickly turned to anger.
He respected Jiang Li, but he was not afraid of an outsider. "I dare not disobey Commander Qin's orders," Yi Ha sneered coldly, "but medical resources are scarce, and the council's severely injured are also in line.
How about this?" His tone was condescending as he stared at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I heard you got something from the ruins, especially that key? Hand it over to prove your value and loyalty to the council, and maybe I can help your useless companion get a treatment pod. What do you say? A fair trade." Yi Ha's true intent was revealed. He had set his sights on the mysterious key in Lin Xian's hand, even including the sound therapy technique he had just used. The air instantly froze. Jiang Li's gaze was like a blade as she glared at Yi Hai. She had saved Lin Xian's squad, but she hadn't fully told Qin Yuanzhang about the key. The Yi family's information network was terrifyingly efficient.
Lin Xian sneered coldly, staring at Yi Hai's face full of scheming and arrogance.
The key? Absolutely no way would he hand it over.
This was not only related to the success or failure of his exploration of the ancient scripture ruins but also involved the secrets of the Mhwa Zizijing/M.
My companion, I will definitely save him.
Lin Xian's voice was soft but extremely firm, not yielding in the least. "Mr. Yi Hai, there's no need for you to worry. The resources of the council should belong to us, not a penny less. If anyone tries to obstruct, I trust Commissioner Jiang and Commander Qin will handle it fairly." He directly ignored the other party's demand for the key, shifting the responsibility onto Jiang Li and Qin Yuanzhang. The smile on Yi Hai's face vanished instantly, his eyes cold and piercing. "Ungrateful. I want to see how long your companion can hold on. Let's go." He snorted coldly, then turned and left with his guards. As he departed, he cast a chilling glance at Lin Xian, full of menace. Although the conflict had temporarily subsided, the air remained oppressive. "Follow me." Jiang Li gave Lin Xian a deep look, said no more, and turned to walk toward the heavily guarded command building next to the medical area. The top-floor office of the command building was spacious and austere, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the shelter under the cover of night. A middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a dark gray uniform bearing shoulder insignia of crossed swords and a book emblem, his posture upright like a pine tree. He was Qin Yuanzhang, the highest commander of the rock shelter. His face was resolute, his eyes deep, and a sense of authority mixed with a trace of weariness was evident between his brows.
Commander, the Blackstone Ruins mission is complete.
The detailed report is as follows. Jiang Li stood straight, her voice clear and calm, reporting methodically: the encounter on the first level, losses of the Stone Dragon Guard, the terrifying nature of the Vine Mother, the betrayal of the Stone Dragon triggering the Mother's ultimate attack, and Wang Meng's heroic rescue of the team members, omitting the details of Lin Xian's mysterious sound therapy. She emphasized that Lin Xian obtained the core intelligence through special means, the Qing Nong book volume of Life and Death, fragment. She placed a chip, as thin as a cicada's wing and storing images and data of the ruins, on Qin Yuanjing's desk. Qin Yuanjing listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle. When he heard about Shilong's betrayal and the ancient book intelligence, his pupils slightly contracted. Shilong, you brought this upon yourself, Qin Yuanjing said coldly. I will handle the Yi family on my side. The core ancient books are classified as top secret, directly sealed in the Council's confidential archive, and shall not be viewed without authorization. His eyes turned to Lin Xian, who had remained silent and pale.
Lin Xian. Present, Commander Qin.
Lin Xian slightly straightened his body, his brows furrowed as the injury throbbed faintly.
You did very well. Qin Yuanjing nodded approvingly.
Bringing back key intelligence, assisting Commissioner Jiang to escape, managing to stabilize the situation even after Shilong's betrayal, this proves your ability and value. The Council won't treat their heroes unfairly. Your companions will receive the best medical care.
Thank you, Commander Qin.
Lin Xian bowed his head slightly, feeling somewhat relieved.
Qin Yuanjing's attitude was at least outwardly fair and impartial.
However, Qin Yuanjing's tone shifted, his eyes growing serious. Panshur Workshop is one of the shelter's important supply points. Although there's a reason behind Shilong's death, it will undoubtedly cause unrest. The Yi family won't stand by idly either.
You need to keep a low profile recently.
He reminded Lin Xian that the troubles of the Yi family would not end with Shilong's death, they would only become more severe.
I understand, Lin Xian nodded.
Also, Qin Yuanjing glanced at Lin Xian, as if seeing through his weakness. You are seriously injured, with damage to your essence. The medical area will do its best to treat you, and the Council will compensate you with merit points and resources.
Rest well and recover quickly.
The Panshur shelter needs strong people.
Understood.
By the time he left the command building, night had fallen deep. Scattered lights were lit inside the shelter, and searchlights swept across the wilderness beyond the walls.
Did you hear what Commander Qin said?
Jiang Li and Lin Xian walked side by side toward the medical area, her voice cold and sharp. The Yi family won't just let this go. With Shilong dead, they need to find a scapegoat to save face. Yi Hai is just an arrogant tool, the real trouble is still ahead.
I know. Lin Xian felt the night wind, the pain and weakness still unabated. Fight fire with fire. Fight?
Jiang Li's lips curled slightly. The Yi family is deeply rooted in Lingxiao City, their power vast, and they have significant influence in the sanctuary as well. They might follow the rules on the surface, but their covert tactics are unpredictable.
Especially Wang Meng's injury.
Before she finished, she implied that the Yi family might control medical resources to let Wang Meng slowly die. Although Qin Yuanjing's promise was somewhat guaranteed, when it came to execution, the Yi family could delay, withhold, or even cause accidents. Lin Xian paused. This was exactly what he feared most. Qin Yuanjing's assurances were broad, but when it came to a single bottle of vitality injection or a specific treatment period, these had become leverage for the Yi family. Relying on official medical care was far too passive. The method Wang Meng used, Jiang Li suddenly spoke, her icy blue eyes shining in the night, though rough and possibly harmful to yourself, is quite peculiar.
It forcibly slowed down Wang Meng's approach to death.
She paused, carefully choosing her words. It doesn't seem to be just the power of musical rhythm, there's also a faint yet pure life force within it?
Lin Xian's heart jolted. Jiang Li's perception was incredibly sharp.
He was silent for a moment, neither denying nor elaborating. It's a crude technique recorded in ancient texts, with a great cost.
It can only extend life, not cure.
Ancient texts, a flash of realization appeared in Jiang Li's eyes, and she didn't press further. the rock shelter is more than just the medical area on the surface. Her gaze passed over the bright medical building and landed on the dark, chaotic area in the northwest corner of the shelter. The lighting was sparse there, the buildings low and disorderly, mixed with shouts, the smell of cheap alcohol, and a dangerous atmosphere. Black market? Lin Xian immediately understood Jiang Li's meaning. That was a place beyond the reach of the shelter's rules, where all sorts of gray market trades and banned items circulated. Perhaps he could find special treatment resources not controlled by the Yi family, or even clues to ancient texts recording powerful medical techniques. It's a place full of mixed characters and great danger, but you might find what you need there, Jiang Li said calmly. Provided, of course, that you have enough chips or enough strength to protect yourself. After speaking, she turned and disappeared into the shadows leading to the medical area. Chips? Strength? Lin Xian stood outside the medical area, looking toward that chaotic, dark place. Besides some unreleased council merit points, likely being blocked by the Yi family, all he had were a few incomplete ancient texts and the heavily burdened imprint of the Qing Nang book Life and Death volume fragments in his mind. The shadow avatar was nearly ruined, and the original body was severely injured and weak, making even walking difficult. Strength? What he lacked most now was strength. A strong sense of urgency and a burning desire to become stronger flared up in his heart, overriding the intense pain in his body. He couldn't rely entirely on the council and the Yi family's mercy. No matter how dangerous the black market was, he had to venture into it. At the northwest corner of the rock shelter, like a rotten scar beneath a shiny exterior. This was a gray zone outside the plan, evolved from a shantytown area spontaneously formed during early chaos. Corrugated iron houses, modified containers, and dilapidated stalls crowded together, forming narrow, dirty alleyways. The air was mixed with sweat odor, low-quality tobacco, rotting food, and pungent smells. Above were tangled power lines, below was muddy sewage. Neon signs powered by car batteries from abandoned vehicles flickered with words like ammunition, potions, news, and repairs, casting light on faces in the shadows, numb, greedy, or fierce. This is the Pancher black market, where fists and bullets do the talking. Lin Xian wore an old cloak borrowed from the medical zone, the hood pulled low to cover most of his face, leaving only his pale chin visible. He hunched over, moving slowly, each step causing excruciating pain, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He declined the company of Su Qingya and Shaoli, leaving them to safely care for Wang Mengkai in the medical zone. Venturing alone into this tiger's den was both a necessity and a last resort. New here? You look unfamiliar. A thug with a face full of scars blocked the narrow alleyway, arms crossed, eyes fixed on him like he was a fat sheep. Looking for fun or shopping? Pay some guide fees, Scar Dad will clear the way for you. His waist bulged, hidden weapons concealed. Lin Xian's footsteps never stopped, his eyes cold under the hood. He knew weakness meant death here. He summoned the last bit of spiritual power within, merging it with the destructive aura of the Vine Mother, then suddenly lifted his head, his gaze stabbing at Scarface like a poisonous needle. Scarface's mocking expression froze instantly, a chill running down his spine as if targeted by a ferocious beast. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, hand pressing against the dagger at his waist, unwilling to advance, watching helplessly as Lin Xian walked past him and disappeared into the crowd. Damn, where did that ruthless character come from? Scarface spat, still shaken. With the keen perception brought by the jade tablet in his sea of consciousness and the caution honed through the apocalypse, Lin Xian avoided hostile gazes in crowded areas. His goal was clear: to find medical supplies, ancient books, or anything that could restore his origins and replenish vitality. Look! Fresh goods from the wilderness. Second-tier mutated wolf king's claws and fur. Top-quality materials, only 2 energy crystals each. Military compressed rations. Bulletproof inserts. Bulk purchase discounts. Special painkiller. Numbs wounds, keeps you going for 3 days. 1 vial for half a pound of mutated beast jerky. Latest news. A small relic entrance discovered in the southern Weeping Canyon, suspected to be an underground spider nest. Recruiting strong damage dealers for a team. The shouts of vendors, haggling, and quarrels mixed together, assaulting Lin Xian's eardrums. His gaze swept over the stalls, mostly weapons, ammunition, survival supplies, low-quality potions, and low-tier wilderness materials. Occasionally, he saw a few pages of torn ancient manuscripts or metal fragments, with the sellers boasting wildly, but to Lin Xian's perception, these ancient texts had a faint aura and were almost useless, mostly shallow martial techniques or junk. Disappointment piled up in his heart. What Wang Meng needed was not painkillers but life-saving items that could repair broken meridians and replenish the source. Such things, how could they appear in this low-level black market? Just then, an extremely faint but wildly familiar aura flickered like a hidden firefly, instantly capturing Lin Xian's full attention. This aura faintly resonated with the clear brilliance of his Soul Sea Jade Slip, intermittent yet carrying the same origin of Tao resonance. Lin Xian's heart pounded violently, suppressing his excitement. He silently followed that faint sense, turning into an even darker, narrower, and quieter alley. There was no light here, only cold metal walls on both sides. The ground was piled with moldy-smelling garbage and debris, and the air was filled with a pungent chemical odor. At the end of the alley was only a dilapidated stall. The stall was made of broken wooden boards and rusty iron sheets, with a tattered cloth hanging outside reading miscellaneous, the characters crooked and the background color no longer discernible. Inside the shed, under an oil lamp emitting black smoke and a foul smell, an old man was curled up. The old man was extremely aged, his hair sparse and gray-white, his face covered with deep wrinkles and age spots, his eye sockets sunken, and his gaze cloudy and dim. He wore a tattered patched robe and sat on a creaking folding chair, as if it could fall apart at any moment. On the ground lay a dirty oilcloth, scattered with a few items, rusted gear-shaped metal parts, a half-charred beast bone, several dull ores, and a few yellowed, frayed jade fragments. Those jade fragments emitted faint fluctuations, which were the source of the jade slip's resonance. Lin Xian held his breath and slowly approached, his eyes fixed on the jade pieces. They seemed worthless, like scraps of trash, with blurred carvings that were barely visible under the dim light and grime. The old man appeared to be asleep, or perhaps just resting his eyes, ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian crouched, suppressing the pain in his meridians, scanning the items on the oilcloth, and finally resting his gaze on the jade fragments. He dared not casually use his spiritual power, relying only on the jade slip's response for confirmation. That's right. It was those most inconspicuous fragments, with irregular edges and the most blurred carvings. Though the Tao rhythm fluctuations it emitted were faint, they bore an indescribable connection to the pure radiance at the core of the jade slip. Old sir, Lin Xian tried to keep his voice calm, pointing at the pile of jade pieces. How much for these fragments? The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, his cracked lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse voice. Take whichever you like, pay your own price. The voice was faint and weak. Lin Xian's mind raced. Although the old man seemed aged, being able to calmly set up a stall deep in this ghost alley was no ordinary feat. He dared not be careless. He pretended to casually sift through the clutter, finally picking up the piece of jade that had resonated with him. It was cold to the touch, rough in texture, its surface covered with thick black dust, like a discarded item. Suppressing his excitement, he also casually picked up the rusted metal parts nearby. These too, Lin Xian showed. Old man, give me a price? The old man's cloudy eyes flickered, glancing at the items in Lin Xian's hand, then dropped back down. A broken piece of jade, a scrap of useless iron, no value, just some food or water. He seemed only concerned about the most basic survival supplies. Lin Xian reached inside his cloak and pulled out 2 compressed energy bars and a small plastic bottle of water. This was the only emergency rations he had received from Chen Mo's backpack. That's all. Lin Xian placed the items at the edge of the oilcloth. The old man's withered hand slowly pulled the energy bar and water bottle under the chair's leg. A gurgling sound came from his throat, signifying the deal was done. Then he closed his eyes as if all his strength had been drained. Lin Xian did not stay. He shoved the jade piece and metal parts back into the jade slip space, immediately stood up, and briskly left the cold, dead-end alley. Only after blending back into the slightly noisy crowd of the black market outside did he feel that coldness gradually dissipate. He didn't go straight back to the medical zone. The earlier deal was too smooth, unnervingly so. That old man was definitely no simple character. He needed to find a safe place to immediately confirm the secret of the jade piece. He took a few turns and, relying on his memory, found an abandoned hub hostel converted from a broken-down bus.
He exchanged a few pieces of mutant rat jerky for a small, windowless iron compartment. Locking the shaky iron door, Lin Xian sat down against the cold metal wall, breathing heavily.
The tension and pain from the journey nearly exhausted him. Hastily, he took out the jade piece covered in grime. His heart raced. He mobilized the faint spiritual energy remaining in his sea of consciousness and carefully probed the jade piece. The clear radiance of the jade slip in his consciousness flowed out actively, washing away the dirt on the jade piece's surface and activating the information within. Buzz, under the influence of spiritual power and pure light, the dirt on the jade piece peeled off like an invisible force, falling in clumps. The jade piece revealed a warm, pure white jade texture, softly shimmering with a gentle glow, very similar to the jade slip in Lin Xian's sea of consciousness that contains the Tathagata Freedom Sutra, almost sharing the same origin. Most importantly, after the dirt was removed, a complex and profound dark gold pattern appeared on the front of the jade piece. The pattern was incomplete, like fragments of a cosmic star chart, or a concrete projection of the laws of the Great Tao. At the very moment the dark gold pattern appeared, boom! The jade slip in Lin Xian's sea of consciousness radiated brilliant light, the pure brilliance unusually bright. The dark gold pattern seemed powerfully attracted, transforming into a stream of light, instantly detaching from the jade piece and directly imprinting deep into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. The next moment, the jade piece lost its luster and spirit, shattered into powder with a pop, and slipped through Lin Xian's fingers. In Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, a towering storm surged. Dark golden patterns merged into the jade slip carrying the Hahuazai Sutra. On the surface of the jade slip, next to the ancient runes, appeared a fragmented yet supreme Tao aura dark golden floral pattern. A vast and pure stream of information flooded into Lin Xian's mind like a galaxy pouring backward. Hahuazai Sutra methods completion, beginner level, secret arts to improve avatar control precision, mental load sharing techniques, prototype, detailed explanation of avatar aura simulation and concealment arts, basic, a fragmented thousand mechanisms transformation avatar disguise secret technique, introductory chapter. This information was not entirely new cultivation techniques, but crucial supplements and extensions to his existing foundation. It was like adding load-bearing steel bars, organizing the plumbing and electricity, and furnishing some basic furniture to a rough unfinished house. Especially the mental load sharing and chi concealment techniques, to him, they were like a timely boon. Lin Xian felt dizzy and overwhelmed, struggling to process it all when the jade slip vibrated again. A clear guiding thought came, not pointing inside the shelter, but deep into the wilderness to the southeast. That was another jade talisman fragment carrying the completed patterns of the Tathagata Sutra. The fluctuations were stronger, but that meant it was farther away and in a more dangerous location. Outside the shelter, southeast direction. Lin Xian's eyes snapped open, shining in the dark compartment. A new fragment. A stronger signal. He had to restore his strength quickly, leave the prison soon to be engulfed by the Yi family storm, and return to the perilous wilderness. Get stronger. Find the talisman. Save Wang Mang. 3 threads tightly intertwined. Rock shelter, medical area special care ward. The air was filled with the cold scent of disinfectant and psychic medicine. Wang Mang lay inside the life support pod, his complexion no longer deathly pale but showing a faint glimmer of life. However, his eyes remained tightly shut, and his breathing was as weak as a thread. The vital signs curve on the instrument screen fluctuated and struggled around the warning line. Several crystal-clear tubes were connected to his body, slowly infusing pale green nutrient solution and soothing medicine. This is the life-sustaining slow-release agent specially approved by the council. A middle-aged doctor dressed in a white council robe, with a serious expression, pointed to the metal canister flashing with green light. It can slow the depletion of the origin source and stabilize vital signs, but it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Repairing the broken meridians and fully awakening the origin requires stronger ancient medical techniques or the legendary divine medicine. I'm very sorry. The doctor's tone was full of helplessness and detachment. Lin Xian stood in front of the life support pod, looking at Wang Meng through the cover, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. Qin Yuanzhang had already issued the orders, but the Yi family's influence was like an invisible spider web, infiltrating every corner of the sanctuary. The best medical resources, advanced treatment pods, and rare medicines were always queued up or in short supply. This bottle of slow-release agent felt more like a pain-relieving salve granted by the Yi family. It sustained life but made it feel as if life was slowly slipping away. Xiao Li's eyes were red-rimmed, his voice choked. Brother Lin, is Mengzi really only fated to end like this? Su Qingya gently patted Xiao Li's shoulder, her gaze filled with worry as she looked at Lin Xian. Chen Mo sat in the corner, eyes close to rest, his brows tightly furrowed, anxiety lingering. The atmosphere in the shelter was even more oppressive than the wilderness. The shadow of the Yi family was everywhere. Lin Xian's voice was low and calm. Commander Qin gave us a relatively safe place, but the road ahead must be walked by ourselves. He turned to scan his companions. Last night, in the cramped room of the Luanhu Hotel, he had initially processed the storm of information brought by the new dark golden markings on the jade slip of the He Hua Zi Zai Jing in his sea of consciousness. The mental burden had eased considerably, especially due to the disguised secret art called Zhen Jibian, which let him see hopes of breaking the deadlock. Most importantly, the second sensing from the jade slip pointed to the southeastern wilderness deep inside, possibly hiding stronger jade talisman fragments containing deeper contents of the He Hua Zi Zai Jing, and even clues to restoring the origin and curing Wang Meng. Although the wilderness was dangerous, it held more vitality than the shelter under the Yi family's shadow. We have to leave here. Lin Xian's words were soft but resolute beyond measure. Shaoli looked up in shock. Leave? What about Mengzi? It's too dangerous outside. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, his voice calm. Staying here is even more dangerous. The suppression from the Yi family won't stop, it will only become more covert and deadly. Wang Meng's hope relying on council resources is slim. The only way out is to take the initiative, seek opportunities in the wilderness. He looked at Lin Xian. You said there's a clue in the southeast? Lin Xian nodded. The sensing points that way. There might be powerful ancient texts or ruins, it's our chance. Su Qingya's eyes sparkled. Brother Lin, I'll go with you. My music might come in handy. Shaoli looked at Wang Meng in the life support capsule, then at the determined Lin Xian and Chen Mo, gritted his teeth and said, Mengzi got injured trying to save everyone. I'll stay and take care of him. Don't worry, you all go. I'll stay and guard. No, Shaoli, you have to leave too. Lin Xian shook his head. The Yi family won't let anyone related to us go easily. It's too dangerous for you to stay alone here. I've already arranged for someone to secretly watch over Wang Meng. Arranged someone? Shaoli was surprised. Lin Xian said nothing more, just focused his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the silent shadow avatar was awakened. Although faint, empowered by the secret technique, Zhen Jibian, and the mental sharing skill learned last night, a shadow almost blending into the environment quietly slipped out from beneath his feet, vanishing into a corner of the medical area. The risk was immense. The shadow incarnation was fragile at this moment, able only to stealthily observe, with its movements severely restricted. But Lin Xian had no other choice. He had to ensure Wang Meng's safety, preventing any assassination attempts. At the same time, this incarnation could monitor the Yi family's movements and transmit important information back via the jade slip, provided the distance was not too great. Haste is needed. Prepare to depart before nightfall, Lin Xian decided. The southeastern gate of the Panshur shelter slowly closed, cutting off the last artificial light. The night wind carried the scent of soil, humus, and a faint bloodiness, biting cold and desolately endless. Lin Xian, Su Qingya, Chen Mo, and Shaoli, who stubbornly followed, trudged through the rugged wilderness guided by starlight and flashlights. Lin Xian led the way, his face pale but his steps steady. The spiritual energy from the detailed explanation of basic body refining techniques circulated slowly within his body, cleansing damaged meridians. Every flow brought tearing pain, but his gaze was resolute, silently enduring it. The clear radiance of the Hua Zizai Jing jade slip surrounded his spirit sea, strengthening his will and sharing the mental burden. Su Qingya carried a portable guqin on her back, walking lightly and cautiously scanning the surrounding darkness. Chen Mo leaned on his alloy cane, breathing heavily but focused, occasionally crouching to pinch the soil, using the light to observe or listen to the wind. Shaoli nervously gripped the alloy machete given to him, eyes wide, fearing something might suddenly appear from the darkness.
Stop! Lin Xian suddenly barked sharply, halting abruptly, and the flashlight instantly went out.
Su Qingya and Chen Mo immediately held their breath, and Shaoli nearly dropped his knife. From the darkness, there came bursts of gnawing sounds behind a low mound ahead, along with deep, windbag-like gasping. The flashlight lit up again, the beam sweeping fiercely over. Several mutated hyenas the size of calves, with greasy and dirty fur and outward curving fangs, were frantically tearing apart a mutilated human corpse. The blood was thick and heavy, almost solidifying. A large canine with a muscular body and a few menacing bone spikes protruding from its shoulder blades suddenly lifted its head. Its crimson eyes glistened with greed and savagery under the strong light, fixed firmly on Lin Xian and the others.
Roar! The bone-spiked hyena let out a threatening roar, foul saliva dripping from the gaps between its fangs.
The other hyenas stopped eating as well, growling lowly as they slowly spread out, half encircling and closing in.
It's a pack of mutated hyenas. That one with the bone spikes is at least peak level 2.
Xiao Li's voice trembled.
Form a shield.
Lin Xian barked sharply, enduring excruciating pain in his meridians, stepping forward to block in front of everyone. His fists clenched tightly, faint yet concentrated spiritual energy flowing within his body, subtly releasing the destructive killing intent at the core of the Vine Parent and the fierce momentum of the 5-step Tiger Fist. Su Qingya did not hesitate, her fingers plucking the ancient zither strings sharply.
Clang!
A sharp spiritual energy sound wave instantly spread, like an invisible sharp awl piercing the eardrums of several hyenas.
Squeal! The weaker hyenas howled in pain, their movements faltering, shaking their heads violently. This was the moment. Spirit Ape gazes at the moon. Lin Xian's figure flickered, skillfully dodging the frontal pounce of the bone-spiked hyena. Spirit Snake emerges from the cave.
His right fist struck like lightning, silent but powerful, hitting another hyena lunging at Su Qingya in the waist.
Bang! Crack!
The hyena let out a miserable howl as its lumbar vertebrae were shattered by the force of the punch, collapsing onto the ground.
Mighty tiger tail snip.
Lin Xian spun and struck with his leg, his right leg infused with spiritual power like a steel whip, howling as it struck the head of the third hyena.
Splat!
Like a watermelon bursting, blood splattered everywhere. 2 of them died instantly, but Lin Xian's face turned pale. He forcibly unleashed spiritual power to control his injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
The spiked hyena was utterly enraged.
Ignoring the sonic interference, its massive body whipped up a stench-filled wind, charging at Lin Xian like a runaway truck at incredible speed, its spikes gleaming coldly.
Careful! Xiao Li shouted.
Su Qingya's face changed, and she hurriedly plucked the strings again to interfere,
but the spirit resilience of the thorny hyena was extremely strong, limiting the effect. A moment of extreme danger. Steep as 1,000 fathoms.
Chen Mo, silent for a long time, suddenly stepped forward, his aged and steady voice resounding like a great bell. With both hands pressing in the air, an invisible yet tough and solid Wenhua energy wall abruptly formed, standing in front of Lin Xian.
Boom!
The spiked hyena crashed into the energy wall, causing it to ripple violently and emit a dull, thunderous sound. Chen Mo grunted deeply, his face pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his figure remained as steady as a mountain.
The spiked hyena was struck dizzy, its movements momentarily rigid.
Old bear shakes the tree. White crane spreads its wings.
A fierce gleam shot from Lin Xian's eyes.
Ignoring the excruciating pain of his ruptured meridians, he suddenly took the last 2 steps of the 5-step punch. His momentum surged sharply as he leapt high like a raptor, avoiding the pincer attack of the 2 remaining hyenas, concentrating all his strength into a single punch aimed at the fragile nose of the spiked hyena. With a bang, bones cracked sharply, the bone-spurred hyena's skull caved in, its crimson eyeballs burst, and its massive body crashed to the ground, limbs twitching before falling completely silent.
The remaining 2 hyenas were terrified by the fierce strike, their spirits shattered, and they fled tail between legs into the dark depths.
The battle ended quickly but was extremely perilous. When Lin Xian landed, his body wobbled, nearly falling, luckily caught by Su Qingya. He breathed heavily, the wound on his back faintly splitting open, blood seeping out. Chen Mo clutched his chest, his breath irregular.
Brother Lin. Old Chen.
Su Qingya and Shaoli called out anxiously.
It's nothing, keep moving.
Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still sharp. He swallowed the last painkiller powder, forcibly suppressing the turbulent blood and qi within him. The wilderness was cruel, and the threat from the Yi family hung over him like a sword. He had no time to rest. The four hastily treated their wounds and cleaned the blood, then quickly left. The road ahead was even more difficult. They encountered a swarm of mutated scorpions that sprayed paralyzing poison stings. Relying on Su Qingya's sonic interference and Chen Mo's precise guidance, they narrowly avoided traps. They crossed a swamp filled with poisonous miasma, using Lin Xian's rudimentary knowledge of toxins to navigate, while Shaoli fashioned makeshift gas masks from mutated palm leaves, barely managing to get through. 2 days and 2 nights of trekking left them exhausted and covered in wounds. Lin Xian relied on strong willpower to push through, with the glowing jade slip in his sea of consciousness becoming the final barrier against the pain. At dawn on the 3rd day, the morning light pierced the leaden clouds, dispelling the chill of the wilderness. Lin Xian walked at the front, adjusting their direction by sensing the jade slip, when he suddenly stopped.
Are we there?
Su Qingya asked, weary yet hopeful. Lin Xian did not reply, his gaze passing over a dark purple withered forest ahead, resting on a huge earthen mound. The mound was not naturally formed but resembled the base of some gigantic structure, heavily weathered and covered with years of erosion and dense, mutated vines. 2 broken giant stone pillars stood half buried in the soil at the front, like the fangs of a colossal beast.
At the entrance stood a 10-meter-tall dark green metal gate, tightly shut.
The ancient murals on the gate were blurred, seemingly depicting a brutal war. A desolate and solemn aura faintly surged from the crack in the door, like the breath of a sleeping giant beast, causing everyone's souls to tremble slightly.
The general's tomb.
Chen Mo stared at the massive door and the broken mural, his tone grave. This is where an ancient general, famous for his ruthless combat before the spiritual awakening, is buried. Ancient texts say that such ruins harbor strong ominous energy, and the guarding forces are often related to weapons very dangerous. At this moment, the jade slip's sensing suddenly became clear and intense. The destination of the guidance was right behind that enormous bronze door, and the second fragment of the jade talisman was inside. However, Lin Xian's face was cold, without a trace of joy. On the open ground in front of General's tomb gate, 3 groups of troops were camped. To the left was a group of rugged mercenaries, over 10 in number, wearing various protective suits, covered in scars, with weapons and ammunition hanging from their waists. They gathered around a bonfire, roasting mutated beast meat, staring fiercely at Lin Xian and his companions as if eyeing prey. Their leader was a one-eyed big man, burly like a bear, carrying 2 damaged alloy giant axes on his back, exuding a fierce aura, a high-level vein opener. On the right was a well-equipped team of 7 or 8 people, all dressed in uniform dark gray combat uniforms, with a ferocious wolf head emblem embroidered on their chests. They were disciplined and silent, on alert. The leader was a stern young man with sharp eyes, wearing a long narrow battle knife at his waist. His aura was steady, with high-level meridian unlocking and spirit power condensation far surpassing the one-eyed mercenary. Facing the massive gate, occupying the best position, was a small team of 5 people dressed elegantly with an arrogant demeanor. Leading them was a young man in a moon-white brocade robe, pale-faced with proud eyes. Behind him were 4 guards with steady auras and prominently bulging temples. One guard held a device emitting flickering runic light, scanning the massive gate. The brocade robe youth's aura was at the advanced transcendent level, but next to him was a black-clothed old man with eyes closed, holding a sword, whose aura was deep and unfathomable. Even Lin Xian's jade slip felt slightly alerted, at least a core condensation expert. Their cuffs bore flowing cloud patterns shaped like the character Yi. People from the Yi family. Lin Xian's heart sank. He hadn't expected to encounter trouble again so soon. The opponents were powerful, with at least 1 core condensation expert present. The gazes of the 3 groups fell like searchlights simultaneously on Lin Xian and his 3 companions, who had just emerged from the withered forest looking battered and disheveled. The mercenaries' greed, the wolf head squad's scrutiny, the Yi family guard's indifference, and the oppressive aura of the old man in black shrouded Lin Xian and his group like an invisible web in an instant. The air solidified, and murderous intent suddenly grew. The one-eyed mercenary leader licked his greasy lips and sneered, "Hey! Another bunch of dead meat? Dare to storm General's tomb with this kind of trash? The tattered stuff on them, and that little girl, all of it can be left for our amusement." The stern young man of the wolf head squad frowned tightly, his hand already resting on the hilt of his knife at his waist, but he said nothing. The young man in the brocade robe from the Yi family didn't even lift his eyelids, coldly ordering the guard operating the detection device, "Clear out the noise, don't block our analysis of the gate's restriction." In his words, Lin Xian and the others were nothing more than annoying flies. The one-eyed mercenary let out a strange laugh, his threatening words echoing at the entrance of the desolate ruins like a snake flicking its tongue, sending chills down one's spine. Su Qingya turned pale, instinctively moving closer to Lin Xian, her fingers tightening on the strings of her zither. Xiao Li's hand holding the knife trembled slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Mo's expression grew serious, his gaze sweeping across the three groups before finally resting on the black-clad elder of the Yi family who had his eyes closed in meditation. He whispered to Lin Xian that as Yi Wuwen, the Yi family's shadow sword, in the early condensing pill stage, skilled in assassination sword techniques, extremely tricky. The young man in the brocade robe should be Yi Minghui, a collateral relative of the Yi family. A weight sank in Lin Xian's heart. Condensing pill stage. This was completely beyond their capabilities. One sword from the enemy could wipe out all four of them. A sense of crisis washed over him like a cold tide, and the pain from the wounds and meridians on his back suddenly seemed less significant. He forced himself to stay calm and think quickly. Fight to the death? Surely a certain death. Retreat? The jade talisman fragments in the general's tomb are crucial to completing the Hehuazai Jing and his chance of recovery, and with the three factions in front of him, especially the greed of the one-eyed mercenary and the arrogance of the Yi family, turning around to leave will very likely get him eliminated. He must find a way into the general's tomb. And fast. The complex environment inside might still hold a way out. The ruins are his only chance to turn the tables. At this moment, the Yi family guard who had been operating the detector with his back to everyone whispered, "Young Master Minghui, it worked. The energy node in the southwest corner is the weakest, but it requires a strong external shock to temporarily open the gap in the seal. The time window is no more than 3 breaths." A flash of joy crossed Yi Minghui's eyes. He finally looked away from the device and arrogantly swept his gaze over the one-eyed mercenary and the wolf head squad captain, Captain Qin Feng, "And you, mercenary leader, the opportunity has come. Who will be the hammer to break this door? As long as the door is opened, the Yi family guarantees that your two teams will have priority to select a trophy." His tone was calm but not to be refused, like driving 2 hunting dogs. Qin Feng frowned deeply, gripping his knife tightly, clearly displeased with Yi Minghui's attitude, but he still restrained himself from losing control. The ruins were right before them, and the Yi family's promise and priority were very tempting. More importantly, he feared the unfathomable aura of Yi Wuwen. The one-eyed mercenary leader grinned, showing his yellow teeth. "Hee, young Master Yi is straightforward. This kind of rough work, leave it to our Blood Axe mercenary group. Brothers, get ready to start." A fierce light flashed in his eyes, clearly wanting to assert dominance and seize the opportunity. More than a dozen burly mercenaries immediately grabbed heavy weapons, their muzzles and shoulder-mounted energy cannons all aimed at the southwest corner of the huge gate pointed out by the Yi family guards. Yi Minghui's lips curled into a slight scornful smile as he stepped back a few paces with the guards and shadow swordsman Yi Wuwen, deliberately making space. Qin Feng also signaled his team to retreat and stay alert. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that massive bronze gate. No one glanced at Lin Xian and the others again, as though they had become lifeless objects. "Big brother Lin," Su Qingya called out softly and urgently. This was exactly the chance to sneak in amid the chaos, but it was also extremely dangerous. Lin Xian's pupils constricted to pinpoints, he had been waiting for this very moment. When the Yi family guard mentioned the 3 breaths time limit, his plan had already taken shape. "Qingya, prepare the sonic assault, cover the fan-shaped area ahead to create chaos and auditory interference, wait for my command. Old Chen, keep a close watch on Yi Wuwen, raise the alarm at any sign of movement. Little Li, ignore everything else, stick close to me."
Lin Xian's commands came like a barrage of bullets, resolute and decisive.
At the same time, he poured all his willpower into his spirit sea. The jade slip emitted an unprecedented brilliance. The intricate spell of thousand mechanisms shift flowed through his heart. A pure spiritual force was forcibly extracted, merging with the mysterious Tao resonance radiating from the dark golden veins in the jade slip, and was abruptly injected into the silent shadow incarnation within his spirit sea. The originally dim and dispersed shadow suddenly solidified, its form clearer, its aura restrained. More importantly, under the effect of thousand mechanisms shift, the aura of this shadow perfectly blended with the surrounding environment, the cold and solemn bronze giant door, the moss-covered ground, and even the metallic corrosion scent in the air as naturally as a drop of water melting into the ocean.
Breach the gate, the one-eyed mercenary leader roared.
Rumble. Dozens of energy beams, explosive warheads, and armor-piercing rounds attached to flamethrowers violently bombarded the energy node marked on the southwest corner of the colossal gate. The explosions were deafening, tearing through the silence of the ruins, blinding light dispelling the pre-dawn darkness, and shockwaves stirring up clouds of dust and rubble.
Now's the time.
Lin Xian growled, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, charging fiercely toward the side wing nearest the gate and thickest with explosion smoke, avoiding the frontal impact zone and choosing an area on the edge of the blast with less damage. Playing almost simultaneously, Su Qingya's fingertips rapidly swept across the strings, unleashing a high-frequency piercing noise, like countless metal fragments scratching glass, chaotic and grating. The musical assault spread out in a fan-shaped wave covering the space ahead of Lin Xian and his group, briefly distorting and drowning out the sounds of explosions, mercenary roars, and the shocked cries of Yi family guards.
What's that noise? My ears hurt. Mercenaries and Wolfhead squad members near the edge of the explosion were pierced by the sudden high-frequency noise, their eardrums stinging, dizzy and stunned, their movements instantly frozen.
Shadow Sword Yi Wuwen suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the smoke and dust, locking onto the rapidly moving figures of the four Lin Xian. A cold, murderous intent instantly spread.
Stop those guys!
Yi Minghui shouted harshly. A streak of azure sword energy shot out from Yi Wuwen's fingertip, moving so fast it was almost invisible, stabbing straight into the back of Lin Xian, who was at the forefront. This sword energy was ruthless and sharp, carrying the terrifying power of a condensation pill stage cultivator, enough to pierce through Lin Xian in an instant.
Watch out!
Chen Mo's pupils contracted suddenly, desperately activating his literary energy to try to block it, but the gap in realms was too great, and his Haoran energy was shredded by the sword energy in an instant. The shadow of death loomed over Lin Xian. He sensed the deadly sword chi but was too late to dodge. A strike from the condensation core stage sealed his fate. At the life and death moment, the shadowy avatar in Lin Xian's sea of consciousness quietly took action. It did not confront the sword chi head-on but stayed close to the ground, using the explosion's smoke and dust as cover, and slipped through the narrow crack at the southwest corner of the giant door, a slit just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways, with a swift shoe.
The instant the avatar entered, Lin Xian felt a faint response. At the same time, boom, crack.
The mechanism inside the giant door roared, and a black slit wide enough to pass through sideways appeared at the southwest corner. The 3 breaths of time calculated by the Yi family guards had arrived. Yi Wuwen's cyan sword aura brushed across Lin Xian's back, slicing a wound with blood splattering. The sharp pain made Lin Xian's vision go dark, but riding the momentum of the sword aura, his speed actually increased, rolling like a gourd and clutching his head as he rushed into the gap of the cracked door. "Hurry inside," he shouted hoarsely. Su Qingya, Chen Mo, and Shaoli closely followed, taking advantage of Yi Wuwen's missed strike and the attention of all eyes being drawn to the giant door. They awkwardly rolled into the darkness of the general's tomb.
Bastard!
Yi Minghui's face turned ashen with anger, never expecting a few little pests to sneak into the ruins.
Chase them!
The one-eyed mercenary leader roared, charging toward the door gap with his men. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand to lead the wolf head squad to follow closely behind. Just as the 3 parties were rushing desperately toward the cracked door gap.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
Suddenly, dozens of crimson eyes on both sides inside the door lit up like awakened ferocious beasts. Heavy footsteps sounded in unison: thud, thud, thud. Amidst the lingering dust and aided by the faint light outside the door, 2 rows of burly terracotta warriors clad in bronze armor and wielding bronze halberds slowly emerged from the darkness. Their bodies were made of dark metal and rock, with crimson energy flowing through the seams, exuding a cold, lifeless killing aura. Each breath was comparable to that of a beginner-level meridian opening warrior. A full 12 stood blocking the narrow door gap, forming a cold barrier of slaughter. The leading soldier figurine was taller and more imposing, its helmet fierce, and its bronze long spear suddenly pointed at the crowd. Those who trespass into the general's tomb, death without mercy. The voice was deep and hoarse, like metal scraping, echoing through the entrance hall. The charging mercenaries were caught off guard. Just as one raised his ally machete, he was swept aside by the whistling long spear, cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. Ah! A scream shattered the silence. The entrance to the ruins instantly turned into a battlefield of carnage. The terracotta warrior formation launched a fierce attack, cold metal halberds and spears mercilessly reaping lives. Yi Minghui, Qin Feng, and the one-eyed mercenary leaders' faces changed drastically. They all stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the sudden murderous barrier before them. Form up! Defend! Counterattack! Qin Feng barked sharply. Smash these iron lumps, the one-eyed mercenary roared, raising his giant axe. Yi Wuhan expressionless, the long sword in his hand already emitting a low hum. Outside the door, bloody fighting erupted, but inside it was deathly silent and pitch black. Lin Xian and the other 3 leaned against the heavy bronze giant door, breathing heavily. The fighting, screams, and explosions outside sounded distant and muffled. Shaoli was still shaken, slumping to the ground gasping for breath. Su Qingya supported the ancient Guqin covered in dust, her chest rising and falling incessantly, having just exerted great effort to activate the melody. Chen Mo held his aching chest, his face pale. Lin Xian's back was torn and bloody, waves of intense pain crashing over him, but he couldn't afford to care. He quickly took out a glow stick from the jade slipspace and twisted it hard to activate it. The faint eerie blue light barely illuminated a few meters around them. They stood in a vast entrance hall. Underfoot were heavy stone slabs, covered in dust and dried stains. Tall stone pillars rose straight into the darkness. The air was cold and dry, mixed with the scent of rusting metal and dust, and a faint hint of blood that seemed to seep from the cracks in the stones. An invisible pressure enveloped the place, weighing heavily on the heart and making it hard to breathe. Shaoli, are you safe for now? His voice trembled, as if he had just escaped from disaster. Safe? Chen Mo shook his head, his gaze serious, pointing into the deep black beyond the glow stick's reach. This place is more dangerous than outside. The general's tomb isn't a place of slaughter you can enter casually. As he spoke, Lin Xian's face suddenly changed. In the sea of consciousness, the shadowy avatar sent urgent danger signals. It wasn't a visual image, but pure sensations of danger and spatial awareness. The direction the avatar had infiltrated, about 100 meters ahead to the left deep inside the entrance hall, by the edge of an oval-shaped pit made of piled bones, lurked an extremely deadly threat. That cold, venomous death intent gripped the avatar's position tightly. What shocked Lin Xian even more was that the avatar instinctively sent back a highly eager signal, the fluctuation of a jade talisman fragment. The fragment was hidden in the deepest part of that most dangerous bone pit. The fragment and the deadly trap overlapped. Something is targeting the avatar. Lin Xian's voice was grave, his face pale. The death trap was right before them, and the avatar, their only eyes and tentacles, had already been exposed to the perception of a terrifying presence. His warning cut through the silence of the foyer like a cold blade. Under the fluorescent light, Su Qingya, Chen Mo, and Shaoli all went pale. Targeting the avatar? Shaoli stammered, gripping the knife handle tightly, fearfully staring into the unfathomable darkness. Outside the door, fighting, screams, and the roar of energy weapons sounded through the heavy bronze door, forming a dull backdrop. The silence in the foyer and the invisible killing intent seemed to have a source, the deep darkness Lin Xian was pointing to. In the sea of consciousness, the information flow of the shadowy avatar grew increasingly chaotic and frantic, filled with primal fear. The avatar was like trapped in an invisible spider web, locked by cold venomous snakes, barely able to move. The pull of the jade talisman fragments intertwined with the lethal danger, tearing at Lin Xuanyu's fragile mind.
His song.
A sharp, hoarse sound suddenly erupted from the darkness, like metal scraping bone, yet with a sticky, eerie quality. The sound did not come through the air, but like a mental spike, brutally piercing into everyone's minds.
Ugh!
Su Qingya groaned softly, her face pale, fingers pressing tightly on her temples. Chen Mo's body swayed, his eyes contracting sharply, pain etched deeply across his face. Shaoli screamed, clutching his head and crouching down. Lin Xian's sea of consciousness trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer, his awareness on the verge of collapse. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain and blood outburst stimulating his mind, barely maintaining contact with his avatar.
At the very moment this shrill sound rang out. Swish! Swish! Swish!
3 arrows entwined with a grim green poisonous mist, like deadly rays from the underworld, tore through the darkness, heading straight for Lin Xian, Su Qingya, and Chen Mo. The speed was extremely fast. Before the poisonous mist arrived, the foul stench of corrosion already hit their faces. The attack precisely targeted the 3 of them, completely ignoring the collapsed Shaoli. The lurking monster's senses were extremely sharp.
Watch out!
Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, enduring the tearing pain in his sea of consciousness, and burst forward with maximum agility, lunging to the side.
Hiss!
3 poisonous arrows brushed past his back and arm, embedding themselves into the bronze door wall behind him. The sound of corrosion was harsh. The hard bronze door instantly corroded with 3 fist-sized poison pits. The metal softened and collapsed, emitting sickly green toxic smoke. This venom was extremely terrifying, causing pus and blood upon contact. Su Qingya reacted swiftly, her figure fluttering like willow catkins in the wind, her fingers rapidly sweeping across the strings of the qin.
Zhang! A burst of high-frequency sound waves spread out like invisible ripples, striking the incoming poison arrows.
The arrows faltered slightly, the wrapping toxic mist was partially dispersed by the shock, but the arrows still carried residual force as they shot forward. She took the opportunity to dodge. The arrows grazed the hem of her skirt, embedded in the ground, corroding small pits that emitted poisonous smoke. Chen Mo then took a fierce step forward, his aged body erupting with astonishing speed, shouting out, "You!" A semi-transparent shield of literary energy appeared, covered with ghostly images of ancient characters.
Boom!
The poison arrow struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently, its light dimming as the toxic mist frantically corroded it. Chen Mo groaned with effort, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, enduring a huge backlash but blocking the deadly strike.
Now's the time. Qingya, disrupt it.
Lin Xian lunged forward, roaring. He knew that after the creature's screech, there would be a brief opening. This was the only chance. Su Qingya understood, took a deep breath, suppressed her headache, and quickly plucked the strings with both hands. This was no longer noise, but a sharp and eerie melody, the chaotic soul summon. Clang, buzz, clang, chaotic notes surged like a tide toward the bone pit 100 meters away. This sound struck directly at the mind, disrupting the monster's perception and attack rhythm.
Hissing and roaring? A confused and irritated hiss came from the darkness, obviously effective. The oppressive pressure weighing on everyone fell into chaos. Old Chen! Shaoli! Get close to me!
Lin Xian endured the back pain, suddenly sprang up, gripping a glow stick, and threw it toward the bone pit. The glow sticks cut through the darkness, like a few fallen green stars, briefly illuminating the path ahead.
Finally saw clearly.
A huge circular pit 50 meters wide lay 100 meters away, its walls formed by piles of dense white bones, twisted and enormous, exuding death and hatred. Between the bones flowed a thick, foul-smelling dark green luminescent liquid. A monster was crouched at the center of the pit. It resembled a giant python, its entire body covered with pale, smooth muscle fibers, emitting the stench of decay and poison gas. It had no scales or eyes, its head was a wide-open mouth occupying 1/3 of its body, filled with layers of pale, sharp teeth. It had no limbs, but on each side grew 6 pairs of sharp bone spikes, their tips gleaming with a ghostly green cold light, fiercely poisonous. Toxic saliva dripped continuously from its teeth, aiming straight at Lin Xian and the others.
This was the bone venom jiao.
A guardian monster formed and mutated from the vengeful aura of ancient battlefields, poisonous miasma, and the bones of strange beasts. What shocked Lin Xian even more was that beneath its enormous body, deep in the center of the skeletal pit, a pure dark golden light seeped through the gaps between the white bones that was the second jade talisman fragment of the. The fragment was right beneath the poisonous flood dragon, like a precious pearl hidden in a bedchamber. His song. The bioluminescence in the made the poisonous flood dragon even more enraged, its roar shaking the heavens. Its huge maw suddenly opened wide, revealing a terrifying angle. A dense, almost solidified, ghastly green poisonous mist erupted like a volcanic eruption, sweeping toward the entrance where Lin Xian and the other three stood. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, the air crackled with a zzz sound, and the dust on the ground was instantly corroded into pits and hollows. At the same time, 6 pairs of bone blades on both sides suddenly swung fiercely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of bone spikes, more condensed and faster than before, entwined with sticky venom, ripped through the poisonous mist like a torrential rain, precisely covering all possible evasion directions for Lin Xian and the others. The storm of poisonous mist and bone spikes instantly surrounded them. Damn it! Xiaoli shouted in despair. Su Qingya's face turned pale, using all her strength to stimulate the guqin, raising the pitch to the limit in an attempt to disrupt the trajectory of the bone spikes, but the effect was minimal. Chen Mo's hair stood on end as he again concentrated the literary energy shield, but facing such a dense attack, the shield was like a candle flickering in the wind. A matter of life and death. At this critical moment, hold your breath. Get down. A wild light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch sewn from mutated lizard skin. This was the plague locust powder he had made at the rock shelter, following the recipe from the plague locust powder handbook, using wild poisonous herbs and minerals from the wilderness. This poison powder is specifically designed for social mutated insect beasts, with fierce toxicity that can corrode flesh and blood and paralyze nerves. Lin Xian hadn't planned to use it so soon, but at this moment, he had no other choice. He did not hesitate, pulled out the stopper from the skin bag, and suddenly scattered a handful of gray-black powder with a pungent, spicy smell toward the surging sickly green poisonous mist ahead. Disperse! Lin Xian shouted lowly. The gray-black powder instantly collided with the sickly green poisonous mist, producing a sizzling sound, erupting in a fierce reaction like cold water thrown on oil. The two kinds of toxic energies wildly clashed, eroded, and annihilated each other, releasing smoke that was an interwoven gray-green with a pungent stench. The originally surging poisonous mist was forcibly halted and disordered for a moment by this method of poison attacking poison. In that split-second gap, the jade slip of the self-transformation sutra inside Lin Xian's body emitted an unprecedented clear radiance. He concentrated all his willpower on the connection between his main body and the shadow avatar, leveraging the newly completed control secret method of the jade slip, as well as the interference of the poisonous mist on the bone poisonous dragon's perception. Rush! Get the fragment! Lin Xian silently roared at the shadow avatar within his sea of consciousness. The shadowy avatar lurking at the edge of the bone pit, nearly crushed by the poisonous mist, seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant. Under the cover of the secret technique Shen Ji Bian, it perfectly merged with the bone pit's own resentment, chill, and deathly aura, no longer an independent entity but part of the countless grudges within the bone pit. Whoosh! The shadowy avatar moved. It did not choose to approach the massive body of the poisonous flood dragon from the ground. That would be suicide. Under Lin Xian's precise control, it moved like an invisible shadow, clinging tightly to the walls of the pit built from enormous bones, swiftly descending like a gecko. Its target was the shard of a jade talisman glowing with a dark golden light, located deep in the center of the bone pit beneath the poisonous flood dragon's lair. His song? The bone poisonous flood dragon seemed to sense something, its huge head sharply turning towards the pit wall. Its eyeless mouthparts seemed to pierce through the darkness, locking onto the rapidly moving trajectory of the shadowy avatar. An even more violent and icy mental assault surged forth. Buzz! Lin Xian's main body felt as if it had been hit hard, his vision darkening, and a mouthful of blood spat out. The mental assault from his avatar destroyed his willpower barrier like a tsunami, making it perilous to maintain the connection with the avatar. The shadow avatar's movements instantly became stiff and sluggish.
Brother Lin.
Su Qingya saw this and didn't hesitate, abandoning plucking the strings with both hands and pressing heavily on the guqin strings.
Don. Don. Don.
3 heavy beats like war drums, accompanied by the sudden eruption of a strangely rhythmic melody. That was not soul disarray, but her secret weapon to boost morale, the prelude to breaking the formation music. The music transformed into 3 invisible waves of mental energy, surging into the minds of Lin Xian, Chen Mo, and Shaoli. Lin Xian's spirit sharply revived, like a parched land meeting sweet rain. His collapsing will was forcibly stabilized. Chen Mo and Shaoli also felt much of the pain and fear in their minds dissipate.
Lin kid.
The terrestrial vein is dead chi, the life gate is at the Ken position, using Sha to break its Yang Sha. Chen Mo's hoarse voice thundered explosively. Relying on his literary Dao perception and understanding of ancient battlefield feng shui, he instantly pinpointed the weak point of the poisonous flood dragon's power.
Sink position.
Northwest corner of the skeleton pit, with few skeletons piled up and sparse sickly green mucus. Lin Xuanfu focused his mind, forced his body, and once again entered the jade slip space. This time he took out the recorded in the plague locust powder notes, a small piece of Yin Sha stone forged from corpse oil and Yin Sha ore. He didn't look once, using all his strength to fiercely throw the pitch-black stone radiating bone-chilling cold toward the Kan position indicated by Chen Mo.
Shoo!
The Yin Sha stone cut through the poisonous fog, precisely hitting the gap in the skeletal remains at the Kan position. An intensely cold Yin Sha energy, as dense as a 10,000-year-old ice cave, exploded instantly. Originating from the same source as the resentful energy of the skeleton pit but purer and more domineering, it disrupted the local energy balance. The massive body of the skeletal venomous flood dragon suddenly trembled, and the dreadful green energy patterns within it instantly became chaotic. The terrifying mental pressure locking onto the shadow avatar sharply decreased.
Now is the moment.
Lin Xian's spirit screamed inside his mind. The shadow avatar seized this fleeting opportunity, almost one at the cost of life, and unleashed its final power. Swish! It shot like an arrow released from a bowstring, fiercely piercing through the foul gaps in the bones, plunging straight into the center of the bone pit. There, a palm-sized jade fragment floated atop a viscous vortex composed of bone powder and sickly green liquid. Dark golden patterns flowed across the fragment's surface, emanating an ancient Taoist aura. This was precisely the second jade talisman piece of the Tathagata Garbha Sutra. The shadowy avatar hesitated not at all, instantly lunging toward the fragment. The moment it touched, boom, a vast flood of information, as immense as the Milky Way, violently surged through the mental link between the avatar and the body, rushing into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. The complete practices of the Tathagata circulation method, basic enhancement, spirit load sharing technique, intermediate, detailed explanation of avatar breath concealment, advanced, 1,000 machine transformations, avatar disguise secret technique, complete volume, phantom shadow step, stealth movement, exclusive to avatars, and the incomplete yet profound mechanical puppet control method soldier figurine mechanism technique, incomplete volume control axis scroll. Information struck Lin Xian's consciousness like a tidal wave. He felt as if his head was about to explode, the pain far surpassing anything before. His body trembled violently, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Yet amid the agony, his awareness was clearer than ever. The workings of the Tathagata circulation, avatar control, breath disguise, and even the principles behind controlling the bronze soldier figurines all became instantly clear. His spiritual power was tempered to greater resilience through the suffering, and the dark gold patterns on the jade slip grew increasingly intricate and vivid.
Sao.
The skeletal poison flood dragon went completely mad. The core it guarded was triggered, disrupting the energy balance that maintained the sickly green viscous spiral. Intense sickly green poisonous gas and terrifying suction burst forth from the bottom of the pit. The shadow avatar was pulled fiercely toward the abyss as soon as it touched the fragment by the suction. The massive body of the skeletal poison flood dragon roared, 6 pairs of bone blades tearing through the air, slashing viciously at the avatar.
Not good.
Lin Xian's alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. Enduring the severe pain in his sea of consciousness, relying on the newly acquired phantom shadow step and 1,000 mechanisms, he controlled the shadow avatar to unleash its extreme speed. The avatar evaded the bone blades with the agility of an eel, rushing up along the pit wall shadows. It tightly wrapped the jade talisman fragment, emitting dark golden light, using secret techniques to suppress the fragment's Tao rhythm fluctuations. The fragment was secured, but the avatar was already exposed to the poison flood dragon's fury, danger everywhere. At the entrance of the foyer, the heavy bronze door finally let out a loud bang under the series of fierce attacks, the cracks tearing even larger.
Charge in!
Kill those bastards! The treasure is ours, the one-eyed mercenary chief roared, the smell of blood spreading. Yi Minghui coldly ordered, take them down. Especially Lin Xian, dead or alive. Qin Feng calmly commanded, Teams 1 and 2, advance in defensive formation, watch out for traps. The main gate was breached, the three factions, covered in blood and brimming with even stronger murderous intent, surged into the general's tomb hall. Countless greedy eyes instantly locked onto Lin Xian and the three others, who were trapped in the bone pit. Ahead, the skeletal poisonous dragon was frantically pursuing the shadowy phantom. Behind, the three formidable enemies broke through the door. The desperate situation approached, with the shadow of death pressing from both sides. Behind the gate, wild energy mixed with bloody killing intent swept in. The Blood-Axe mercenaries howled, gun and cannon barrels instantly turning toward Lin Xian's back, energy beams and explosive warheads tearing through the air, striking first. Right behind, the wolf head squad suppressed with precise shots. Yi family guards clustered around Yi Minghui and Yi Wuhan, their cold eyes like they were staring down death. Yi Wuhan's sword remained sheathed, but the killing intent already shrouded the entire scene. Ahead, the skeletal poison flood dragon completely lost control. The jade talisman fragments were seized, triggering its reverse scale. It twisted its massive body, spewing dreadful green poisonous mist that enveloped the skeletal pit above. 6 pairs of bone blades sliced through the poison mist like death scythes, frantically slashing at the fleeing shadow incarnations. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of air splitting and bones shattering. The incarnations flickered like candle flames in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Surrounded on all sides, there was no way out.
Brother Lin!
Su Qingya's voice was filled with panic, but she did not retreat. With both hands, she forcefully pressed the strings, preparing to activate breaking formation music again. Don't worry about me, protect old Chen and little Li. Lin Xian shouted hoarsely, his voice distorted as he turned to face the furious attack from behind. In his consciousness, fragments of the terracotta warrior mechanical art instinctively surfaced. There was no time to dodge, the energy beam and cannonball moved extremely fast. At that very moment, "You! Sden!" Chen Mo shouted angrily, uttering 2 ancient and simple true words, and a surge of literary energy erupted. A shield of words instantly appeared behind Lin Xian. At the same time, the ground beneath the feet of several mercenaries ahead suddenly softened, as if sinking into a swamp. Although they broke free from the violent energy and the mercenaries' strength, their movements and shooting trajectories were disrupted.
Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously.
Several beams of energy streaked past Lin Xian's side, scratching a trail of wounds, while several large craters exploded again on the bronze door walls. Chen Mo's shield barely blocked several explosive warheads. The violent shockwave sent Lin Xian flying, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The wound on his back completely ruptured, flesh mangled. It was precisely because Chen Mo fought desperately to hold on that Lin Xian was able to seize a precious moment to catch his breath. At the instant he was blasted away by the explosion, his mental awareness was as sharp as a probe. Relying on the jade slip and his recognition C and the soldier statue mechanism technique, he instantly detected the pervasive warlike killing intent in the hall. Especially lurking in the shadows on both sides of the main gate, the 12 bronze soldier statues that had just slaughtered the invaders emitted a cold and deadly aura. The core of these soldier statues is composed of a special metal imbued with ancient battlefield killing energy and blood pattern stone that absorbs killing intent. Their movements rely on a complex array of runes inside that sense the surrounding murderous energy. The essence of the control core scroll is to use mental power to simulate a higher-level commander will to kill, forcibly overriding the sensing targets of the soldier statue's core.
By my will. Replacing the commander's order.
Wherever the spear points.
Death follows. Lin Xian silently roared in his heart as the jade slip glowed fiercely. His newly awakened Tathagata Bliss Sutra transformed into the essence of command, fusing the destructive killing intent of the Vine Mother Core and the brutal battle fervor of a desperate fight, instantly elevating into a domineering commanding will. Through a perfected secret method of spiritual connection, the invisible baton struck hard at the core runes of the two bronze soldier statues closest to him. Buzz! Buzz! Two bronze warrior statues facing the huge door crack, their crimson electronic eyes locking onto the enemy, shook violently. Their heads, stiff yet resolute, turned 180 degrees, and their electronic eyes instantly locked onto the Blood Axe mercenary group charging at Lin Xian, especially the one-eyed leader wielding an axe. Target changed. Eliminate the rebels. A low metallic grinding sound came from inside the warrior statues. What the hell? The one-eyed leader was stunned, a chill shooting straight to his head. The next second, boom! Boom! Two heavy figures hurtled through the air, the massive bronze halberds whistling sharply, sweeping fiercely across him and several of his trusted men like an earthquake. The speed was so fast that even meridian-opening warriors struggled to react, and the dark red bloodstains on the halberd blades emitted a foul stench. "Boss, be careful!" A mercenary nearby quickly lunged forward and pushed the one-eyed leader aside. Asterisk squelch. Squelch, asterisk. The screams abruptly ceased. The mercenary who pushed, along with two others who couldn't dodge in time, were instantly cleaved into multiple pieces by the bronze halberds. Blood and entrails mixed with shattered pieces of equipment splattered all over the ground. Damn it! These iron blocks have gone mad. Chop them to pieces, the one-eyed mercenary leader roared. His narrow escape made him furious as he raised his great axe and swung fiercely at a warrior statue. Clang! The loud clash of metal beat against his eardrums. The axe only scored a deep scratch on the bronze breastplate. The massive figure of the warrior statue wavered slightly and then struck down hard again with its halberd. The one-eyed mercenary's face turned pale with fright. He rolled awkwardly to dodge, and the ground where he had been struck was smashed into a large pit. They have been controlled? Shin Fong, the leader of the Wolf Head Squad, pupils shrinking suddenly, hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Stop attacking! Fall back! Stay away from the terracotta soldiers!" He immediately sensed that the situation was abnormal. Yi Minghui and Yi Wuhan also stopped in their tracks. For the first time, Yi Wuhan's normally calm eyes showed a grave seriousness as he focused intently on Lin Xian struggling to get up. The two bronze terracotta soldiers stood like walls of iron, firmly blocking the Blood Axe mercenary group and Lin Xian's team. Their attacks were simple and brutal, abandoning defense. Each strike was fiercely suicidal, forcing the mercenaries to retreat. Screams, curses, and the clashing of weapons filled the air. "Brother Lin, are you okay?" Su Qingya took advantage of the chaos to run to Lin Xian's side, anxiously supporting his unsteady body. Chen Mo also forced himself over, face pale, having just exhausted a tremendous amount of energy in two bursts of true words. "No problem," Lin Xian gasped painfully, each breath causing sharp pain, but his eyes shone with light. Success! Using the newly learned terracotta soldier mechanism technique and his strengthened mental will, he altered the commands of two terracotta soldiers to temporarily block the fiercest mercenaries. Although controlling the terracotta soldiers was a heavy mental burden like a mountain, the breathing space it bought was crucial. His gaze locked onto the direction of the skeleton pit. The shadowy avatar was still desperately fleeing from the toxic flood dragon's furious pursuit, the pit walls shattered and in ruins. The avatar's aura was extremely faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. The toxic flood dragon was not only chasing the avatar but also frantically biting at the pit walls, sending bones flying everywhere. It was searching for the jade amulet fragments hidden on the avatar. Fragments must be recovered. Lin Xian knew that the longer the fragments stayed on the avatar, the greater the risk of exposure and the stronger the mental shock to his true body. Only by integrating the fragments into the jade slip in his consciousness could a qualitative leap occur, giving hope to break the deadlock. "Come back!" Lin Xian silently roared as the jade slip in his consciousness radiated dazzling light. Fully activating the newly grasped mental load-sharing technique, he forcibly transferred most of the mental burden from controlling the two terracotta soldiers to the fleeing shadow avatar, linked through the jade slip's profound connection. Although the avatar faced greater danger, the true body gained precious remaining control strength. With the secret technique of 1,000 transformations and absolute control over the emanation of the avatar, Lin Xian manipulated the shadowy avatar. At the moment when the poisonous dragon boneblade was about to strike, he suddenly flung the jade talisman fragments tightly held in his arms toward his original body's location along a highly secretive shadow trajectory. The dark golden streak shimmered among the poisonous mist and skeletal fragments, moving at an almost teleportation speed. Shadow Sword Yi Wuan watched coldly, a sharp light bursting from his eyes as his perception captured that faint yet powerful Taoist resonance fluctuation. His figure blurred, merging into the shadows, ready to intercept. But it was too late. The dark golden streak, guided by Lin Xian's spirit, like a swallow returning to its nest, instantly pierced through space and entered Lin Xian's forehead. With a thunderous boom, the impact was far more violent than any previous time, like a cosmic explosion detonating within the sea of consciousness. The consciousness sea was flooded with dark golden light, the jade slip emitted an unprecedented buzzing, and the two dark golden patterns on its surface writhed, intertwined, and merged. The self-transformation sutra practice was completed to the initial great perfection stage, the spirit load-sharing technique mastered, preliminarily constructing a spirit network, laying the foundation for dividing more avatars. The avatar's aura simulation concealment technique was partially perfected, the imprint of the phantom shadow step footwork merged into instinct, the 1,000 transformations avatar disguise secret technique mastered, enabling deeper simulation of energy fluctuations. The secret art of the terracotta army mechanism fragment was fully integrated, enabling terracotta figurine control as easily as wielding an arm. A vast energy surged out from the jade slip, instantly washing over Lin Xian's severely injured body. The damaged meridians tingled, the intense pain greatly diminished, and a sense of power returned. His cultivation had not advanced, but his spiritual strength, comprehension of the technique, and control over his avatar had drastically changed. The skeletal venomous flood dragon, losing the aura of the jade talisman fragment, fell into madness, abandoning its faint, shadowy avatar, and its head turned toward the entrance of the hall. It sensed the fragment was on that severely wounded human. Little Li was terrified to the point of soul flight. Not good. That beast is coming. Yi Minghui's face instantly darkened, and he shouted sternly to Qin Feng, "Stop it. Captain Qin, let's act together and take down this monster first." The venomous flood dragon was far more threatening than Lin Xian and the others. Amid the chaos, a cold sharpness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt the new power surging inside him and a completely new grasp over his sea of consciousness. His gaze swept over the Blood Axe mercenary group, tangled and battered by the soldier puppets, suffering heavy losses, and finally locked onto the one-eyed leader. "Since you are the Yi family's dogs, then I'll slaughter you first." Lin Xian sneered coldly. With a movement of his mind, the mental burden controlling the two terracotta warriors suddenly lightened by more than half. Relying on his complete mastery of the control pivot scroll and sensing the killing aura in the anteroom, his mental will, like an invisible command flag, instantly covered the other two bronze terracotta warriors near the Blood Axe mercenary group. Buzz! Buzz! The two terracotta warriors abruptly turned around, their crimson electronic eyes locking onto the flanks of the Blood Axe mercenary group. The mercenaries, already suppressed by the two terracotta warriors, suddenly found themselves surrounded by 4 opening meridian-level terracotta warriors. The one-eyed mercenary leader roared in despair and rage as 4 huge bronze long halberds sealed off all escape routes. Puff! 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 The muffled sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out continuously. The leader of the Blood Axe mercenary group and his last few trusted men were torn apart like paper by the 4 tireless, immensely strong bronze killing machines, blood staining the cold ground red. Hiss! Every member of the Wolf Head Squad gasped, looking at Lin Xian with shock and apprehension. Qin Feng's face was grave, Yi Minghui's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, Lin Xian's control over the soldier figurines unsettled them. At this moment, the giant skeletal venomous dragon wrapped in sickly green poisonous mist crashed through the edge of the bone pit like a runaway train, heading straight for the entrance hall and the position where Lin Xian stood. It opened its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth,
targeting Lin Xian, who had just swallowed the jade talisman fragment. A stench wind struck the face, death arrived. Faced with this guardian 10 times more terrifying than the terracotta warriors, Lin Xian's eyes were calm, filled with a crazed fighting spirit. He slowly raised his hand, not to clench a fist in battle, but to firmly press his blood-stained palm against the cold bronze armor of a nearby terracotta warrior. Inside his sea of consciousness, the secret rune of the terracotta warrior mechanism art, control hub volume, flashed wildly, the jade slips light shimmering like boiling molten lava. A domineering commander will, merging his own destructive killing intent with the thousand-year battle aura of the general's tomb, poured like a torrent into the core of the terracotta warrior. Wake up! Lin Xian's silent command rang in his heart. Hum! The bronze terracotta warrior suddenly trembled violently, bronze rust flakes falling off, its crimson electronic eyes bursting with dazzling light. Complex and bright crimson energy patterns lit up sharply, the powerful aura nearing the breakthrough to a higher meridian. Iron-blooded battle will awakening like an ancient war god, exploding with tremendous force. Terracotta warrior's power unleashed. Buzz! The bronze soldier figurine was covered in rust like decaying scales peeling away, revealing a dark and cold metallic texture. Crimson energy patterns, like revived blood vessels, suddenly lit up on the armor, intertwining into an ancient and complex array of runes. A terrifying aura far surpassing before, nearly reaching the level of opening the meridians, erupted out, mixed with an iron-blooded killing intent, as if a sleeping battle spirit had awakened. The air in the entire hall instantly froze and trembled. Roar! The soldier figurine let out a deep, thunderous roar, no longer a cold mechanical sound, but a growl filled with ancient battle intent. The bronze spear in its hand was wrapped in scarlet killing aura, like burning blood flames. Boom! The massive body of the skeletal poisonous flood dragon charged forward, bringing with it a stench-filled poisonous mist. The soldier figurine showed no fear, stepping forward, cracking the ground beneath. The blood-flame spear tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, carrying an indomitable resolve as it struck down on the poisonous dragon's ferocious head. Clang! The deafening sound of metal crashing, mixed with the cracking of bones. Shockwaves spread in a circular pattern, stirring up dust from shattered stones and bones, like a storm sweeping through the surroundings. His song! The skeletal venomous flood dragon roared in pain and anger, a thick bone spike on its skull shattered by the long spear, dark green toxic blood spurting out. The soldier figurine staggered backward from the impact, leaving a deep pit beneath its feet, bronze body showing fine cracks, and crimson energy veins flickering erratically. In the first direct clash, the soldier figurine was at a slight disadvantage but successfully blocked the venomous flood dragon's destructive charge, buying Lin Xian precious time. Hiss! Members of the Wolf Head Squad all gasped. Xin Feng's expression grew serious as he sensed that the soldier figurine's aura was approaching the advanced vein opening stage. This guardian was no ordinary relic protector. And Lin Xian, this severely wounded and dying boy at the transcendence stage, was truly able to control such a terrifying killing machine. Waste. Can't even deal with a heap of junk. Ying Lao, move. Take down that kid first. Yi Minghui shouted angrily, feeling threatened and uneasy by Lin Xian's unexpected victory. He pointed at Lin Xian, who was being supported by Su Qingya and Chen Mo. Ying Jian Yuwuhen's eyes flashed coldly, his figure vanished instantly, leaving only a faint afterimage. His speed exceeded what the eye could track. A chilling, piercing killing intent, like an invisible venomous snake, instantly locked onto Lin Xian's heart. A nascent core stage sword cultivator struck furiously, aiming straight at Lin Xian's life. Not good. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply, his aged body unleashing its last strength. He bit his tongue hard, spitting a mouthful of refined blood into the void. Domain prototype inch of wall, inch of time. Whir! A gentle yet incredibly resilient righteous energy surged from within him in an instant, enveloping Lin Xian, Su Qingya, and Little Li. Within this space of about a foot, time seemed forcibly slowed, and the air grew thick and viscous like glue. Without hesitation, as Chen Mo made his move, Su Qingya's hands already flicked over the strings like phantoms. Cling! Cling! For crisp sounds like metal striking metal quickly pierced through battle-disrupting melodies severing gold. The sound waves transformed into 4 sharp sound blades, precisely slashing toward the 4 possible directions where Yi Wuhan's blurred figure might appear. Not to harm the enemy, but to interfere and delay. With the delaying effect combined with the precise interception of the severing gold sound blades, Yi Wuhan was forced to reveal himself. Within less than 5 meters of Lin Xian, a sound blade narrowly grazed his shoulder, drawing a string of blood beads. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect 2 opponents far weaker than himself to team up and force him out. Although the injury was not serious, this delay was enough. Where the spear points, slaughter. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the intense mental shock brought by releasing the terracotta soldiers. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his will commanded like an invisible banner. Boom! Boom! 2 bronze terracotta warriors, covered in wounds and driven by the terracotta warrior's mechanism technique, broke free from the remaining mercenaries. Their massive bodies, radiating fierce momentum, charged like moving fortresses toward the revealed Yi Wuhan. The bronze halberds howled, one on the left and one on the right, sealing off his escape route. The freed terracotta soldiers suddenly twisted, the blood flame-wrapped halberds like bloody meteors, striking toward Yi Wuhan. The 3 Supreme Pulse opening level soldier figurines did not hesitate to suffer losses as they surrounded and killed the congealing core stage cultivators. And shaking a tree. Yi Wuhan snorted coldly, his killing intent intensifying. His figure was as illusory as the wind, seeking victory and danger by slipping through the gap between 2 long halberds, while simultaneously pointing 2 fingers like swords. Blue sword energy burst out instantly, precisely hitting the side blade of the liberated soldier figurine's long halberd. Ding! A sharp, piercing sound rang out as the sword energy collided with the halberd blade, exploding with blue and red light. The heavy soldier figurine suddenly stalled, most of the entwined blood flames were shaken away. The crack on its chest rapidly widened, emitting a crisp crack sound. The terrifying power of the congealing core cultivator was fully revealed. Although the soldier figurines possessed immense strength, facing an absolute power gap, they found it difficult to resist. Brother Lin! Watch out behind you! Su Qingyat exclaimed. Just as Lin Xian was fully focused on controlling the clay soldiers to surround and kill Yi Wuhan, his nerves taut, a cold murderous aura silently crept up from behind, like maggots gnawing silently at the bone. The Yi family guard who had been holding the rune detector all along took advantage of everyone's attention fixated on Yi Wuhan and the 3 clay soldiers, quietly sneaking behind Lin Xian like a ghost. His eyes gleamed with cruelty and greed, eager to capture Lin Xian and force out the secret of controlling the clay soldiers. This would be a great merit. The rune detector in his hand was now more than just a detector. 2 sharp probes emitting ghostly blue arcs of electricity extended from the front, clearly a close combat psychic weapon with tremendous power. The probes shrieked as they tore through the air, fiercely stabbing at Lin Xian's defenseless back. Little Li, you despicable! Little Li roared angrily, his eyes red, and without hesitation, he swung his knife and charged forward to block. Get lost! The Yi family guard snorted coldly, waving his left hand, and a palm imprint of spiritual power suddenly slammed against Little Li's alloy machete. Bang! Little Li was knocked flying along with his knife, crashing into the cold wall, spitting blood, instantly losing his combat effectiveness. The probe was only millimeters away from S back. At this critical moment, a shadow almost blending into the environment sprang up from under S feet like a lurking venomous snake, moving at an extremely fast speed. Phantom Shadow Step. This shadow was not a physical attack, but Lin Xian used the newly mastered secret techniques of 1000 mechanisms change and the Phantom Shadow Step movement skill to simulate a silent and soundless spiritual stab by shaping a thread of spiritual energy and remaining killing intent, striking directly at the forehead meridian and sea of consciousness of the Yi family guard. This was Lin Xian's newly acquired initial application of spiritual attack. Although the power was small, it was both concealed and deadly. Ugh! The ferocious grin on the Yi family guard's face instantly froze, filled with terror and agony. He felt as if a cold steel needle had pierced his brain, his vision went black, his soul seemed to be torn apart, and his movements stiffened and distorted. The 2 blue probes grazed Lin Xian's ribs, leaving only 2 scorched marks on his clothes. The opportunity has come. Lin Xian did not look back, focusing all his willpower on the shadowy figure in his sea of consciousness that was using phantom shadow step and thousand transformations to shuttle deeper inside. He let out a low roar, using the twisting motion to dodge the probe, instinctively unleashing the five-step fist serpent emerges from the cave, and with his backhand, slammed a punch full of spiritual power harshly into the chest of the Yi family guard. Bang! The sound of bones cracking rang out clearly. The Yi family guard, possessing the initial stage of meridian opening strength, was like being hit by a battering ram, his chest caved in, his body flying backward like a broken sack, blood and fragments of internal organs spattering from his mouth. The rune detector in his hand slipped and fell to the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Ming Xian! Yi Minghui shouted in a mix of anger and fear. Another Yi family guard fell. Lin Xian ignored the fallen guard. His body trembled violently from the intense explosion of power, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the chaotic battlefield ahead. The three warrior figurines desperately held their ground under Yi Wuhan's strange sword finger, battered and bloodied. The liberated warrior figurines fiercely wrestled with the charging skeletal venomous dragons. Sparks flew upon collision as fragments of bone and bronze scattered in the air. Qin Feng, leading the Wolfhead squad, quietly retreated to the edge of the entrance hall, watching coldly, clearly aiming to profit from the chaos. They can't delay any longer. They must quickly secure the core ancient tome and then find a way to escape. Inside the sea of consciousness, the sensing of the shadowy figure grew clearer. It passed through a long corridor marked with blade scars and axe chops, suffused with the smell of blood and rusted iron. At the corridor's end hung a half-closed heavy stone door, behind which came a lively and ethereal energy fluctuation that was the aura of the core ancient tome. Flowing cloud step, it's right inside. The shadowy figure slipped through the gap of the stone door like a ghost. Inside was a huge circular stone chamber, its dome inlaid with several softly glowing white crystals, illuminating the center. At the center was not an altar, but a smooth stone platform 3 meters in diameter, carved with silver cloud-patterned runes. Hovering above the platform was a pale cyan ancient book, neither leather nor paper, seeming like condensed mist. The book spun without wind, and on its cover, 3 silver-hooked ancient characters emitted a vibrant glow, flowing cloud step. A profound and ethereal daoic aura spread from the book, clashing with the solemn and deadly atmosphere of the general's tomb, yet strangely present. But the power protecting the ancient tome was not limited to this book alone. Around the stone platform stood 4 guardians, each 2 meters tall. They were agile in form, covered in silver-gray metallic light armor, with 2 thin, cicada wing-like silver arm blades extending from their arms. Their heads resembled birds of prey, with sharp beaks glinting coldly, and their eerie blue electronic eyes scanned the stone chamber ice-coldly. Sword warriors. Killing machines born specifically for close-quarters slaughter. Their aura was powerful, reaching the peak of the mid-stage of the vein-opening realm, their agile stances far surpassing the hall's soldier statues, representing the true core guarding force. The shadowy figure hid in the entrance shadows, not daring to move a bit. Those 4 pairs of electronic eyes scanned like radar, and an invisible energy field permeated the air, instantly waking any would-be attacker. Suddenly, boom! The entire stone chamber and entrance hall suddenly trembled, the crystal stones on the dome flickering with light, and debris falling everywhere. Outside, the fierce battle between the skeletal venomous flood dragon and the liberated soldier figurines shook the sturdy ruined structure. The electronic eyes of the 4 sword figurines suddenly turned a dangerous red, like awakened leopards, crouching slightly with their arm blades lightly trembling, emitting a buzzing sound, their alertness raised to the highest level. Chaos was the opportunity. Lin Xian tensed his nerves, his main body enduring the pressure, while manipulating the shadow avatar in his sea of consciousness, hiding deep in the shadows at the entrance of the stone chamber, executing the secret technique, 1,000 machine shifts. The avatar's aura merged with the shadow of the stone walls and the scent of rusted metal, as if it were part of the chamber itself. The shadow avatar moved like an invisible mist, gliding close to the cold ground, using the shadows of the stone pillars, slowly and stealthily approaching the central stone platform, avoiding the blind spots of the sword figurines' electronic eyes. Time passed second by second, with the outside roaring, clashing of weapons, and the howls of poisonous dragons continuously audible. The shaking of the stone chamber provided cover for the shadow spirit's stealthy movement.
It silently crept to within less than 5 meters of the stone platform, able to clearly see the cloud pattern on the cover of the floating ancient book Flowing Cloud Steps. Just as Yu Ying was about to use Thousand Machine Transformation to replicate the ancient book information, an anomaly occurred. The electronic eye of a sword figurine suddenly locked onto the shadow area where Yu Ying was located, and its scanning trajectory hit the target dead center. A harsh alarm blared suddenly, and the 4 sword warriors erupted with fierce killing intent. The electronic eyes of the lead sword warrior turned scarlet, and a cold voice sounded. Unauthorized spiritual entity detected. Activating core defense. Clearance command issued. 4 silver gray figures vanished in an instant, leaving only after images, their piercing sound cutting through the air. Their target was aimed directly at the shadow form of the phantom. The electronic eye locked on, killing intent froze the space, and the arm blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. In the critical moment, the shadow phantom swiftly reacted under Lin Xian's control, pushing the phantom shadow step to its limit, transforming into a twisted shadow, leaping sideways like a startled fish. 3 silver blade streaks howled past, barely grazing the shadow phantom, fiercely slashing at the shadow it had just hidden in. The obsidian hard ground was cut open by 3 deep and smooth slashes, as if slicing tofu. Inside the entrance hall, Lin Xian was fully controlling the soldier figurines and the poisonous flood dragon to fight against Yi Wuan, when suddenly his body shook, his face as pale as paper. His avatar suffered a fatal attack, his spirit struck as if by a heavy hammer, the connection violently fluctuating, almost collapsing. In the stone chamber, the last sword figurine launched a series of attacks. It did not chop but suddenly appeared in front of the trajectory of the shadow avatar's bounce, its sharp arm blade like a snake's tongue flicking out, carrying an icy chill that pierced straight into the core of the avatar, at a tricky angle, impossible to dodge. Life and death hung by a thread. The shadow avatar suddenly collapsed toward the ground, flattening and thinning like melting asphalt, forcibly merging into the shadows. This was the secret technique of Qian Jibian, called shadow escape, extremely taxing on the spirit. The sword figurine's arm blade pierced through the thin shadow, stabbing into the ground. Although it avoided the core, the sword energy instantly tore apart more than half of the shadow avatar's body. The intense pain and weakness surged crazily into Lin Xian's true body's sea of consciousness through the mental link. Ugh! Lin Xian could no longer hold on, dropping to one knee, spewing fresh blood, his back wound bursting open, blood staining the ground. The intent controlling the 3 terracotta warriors instantly faltered. Lin Xian! Su Qingya exclaimed, desperately strumming her guqin. The urgent notes of battle-breaking music pounded down like a torrential rain upon the Yi family guards. Chen Mo's face turned pale and haggard. Just moments ago, forcibly unleashing the embryonic form of the literary domain nearly drained him. Now, using the last of his literary energy, he formed a thin shield of characters before him. Good opportunity. Kill him. Yi Minghui, seeing Lin Xian coughing up blood and kneeling, was wildly overjoyed. The 2 guards beside him revealed fierce looks and lunged forward. One held a dagger shimmering with a ghostly green poisonous glow. Boom! At a critical moment, a sudden dramatic change occurred on the battlefield between the Liberation Soldier figurine and the bone-poisonous Flood Dragon. Either sensing the controller's peril or driven by lingering killing instincts, the scarred Liberation Soldier figurine with a fierce crack across its chest, facing the poisonous Flood Dragon's gaping maw, suddenly spread its bronze arms wide, gripping the dragon's neck like iron pincers. At the same time, the soldier figurine's head violently collided with the edge of the dragon's mouth, its heavy bronze helmet smashing hard. Clang! Crack! Sharp teeth broke, the helmet deformed. Hiss-sung! The poisonous flood dragon howled in fierce pain and rage, wildly twisting and struggling, trying to shake free. But the soldier figurine held on tightly, like a maggot clinging to bone. From the cracks in its chest, a dazzlingly unstable scarlet energy suddenly burst forth, a destructive energy wave furiously gathering. Self-destruct? The huge venomous dragon's eyeless great maw showed an expression of extreme terror. It struggled wildly, bone blades chopping at the soldier figurine, sparks flying and bronze shards scattering. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly engulfed everything. A more violent energy shockwave than ever before erupted thunderously at the center of the entrance hall.
dark red flames mixed with the poisonous green mist of the venomous flood dragon, shattered bronze, and bone fragments swept through nearly half of the foyer like a wave of destruction. The nearby members of the Wolf Head Squad were caught off guard, heavily thrown down by the shockwave, crashing against walls and coughing up blood. Xin Feng's expression changed drastically as he let out a fierce roar and raised an energy shield to protect those around him. The Yi family guards rushing toward Lin Xian were also caught in the disaster. One was pierced in the thigh by flying bronze shards and cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, another was blown away by the violent airflow. Yi Wuhan's eyes narrowed sharply. In an instant, he abandoned the two heavily wounded warrior statues he had been attacking, transforming into a smoky figure like a phantom and appearing before Yi Minghui. With a flick of his sleeve, a flexible force shielded Yi Minghui, and his sword fingers struck repeatedly, several streams of blue sword energy precisely cleaving through the incoming energy fragments and shockwaves. Where Lin Xian stood, the explosion shockwave was mostly blocked by the massive bodies of the Liberation Soldier figurine and the poisonous flood dragon, but the aftershock hit like a heavy hammer. Hold! Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, finally infusing literary energy into the text shield, which rang sharply. Su Qingya's Qin music grew urgent, and a sonic barrier formed. Boom! The shield shattered, the sonic barrier collapsed. The three, along with the severely injured Shaoli, were violently thrown by the shockwave. Lin Xian felt his internal organs violently shaken, his vision darkened, and his consciousness grew faint. However, at the very center of the destructive storm, at the moment the explosion's light dimmed and smoke filled the air. A dark golden streak of light, like a meteor, tore through the gloom, emerging from the explosion core, the site where the Liberation Soldier figurine self-destructed, crossing the spatial turbulence at a strange speed, and instantly pierced Lin Xian's forehead. It is the incarnation of the shadow. At the moment the soldier figurine hugged the poisonous flood dragon and self-destructed, Lin Xian controlled the barely alive incarnation of the shadow inside the stone chamber, activating the last strength of Phantom Shadow Step and the ultimate concealment of Thousand Mechanisms transformation, forcibly breaking through the spatial barrier. He carried with him the most important thing copied at the critical moment in the chamber, the core Dao Rhyme information flow of Flowing Cloud Step. Using the energy tidal wave from the self-destruction and the spatial disturbance, he instantly shuttled back to his original consciousness sea. Like a cicada shedding its shell, covertly crossing the river under the cover of darkness. Boom! A vast, pure torrent of insight, embodying the artistic conception of swirling clouds, erupted in Lin Xian's consciousness sea. This insight was unlike the grand profundity of the scripture of other transformations in freedom, focusing instead on the ultimate subtlety of speed, body movement, evasive maneuvers, and dodging. Flowing Cloud Steps Movement Technique Essentials, complete. Trajectory of the Flowing Cloud Energy. The secrets of leveraging and releasing force. The balance between instantaneous burst and sustained endurance. In an instant, Lin Xian was like a streak of drifting cloud, freely weaving through the fierce winds of the nine heavens, his figure light and unrestrained. His muscle control, perception of power flow, and sensitivity to air currents suddenly surged, reaching a new realm. Although his cultivation level hadn't broken through, this insight into movement was extremely precious and would become the key to his survival in future battles. Almost simultaneously, a faint backlash from the annihilation of the shadowy avatar came through, but was quickly smoothed over by the clear radiance of the jade slip. The avatar had completed its final mission. Cough cough, dust slowly settled, and the center of the explosion was in complete chaos. The liberated soldier statues had completely vanished, leaving only twisted and melted bronze fragments scattered all over the ground. The massive body of the skeletal poisonous dragon lay fallen, half of its skull and neck blown to a bloody pulp, revealing pale bone stumps and writhing muscles, while a sickly green slime mixed with dirty blood spilled everywhere. Its aura was faint, obviously heavily wounded, and its terrifying poisonous mist had become thin. The other two heavily scarred ordinary soldier statues lost Lin Xian's control, their crimson eyes extinguished, standing motionless like sculptures. Yi Minghui was unharmed under Yi Wuhan's protection, but his face was ashen. Witnessing the poisonous dragon's brutal death and the soldier statue's destruction, as well as the several unconscious Lin Xian and others in the distance, his eyes hardened with murderous intent. Old Ing. Now's our chance. Kill them. Extract their souls. We must obtain the secret of controlling the soldier statues.
Xin Feng stood up from the corner with the wolf head squad, looking at the dying poisonous flood dragon and the powerless member Lin Xian, then glanced at the two Yi family members with murderous expressions, his eyes flickering. The team members behind him whispered, "Captain, should we wait?" Xin Feng raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze fixed on the poisonous flood dragon's corpse and the two dim soldier statues. The Yi family wants to take all for themselves? Not so easy. He tightly gripped the battle knife at his waist. The wolf head squad's goal had always been the relic treasure. Yi Wuhan showed no expression, his sword aura growing fiercer as he stepped forward toward Lin Xian. Hiss, hiss. On the ground, the dying skeletal poisonous flood dragon, with scarlet energy veins flickering strangely. Its shattered skull suddenly lifted, several sharp teeth opening wide, sending a Winchester-like hiss from deep in its throat. A faint horrific energy, implying the destruction of both jade and stone, was madly converging in the core of the remains. This was not an attack. With its last ounce of strength, it violently whipped its head toward the core of the stone chamber, the half-closed stone door. Boom! A fist-sized core crystal stone, surrounded by a sickly green poisonous fire, the life source of the poisonous flood dragon, shot out like a cannonball from the wound in the head. Piercing through the dust, carrying a destructive momentum, it slammed forcefully into the half-closed stone door. Not good. Yi Wuhan and Xin Feng's expressions changed drastically, instantly understanding the poisonous flood dragon's intent. Rumble. The poisonous flood dragon's source crystal stone struck the heavy stone door fiercely. There was no explosion sound, and the crystal stone instantly vanished. The thick, sickly green poisonous fire mixed with countless resentful spirits erupted like a flood from the point of impact, carrying bone-corroding, soul-destroying power, quickly covering the stone door area and frantically pouring into the stone chamber. Sizzle, the stone gate melted like butter, the rocks of the doorframe groaned, rapidly softening and crumbling. The gap opened by the poisonous flood dragon's counterattack quickly widened, accompanied by an even purer and more ethereal Tao resonance erupting from the collapse, faintly revealing the stone platform and the floating ancient scroll, exposing the core area. Flowing cloud step. Yi Minghui's eyes were bloodshot. Ignoring Lin Xian and the secret control, he shouted wildly, "Young Shadow! The ancient text is mine!" He screamed hysterically. Yi Wuhan's figure vanished instantly, turning into blue smoke, rushing straight towards the stone gate gap enlarged by corrosive poison fire, moving at an extreme speed. Xin Feng shouted sharply, "Attack!" Drawing his sword, he slashed at the giant rock above the gap to create chaos and delay the enemy, then rushed toward the core area right after. "Block them!" Yi Minghui yelled at the injured guards. The guards gritted their teeth, pulled out crimson round spheres, and fiercely threw them onto the ground. They exploded with a roar, instantly sealing the passage with burning thorny vines. Just as Yi Wuhan was about to break through the core gap and Xin Feng was blocked by the fiery thorny vines, no one noticed the fallen and unconscious Lin Xian. His eyes spun rapidly as his sea of consciousness crazily absorbed the insights of the flowing cloud step. More importantly, in the fragmentary information sent back before the Shadow Avatar's annihilation, besides the flowing cloud step, it was also discovered that an extremely secret hidden compartment lay within the carved stone base beneath the stone platform. The compartment emitted a heavy and resilient energy fluctuation, completely different from the light and agile type, extremely faint, undetectable unless at the very limits of the Avatar's perception. The real prey had just revealed its fangs. Lin Xian's fingers slightly twitched on the cold stone slab, and a more refined and secretive mental fluctuation quietly connected the two dull bronze soldier figurines in the shadowy corner of the entrance hall through the secret jade slip technique. Attack! Xin Feng's fierce shout rang out, followed immediately by Yi Minghui's scream. Yi Wuhan transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, rushing straight into the gap of the stone gate, corroded and collapsing under the poisonous fire and resentful energy. A condensation core stage cultivator moves with ghost-like speed, the strong wind sweeping away the spreading grim green poisonous fire, opening up a passage. In his eyes, there was only the ancient book flowing cloud steps, floating above the stone platform, flowing with ethereal Tao charm. Xin Feng followed closely behind, his long battle blade slicing precisely at the giant stone above the gap, teetering and about to fall. With a rumble, the giant stone collapsed, dust and shattered rocks mixed with poisonous fire and resentful energy scattering to try to block Yi Wuhan for a moment. His figure was like lightning, circumventing the fiery thorns from the side. "Stop him!" Yi Minghui shouted to the thigh-injured guard. The guard gritted his teeth against the pain, took out the blood-red sphere again, and threw it fiercely towards Qin Feng's front. Boom! Burning thorny vines surged wildly, sealing off the passage. At the very moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the combat between Flowing Cloud Step and their mutual struggle, the unconscious Lin Xian's eyeballs spun rapidly. In his sea of consciousness, the comprehension of the Flowing Cloud Step footwork rushed like a surging river, being fully absorbed and integrated into his instincts. Each breath was accompanied by intense pain, but the desire for strength and the obsession with survival burned like flames. More importantly, the last message transmitted back before the shadowy figure's annihilation acted like a lighthouse in the dark night, guiding to the true treasure, the hidden compartment beneath the stone platform. Now! Lin Xian roared in his heart. Utilizing the spiritual link secret technique completed with the jade slip and the ultimate art of the soldier figurine mechanism, he quietly restored the faint connection with the two faded bronze soldier figurines in the corner of the foyer. A buzzing sound came from the corner. The crimson electronic eyes of the two bronze soldier figurines suddenly lit up. The light was no longer wild but cold and precise. Their massive bodies suddenly activated, heavy footsteps smashing the stone floor slabs, but instead of rushing at anyone, they charged like two battering rams, fiercely crashing into the cracked stone walls on either side of the chamber's gap. Boom! Boom! The impact was drowned out by the explosive combustion of toxic fire and the collapse of huge stones. The massive, precariously hanging stones were pushed aside and lifted by the soldier figurines. Like two small mountains, wrapped in toxic fire and resentful energy, they precisely smashed toward Yi Wuhan, who was about to rush into the gap, and Qin Feng, who was circumventing the thorns. What? Yi Wuhan's pupils shrank rapidly. Only a step away from the gap, the floating flowing cloud step was within reach, its agile Dao rhythm brushing his skin, cool to the touch. But the gigantic stone above his head, burning with grim green poisonous fire and entwined with grey resentful energy, was like the Reaper's heavy hammer, crashing down. Its speed was extremely fast, the range extensive, sealing off all escape paths. If it were ordinary rock, he could shatter it with a wave of his hand. This boulder carries the poisonous fire and grudging aura erupted from the Du Jiao source crystal, capable of corroding spiritual power and soul essence. If he were to endure it head-on, even he would have to pay a heavy price. Damn it! Yi Wuhan clenched his willpower firmly, unable to hold back his roar at this moment. At the critical moment, he forcibly halted the momentum, his figure transforming into several indistinguishable wisps of blue smoke, retreating like a ghost. At the same time, his fingers sliced like swords, releasing several strands of blue sword aura that fiercely slashed the side of the oncoming boulder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword aura violently reacted with the poisonous fire and grudging aura, producing an ear-piercing corrosive sound. The boulder was deflected, grazing Yi Wuhan's afterimage, and crashed heavily onto the floor of the entrance hall, blasting out a large pit filled with toxic flames. Qin Feng also dodged awkwardly. He turned sideways to avoid the giant rock but was swept by the toxic fire and resentful aura, hitting half of his body. With a sizzling sound, his combat suit was instantly corroded and torn, and his skin burned with a chilling pain deep to the bone. He grunted lowly, his face suddenly changing, hastily urging his spiritual power to dispel the corrosion. The surprise assault with the giant rock disrupted Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng's charge, forcing them to retreat. The breach in the stone chamber became even more chaotic, with the toxic fire and resentful aura surging and spreading. Amidst the chaos, a figure flickered. It was not Yi Wuhan, not Qin Feng, nor a guard or a member of the Wolf Head team. It was Lin Xian. He suddenly bounced up from the ground, moving so swiftly it was unlike someone seriously injured. The moment he stood, his body was incredibly light, his feet lightly tapping the ground. He transformed into a distorted, blurry shadow, like drifting clouds blown by a fierce wind, entering the gap of the stone chamber filled with poisonous fire and collapsing rubble at an unimaginable angle and speed. The initial power of flowing cloud steps was revealed, erupting instantly and vanishing without a trace. He's faking it. Yi Minghui's eyes nearly bulged out, screaming in disbelief. Lin Xian. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, both shocked and angry. He had been tricked twice by a mere transcendent stage brat. Cold light burst from Yi Wuhan's eyes, his killing intent like an ice spear, seeking death. Ignoring the corrosive poison fire and resentment, he charged toward the gap again. Inside the stone chamber, four silver-gray sword statues stood like loyal dogs, their deep blue electronic eyes instantly locking onto Lin Xian. A cold synthetic voice rang out, "Unauthorized intruder detected. Maximum threat. Eliminate." Swish. 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 Four silver shadows teleported, their arm blades slashing through the air with piercing screams, sealing off all Lin Xian's escape routes from four tricky angles. Their speed surpassed anything Lin Xian had faced before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had already grasped the basics of the flowing cloud step. He didn't forcefully struggle, nor did he try to block. The arm blade was about to strike him, but his footwork twisted mysteriously, and his body slightly distorted and swayed as if pushed by an invisible airflow. Shing! 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 Three cold arm blades grazed his clothing and hair tips, leaving only shallow cuts on his combat uniform. The deadly attacks nearly hit, but he dodged by mere fractions of an inch. The fourth arm blade aimed straight at the back of his heart. Lin Xian seemed as if he had eyes on his back, suddenly leaning forward like a willow branch blown by the wind, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Using the momentum, his right leg suddenly swung out like a scorpion's tail, infused with spiritual power, fiercely kicking towards the relatively slender inner side of the metal knee joint of the sword soldier. Five-step fist, scorpion's tail whip. Crack, the sound of metal twisting echoed. The sword soldier was struck precisely and lost its balance, staggering back half a step. Although no substantial damage was inflicted, Lin Xian's goal was achieved, to create a small opening. He did not pause, his figure twisted and slipped like a ghost, instantly bypassing the interception of the four sword statues and rushing straight toward the stone platform. His target had never been the floating, drifting cloud step, but the hidden secret compartment beneath the stone platform. Stop him! Yi Wuhan barked coldly, rushing into the stone chamber right behind. A condensed green sword aura, like a venomous snake, pierced through the space, aiming directly at the back of Lin Xian's neck. Even before the sword aura arrived, the chilling murderous intent made the hair on the back of Lin Xian's neck stand on end. At the same time, Qin Feng stifled the poisonous fire of resentment and charged into the gap. Seeing Lin Xian pounce toward the stone platform instead of the ancient book, a flash of doubt crossed his eyes, but his battle blade still ruthlessly slashed out a fierce blade aura, blocking off most of the front area of the stone platform. Surrounded and attacked from both front and back, blade aura in front blocking the way, and sword light behind threatening life. At the critical moment between life and death, a brilliant light erupted in Lin Xian's eyes like never before. The jade slip in his sea of consciousness shone with the utmost brilliance. Cloud trace uncertain. He silently recited the key points of the flowing cloud step, his spiritual power raging, his feet seemingly stepping on invisible airflow nodes. Whoosh! As the knife aura and sword aura were about to strike, he suddenly propelled himself upward, drifting like willow catkins on the wind, resembling a hawk sweeping across the sky, leaping nearly 3 meters against gravity. Qin Feng's knife aura swept past under his feet, sparking as it struck the stone platform. Yi Wuwen's sword aura grazed his feet, forcing the sword statue chasing behind to halt. Bursting forth in desperation, Lin Xian unleashed the full potential of the flowing cloud step. Reaching the highest point, his body bent sharply, like a falcon diving, head down and feet up, rushing toward the bottom of the stone platform. His right hand's 5 fingers closed together, the fingertips condensing the last bit of spiritual power in jade slip radiance, stabbing sharply like a chisel toward a cloud-patterned rune area with tiny protrusions on the side of the stone platform. That was the trigger mechanism of the secret compartment, the last place the shadow manifestation sensed before its annihilation. Boom! As the fingertip touched, a dull mechanical turning sound came from the bottom of the stone platform. A stone slab engraved with cloud patterns suddenly recessed inward, then snapped open sharply, revealing a fist-sized square secret compartment. Inside the compartment, there was no dazzling light, only a simple, earthy yellow stone slab, polished like ordinary mountain rock. The surface of the slab was carved with simple yet heavy and resilient patterns,
with 3 ancient and sturdy characters deeply etched in the center of rock body. A more restrained and profound aura than flowing cloud steppe instantly spread, heavy and timeless like the earth itself. What? Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng were utterly shocked. They hadn't expected another secret treasure to be hidden beneath the stone platform. Moreover, this treasure emitted a steady and profound aura like a mountain, also a powerful martial body refining technique, its value in no way inferior to the flowing cloud steppe. They are all mine. Yi Minghui at the door shouted wildly, his eyes red. At the moment the stone slab popped out, Lin Xian's palm shot into the secret compartment like lightning, grabbing the rock body stone slab. Boom! The moment Lin Xian touched the stone slab, a surge of enlightenment more majestic and profound than the flowing cloud steppe flooded into his sea of consciousness, as if a dormant ancient mountain range suddenly awoke, carrying an unrivaled mighty power. The earth pulsated, bones and sinews resonated in unison, immovable as a mountain, bearing thousands of pounds yet standing firm without budging. This is a purely ultimate physical tempering method, without any trickery, seeking only to push flesh, blood, and bones to an unbreakable limit. The most basic, fundamental path of defense, the cornerstone of martial arts. Lin Xian felt his bones groaning, muscle fibers tearing crazily and recombining, countless granules seeming to condense beneath his skin. The excruciating pain swept over his entire body like a tide, but his eyes shone with wild joy. The rock-solid body is exactly the life-saving ultimate skill he desperately needed. Perfectly complementing the flowing cloud steppe, offense and defense are flawlessly balanced. Let go! Yi Wuhan roared with anger, feeling mocked. The cyan sword chi surged wildly at his fingertips, and a soul-freezing sword intent spread throughout the stone chamber. He was determined to shatter Lin Xian and that stone tablet. Qin Feng also abandoned the flowing cloud steppe technique, spinning his war blade with sharp light slashing fiercely at Lin Xian's arm that was grasping the stone tablet, vowing to sever the arm and seize the treasure. At the critical moment, an unexpected mutation occurred. The ancient tome flowing cloud steppe, suspended above the stone platform, triggered an energy imbalance as the secret compartment opened, causing the spinning speed to suddenly increase. The soft light wrapping the tome grew dazzling and unstable, and the surrounding air twisted violently. The silver cloud-patterned runes on the stone platform flickered chaotically, and the platform emitted a heavy humming sound. Not good. The protective formation of the ancient tome is about to collapse, core energy is unbalanced. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Proficient in relic exploration, he instantly sensed the danger. Rumble. A dull, thunderous explosion suddenly burst forth, as if the entire ruin was trembling. A dazzling white light, like a supernova explosion, instantly engulfed the ancient book flowing cloud steppes on the stone platform. The ancient book trembled violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. The shockwave, like an invisible heavy hammer, fiercely struck Lin Xian, Yi Wuhan, and Qin Feng. Lin Xian took the brunt of it, like being hit by a high-speed train. The bones in his arm gripping the rock body stone slab cracked, and his body was blasted away like a cannonball, blood spraying wildly in the air. He tightly held onto the stone slab, ignoring the tearing and erosion of the flood of insights within his body. Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng were also shaken, their blood surging wildly. Their protective spiritual power fluctuated violently, and their forward momentum was forcibly halted. They had no choice but to focus their attention on resisting the wild turbulence of energy. Lin Xian slammed repeatedly against the stone chamber walls, falling to the ground as shattered stones flew. His entire skeleton seemed to be falling apart, wounds on his back splitting open, blood staining the floor red. The Tao resonance and violent energy of the rock body inside him collided fiercely, bringing tearing agony. Yet the jade slip in his sea of consciousness shone with unprecedented brilliance, madly absorbing, sorting, and comprehending, striving to soothe the wounds. Cough, cough. Lin Xian struggled to lift his head, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his vision blurred. He saw Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng being forced back by the energy turbulence, but the killing intent in their eyes intensified. The four sword puppets' electronic eyes flickered, falling into brief chaos. Opportunity. Escape. He struggled to get up, pain as heavy as lead making movement nearly impossible. The stone tablet of the rock body in his arms emitted a gentle, weighty energy, slowly nourishing his shattered body.
Brother Lin!
Su Qingya cried out from outside the stone chamber gap. She, Chen Mo, and Xiaoli were thrown off by the impact. Seeing Lin Xian's miserable state now, she desperately tried to rush in but was blocked by toxic flames, resentful energy, and violent power.
Kill him! Quickly!
Yi Minghui shouted angrily at the door, his gaze fixed tightly on the heavy-spirited stone slab in Lin Xian's arms. Cold light like ice flashed in Yi Wuhan's eyes as he suppressed the turmoil in his blood and qi, staring coldly at the bloodied Lin Xian on the ground. A cruel curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he raised his right hand, bringing together the middle two fingers. The blue sword energy at his fingertips gathered into a needle-sized, dark green terrifying light point with sharp extremity, locking onto Lin Xian's heart. Forcing me to use Thousand Shadows Soul Break, you die without regret, Yi Wuhan's voice was like a chilling wind from the 9 abyssal depths. On the other side, Xin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked toward the chaotic sword statues, then glanced at the ancient tome of flowing cloud step floating within the raging white light, on the verge of losing control at any moment.
In an instant, he decisively struck. Wolf head, target the ancient tome.
Qin Feng shouted sternly, moving forward instead of retreating, his long blade bursting with dazzling brilliance. Ignoring the interference of the turbulent energy currents, he charged straight toward the blindingly bright stone platform. His objective shifted to the even more conspicuous and equally precious flowing cloud step, determined to seize the tome before it was destroyed or torn apart. Ahead, Yi Wuhan was preparing his ultimate skill Thousand Shadows Soul Sever. On the side, Qin Feng lunged at the flowing cloud step. If the tome fell into his hands, the Wolf Head Squad would undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack.
Behind them, the four sword statues stared fiercely, ready to revive at any moment.
Su Qingya and the others were blocked and unable to provide support. Although the rock body in their arms was miraculous, it required time to assimilate and was hardly a quick rescue. Faced with certain death, in a moment of despair, Lin Xian's face was smeared with blood, his fingers covered with dust and bloodstains, gently touching a tiny indentation at the bottom of the earth-colored rock body stone slab in his arms, almost merging with the slab itself, as if naturally formed. The fragments of information transmitted by the shadowy incarnation before its destruction included not only the secret compartment's location but also this indentation. The brief contact conveyed a subtle tactile sensation. Lin Xian's fingers, carrying the last faint spiritual power and the clear radiance of the jade slip, suddenly pressed into the indentation. A deep, low hum wong emerged from within the stone slab, and the ancient texture instantly lit up with an earthy yellow glow. An overwhelming aura, 100 times heavier than the stone slab, burst forth, steady like an eternal mountain range, bearing the supreme will of domination, as if a sleeping emperor had opened his eyes. A crisp mechanical click kata sounded clearly. At the same time, a rumbling shook the entire general's tomb ruins as if struck by a giant hand, sending countless dust and debris drifting down from the dome. Inside the entrance hall, 2 bronze soldier figurines, dimmed after Lin Xian manipulated them to strike the stone wall, the broken remnants of soldier figurines on both sides of the passage outside the stone chamber, destroyed by Blood Axe mercenaries and the Wolf Head Squad, and even the 4 chaotic silver-gray sword figurines inside the stone chamber, all trembled violently. Their dull crimson energy patterns on the body surface instantly lit up, the scarlet light flashing wildly, and the intense iron-blooded killing intent, like the command of an emperor, converged and surged from all corners of the ruins, the underground abyss, and the remnants. Roar! Roar! Deep, hoarse roars with the sound of metal rubbing echoed from every corner of the ruins and from every trembling terracotta soldier remnant, as if the entire ruin was awakening. A terrifying sound wave swept through, carrying endless battle intent, unyielding will, and submission to the arrival of the new emperor. The dark green sword aura condensed by Yi Wuhan suddenly halted, and on his cold face appeared, for the first time, an expression of unbelievable terror. Qin Feng's figure rushing toward flowing cloud step came to a sudden halt, turning back in terror. The greed and madness on Yi Minghui's face were instantly replaced by boundless fear. Su Qingya, Chen Mo, and the others were all frozen in place, stunned by this sudden terrifying mutation. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the 2 bronze warrior figurines closest to Lin Xian, which had been scrapped after crashing into the stone wall, were the first to transform. The bronze rust suddenly cracked and fell away, revealing brand new armor that was dark as blood and gleamed with a cold light. Crimson energy patterns flowed over their bodies like molten lava, their bodies straightened, and their crimson electronic eyes burned like torches, locking tightly onto Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng. A more terrifying, more fierce aura closer to the condensation core stage erupted than before from the liberated soldier figurines, as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened. What was even more frightening was that on both sides of the entrance hall, the shattered remains of the soldier figurines were wrapped in a dense crimson killing aura, breaking free from their restraints and transforming into hideous killing aura phantoms. They floated in the air, densely packed, like a legion of battle-worn soldiers returning from countless wars. At this moment, the entire general's tomb ruins seemed to come alive. All the crimson electronic eyes, fragmented murderous shadows, and fierce killing intent ultimately converged at one point on Lin Xian, who lay in the corner of the stone chamber, bloodied all over, his fingers pressed against the indentation on the Panshur T stone slab. Yi Wuhan and Qin Feng watched in terror as the two fully transformed crimson soldier statues knelt down on one knee. All the ominous shadow figures, whether whole or incomplete, bowed their heads simultaneously to Lin Xian. Like a loyal soldier offering the highest respect to the emperor. A low, hoarse roar echoed through the ruins, "General!" The sound cracked like rolling thunder, echoing through every inch of the general's tomb. A dense scarlet murderous aura boiled like a sea of blood, filling the entire field of vision. Shattered phantom soldier figurines and two scarlet soldier figurines knelt down. The scene was soul-stirring and suffocating. This can't be. Yi Minghui's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale, fear filling his entire body. The Yi family background he prided himself on was as insignificant as dust in the face of this iron-blooded military might. The dark green thousand shadows soul-breaking sword chi condensed at Yi Wuhan's fingertips trembled violently. His calm and unruffled eyes were now stirred into a towering storm. The murderous aura emanating from the crimson soldier statue was almost at the ferocity of the core condensation stage, like a tangible shackle pressing tightly against him. He felt that he was not facing a person, but a bloodthirsty army crawling out from an ancient tomb. Qin Feng was also stunned, the heavy humming of his battle blade resonating in his hand. He fixed his gaze on the earth-yellow stone slab in Lin Xian's hand, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of frenzied greed. The military token. It must be the general's military token controlling the relic soldiers. He understood instantly. All the anomalies were caused by Lin Xian pressing that indentation. This Panshutai stone slab was the key to unlocking the relic's ultimate authority. Inside the stone chamber, the turbulent energy eased slightly after the burst of white light, but the glowing Lianbu ancient tome that floated remained glaringly bright, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The four silver-gray sword statues, struck by the will of the relic's core, had their eerie blue electronic eyes flickering wildly like beasts in chaos, temporarily halting their attacks. Lin Xian lay on the ground, his entire body racked with pain, the agony of shattered bones, the weakness of depleted spiritual power, and the dizziness from mental exhaustion continuously assaulting his consciousness. The gentle energy emanating from the Panshutai stone slab slowly seeped into his broken body, trying to repair it, but the speed was far too slow to keep up with the injuries. However, at the moment the blood-chilling military aura surged in, the jade slip within his spirit sea exploded with an unprecedented pure radiance. The pure radiance from the jade slip was like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation, instantly illuminating the chaotic and furious spirit sea. The light and nimble clouds representing Lianbu, the heavy mountains of Panshutai, and the newly surged soldier spirit aura filled with icy iron blood in submission will, all the chaotic energies and insights, under this pure radiance, flowed like rivers converging into the sea, forcibly combed, harmonized, and gathered together. An unprecedented sense of control, accompanied by soul-searing pain, suddenly surged into Lin Xian's mind. He seemed to become the entire general's tomb ruins. He saw every corner of the ruins, every mechanism, every wisp of lingering malevolent energy. He felt the raging power like volcanic magma within the two scarlet soldier figurines. He even vaguely touched the unyielding warrior spirits within the more than 100 incomplete soldier figurine phantoms outside the stone chamber. This sense of control was extremely faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Controlling the entire ruins? It was simply a fool's dream. But with the help of the jade slip's harmonization and the connection of the soldier talisman, stone tablet, he clearly perceived that he had established a soul link even closer and more direct than controlling bronze soldier figurines with the two newly transformed scarlet soldier figurines. Like a commander and his personal elite guards. Roar! As if sensing the will of a king, the two crimson soldiers kneeling on one knee suddenly lifted their heads, letting out even more violent roars. The crimson electronic eyes instantly locked onto Lin Xian's closest and most threatening target, the shadow sword Yiwuan. Swish! Swish! Two heavy figures, like blood-red lightning, tore through space in an instant. No longer clumsily swinging their halberds, they moved with the coordination of the most elite assassins. One soldier's massive body pressed down like a mountain, a giant fist wrapped in crimson deadly aura like a siege hammer, firmly blocking Yi Wuhan's upper body, leaving no escape. The other soldier moved like a ghost, skimming the ground, leg blades flashing cold light and emitting sharp whistles, viciously sweeping toward Yi Wuhan's lower body. The attack was simple and brutal, abandoning finesse, with strength and speed erupting to the utmost, carrying the fierceness of a fight to the death. Get lost! Yi Wuhan shouted angrily, his fingertips spinning the dark green thousand shadows soul-severing sword chi sharply, fiercely striking at the rushing steel fist. Ding! The piercing clash echoed, the sword chi carving a deep pit in the fist, dark green and scarlet energies intertwining and exploding. The soldier statue's fist trembled and flickered, its massive body stepping back. However, the immense power contained in the punch caused Yi Wuhan's vital energy to surge turbulently, the sword chi nearly dissipating. The leg blade at his lower stance followed closely. Yi Wuhan's figure instantly became illusory, attempting to merge into the shadow to evade, but the violent murderous aura disrupted the shadow's stability. His movement slightly stalled, forcing him to grit his teeth, bend his knees, and block. Bang! Amid the dull impact, Yi Wuhan groaned hollowly, retreating several steps, his calves numb and unbearable. Although he barely held on with his condensation core level cultivation, his face was ashen. It was shameful beyond measure to be forced back by two soldier statues working together. Xin Feng! Hurry up and grab the ancient tome. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Yi Wuhan shouted angrily, knowing they had to secure the flowing cloud steps first to force the Wolf Head squad to lose their target, then they could turn around and deal with Lin Xian. A fierce light flashed in Xin Feng's eyes. Yi Wuhan being tangled up was the perfect opportunity. Move! He shouted to his team members, his figure flashing like a blade as he dashed toward the violently vibrating flowing cloud steps' ancient tome, disregarding the chaotic energy currents, determined to seize it before it collapsed. Several Wolf Head squad members also rushed toward the ancient tome, protecting their captain. Qingya! Stop them! The ancient tome must never fall into enemy hands. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse but firm. Though he couldn't get up, the jade slip's clear radiance was suppressing his injuries, steadying his energy, and relaying clear instructions to Su Qingya. He understood that if the ancient tome fell to Qin Feng, the Wolf Head would launch an all-out assault. Su Qingya was fearless, her eyes full of determination. She sat cross-legged outside the stone chamber, enduring the burning pain and chilling resentment of the poisonous fire, then suddenly pressed her hands hard on the strings of the guqin. Zheng! The guqin sounded explosively, shattering gold and stone, containing endless iron-blooded killing intent. No longer the interference of chaotic soul's call, nor the excitement of battle array music. She poured all her spiritual power and mind into activating the primordial power of the guqin, imitating the battle intent roaring from the crimson soldier statue, playing the death note, the remaining piece of General's order, breaking the formation. Buzz! The invisible sound wave transformed into a translucent crescent-shaped sound blade, tearing through the poisonous fire resentment, carrying the fierce momentum of the broken army slashing the enemy, instantly slicing toward Qin Feng's back. The speed was astonishing, the momentum sharp and fierce, far surpassing before. Qin Feng felt a deadly threat behind him, his face changed drastically. He was already fixed in a forward charge, the blade stance launched, completely unable to fully defend backwards. He could only forcibly twist his body, swirling his battle knife to block. Clang! A deafening roar. The sound blade slammed hard against the blade, the violent force mixed with penetrating sound waves striking like a heavy hammer into the body.
Puff! Qin Feng felt like struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, his forward charge halted, a mouthful of blood spewed out. The battle knife groaned, fine cracks appearing on the blade. His eyes were full of horror. He never expected that Sound Rhythm Girl, who was originally only an assistant, to unleash such terrifying attack power. Captain! Protect the captain! Several Wolfhead team members panicked, giving up rushing for the ancient book, and swarmed to guard Qin Feng, glaring fiercely at Su Qingya outside the breach. Su Qingya's face was pale, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. That strike had almost completely drained her spirit and spiritual power. But her eyes remained bright, her fingers tightly pressing the strings of the qin, barely holding on. Chen Mo struggled to rise, standing in front of her, his emaciated body unleashing one last trace of literary energy, transforming into a faint light shield. Inside the stone chamber, Lin Xian used the Crimson Soldier figurine to repel Yi Wuhan and Su Qingya's sonic blade, which had severely injured Qin Feng, seizing the moment to desperately activate the Jade Slip's clear light and the heavy energy of the rock body stone tablet to restore himself. The tingling from his shattered arm bones returned, and in his exhausted dantian, a faint moist earth attribute spiritual power struggled to spawn. Get up! Lin Xian roared, grinding his teeth. Suddenly thrusting against the ground. Crack! The stone slab shattered. With astonishing willpower, he staggered to his feet from the pool of blood. Though like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to collapse at any moment, his spine was straight, and the intense pain sharpened his gaze to a cold, piercing edge. Beneath the tattered clothes, a faint earthy yellow glow shimmered on his skin, signs of the initial tempering of the rock body dermal layer. Clutching the rock body stone slab, military tally, tightly in his right hand, his left hand slowly rose, pointing its shadow sword Yi Wuhan, temporarily suppressed by the Scarlet Soldier figurines. His voice was hoarse yet majestic, echoing through the stone chamber. Traitor rebels defy the throne, deserving death. Soldier statues, obey the command. Strike! Roar! The two Crimson Soldier statues seemed to be infused with a berserk spirit, their attacks growing more fierce and fearless. They abandoned defense, and the crimson electronic eyes held only one directive: destroy the target. Giant fists slammed down like meteors, and the sharp leg blades were like the scythe of death, carrying endless killing intent, attacking Yi Wuhan like a raging storm. Yi Wuhan was filled with a mix of shock and anger, feeling like he was sinking into quicksand. The strength and defense of these two soldier statues far exceeded expectations, and even more terrifying was that they disregarded damage, attacking without guarding. Every collision made his blood surge, his proud agility and swordsmanship were greatly weakened in the confined space and under the interference of malice. You little beast! Do you really think you can stop me with this junk? Yi Wuhan was burning with rage, a wild madness flashing in his eyes. He slapped his chest hard, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient sword. The sword hummed, its blade glowing a bright azure, with a sharp sword intent soaring into the sky. The tip of the sword condensed a dark green cold light that seemed capable of erasing space. Thousand shadows soul break annihilate. He stopped dodging, the sword transformed into a streak of dark green light tearing through the void, carrying the momentum of destroying both jade and stone, stabbing straight into the head of a Crimson Soldier clay figure, determined to take one down first. Boom! The sword light violently collided with the head, releasing dazzling energy. The soldier's head was pierced through more than half by the sword, its electronic eye instantly extinguished, and the huge body suddenly stiffened. However, the leg blade of another Crimson Soldier clay figure, like the Judgment of Death, let out a piercing whistle as it slashed toward Yi Wuhan's right arm, which couldn't react in time to defend. Put! A flash of blood appeared as the right arm, wrapped in a blue sleeve, along with the glowing blue longsword, was severed and flung away. Arg! Yi Wuhan screamed in agony as his right arm was severed at the shoulder. The intense pain and the shock of losing his arm threw him into chaos instantly. The Crimson Soldier, about to fall, swung his remaining left arm with momentum like a battering ram, smashing it into Yi Wuhan's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Yi Wuhan was struck like a high-speed train. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body was violently thrown into the stone wall. Falling debris buried him halfway, his fate uncertain. Yi Wuhan, a nascent core-stage cultivator, was defeated. His arm was severed and he was severely injured. Everything happened quickly. From Lin Xian's command to Yi Wuhan's injury, it took only a few breaths. Silence fell both inside and outside the stone chamber. Qin Feng clutched his chest, looking towards Yi Wuhan buried under the broken stones, then at the shattered remnants of the Crimson Warrior figurine on the ground, and finally at the battle-worn but still fiercely defending warrior figurine protecting Lin Xian. A chill instantly ran from his feet to his head. The members of the Wolf Head Squad looked pale, their hands gripping their weapons trembling uncontrollably. That was a nascent core-stage cultivator, and he was defeated just like that? Yi Minghui slumped at the doorway, his eyes fixed tightly on the direction where Yi Wuhan was buried. His crotch instantly became soaked, emitting terrified whimpering sounds, desperately crawling outward, trying to escape from there. At that moment, boom! In the center of the stone platform, the ancient book Lu Yunbu, emitting dazzling light and violently shaking, finally reached its limit. The soft white light covering it shattered like glass in an instant. A storm of uncontrollable destructive energy suddenly erupted. The ancient book struggled wildly at the center of the storm like a dying butterfly. Ancient book. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness and greed. Having paid such a price, with Yi Wuhan severely injured and the ancient book right before him, how could he give up? Seize it! Grab it! Qin Feng ignored his injuries, shouted angrily, and lunged at the crumbling ancient book. Several members of the Wolf Head Squad were also infected by his madness, gritting their teeth and closely following. However, facing the out-of-control energy storm and the Wolf Head Squad's frantic assault, Lin Xian's gaze was exceptionally calm. He didn't look at the ancient book once, instead lowering his head to stare at the ochre-colored stone tablet in his arms, which was the general's military token. At the moment when the ancient book's light shattered and the energy storm erupted, Lin Xian clenched the token tightly. The jade slip's clear light in his sea of consciousness surged. An invisible commanding will, mixed with the token's authority, spread like a giant net covering the entire stone chamber, locking onto the 4 silver-gray sword warriors with flickering eerie blue electronic eyes, who were on the verge of chaos. Settle! A cold thought was issued like an imperial edict. Buzz! The 4 sword warriors' crimson electronic eyes froze, chaotic energy on their bodies was instantly suppressed by a stronger will, and their dark blue electronic eyes briefly regained calm and order. The next moment. Swish! 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 4 silver-gray deadly streaks suddenly activated, no longer targeting Lin Xian, but lunging at Qin Feng and the wolf-headed team members who were rushing for the ancient book. The arm blades tore through the air, emitting sharp whistles, like the grim laughter of death. No! Qin Feng felt the murderous intent closing in from behind, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He suddenly turned around and saw 4 rapidly moving silver shadows and gleaming arm blades rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Roar! The scarlet soldier figurine roared like a war drum, exploding through the deathly silent stone chamber. Its scarlet electronic eyes locked onto Yi Wuhan, who had been blasted by a comrade and embedded into the stone wall like a torch. Its massive body radiated brutal killing intent, its heavy steps shattering the ground, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Young Master Minghui, hurry, run! A faint and desperate groan came from the rubble. Yi Minghui had long been terrified by this hellish scene, slumping at the doorway in the stinking water, his teeth chattering as he desperately tried to escape the battlefield of Azura. However, the roar of the terracotta warriors did not last long. Just as the crimson terracotta warrior's giant fist was about to smash into the rubble. Hum! A cold pressure silently swept across the entire general's tomb ruins, like an ice flow from the Arctic tundra, intense and merciless. It far surpassed the momentum of Yi Wuhan before, resembling a god looking down upon the mortal world. Ka ka ka. The obsidian ground beneath the crimson soldier figurine was instantly covered in frost, even the scorching murderous aura on its surface was swallowed by the ice layer. The ice thickened rapidly, freezing this peak-level killing machine into a massive crimson ice sculpture. Its raised fist was frozen in the posture just before it would strike, mere millimeters from the pile of rubble. Not only that, inside the outer hall of the stone chamber, those ghostly images formed by the murderous aura of the broken soldier figurines were also sealed by frost, suspended like ice sculptures, exuding a chilling deathly aura. Around the ancient text flowing cloud steps, the chaotic energy instantly solidified, ice crystals blooming like frozen flowers encased it, the trembling forcibly frozen. Even more terrifying, the air inside the stone chamber had been condensed by extreme cold into a viscous solid, the poisonous fire's resentful aura, the smell of blood, and the chaotic energy flows were all twisted and frozen. This was the true power of the domain, the frost domain. A terrifying law initially mastered by condensation core experts, capable of distorting the local environment. Ugh! Su Qingya and Chen Mo bore the brunt first. Chen Mo was already exhausted, enveloped by the icy chill, his cultural energy shield instantly shattered, his skin froze, eyebrows and beard covered in ice shards, his whole body trembling violently, his thoughts seeming frozen, painfully stiff as he stood defensively in front of Su Qingya. Su Qingya was similarly badly wounded. She had just severely injured Qin Feng with her deadly sound blade and was now utterly weak. The bone-piercing cold was like thousands of steel needles stabbing into her marrow and soul. The guqin in her arms emitted a mournful cry as its strings froze. She tried to mobilize spiritual power to resist but found her dantian like a frozen lake, her spiritual energy circulating sluggishly. Trembling, her face pale, lips colorless, teeth grinding, her eyes full of worry and despair, yet no sound could escape. The severely injured Shaoli quickly lost consciousness in the freezing cold, his life force rapidly fading. The members of the Wolf Head Squad, including Qin Feng who had just been severely wounded by Su Qingya's sonic blade and was being supported, all stood still like ice sculptures. Their faces still showed the lingering fear of the Crimson Soldier statues and the panic of losing control of the relic to Lin Xian, but at this moment, they only felt the terror and confusion brought by the oppression of absolute power. A trace of bitterness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He finally understood that in this relic battle, the Wolf Head Squad and even Yi Wuhan were merely pawns in someone else's hands. Apart from the suffocating chill radiating from the core of the frost domain, the entire relic was dead silent. Time seemed frozen. Lin Xian, standing at the center of the frost domain, felt as if he had been plunged into liquid hydrogen at absolute zero. The piercing cold ignored his skin strengthened by the rock body technique and directly seeped into his organs and limbs. His blood flow drastically slowed, his heartbeat heavy and labored, and every breath felt like swallowing shards of ice, causing tearing pain. Even more terrifying was the freezing of his spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the battle intent originally sparked by controlling the soldier statues and inheriting the rock body technique was instantly like a flickering candle in the wind under the overwhelming icy will. The Jade Slip's clear light was compressed to its limit, barely protecting his core consciousness, unable to sort out the grace of flowing cloud step, the weight of rock body, and the fierce killing aura surging from the soldier statues. The faint earth yellow halo just appearing on his body surface was covered by a layer of eerie blue ice. A stabbing pain like needles came from under the skin, his cells rapidly freezing. He exerted all his strength to mobilize the frozen Crimson Soldier figurines, trying to harness the power of the soldier talisman, but found the soul link was as fragile as a spider's thread, sending a sharp pain of rupture with the slightest touch. The rock body stone tablet in his hand was also wrapped in ice crystals, the transmitted energy becoming weak and sluggish. Ha, ha! Lin Xian's throat emitted gasping breaths like a broken accordion, each exhale releasing thick white mist. His straight spine involuntarily bent and trembled under the absolute force, his legs feeling weighted with lead, knees groaning heavily. The shadow of death had never enveloped him so clearly and ice-cold. Da. Footsteps sounded clearly, as if stepping on everyone's heartbeat, coming from the entrance of the stone chamber, breaking the dead silence and the icebound stillness. A young man dressed in a moon-white cloud-patterned brocade robe slowly walked into the stone chamber. He was just over 20, with a face so strikingly beautiful it bordered on otherworldly, with sword-like eyebrows slanting towards his temples, a high-nose bridge, thin lips tightly pressed, and a faintly indifferent curve at the corner of his mouth. Most striking were his ice-blue pupils, deep and cold, his gaze sweeping across as if even the air would freeze solid. His aura was aloof and stern, like an exiled immortal from the heavens looking down upon the mortal world, carrying an innate sense of superiority. A chill permeated around him, and wherever he stepped, crystal-clear ice crystals automatically formed on the ground. He was none other than Yi Lingxiao, the true prodigy of the Yi family of Lingxiao City, the future core heir. Yi Lingxiao coldly scanned the huge scarlet warrior figurines encased in ice, his eyes emotionless, as if looking at a meaningless toy. His gaze passed over Su Qingya and Chen Mo, covered in frost and faint in breath, drifted past the buried Yi Wuhan and the panicked Yi Minghui, before finally resting sharply on Lin Xian, frost-covered and barely able to move, like a sword. When he saw the earth-yellow stone tablet wrapped in ice crystals and exuding an ancient aura in Lin Xian's hand, a faint flicker stirred deep within his ice-blue eyes, a sudden realization mixed with cold greed. I see. Yi Lingxiao spoke coldly, his voice crisp like jade striking jade, carrying a haughty indifference. A mere ant who happened to gain access to the ruins, yet able to disable Yi Wuhan's arm, this surprises me somewhat. His gaze fixed intently on the space between Lin Xian's brows, as if penetrating flesh and blood to peer directly at the mysterious jade slip hidden within his sea of consciousness. A cold sneer curled at his lips, filled with naked lust for plunder. But it ends here. He said icily, hand over the treasure in your sea of consciousness and the ruined soldier's token in your hand. Then, take your own life. I can give you a quick death, or else. He slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers long and fair, with a faint blue cold aura swirling around the fingertips. Cracks appeared in the air, as if the space itself had frozen into fine fractures. A terrifying extreme chill, more dreadful than the previous domain, condensed at the fingertips, capable of freezing the soul instantly. I will personally strip it away, and the process will be 10,000 times more painful than falling into the 9 nether ice prison. The cold verdict whispered like the voice of death, echoing through the silent, ice-sealed stone chamber. The bone-chilling cold not only froze the body but also the will, crushing hope and relentlessly assaulting Lin Xian's last line of defense. The jade slip's faint glow flickered like a candle struggling against the wind, unstable and wavering. Every muscle and bone in the body cried out in agony, and the talisman's faint warmth was like a firefly on the verge of extinction in the darkness. Gap. This is an insurmountable chasm at the level of life itself. Lin Xian, at the peak of transcending the mortal realm, and Yi Lingxiao, at the nascent soul stage, may seem just one step apart, but in reality, they are worlds apart. Not to mention that Yi Lingxiao is by no means an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. Despair coils around the heart like a cold, venomous snake. Give up? Surrender the jade slip and the military token, and commit suicide? Choose a quick and easy way out? Absolutely not. Reborn in the apocalypse, fighting desperately for survival, mastering the Tathagata Free Will Sutra, bearing the ambition to incarnate billions and command myriad paths, how could I possibly fall now? Especially in front of that arrogant son of a prestigious family? Su Qingya, Chen Mo, and Shaoli are still struggling in the cold. That beast Yi Minghui is still guarding the door. Huff, huff, Lin Xian's throat emitted gasps like a dying beast, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Yi Lingxiao. Deep in his pupils churned an unyielding and mad fire like volcanic lava. Inside him, the heavy Tao resonance from the rock-solid body stone tablet was weak but steadfast like a rock, guarding his last thread of clarity. The jade slip's pure light was suppressed to the limit, yet still fiercely protected the core consciousness, recklessly deducing and unraveling the freezing cold rules invading his sea of consciousness at an astonishing speed. The profound runes of the other Transformation Freedom Sutra rose and fell within the pure light, desperately searching for a chance to survive. At the critical moment when his will clashed fiercely with despair, his body on the verge of freezing and shattering. Crack, crack, crack. A faint cracking sound, barely perceptible but caught by Lin Xian's soul, rang out from the depths of his sea of consciousness. Not a jade slip. Not a spiritual link. Rather, it was his forcibly accommodating the insights of the 2 major techniques, flowing cloud step and rock body, with his already overwhelmed Dantian barrier under the dual assault of the terracotta soldier's killing aura and Yi Lingxiao's icy domain. Under Yi Lingxiao's substantial condensed pill stage pressure and extreme frost oppression, stimulated by the jade slip's frenzied analysis of the ice-cold law, and amidst the stalwart defense of the profound Tao charm of rock body, the barrier of Lin Xian's cultivation, at the pinnacle of mortal transformation and just a step away from opening his meridians, actually began to crack. A faint yet vibrant heat flow, like underground lava suppressed by a massive rock for thousands of years, struggles to seep out from the cracks in the Dantian barrier.
The sound of the Dantian barrier shattering is like the first spark of fire ignited in the dark abyss, faint but clearly resonating through Lin Xian's nearly frozen soul. Though weak, the heat flow seeping from the cracks contains a tenacious vitality breaking through the soil. It relies on the solid foundation of the rock body, envelopes the pure spiritual energy refined by the flowing cloud step, and is instinctively drawn by the luminous jade slip, absorbing the most essential fragments of the icy cold laws revealed after the jade slip's frenzied analysis and stripping away of terrifying appearances within the surrounding frost domain. Ice and fire, in the desperate struggle between life and death, clash and blend in the most primal and intense way at the cracks of Lin Xian's Dantian barrier. PFT. Lin Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This blood was no longer cold and dark red. The moment it was expelled, its outer layer froze into blood-red ice crystals, while the inside was wrapped in scalding golden red color. The blood fell onto the deep blue solid ice covering his body, emitting a sizzle of burning sound and rising white steam with a bloody smell. The change was too sudden. Yi Lingxiao, just about to pry off the jade slip, paused his icy fingers. For the first time, a genuine trace of surprise flashed through his ice-blue pupils. He sensed that within the dying ant beneath his feet, there was a faint but extremely stubborn energy growing, even carrying a hint of provocation. Even more bizarrely, this energy was absorbing the power of his frost domain? Absurd! A small insect at the tribulation departure stage daring to covet the law of the nascent soul stage? Desperate struggle, utterly ignorant. Killing intent suddenly surged in Yi Lingxiao's eyes, as his fingertip condensed a deep blue cold light, enough to freeze a soul. He vowed to crush this foolish resistance. Roar! At this critical moment, a roar even more violent and destructive than before erupted from in front of Lin Xian. It was the crimson soldier figurine frozen by the dark blue ice. Crimson energy patterns flowed across the soldier figurine's surface. Although frozen, it wildly collided like a trapped beast. Stimulated by the faint fluctuations of the soldier talisman in Lin Xian's hand, this energy instantly erupted. Boom! The thick ice shattered into countless shards, and the crimson murderous aura mixed with a scorching shockwave rapidly spread. The enormous soldier figurine reappeared, its metal armor glowing with a molten, golden red sheen. Its damaged head was melted and reshaped by the searing energy into a menacing lava head resembling an enraged Vajra, with electronic eyes flickering like golden flames. Flames burn the city, punish the traitors. A mechanical hoarse voice came from the lava head. Its giant fist wrapped in scorching molten lava, carrying a terrifying heat that incinerated everything, smashed straight toward Yi Lingxiao, who was trying to kill Lin Xian. The speed of this punch was astonishing, the air twisting and crackling from the intense heat, the frost domain being torn apart and evaporated, leaving behind a burning vacuum trail. Wretched beast! A cold gleam surged in Yi Lingxiao's eyes. He hadn't expected the soldier terracotta to unleash such power within his domain. The extreme heat of the molten fist even made him feel threatened. He quickly withdrew his finger pointing at Lin Xian's forehead, the dark blue chill gathering at his fingertips swelling dramatically, transforming into a 3-foot-long ice crystal longsword that emitted absolute zero coldness. Frost condenses to the 9th heaven. Yi Lingxiao flicked his wrist, the ice sword tracing a mysterious path, its tip freezing the space like a mirror with icy coldness. The terrifying cold that freezes everything strikes precisely at the burning molten lava giant fist. The ice crystal longsword counters the molten lava giant fist. Extreme cold and extreme heat, two ultimate destructive forces clash thunderously in the narrow stone chamber. No deafening explosion, only the piercing intense sound like red-hot steel plunged into liquid nitrogen. The white light was blinding, and the dark blue cold mist and golden red flames erupted instantly, with wild energy turbulences tearing apart every inch of the stone chamber. The walls were carved with deep scars, and fragments of stone flew like bullets. Yi Lingxiao grunted, his body pushed back half a step by the recoil force, the icy crystal path beneath his feet shattered. Melted cracks appeared where the sword tip touched the lava, the scorching rebound traveling up his arm, causing his blood to surge. The killing intent and astonished anger in his eyes almost solidified. This forcibly catalyzed terracotta soldier's power actually touched the edge of the condensation core stage? Roar! The lava terracotta soldier bellowed, its fist frozen and shattered by the icy crystal longsword, revealing the dark red metal beneath. The massive body was knocked back several steps by the extreme cold shock, leaving a trail of burning lava footprints on the ground. Those golden flame-like electronic eyes locked fiercely onto Yi Lingxiao, lava swiftly covering its wounds, battle spirit unabated. This brief confrontation won Lin Xian a moment to catch his breath. Ugh! The Dantian barrier shattered violently, like a dam breaking, and a torrent of blazing energy instantly broke through the obstruction. It raced along the meridians, passing through the initially strengthened rock body in the baptism of sword chi spiritual power, and the meridian opening was accomplished naturally. The scorching torrent melted the frozen ice encasing the flesh, and the intense pain was dispersed by overwhelming force. Shattered bones, torn muscles, and exhausted meridians were rapidly repaired and strengthened under the vitality of the rock body and the renewal of spiritual power. A bright, earth-colored halo appeared beneath the skin, forming a tough, rocky-textured keratin layer. Lin Xian suddenly lifted his head, his face stained with blood, his eyes shining sharply like burning stars. Frost shattered all over his body, and a powerful aura erupted. The weak, he was no longer someone to be bullied. Meridian opening at the initial stage. In desperation, he forcibly broke through using the Jade Slip, dual cultivation methods, and a battle talisman. Kill! Lin Xian's throat burst forth with a beast-like roar, his will like an invisible banner, closely connected to the lava soldier figurine through the military token. Roar! The lava soldier figurine obeyed the command with a furious roar, its massive lava fist igniting with scorching golden flames, like a falling sun, desperately smashing toward Yi Lingxiao. This attack was no longer singular, its steps carried the elusive trajectory of the flowing cloud step. Though clumsy, it was extremely difficult to evade. Lin Xian moved too. Having just broken through his meridians, his spiritual power surged like a flood. He frantically infused the newly born, blazing spiritual power into the rock body stone tablet in his hand. The earth-colored stone tablet burst with a heavy glow, mysterious runes appearing and flowing. General's order. Scarlet flames devour the city, myriad soldiers return to the source. Boom! The ruins trembled violently, not from the revival of malice, but from destructive energy extraction. The dome crystal instantly dimmed, and the ancient runes on the corridor walls shattered inch by inch. The icy floating soldier figurine's sinister shadow broke free from the Frost Realm's bonds, transforming into a crimson energy stream that surged wildly into the stone chamber, injecting itself into the lava soldier figurine's body. In the corner of the hall, the crimson soldier statue, whose head had been destroyed by Yi Wuan, suddenly exploded into fragments. Metal and energy merged into a thicker and mightier torrent, flowing into the lava soldier statue. Its body swelled, the golden red light surging wildly, almost turning the stone chamber into a furnace. Amid roars mixed with the sounds of metal grinding and flames bursting, its momentum climbed, breaking through invisible boundaries, reaching a pseudo-congealed pill realm that shocked Yi Lingxiao. Using the ruin's primal power as fuel and the fragments as firewood, it forcibly catalyzed into a weapon of destruction. Boom! 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 The lava soldier statue roared like a flame demon god, its assault like a storm, every punch burning mountains and boiling seas, twisting and groaning the stone chamber under its power. Gale-like fist winds carried lava fire rain, relentlessly locking Yi Lingxiao down. Yi Lingxiao's complexion changed sharply, no longer indifferent but serious and angry. He swung his ice crystal longsword, its sword aura cold enough to cut and freeze the lava fire rain. However, the soldier statue's power was wild and relentless. The ice domain was severely compressed by the intense heat, wavering on the edge of collapse. Every block melted part of the ice crystal sword, and the backlash numbed his arm. Good. A mere ant indeed. What a secret treasure. It can actually trigger such power. A cold light pierced through Yi Lingxiao's eyes. Lin Xian's consciousness drifted in the darkness, like a drowning traveler. Intense pain tore through his limbs and bones, every breath pulling at his shattered internal organs. The spiritual power of the initial meridian opening stage was overdrawn, burning like red-hot wire. The jade slip in his sea of consciousness gleamed faintly, like a dying candle, barely sustaining his awareness. Brother Lin, wake up, old Chen. Hold on. Su Qingya's tearful calls and Chen Mo's weak moans came in intermittently, like the only lifeline in the darkness, gradually pulling Lin Xian back to reality.
Ugh, Lin Xian struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his blurry vision taking a moment to focus. Su Qingya's face was pale, her eyes filled with tears, desperately holding onto herself to prevent slipping. Chen Mo was curled up on the ground, his body convulsing, his face cyanotic, the breath he exhaled showing icy white mist. Xiaoli lay quietly on the other side, his chest rising and falling slightly, his breath faint. The stone chamber was filled with the smell of blood, death, and lingering burnt odor. Yi Wuhan lay severely injured with a broken arm, buried under rubble, his fate unknown. The Wolf Head Squad took advantage of the chaos to escape with the severely wounded Qin Feng. Yi Minghui was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only foul-smelling water stains. A survivor after the disaster, yet the sights were desolate and devastated. Water. Lin Xian's throat was parched, and he called out hoarsely. Su Qingya hurriedly took out a water bottle and carefully fed him a few sips of icy cold water. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Xian barely managed to focus his spirit and sank into his awareness sea. The jade slip floated, its light dim, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Forcibly analyzing the frost law, forcing the origin of the ruins to contend against Yilingxiao, the jade slip bore immense pressure. The powers of rock body and floating cloud step collided within the awareness sea, mixed with the lingering killing aura of the soldier figurines, creating chaos. Fortunately, the jade slip's brilliance acted like a net, binding the chaotic energy at the core, preventing it from spiraling out of control. Military token. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the ochre stone tablet tightly grasped in his right hand. That rock body general's military token was warm and glowing, with a gentle warmth slowly seeping into his arm, nourishing his broken bones and torn muscles. With the spiritual link from the military token, Lin Xian sensed the energy pool of the ruins was almost depleted, like a dried-up lake. The basic lighting and containment energy were on the verge of collapse. The lava-stripped, severely damaged Crimson Soldier statue lay not far away, its link intermittently breaking and weak. The malevolent aura phantom of the soldier statue had almost completely dissipated. The entire general's tomb ruins, like a giant running out of oil and lamp fuel, gave out its last lament. The ancient runes on the walls dimmed and began to flake off. Faint tremors came from underground, signaling that the fortress was about to collapse. We must leave as soon as possible, Lin Xian was burning with anxiety. Once the ruins fell, these severely wounded would surely die without a doubt. But Chen Mo and Chen Ming were seriously injured and could not endure any jolts at all. What to do? Lin Xian stared intently at the military token slate in his hand. In his sea of consciousness, the jade slip sensed his strong will to survive. A faint light flickered, guiding the heavy energy transmitted from the rock body slate to the area near his dantian. Although weak, this energy carried the life aura of the Earth's nurturing embrace, slowly merging with his life energy, which had just broken through the meridian opening stage, still weak but full of vitality. A bold idea flashed through Lin Xian's mind like lightning, the Transforming Freedom Sutra. Transformation. The runes for dividing, condensing, and controlling transformations recorded in the jade slip floated in the clear light. Previously, he had split off a spiritual perception type avatar, the Shadow Phantom, but his first attempt at a physical avatar had been interrupted. Now, what he needed was healing. One of the core secrets of the rock-solid body is tempering the muscles, bones, and membranes, stimulating the vitality of flesh and blood, resulting in extremely strong recovery power. The energy of the talisman stone tablet leans more toward nourishment and protection. Is it possible to temporarily split off a weak physical avatar focused on healing, using the insights from the rock-solid body and the power of the talisman as the core? Even if it can only perform the most basic healing techniques? As soon as the thought arose, the jade slip's clear light suddenly flared brightly, as if in agreement. The runes began to combine and evolve in an unprecedented way, with the core being the life-rich earth Daorine contained in the rock-solid body. Feasible. But the risk is enormous. His mental power is severely drained, and forcibly splitting off a physical avatar could easily backfire on his mind, reducing him to an idiot. Additionally, the avatar depends on the talisman stone tablet's energy to sustain itself. Once the stone tablet's energy is depleted, the avatar will inevitably collapse. Cough, cough. Shaolin, Shin Mo's weak voice carried a calmness that had seen through life and death.
Don't worry about me, take Xingya and Xiaoli, go quickly. Every cough brought up blood-tinged foam mixed with ice shards, a lingering effect of Yiling frost domain corroding his lungs.
No! Old Chen! Su Qingya's tears flowed like a spring. If you're going, we go together.
Seeing Chen Mo's ashen face and feeling Su Qingya's trembling body along with Xiaoli's faint breath, the last trace of hesitation in Lin Xian's eyes was replaced by ruthless determination.
Qingya!
Protect old Chen and Xiaoli.
Trust me!
Lin Xian hoarsely yelled, his voice resolute and strong. He tightly closed his eyes, his mind fully sinking into the sea of consciousness. The jade slip's clear brilliance was like a lit oil lamp, bursting forth with the most intense light. His spiritual power was being frantically squeezed and condensed.
Focus. Concentrate.
Rock-solid body, vitality of the thick earth.
Tathagata Garbha Sutra external transformation.
Buzz, his sea of consciousness shook violently. A soul-tearing, excruciating pain struck. Lin Xian's body trembled fiercely, blood faintly seeping from his 7 orifices. But he gritted his teeth and persisted. His spiritual power, like an invisible carving knife, was guided by the jade slip's clear brilliance, using the flesh and vitality of rock-solid body to nourish bones and sinews, and the energy of the battle talisman as flesh, frantically sculpting and condensing. The air in front of Lin Xian distorted intensely, like being pulled by invisible forces. A faint earth-yellow glow suddenly appeared, like a firefly born in the darkness. The light swiftly stretched and condensed. Within moments, a semi-transparent humanoid light shadow slowly took shape. Its contour resembled Lin Xian but was extremely ethereal, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. The figure radiated a soft earth-yellow glow all over, thick and warm, full of life like the earth. It had no facial features, only a simple form, hovering midair like a roughly crafted life-sized clay figurine. This was Lin Xian's first treatment entity forcibly condensed using his spiritual power, aided by the jade slip and the battle token, the rock avatar. At the moment of successful condensation, Lin Xian felt a heavy hammer-like pain on top of his head, his vision darkening, and intense dizziness nearly causing him to faint. His spiritual power was completely drained, and the connection with the avatar was as fragile as a thread, making control extremely difficult and slow. But he succeeded. Go, heal. Elder Chen, priority. Lin Xian gave the difficult orders, his spiritual link taut like a string, ready to snap at any moment. The blurred rock-like figure trembled slightly, like a puppet receiving a command, slowly drifting toward the barely breathing Chen Mo on the ground. It extended a palm formed from an earth-yellow halo, gently covering Chen Mo's cold chest. A hum arose, a faint ring of earth-yellow light radiated outward like ripples on a lake, enveloping Chen Mo's chest. Within the halo lay the nourishment, stability, and vitality core to the, mixed with the warm energy transmitted by the military talisman. Chen Mo shuddered violently as the chilling cold, invading to his very bones like maggots, was washed away by the dense, warm energy like snow melting in the sunlight. His frostbitten, bluish-purple complexion began to fade, revealing a faint flush of color. Despite coughing painfully, the ice fragments in his bloody sputum noticeably diminished. Chen Mo suppressed a groan, eyes bursting with an incredible light. Effective! Lin Xian was ecstatic inside, but could not be distracted because of the enormous mental burden. He gritted his teeth, enduring soul-shredding fatigue and intense pain, focusing his will to maintain the fragile link, carefully controlling and continuously injecting precious thick earth vital energy into Chen Mo's body, focusing on dispelling the lethal cold. Su Qingya stared at the scene in a daze, tears silently falling. This time, they were tears of hope. She hugged Lin Xian tightly, feeling his cold, trembling body, understanding the pain he was enduring, her heart full of gratitude and sympathy. Time passed second by second, the light of the rock incarnation gradually dimmed, and its form became more transparent and illusory. After all, it was only a temporarily condensed creation, its foundation fragile, relying entirely on the energy of the military talisman stone tablet and Lin Xian's mental power to maintain. The power transmitted from the military talisman stone tablet was also clearly weakening. As the light of the rock incarnation was about to extinguish and its form was on the verge of dissipating, the deadly cold within Chen Mo's body finally dissipated by 70 to 80%. Although still weak and heavily injured internally, the life-threatening situation had finally eased. Having completed its mission, the rock incarnation, guided by Lin Xian's thoughts, floated toward the unconscious and severely injured Shaoli. The last trace of the earth-yellow blow, like a candle about to go out, merged into Shaoli's chest, barely sustaining his faint life force.
Put! The rock incarnation turned into faint light particles and completely dispersed.
The moment the link was severed, Lin Xian felt as if struck hard, spat out a mouthful of dark red blood clots, blacked out, and lost consciousness. The last things he sensed were the warm and heavy touch of the military talisman stone tablet and Su Qingya's panicked shout.
Brother Lin!
Cold, darkness, intense pain, dizziness, the negative sensations crashed into his consciousness like tidal waves. Lin Xian felt like a small boat lost in a storm, tossed and thrown by huge waves, on the verge of sinking at any moment. After an unknown amount of time, a faint yet resilient warmth arrived, like a campfire burning at the bottom of a dark abyss. The warmth came from the rock body stone tablet clenched tightly in his right palm. Like a rock rooted firmly in the earth, it continuously emitted stable energy, slowly nourishing his shattered body. At the fractured arm bone, even a tingling sensation of rebirth spread. In the sea of consciousness, the jade slip emitted soft, gentle light like an old man, gently soothing the mental storm like a mother's hand, smoothing the wild spiritual power in chaotic insights. The lightness of the flowing cloud steppe airy clouds, the heaviness of the rock body aura, and the violent residual energy of the clay soldier's killing intent gradually calmed under the gentle light, retreating to a corner of the sea of consciousness to await future absorption. Ugh! Lin Xian groaned in pain, suppressing it as he struggled to open his eyes. The dim stone chamber was still before him, but no longer filled with despair.
Su Qingya's haggard yet joyful face was right in front of him. Brother Lin! You're awake!
Her voice was hoarse, exhaustion mixed with joy. Her eyes were red and swollen, but bright, shining with the light of survival after a catastrophe.
Lin Xian moved his stiff neck and looked around.
Chen Mo was sitting against the wall, pale but no longer bluish, breathing weak but steady, eyes closed in deep sleep. His life was saved.
Shaoli was still unconscious, lying on the floor.
His breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, but the slight rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. Su Qingya covered him with thick clothes and used strips of cloth to bandage several serious wounds.
Yi Wuhan's burial site was silent, just a pile of rubble remaining.
The wolf head squad had long since vanished. Old Chen He, Lin Xian's voice was hoarse. The cold qi in old Chen's body has been dispelled. Internal injuries are severe, weak, but his life is saved. Su Qingya said respectfully, thanks to Brother Lin and that light being.
Avatar.
Lin Xian corrected, feeling the stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness and mental exhaustion, a chilling fear in his heart. Forcing the avatar to condense comes at a great cost.
What about Shaoli?
Shaoli's injuries are severe, lost a lot of blood, and internal organs are damaged. The light being's power is protecting his heart meridian but can't hold out much longer. Su Qingya's voice was low, filled with worry. Rumble, the ruins suddenly shook violently, even more fiercely than before. Debris and dust fell continuously, the runes on the walls groaned, and cracks quickly spread.
Not good. The ruins are collapsing.
Su Qingya screamed, her face pale. Lin Xian's heart sank, the thing he feared most had finally happened. Forcibly extracting the ruin's essence to activate the lava warrior terracotta soldier had drained the last bit of life from the ancient castle. He gritted his teeth against the sharp pain and exhaustion, summoning a trace of spiritual power and energy.
Qingya! Help me up! Leave immediately!
Lin Xian shouted, struggling to stand, racing against time.
Su Qingya quickly supported him.
Lin Xian wobbled to steady himself, his left arm in severe pain. He gritted his teeth and glanced over at the unconscious Shaoli and the seriously injured Chen Mo.
Qingya, you carry Shaoli. I'll carry old Chen.
Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. As a Kaimai stage cultivator, he was physically strong, even severely injured. Carrying the elder was more feasible than Su Qingya carrying Shaoli.
Brother Lin, you're so badly hurt. Su Qingya worried. No time left, hurry.
Lin Xian urged harshly, gritting his teeth against the severe pain, taking step after step to reach Chen Mo's side, and with his right arm, struggled to lift the old man onto his back. The old man was as heavy as a mountain, causing Lin Xian to stagger with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Su Qingya gritted her teeth and with great effort lifted the unconscious Xiaoli. Xiaoli had a sturdy build and wasn't light in weight. Although Su Qingya was skilled, she was just a weak woman and now extremely strained, yet her gaze was firm as she held on with all her strength. Rumble. The shaking intensified. Huge rocks fell from the ceiling, crashing onto the ground with a heavy roar, as the stone chamber groaned and twisted violently. Go! Lin Xian growled, carrying Chen Mo as he rushed toward the stone chamber's gap. Every step tore at his wounds, sharp pain striking his nerves. The ground shook like raging waves, but his gaze was firm, his steps staggering. Su Qingya followed closely, supporting Xiaoli, her steps heavy and difficult, sweat and dust streaking down her face. The collapse worsened, the sound of the stone chamber crumbling behind them deafening, dust and debris spewing from the gap. Stones continuously fell, forcing the two to dodge clumsily. Cracks spread along the corridor walls, ancient runes extinguished, and an aura of death filled the air. Quick! The exit is just ahead. Lin Xian saw the faint daylight at the end of the corridor that was their entrance. When the distance was only a few dozen meters, boom, the top of his head was hit by a desperate roar. A piece of obsidian the size of a millstone fell from the twisted dome with the force of 10,000 pounds, aimed straight at Su Qingya. Qingya! Lin Xian's gaze shattered. Carrying Chen Mo, he was still a few steps away from Su Qingya, completely unable to rescue her in time. The giant stone loomed like the shadow of death over Su Qingya and Xiaoli. Su Qingya looked up in despair, watching the rapidly enlarging shadow. The coldness of death gripped her throat. She instinctively shielded Xiaoli. At a critical moment, a frenzy of light burst in Lin Xian's eyes. His spiritual power was exhausted, and he was heavily injured, but he had no scruples. Military talisman. Give me strength. His right hand tightly gripped the stone tablet, a dazzling light suddenly appearing. The heavy, mountain-like, self-consuming power surged into his arm, tearing his fragile meridians, the intense pain causing his vision to darken. But he didn't care about anything. Rock body technique immovable as a mountain. Get up! His right foot slammed fiercely onto the ground, and the obsidian surface groaned as cracks exploded outward. Using the recoil, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, carrying Chen Mo at extreme speed toward Su Qingya and Xiaoli. The moment the boulder fell. Bang! Lin Xian used his back to forcefully shove Su Qingya and Xiaoli aside. The three of them flew toward the tunnel entrance like tumbling gourds. Due to the recoil and the fierce wind brought by the falling boulder, Lin Xian's body swayed midair, about to be engulfed by the shadow of the giant rock. Big Brother Lin! Su Qingya shouted heart-wrenchingly. At the moment of life and death, Chen Mo, who was unconscious on Lin Xian's back, suddenly had the ancient bamboo slip fragments wrapped in oiled cloth and treasured emit a gentle yet resilient blue-green light, quickly forming a translucent egg-shaped light shield that protected the two of them inside. Boom! The obsidian crashed down heavily, the shockwave sending Su Qingya and Xiaoli flying out of the tunnel, dust billowing and darkening the sky. Brother Lin! Old Chen! Su Qingya fell into the grass outside the entrance, struggling to get up through the pain, and looked despairingly at the end of the passage shrouded in smoke and dust, crying out. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the giant stone was deeply embedded in the ground, the surroundings ravaged. A translucent green light shield flickered slightly at the edge of the giant stone, cracked all over but unbroken. Lin Xian knelt on one knee, tightly protecting Chen Mo behind him. Miraculously, the two had not been crushed by the giant stone, only their bodies rocked by the impact, blood surging wildly. Lin Xian's 7 orifices bled, and a wound on his back had split open, staining his clothes red with fresh blood. This was the last protective power of the bamboo slip fragments. Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed up blood violently, looking anxiously at the edge of the giant stone nearby that emanated a deadly aura. He glanced back at Chen Mo, his breath was still faintly there. Through the smoke and dust, he saw Su Qingya and Xiaoli struggling to stand outside. Let's get out, Lin Xian's voice was weak, each word laced with blood froth. The green light shield flickered and then completely vanished. The fragments of the bamboo slipped from Chen Mo's embrace, the light dimming as if all its energy had been exhausted. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, using his last bit of strength, and carried Chen Mo, struggling to crawl out from the narrow crevice at the edge of the giant rock. Blinding sunlight and the scent of wild grass and trees hit him in the face. The general's tomb ruins collapsed behind with a thunderous roar, turning into rubble, leaving only a deep pit and clouds of dust. The wind swept across the wilderness, bringing a chilling coolness after the disaster. Lin Xian carried Chen Mo on his back, staggering towards Su Qingya and Shaoli, but eventually, exhausted, his vision darkened, and both he and the person he carried collapsed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. In his blurred vision before losing consciousness, a large plume of dust rose on the distant horizon of the wilderness. Faint engine roars could be heard. The engine roars thundered, dust flying, as 3 armored off-road vehicles bearing the emblem of the Yanhuan Council broke through the wilderness dust and suddenly stopped near Lin Xian and the others. The doors opened, and 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked, guns pointed at the ruins. Leading them was a middle-aged man with shoulder insignia indicating the rank of an officer, his expression resolute. Alert! High-energy reaction residues detected, with signs of life, a soldier reported, holding up an energy detector. The officer's sharp eyes quickly locked onto the 4 people collapsed at the edge of the ruins, Lin Xian and Chen Mo, both unconscious and covered in blood, along with Su Qingya, who was holding Shaoli and had tears streaking her face. Seeing the Guqin in her arms, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's the team that registered earlier to enter the general's tomb. Quick, save them!" The soldiers, well trained, immediately stepped forward. 2 carried Shaoli, 1 bore Chen Mo on his back, and the other 2 together lifted the severely injured Lin Xian. "His left arm is broken." Su Qingya's voice was hoarse as she clutched the Guqin tightly, her eyes filled with a desperate plea and wariness after surviving the ordeal. "Officer, the ruins collapsed, and there were terrifying things inside, plus people from the Yi family." "The Yi family?" The officer furrowed his brow and looked toward the general's tomb, now a deep pit, sensing the lingering chilling malevolence in the air. Such destruction was no ordinary fight at the tribulation phase. "Don't say more. Return to Dawn City first. Saving lives is the priority." Lin Xian was carried into the car, faintly regaining a trace of consciousness amidst the jolting. The engine roared, and Su Qingya's suppressed sobs echoed in his ears. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His awareness gradually dimmed, the faint glow of the jade slip still lingered like a weary lighthouse, stabilizing the chaotic spiritual power and insight. The lightness of the flowing cloud step, the weight of the rock body, and the residual fiendish aura of the soldier figurine were all forcibly restrained and settled. The stone tablet of rock body pressed against the palm of his right hand emitted a warm and gentle aura. A faint yet continuous warm life current seeped from the stone tablet, slowly flowing along the meridians of his arm. It was like an underground spring passing through fractured bones, bringing a tingling sensation of rebirth. Torn muscles were soaked in energy and repaired, and the stabbing pain in his internal organs gradually eased. The nascent spiritual power of the initial meridian opening, under the nurturing of this external force, was like a dried-up riverbed being refilled with water, beginning to laboriously circulate through the broad meridians, accelerating the healing of his body. Rock body really is miraculous. Lin Xian's heart stirred, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. He no longer struggled, focusing all his consciousness on guiding the healing energy, coordinating with the glow of the jade slip to speed up his body's recovery. Each wave of intense pain was like a whetstone, tempering his freshly transformed body. After an unknown amount of time, the screeching sound of brakes and the noise of a crowd erupted. "Quick! Stretcher! Take him to the emergency room in Zone B. The elderly man has cold penetrating his organs, frostbite on internal organs, treat him as a priority. The young man has a comminuted fracture in his left arm, internal organ contusions with bleeding, his life is fragile. The strong man has lost too much blood, multiple organ ruptures, stabilize him quickly." Lin Xian was gently and swiftly transferred onto the stretcher, a blinding white light and the smell of disinfectant hit him. He barely opened his eyes to see the rapidly moving white ceiling and Su Qingya's anxious figure chasing after him. "Brother Lin, hold on."
Su Qingya shouted with a sob in her voice. He was pushed into the emergency room, where several doctors in white coats quickly surrounded him.
An elderly man with graying hair checked his pulse gently and carefully. The elderly man raised his eyebrows, surprise flashing in his eyes. His tendons and bones are really strong, the earth element vitality is rich, and the self-healing speed isn't typical of the transcendence stage.
What kind of cultivation method is he practicing?
He sensed a heavy, mountain-like force within Lin Xian guiding the reconstruction of his injured body, with medical spiritual energy serving only as an aid. I heard it's from a relic, called rock body. An assistant nearby flipped through registration records.
The rock body.
The old man pondered, a gleam in his eyes.
It's amazing how ancient texts can be revived.
This child has potential. First, stabilize his vital signs, fix the fractured left arm, and avoid excessive intervention.
Only provide energy supplementation and life support. Lin Xian understood clearly.
Forcing the formation of the rock avatar at the ruins to heal gave him a deeper understanding of the rock body's healing Tao rhythm. Now, with a safe environment and medical aid from Dawnlight City, he could focus more on guiding his power. He wasn't put under general anesthesia, the doctors only urgently fixed the fracture and stopped the bleeding. Steel plates and bandages secured his left arm, while medication was intravenously administered to replenish blood essence and vitality. He refused painkillers. Intense pain kept him alert, allowing better control over his internal strength.
Time passed silently. 3 days later, Lin Xian was able to sit up.
His complexion was still pale, but his eyes were sharp. His left arm was still immobilized, the numbness around the broken bone intensifying, and the torn muscles had mostly healed under the energy wash of the rock body technique. The most severe internal organ contusions were also stabilized by life energy, removing him from danger.
The hospital room door was gently pushed open, and Su Qingya walked in.
She had changed into clean clothes and washed away the blood and dirt, but the exhaustion and worry between her brows remained strong.
Brother Lin.
Seeing Lin Xian sitting up, tears glistening in her eyes, she hurried to the bedside. You're finally awake.
How do you feel? It's nothing.
Lin Xian forced a smile, his gaze sweeping toward her.
What about you? How are old Chen and Shaoli?
At the mention of this, Su Qingya's expression darkened. Old Chen woke up yesterday afternoon, most of the cold within his body has dissipated. After treatment by the best doctors at the base, the week, he has survived and needs long-term rest. Her voice choked. Brother Shaoli was severely injured, with multiple internal organ ruptures and excessive blood loss. He was resuscitated but is still in the ICU, sustaining life by spiritual energy. The doctors say whether he wakes up depends on his will. Tears slipped down.
Lin Xian's heart sank. Shaoli had been gravely injured protecting them. Take me to see him. No. You're not well yet. Su Qingya urgently stopped him. Take me there. Lin Xian's voice was firm.
He threw back the quilt and got out of bed despite the pain.
His opening meridian stage constitution and the rock body gave him an astonishing recovery ability.
Su Qingya helplessly supported him as they crossed the corridor and arrived outside the intensive care unit. Through the thick glass, Shaoli was intubated, connected to machines, his face pale, and his chest's slight rise and fall barely noticeable. The blinking lights and curves on the equipment proved he still had a glimmer of life. Rage and guilt surged in Lin Xian's heart.
Yi Lingxiao. The Yi family.
He unconsciously clenched his fingers.
Lin Xian?
A gentle voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the white-haired old doctor treating him, his name tag reading Qin Shouzhen.
Dr. Qin. Lin Xian nodded.
Qin Shouzhen walked up to the glass inside as he looked at Shaoli. With the medical skills of the base and the spiritual medicine, he still has a chance to recover. But the brain has been shaken by malevolent energy, his consciousness deeply trapped in silence, so conventional treatment has limited effect.
Unless what? Lin Xian and Su Qingya asked together.
Unless there is someone skilled in spiritual awakening or with a strong life essence to assist, but such help is rare. Qin Shouzhen shook his head. Or if you find rare treasures that nourish the spirit and soul, combined with profound medical techniques, only then is there a glimmer of hope. Such things are hard to come by. Spirit awakening, life essence, rare treasures. Lin Xian's gaze fell on his tightly clenched fist, the jade slip in his sea of consciousness emitting a faint glow. The runes of the Sutra of Free Transformation flickered in and out of sight. A thought, like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirred ripples in his heart. Dr. Qin, regarding the rock body, Lin Xian changed the subject. He urgently needed more information. Qin Shoujing's eyes flickered with keen interest. I was just about to ask you. Can I borrow that ancient text to take a look? The base will provide ample contribution points as compensation. This cultivation method contains the essence of fertile earth's vitality, extremely valuable for medical healing. Your quick recovery is the best proof. Lin Xian pondered, the ancient text is the original stone engraving and cannot be moved. But I can transcribe the foundational body refining chapter and the essential parts of vitality nourishment. He needed base resources as well as Qin Shoujing, an expert in medical arts. Trading some non-core content for resources had more benefits than drawbacks. Qin Shoujing was overjoyed. Great. Wonderful. I'll prepare the contribution points exchange agreement right away. Young friend Lin, get some rest and we'll talk in detail once you have recovered. As if he saw the gates to a new medical realm slowly opening, he left excitedly. Back in the ward, Su Qingya was sent away by Lin Xian to visit Chen Mo, leaving him alone in the hospital room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed. The jade slip in his spirit sea emitted a steady, clear light. As his thoughts shifted slightly, an invisible wave of spiritual energy quietly spread. Phantom shadow. A nearly transparent, barely visible spiritual avatar silently formed like a ripple in the corner. This was Lin Xian's initial spiritual manifestation, costing very little energy, making it perfect for reconnaissance. Go, investigate the base's public information nodes, mission hall, and the periphery of the ancient text's reading area. Focus on three aspects. First, official reports and rumors following the General's tomb incident. Second, clues regarding soul-nourishing rare materials and special treatments. Third, recent movements of the Yi family and their peripheral members. Avoid detection by strong beings. Upon receiving the command, the phantom shadow slipped into the air like a shadow, disappearing through the door crack without a trace. Splitting off the phantom shadow placed minimal burden on the spirit, as natural as breathing. Lin Xian formed hand seals, and the stone tablet of the rock body on his knees emitted a warm and heavy glow. A pure earth element energy was drawn out, swirling around his entire body. Focus. Concentrate. Transformation Mastery Sutra External Manifestation. This time, without violent life or death pressure, his spiritual power flowed like a gentle stream. Guided by the jade slip's pure radiance and framed by the core insights of rock body regarding flesh, muscle, and bone repair and vitality nourishment, energy was slowly infused. The air slightly twisted, and the light refracted. A blurry humanoid figure about half a foot tall, composed of a combined earth-yellow aura, appeared before him. It had no facial features, a stable form, and radiated pure, gentle vitality, the weakened version of the rock body healing manifestation. Concentration successful. The spiritual link is more stable, and control is as easy as moving one's own arm. Although it cannot handle high-intensity combat, it is more than sufficient for assisting in healing. Nourish. Lin Xian slightly moved his thoughts, and the rock incarnation on his left arm slowly floated down. A circle of gentle earth-yellow aura rippled outward, seeping through the bandages and steel plates like spring water, precisely wrapping the broken bones and damaged muscles. A purer, more controllable life force of thick earth surged in, perfectly merging with the rock body technique within him. The itching sensation at the bone sutures instantly intensified, and the muscle fibers greedily absorbed strength like parched land meeting sweet rain. Good. Lin Xian felt elated. This was the correct way to combine the Hahua Zijin Sutra with various martial arts techniques. There was no need to intervene personally, the avatar could assist with cultivation and healing. He split off a thread of his consciousness to maintain the rock avatar, while the majority of his mind delved deep into understanding the rock body and refining his spiritual power. Vital energy and spiritual power circulated within his body, and the injuries visibly healed. After an unknown amount of time, the shadow avatar sent out returned with a large amount of fragmented information.
Information floods the mind.
The General's tomb incident has been classified by the Yanhuan Council as a high-risk ancient relic energy uncontrolled collapse event. Official reports are vague, but multiple teams suffered casualties. Yi Wuan, a peripheral member of the Yi family and shadow sword wielder, has been confirmed dead. Mercenary Wolf Head squad leader Qin Feng returns severely injured, with the squad sustaining heavy losses. Rumors circulate privately about terrifying soldier figurines appearing inside the relic and a mysterious young man, Lin Xian's alias, controlling them, ultimately attracting the frost expert Yi Lingxiao, which caused the relic to collapse. Members of the Yi family's peripheral faction, the Iron Eagle Society, are active in the mission hall, deliberately inquiring about a young man who uses a blade, has strange skills, and is connected to the relic collapse. No recent information on top-grade spiritual soul materials in Dawnlight City. A week later, the Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction, with the finale items suspected to be related to mental-type spiritual plants. The herbal hall opened by Shinnong Valley offers high-priced calming and soul-stabilizing pills. The ancient book reading area has added basic manuscripts of literary and Taoist classics for citizens to rent and study. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flickering within them. The Yi family will not let this go easily. With Shadow Sword Yi Wuhan dead, the debt will inevitably be charged to him. Useless Yi Minghui will definitely exaggerate. The Iron Eagle will be the Yi family's agent, secretly searching for him. The hope of saving little Li is slim, but not completely gone. The Shinnong Valley elixirs and the mysterious auction items both require strength and resources to obtain. He lowered his head, watching the rock incarnation continuously supplying vitality to his left arm, feeling the steady clear radiance of the jade slip in his sea of consciousness. A bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. Under the continuous nourishment of the rock incarnation, Lin Xian's injury healed at an astonishing speed. 5 days later, the steel plate and heavy bandages on his left arm were removed, leaving only a lightweight splint. The fractured arm bone has initially healed under the nourishment of the rock body. Although it still needs time to fully regain strength, daily activities are no longer significantly affected. The internal organ contusion has completely healed, and the spiritual power flows vigorously through the meridians, more refined than before, almost reaching the peak of the initial stage of meridian opening. A strong body, abundant vital energy. This is the transformation brought by the rock body. During these 5 days, Lin Xian did not leave the ward, focusing on meditation. The rock avatar floated in front of him, emitting a gentle earth-yellow aura that enveloped him, accelerating the healing of his wounds while carrying the stable charm of the earth's rock, helping to calm his mind and consolidate his realm. His mind was divided into 3 parts. The first dominated his physical body, fully operating the rock body tempering chapter. His spiritual power, like heavy mercury, repeatedly scoured his muscles and bones, each time strengthening his muscles, making his bones dense as jade. The earth-yellow aura beneath his skin became more distinct, forming a layer of delicate yet tough natural keratin protection, steadily enhancing his physical strength. The second maintained the rock avatar, controlling it with increasing proficiency and deepening his understanding of the way of life energy. The third was fully infused into the jade slip in his sea of consciousness. The jade slip emitted a clear radiance, and Lin Xian's spiritual energy was like an invisible carving knife, repeatedly tracing the core runes of differentiation and controlling the physical embodiment in the He Hu Zi Zai Jing, aided by the clear light. This time, he was not satisfied with a temporarily healed embodiment but intended to create a true physical embodiment with basic mobility and learning ability, capable of independently executing tasks. Materials need a specific energy carrier, Lin Xian pondered. Relying solely on spiritual power and mental energy to condense an embodiment consumes too much and is hard to sustain, especially when the embodiment needs to be far from the original body. The He Hu Zi Zai Jing mentions that the best early-stage carriers are spiritual objects containing the pure power of the 5 elements or ancient book copies bearing specific Taoist resonance. He recalled the news brought back by Shadow. A batch of basic copies of classical literary Taoist texts had been made available in the ancient book reading section of Dawn City. Perhaps. As he thought this, the ward door was pushed open, and Su Qingye helped the still weak but improving Chen Mo walk in.
Xiaolin.
Chen Mo, seeing his recovery, was full of gratitude. This time, we really relied on you. My old life, along with Xingya and Xiaoli, is all entrusted to you. Chen Lao, you are too kind. If it weren't for the protection of that bamboo slip in your hand, we might not have escaped danger. Lin Xian stood up and thanked solemnly. That ancient bamboo slip, which had unleashed a protective light shield at the last moment, lay quietly in Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo waved his hand, his expression serious. Let's not talk about that. Shaolin, do you know what's going on outside? He lowered his voice. The news about General's tomb has already spread. The Yi family lost Yi Wuan. Although he was a peripheral member, the Yi family holds a prominent position and will definitely seek revenge. There are undercurrents stirring in the city, and the Iron Eagle Society members are desperately searching for someone. And Qin Feng from the Wolf Head Squad, although badly injured, has a ruined reputation, and all the resentment is directed at you. You are very dangerous now. Su Qingya also said urgently, yes, Brother Lin. Dr. Qin said you can be discharged, but you must be careful. I've heard that Zhao Heihu, the leader of the Iron Eagle Society, is a mid-level meridian opener, ruthless and cruel, with many henchmen under his command. They dare not make a move openly in the base, but there are definitely ambushes and traps in secret. Lin Xian's expression was calm. What's meant to come will come. A soldier meets a general. He shifted the topic. Old Chen, you're skilled in literature. What do you think of those transcripts in the newly opened ancient book reading area? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Xian to care about this, but still said that admonitions on learning is a work to enlighten young minds, and the excerpt from Song of Righteousness contains a spirit of integrity and uprightness. Although simple, they are good bridges to enter literary arts, nourishing the spirit and tempering the will. Containing intent, nourishing the spirit. A gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and he already had a plan in mind. This was exactly what he needed, an energy carrier with a specific literary and Taoist flavor. I need to go to the ancient books reading area. Lin Xian stood up and stretched his left arm. The splint was inconvenient, but his strength was recovering. Now. It's too dangerous. The Iron Eagles must be watching the medical area. Su Qingya exclaimed. No problem, go openly and aboveboard, they won't dare to mess around. Coldness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Old Chen, Qingya, it's safer for you to stay in the medical area for now. As for Xiaoli. Mentioning Xiaoli, the atmosphere grew heavy. Xin Shoshan came to see him yesterday, still shaking his head. Xiaoli's brain showed no consciousness, as deep and silent as an abyss, with no fluctuations. I will find a way for Xiaoli, Lin Xian said firmly. He walked toward the window, his gaze fixed on the base's core. The embodiment of the rock quietly merged into his body, temporarily dissipating. Wearing simple clothes modified from a patient gown and a splint on his left arm, Lin Xian walked out of the medical area alone. Several glances filled with malice shot at him from the street corner and the teahouse window. Target spotted. Alone. Head to the East District. Follow him. Notify Master Hu. Several figures slipped silently into the crowd like hyenas scenting blood, tailing Lin Xian. The East District Ancient Books reading area of Dawnlight City, transformed from the old library, guarded at the entrance by armed soldiers. Lin Xian showed the temporary pass issued by Qin Shoujing and entered smoothly. The hall was spacious, with wooden bookshelves neatly arranged, filled with books, scrolls, and spirit paper manuscripts. A mixture of ink fragrance and spiritual energy filled the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Awakened ones and scholars either buried themselves in study or meditated with closed eyes, trying to grasp the true meaning of the great Tao from the texts. Lin Xian headed straight to the basic literary Tao classics section and quickly found the target, several excerpts from the Admonitions for Study and the Song of Righteousness copied onto special spirit paper. The paper is sturdy, exuding a faint literary aura, clearly specially made, carrying a touch of classical charm. He picked up a copy of the Encouragement to Study manuscript, spending some contribution points to rent it for a day. His fingers lightly touched the paper, sensing the faint intention of diligence without ceasing. It's you. He found a quiet spot in the corner of the reading area, sat down, spread the manuscript open on his lap, and closed his eyes in concentration.
In the sea of consciousness, the jade slip shone brightly.
The runes of the other Transformation Freedom Sutra flowed and combined at an astonishing speed. Lin Xian precisely controlled his mental power like a skillful engraving brush, carefully extracting the faint literary energy and the idea of diligence from the manuscript,
using this as a guide and framework.
In the Dantian, the spiritual power from the meridian opening phase was continuously extracted, mixed with mental energy, and infused into this strand of cultured Qi consciousness.
Molding shape, sculpting the body.
The air slightly twists, and the light seems to be absorbed.
A faint human-shaped light shadow quickly takes form.
This time it is no longer blurry, the outline is clear, with height and physique almost identical to Lin Xian's own. It emits a faint white light throughout, mixed with the scent of ancient books and the resilient spirit of burning the midnight oil, tirelessly for years. The Tao incarnation, apprentice, has been successfully condensed. Nearly 30% of the mental energy was instantly drained, dizziness ensues. But compared to the soul tearing when forcibly condensing the petrified incarnation last time, this consumption is within a controllable range.
The mental link is stable and clear.
At Lin Xian's thought, the incarnation's pupil-less eyes made of white light opened, calmly looking at him and slightly bowing in salute.
The movement was somewhat stiff but natural and smooth, silent and unobtrusive. Good.
Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart.
The first step was successfully verified.
Using an ancient book copy containing specific Tao resonance as the carrier greatly reduces the consumption and difficulty of condensing the great Tao incarnation. Though this incarnation is weak, only at the first stage of departure from the mundane, its aura is faint, but its identity is pure, a new apprentice just beginning to explore the literary path, able to blend perfectly into the environment without attracting attention.
Go read all the basic copies of literary texts in this area. Don't seek depth, only breadth.
Understand and memorize the foundational concepts, writing structures, and rhythm rules. Targets: the basic sections of 1,000-character classic, Xinglu Qimeng, and Luingyu. Lin Xian issued the orders. The literary incarnation bowed slightly again, then turned to pick up a copy of 1,000-character classic, flipping through it earnestly like a genuine apprentice. Its movements were slow, emitting a faint literary aura, indistinguishable from the surrounding novices, perfectly blending into the surroundings. An elder nearby, also reading 1,000-character classic, glanced at it briefly and then paid no further attention. Through the mental link, Lin Xian clearly sensed that when the incarnation read, the most fundamental ideas such as enlightenment, cognition, order, and rhythm, along with the construction and rhythmic rules of the characters, were continuously and subtly fed back into the sea of consciousness like a trickling stream. Although the insights were shallow, with enough accumulation, they greatly helped in broadening horizons and understanding the foundation of the literary path. The main body remained as steady as a mountain, while the incarnation quietly toiled.
Just as Lin Xian was immersed in the marvelous insights of the literary rhythm brought back by the incarnation. Yo! Isn't this the ruins hero? I heard you single-handedly took on a master from the Yi family and even collapsed the general's tomb? What, hiding here pretending to be a scholar?
A rough mocking voice broke the silence in the reading area. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. 3 burly men gathered around, blocking the exit of his seat. The leader, nearly 2 meters tall, wore black leather armor, and on his bare arms were tattooed fierce iron eagle claws, the emblem of the Iron Eagle Society. He crossed his arms, his eyes both mocking and fierce, his aura at the early stage of meridian opening. This was the Iron Eagle Society's minor leader, Fierce Bear Sun Kuei. The 2 subordinates behind him were also advanced tier experts who had shed their mortal shells.
Others, disturbed by the sudden conflict, glanced over with expressions of disgust and fear but dared not approach.
The Iron Eagle Society's notorious reputation held great deterrence among the lower levels of Dawn City.
Boy, playing deaf and dumb?
Sun Kuei saw Lin Xian remain silent, then sneered and stretched out his big hand, bringing a gust of malicious wind, directly grabbing the handwritten copy of the Admonitions on Learning on Lin Xian's knee.
Flowery fancy stuff, fit for you to read? Hand it over.
This grab seemed like it was about snatching a book, but in fact it contained the power of the initial stage of opening meridians, able to easily crush an ordinary person's bones, and was a blatant provocation and humiliation. Just as Sun Kuei's hand was about to touch the manuscript, the embodiment of the literary way sitting quietly reading in the corner blinked his white glowing eyes slightly, silently, and without any energy fluctuation. But a ripple of spirit, condensed with the thoughts of a gentleman is cautious when alone and do not act impropriately, like invisible fine needles, precisely pierced Sun Kuei's violent and greedy mind. Sun Kuei's expression suddenly stiffened, and an intense shame and guilt surged in his heart without warning, as if caught stealing in public and despised by countless eyes. His outstretched hand halted midair, his strength instantly dissipated. At this critical moment of hesitation, Lin Xian moved. Still seated, his right hand shot out like lightning. Without using spiritual power, relying solely on the terrifying physical strength honed by the rock body training, the 5 fingers clamped onto Sun Kuei's wrist like iron pincers, incredibly precise. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was sharp and made one's teeth ache. Ah! Sun Kuei screamed in agony, his face twisted in unbearable pain, feeling as if his wrist was being crushed by a tremendous force, bones shattering. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, his wrist as steady as a rock. He looked at Sun Kuei, who was kneeling and crying bitterly, then slowly loosened his grip. Sun Kuei hugged his broken wrist, curled up on the ground, his eyes filled with fear, as if facing a ferocious beast. Lin Xian didn't glance at him, his gaze sweeping to the 2 pale-faced henchmen behind. "Take your useless leader and get lost." The voice was cold and piercing, making the 2 shudder with fear, their legs weak and powerless. The 2 thugs dared not hesitate, hoisted Sun Kuei up, and fled in disarray, drawing gasps and disdain from those around. Lin Xian picked up the handwritten copy of Admonitions on Learning on his lap again, gently brushing away the invisible dust, as if nothing had happened just now. Not far away, the embodiment of the literary way was still intently flipping through the Analects, acting as if nothing had occurred. The reading area returned to silence, but everyone's gaze toward Lin Xian had changed, filled with awe, curiosity, and caution. A body like a rock, hands like thunder. A name began to quietly spread throughout Dawnlight City. The Yi family's counterattack would not stop because of the failure of a single henchman, the real storm was still brewing. Inside the ancient text's reading area, even the slightest sound could be heard. The air seemed to still echo with Sun Kuei's screams and Lin Xian's icy words. Lin Xian sat back in his chair, picked up the encouragement to study to continue reading, his expression so calm it sent chills down the spine, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust just now. The splint on his broken left arm was conspicuous under the light, but even more so was the resilience and indifference in his heart. The surrounding readers' gazes were complex, flashing back and forth between Lin Xian and the entrance to the reading area. Respect, curiosity, apprehension, and even schadenfreude. Everyone understood that the matter would never end. Zhao Heihu of the Iron Eagle Society was known for his revenge. However, Lin Xian's mind had already sunk into a deeper realm. In the sea of consciousness, the jade slip's radiance flowed, and he clearly sensed the Wundao avatar, apprentice, in the corner still focused on reading the Analects. Basic Wundao concepts like benevolence, ritual, and order continuously flowed in like a stream, gathering into his knowledge reserve of understanding the foundation of Wundao. Though this information was shallow, it was the foundation upon which everything was built, indispensable. At the same time, he sent out a thread of his consciousness to maintain the connection with the shadow phantom avatar in his sea of consciousness. This invisible scout quietly followed after Sun Kuei and the others escaped. Information fragments were quickly transmitted back through the mental link. Sun Kuei was carried back by his subordinates to the Iron Eagle Society's base, the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall on No. 3 East District Street. Inside the base, Zhao Heihu roared, "Trash! You got your meridians broken at the initial stage by an injured defying mortal realm cripple, disgracing me completely." He ordered that the boy's hideout and all his connections be thoroughly investigated. "Anyone who dares to mess with me, Zhao Heihu, I want them to suffer worse than death." He also assigned people to keep a close watch on the barely alive patient in the medical area and the old man there. Some remnants of the Wolf Head Squad secretly contacted the Iron Eagle Society, but Qin Feng had not appeared. Sure enough, the Yi family's henchmen would never give up easily. Their actions became even more ruthless, even targeting the connection between Chen Mo and Shaoli. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He closed the encouragement to study book as the rental time expired. The incarnation of the literary path in the corner also put down the scriptures, transforming into a white light that merged into Lin Xian's body, with insights rapidly flooding his consciousness. Stepping out of the reading area gate, the setting sun's afterglow bathed the base, staining it with a layer of blood red. Lin Xian felt at least 3 hostile gazes like bone-eating worms locking onto him relentlessly. He remained calm in expression, walked steadily, and headed straight toward the medical area, upright and fearless. Back in the medical area, Su Qingya was standing guard outside Chen Mo's ward. Seeing Lin Xian return safely, she finally relaxed. "Brother Lin, are you all right? I heard over by the reading area." "No problem, just dealt with a little trouble." Lin Xian waved his hand and entered the ward. Chen Mo was sitting up on the bed, his complexion much improved, still weak but with his eyes regaining wisdom and concern. He put down the yellowed notebook and looked at Lin Xian. "Xiao Lin, has Iron Eagle come looking for you?" "Well, a minor leader named Sun Kuei had one hand disabled," Lin Xian said flatly. Chen Mo gasped and smiled bitterly. This grudge just got deeper. Zhao Heihu was ruthless and vindictive, with deep roots in the eastern district of Shuguang City and many desperados under his command. He also has the Yi family backing him. "I know," Lin Xian interrupted, his gaze shifting towards the intensive care unit. "Did Dr. Qin come today? How is Xiao Li?" Mentioning Xiao Li, Su Qingya and Chen Mo's expressions darkened. "Dr. Qin just left not long ago," Su Qingya said softly. "Xiao Li's physiological indicators are barely maintained with medication and equipment, but there are no signs of brainwave recovery at all, like a dead silent desert." Her voice was weak. Chen Mo sighed. "Dr. Qin said conventional methods are unlikely to work. Unless we find a rare treasure that nourishes the soul and combine it with advanced acupuncture techniques for force stimulation, there is only a slim chance of revival." The ward door suddenly opened, and the white-haired Qin Shouzheng walked in, holding a document. He glanced at Chen Mo and Li's monitoring devices, shook his head, then handed it to Lin Xian. "Lin, young friend, this is the contribution point redemption agreement for your memorized rock body basic body refinement chapter and the essentials of vitality nourishment. The Ancient Literature Research Institute of the Council has highly valued this, granting a special approval of 5,000 contribution points." Qin Shouzheng showed a hint of joy on his face. "With these essentials, the Institute's research on the Earth Movement healing technique will surely see great breakthroughs. This is your ID card. The contribution points have already been credited." Lin Xian took the card and saw the balance showing 5,000 points. In Dawnlight City, contribution points were hard currency, exchangeable for food, supplies, weapons, and cultivation resources. For an ordinary awakener, 5,000 points was a huge sum. "Thank you, Dr. Qin." Lin Xian put away the card and changed the subject. "Do you have definite information about the soul-nourishing rare treasures?" Qin Shouzhen stroked his beard and lowered his voice. "Lin, you are indeed perceptive. I was just about to tell you, the highlight item at the Treasure Pavilion auction in 3 days is a piece of Anhan Muxin." "Anhan Muxin?" Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The name was obviously related to the soul. "That's right." Qin Shouzhen's eyes gleamed with longing. "This is the heartwood from an ancient tree that has grown for thousands of years on a spiritual vein node. It survived a special lightning tribulation, condensing an extremely pure and gentle source of life energy and a mysterious substance that nourishes the soul. Combined with the soul-stabilizing needle technique from Shenong Valley, it can awaken dormant consciousness with the best therapeutic effect. For Xiao Li's injuries, it is practically a perfect cure." Hope flared up in an instant. But Qin Shou abruptly changed his tone. "However, this item is extremely rare and will surely trigger fierce competition. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion has not announced a starting price, but based on past experience, the starting bid for this kind of top-tier spirit soul artifact is at least 8,000 contribution points, and the final price will likely be astronomical." Starting bid of 8,000, final price a sky-high sum. The 5,000 contribution points Lin Xian had just received suddenly seemed insignificant. The hospital room fell silent. Su Qingya's eyes dimmed, and Chen Mo's brows furrowed deeply. "Dr. Qin, is there any lead on the soul-stabilizing needle method from Shenong Valley?" Lin Xian asked calmly, showing no trace of discouragement. Qin Shouzhen smiled bitterly. "Shenong Valley holds a high status, and the soul-setting needle technique is its core inheritance, difficult to pass on to non-core disciples.
I'm afraid I don't have that kind of influence.
Even if we could get a Shinong Valley expert to intervene, the consultation fee would not be small. Both paths require massive resources, but there are only 3 days. The pressure on the Yi family is closing in step by step.
The overwhelming pressure weighed down like a mountain.
Lin Xian slowly stood up and walked to the window. The last rays of the sunset stretched his silhouette. With his back to everyone, he paused silently for a moment, then said softly, "Contribute some points, I'll find a way. Also, please ask Dr. Qin to keep an eye on channels to Shinong Valley, the consultation fee is not an issue." His voice was not loud, but it was firm and powerful, unshakable like a rock. Qin Shouxin stared at Lin Xian's back, sensing the sharpness beneath his steadiness, and silently praised himself. This boy has a tenacious will, far surpassing his peers.
He solemnly said, "Good. I will do my best. I'll also inquire about more detailed auction information at Jubo Pavilion."
After Qin Shouxin left, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the anxious Chen Mo and Su Qingya. "Qingya, stay here and take good care of Elder Chen and Shaoli."
"Elder Chen, please rest assured." "Brother Lin, where are you going?" "It's too dangerous outside."
Su Qingya asked anxiously. Lin Xian reassured her, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare cause trouble openly inside Shuguang City.
I have to go out to gather contribution points."
Seeing that Su Qingya was still uneasy, he handed her a small gray stone. "Break it if anything happens." This stone was a fragment of thick earth energy condensed from the petrification before it dissipated, connected to his mind. Once it breaks, he can immediately sense the direction.
Lin Xian left the medical area and appeared within everyone's sight.
He did not go to crowded places but instead turned into a quiet street, where the air was filled with the scent of herbs and ores, the East District Material Market.
Finally, he stopped in front of a quaint little shop called Mayunjai.
The shopkeeper, Manager Wang, was an old acquaintance of Chen Mo. Though slick, he had a good reputation and specialized in trading low-level spirit materials and ancient book copies. The shop was quiet inside. A thin old man with a gray long robe and a goatee was calculating accounts with an abacus.
Lin Xian spoke, "Shopkeeper."
"Oh, sir, what do you need?"
Manager Wang showed a professional smile. Lin Xian said, "Chen Mo sent me here. I have some business to discuss." Hearing Chen Mo, Manager Wang's expression became serious.
"A friend of old Chen, please come inside." He led him to a quiet small room in the back, personally handing over some clear tea.
"Young brother, what business do you want to discuss?"
"I want to sell a batch of obsidian concentrates, in large quantity," Lin Xian said straightforwardly.
The main body of the general's tomb ruins was obsidian.
After the ruins collapsed, the high-quality obsidian concentrates soaked with killing energy and spiritual energy deep in the core were carefully located by his shadow incarnation within the rubble. Digging was difficult and dangerous, but the shadow could travel through energy seams to find several rich ore points. This was his fastest and most secret resource source so far.
Manager Wang's eyes lit up. Obsidian concentrates.
These were treasures for forging weapons and cultivating earth element techniques.
After the ruins collapsed, the price of obsidian rose by 20%, and the concentrates were even more in demand.
"Little brother, is it true?
How much?
What's the quality like?"
Shopkeeper Wang asked eagerly.
"Quite a lot, at least 500 gene, top quality, with a bit of killing intent and earth element spiritual energy." Lin Xian gave a conservative figure, wanting to cash out quickly but not stir up trouble by taking too much at once.
Shopkeeper Wang gasped inwardly, suppressing his excitement. "That's no small amount. Where is it located?" "I'll give you the coordinates."
"Shopkeeper, send someone to collect it. I only take contribution points, payment in cash within 3 days." Lin Xian spoke firmly. "At 90% of market price, and if there's future supply, Ink Rhyme Studio has priority." Manager Wang's mind was racing. There was risk involved. Sending people into the ruins of the relic could be dangerous, but the profits were substantial, and he might also make connections with this mysterious young man.
"Deal."
He gritted his teeth and made up his mind, his eyes full of greed and decisiveness.
A deposit of 1,000 points, the balance payable upon delivery. He immediately used his ID card to transfer the money.
Watching the numbers flicker, Lin Xian felt a bit relieved, but it wasn't enough. As night fell, Lin Xian did not return to the medical zone but headed to a remote street on the outskirts of the base's western district. Finding a place with no one around, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus.
Concentrate.
The jade slip in the sea of consciousness flickered with light as spiritual power merged with earth element's spiritual energy, surrounded by a profound Tao resonance. This time it was neither a healing avatar nor a literary Tao avatar, but a 1 meter 8 tall, muscular, well-defined rock-solid battle avatar enveloped in an ochre glow. It condensed Lin Xian's core comprehension of the attack, defense, and strength of the rock body, with a power level equivalent to the peak of the advanced transcendent stage. The consumption of spiritual power and elemental energy was high, but Lin Xian could still endure it. Target, level 3 zone in the wilderness outside the base's outer wall. Hunt lone or small groups of mutated beasts to collect valuable materials such as crystal cores, sharp claws, and fur, while avoiding large beast packs in human teams.
Operation time, tonight.
The command was conveyed clearly. The rock-solid incarnation silently nodded, his figure flickering as he merged into the shadow in the corner, stealthily approaching the remote surveillance blind spot of the base's towering metal fence under the cover of night. As an incarnation composed purely of spirit and energy, avoiding conventional monitoring was effortless. Lin Xian's main body remained seated in a meditative posture, concealing his aura, like a stone statue blending into the darkness. The embodiment of the way of literature lies dormant within the body, silently absorbing today's insights. The shadowy incarnation lurks like a ghost in the medical area, closely monitoring the movements of the Iron Eagle Society's scouts. The rock-like battle avatar ventures alone deep into the wilderness, desperately vying for precious contribution points. The main body guards the headquarters, with avatars assigned clear roles.
The plan is set, only awaiting the right moment.
Turmoil brews at the auction, the fangs of the Yi family stir restlessly, and the fierce hunts in the wilderness intertwine to form an invisible vast net, slowly unfolding.
The night shrouds the vast and sinister wilderness outside Dawnlight City like a curtain.
The cold wind howls, mingled with the low roars of mutated beasts and eerie screams from afar, while the air is heavy with the scent of blood and decay. The base's tall metal walls resemble a sleeping giant, energy patterns emitting a cold, faint glow in the darkness. Lights from the surveillance tower in the northwest sweep across, a rock-like blurred figure clings silently to the metal wall, slipping soundlessly down into the thick, mutated brambles outside.
After violently shaking, the thorns fell silent. The rock battle avatar landed, surrounded by a tawny aura, easily resisting the sharp spikes.
It had no breath, no heartbeat, only combat instinct and core commands.
Those pupil-less glowing eyes scanned the surroundings, keenly detecting every movement in the darkness.
Target, level 3 area. Avoid large beast groups, hunt valuable targets.
Command confirmed. The avatar moved.
It did not run but, like an ape, used tough vines and twisted tree trunks to lightly sneak through the jungle several meters above the ground, its heavy body as light as a feather. Suddenly, a bloody wind pounced from the side and rear. A nearly 2-meter-long shadow-scale leopard with dark green scales, exposed fangs, resembling a cheetah, launched an attack.
It was the hunter here, lurking for a long time.
Facing the steel-tearing attack, the rock avatar did not turn around. It twisted its waist sharply, its right fist gathering the immense strength of its rocky body, countering with a heavy punch.
The fist was engulfed by thick tawny light, as hard as stone.
The sound of bones shattering and flesh bursting rang out almost simultaneously. The head of the shadow-scale leopard split open like a watermelon, exploding instantly. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, then stopped. The crystal core, about the size of a pigeon egg, faintly flickered with a green light as it rolled onto the floor. The rock incarnation bent down to retrieve the crystal core, quickly cutting off the sharp claws and the tough back skin with clean, efficient movements, like the most skilled butcher. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths, with no flashy energy leakage, only the raw violence and precision of rock. The incarnation placed the materials into a crude animal skin pouch, prepared by the original body before departure, and without hesitation swiftly melded into the dark jungle. The killing had only just begun.
Inside Dawn City, in a dark corner on the western outskirts,
Lin Xian's main body sat solid as a rock, his mind divided into several parts. One maintained the connection with the rock combat incarnation, receiving cold and efficient hunting data from the wilderness. Another kept watch over the medical district's security shadow, monitoring the Iron Eagle Society's scouts hovering like flies. The majority of his mind, however, sank deep into the sea of consciousness. The Jade Slip's clear radiance flowed, the Panchur-style body-tempering chapters technique surging in his heart, and during the meridian opening period, spiritual energy rinsed through his muscles, bones, and skin like heavy mercury.
Each rinse brought subtle strengthening.
The numb itching at the severed left arm intensified, and the new bones rapidly healed and reshaped under the nourishing vitality of the fertile soil, becoming even tougher. At the same time, he drew a thread of his mind back to review the fragments of foundational knowledge absorbed today by the embodiment of the literary path, like seeds buried in the soil of his consciousness, waiting to sprout.
Time passed silently amid cultivation and multi-threaded monitoring.
Suddenly, the mind-sustaining shadow sharply warned. Near the medical area, 2 Iron Eagle scouts had their dark whistle receive information, and one quickly departed, rushing westward to somewhere in the West District.
Finally can't hold it anymore?
A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Although his body remained seated in a meditative posture, his spiritual link instantly locked onto the moving scout. The scout was extremely alert, choosing to take a small path to avoid detection, ultimately slipping into a narrow alley deep in the Western District where sewage flowed. The lighting was dim, and trash piled up. Heishui Alley. This place was a blind spot for law enforcement in Dawnlight City, a breeding ground for crime. Deep in the alley, low whispers and the sound of metal scraping came from the backyard of a blacksmith shop hung with a tattered lantern.
The scout quickly slipped inside.
The phantom shadow, like an invisible ghost, silently clung to the oil-stained walls of the blacksmith shop's backyard.
Faint dialogue came through the spiritual link. Tiger Lord. The idea is solid. That idiot Sun Kuei fell too quickly.
The kid surnamed Lin is extremely alert, constantly watching the medical area and crowded places. The brothers simply can't find an opportunity.
It seems he has discovered our surveillance. A hoarse voice responded, from Zhao Heihu's men. Trash, a low, fierce voice like sandpaper grinding scolded, Zhao Heihu, do you think I feed you to eat? Can't we move outside just because the medical area is difficult to handle? Isn't he going to save that half-dead comrade?
Tomorrow the mission hall will refresh a sea-level mission clear the mutant poisonous spider nest in the abandoned west suburb mine, with a rich reward.
Find a way to make sure this mission just happens to fall into his hands. The mine will be his grave we prepare. Brilliant. Tiger Lord is brilliant, the subordinate quickly flattered. Also,
Zhao Heihu's voice was icy. Let Scarface take a few experts, bring crossbows and bone-eroding powder, and ambush tonight deep in Heishui Alley in the medical district, where there's no surveillance.
Whether he takes the mission tomorrow or not, leave him a mark tonight, break the rest of his arm. Let him understand the consequences of offending the Iron Eagle Society. Move fast, don't alert the patrol. Yes. Master Hu. We'll make it clean and quick.
The subordinate's voice was ruthless. The news came back, double kill setup, trap tomorrow, interception tonight. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, his pupils like cold deep wells in the darkness, chilling to the bone. There was no anger, only calm murderous intent.
Want to move against me?
First see if your claws are sharp enough. He stood up, straightened his collar, and his figure melded like a ghost into the deeper shadows of Blackwater Alley. The direction was not the medical area, but the deep end of the alley where Scarface lay in ambush. The deep part of Blackwater Alley was narrow and filthy, with walls on both sides covered in graffiti and stains. At the end, a dim yellow street lamp flickered, casting distorted shadows. The air was thick with the stench of acid and rust.
3 men in black crouched like venomous snakes behind a huge trash bin.
The leader bore a terrifying scar on his face and had a fierce look in his eyes. It was Scarface. He held a military crossbow that gleamed with a ghostly blue chill. The tips of the crossbow bolts were coated with a dark green viscous poison called bone-eroding dust. The other 2 wielded short blades, their auras sharp and refined, both high-level masters who had transcended the mundane. Scarface, that kid really headed this way, one of the men anxiously whispered.
Shut up. Tiger Lord's information is reliable. He will definitely return to the medical area tonight.
Heishui Alley is the shortcut, keep a close watch. The scar-faced man licked his lips, the knife scar looking even more sinister in the dim light.
Follow my command, shoot crossbow bolts at his right arm first.
I want both his arms crippled. Time passed second by second, cold wind swirling up scrap paper and plastic bags.
Suddenly, the light at the alley entrance was blocked by a figure. He has arrived.
A fierce light exploded in the scar-faced man's eyes. No need to see the face at this hour, the only one walking alone into the deep alley was the target. Get moving, the scar-faced man growled, suddenly rising, aiming the crossbow at the figure's right arm, and pulling the trigger.
Bang! SSS.
The toxin-coated bolt tore through the air, whistling like lightning as it shot out. At the same time, two other henchmen leapt from the shadows, toxin-coated daggers stabbing straight at the target's lower body, their coordination seamless, determined to disable any resistance instantly.
However, the crossbow bolt struck at that moment.
The figure suddenly turned around, moving faster than Scarface and the others anticipated. A pair of eyes, clear and icy even in the dim light, locked onto them like cold stars.
It was Lin Xian.
Facing the flying poison arrow, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His right hand quickly reached out, fingers spread wide, and a dense earthy yellow blow appeared in his palm. Rock body technique, immovable as a mountain.
Clang!
The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the poison crossbow bolt that could pierce steel plates was caught steadily by his bare hand. The arrowhead pressed against his palm, while the tail trembled violently, buzzing.
What?
The scar-faced man's sinister smile froze, his eyes nearly popping out.
Catching a crossbow bolt barehanded? Is he even human?
The two close combat thugs also froze, as if they had seen a ghost. In the moment they hesitated, Lin Xian suddenly swung his hand, and the crossbow bolt flew backward at an even faster speed, precisely piercing the throat of the knife-wielding thug on the left, spraying blood. The thug didn't even have time to cry out, clutching his neck as he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear and confusion.
Stab his shoulder. Side by side.
Scarface quickly snapped back to reality, shouting as he threw away the crossbow, drew his serrated machete, muscles tensed, ferocious beyond measure, slashing at Lin Xian's head. The blade whistled through the air, carrying a scent of blood. Another thug, suppressing his fear, also struck at Lin Xian's ribs from the flank. Facing the two-pronged attack, Lin Xian did not retreat at all. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground, splashing muddy water and gravel, and his body charged into the blade's light like a wild ox.
The power and defense granted by the rock body technique were fully revealed at this moment.
The earth-colored splint on his left arm rose sharply like a shield.
Clang!
The serrated blade struck the board, sparks flying as the board shattered. When the blade hit Lin Xian's arm, it produced a heavy metallic clash. The tough keratin layer blocked the blade, leaving only a shallow white mark.
At the same time, Lin Xian's right elbow crashed into Scarface's chest like a cannonball. Put!
The sound of bone breaking and blood spurting echoed. Scarface's chest instantly caved in, blood and organs spraying out, staining the wall red. His eyes instantly went vacant, and he collapsed in shock and unwillingness. A blade from the flank stabbed toward Lin Xian's ribs, but he spun his body and swept his right leg horizontally. His leg moved like lightning, precisely smashing the attacker's wrist. The short knife flew out, and the thug screamed in agony, dropping to his knees, face full of terror. From the moment the crossbow bolt was fired to the end of the fight, less than 10 breaths passed. The alley returned to dead silence, with only the cold wind wailing and the smell of blood lingering. Lin Xian stood there, slightly panting. Just now, taking the force of the powerful crossbow and the broadsword blow directly had a significant impact on his not yet fully recovered left arm and body, causing his chi and blood to surge. But the strong defense and recovery power of the rock-solid body quickly healed his injuries. He glanced at the bodies on the ground and the thug clutching his severed wrist, so scared he had lost control. His gaze was icy cold. "Go back and tell Zhao Heihu," he said in a low voice that struck like cold spring water straight to the heart. "Next time, let him come himself." After speaking, he no longer looked at the thug slumped like mud, bent down to pick up the serrated broadsword that Scarface had dropped, casually kicked aside the crossbow bolt smeared with poison, and turned to step over the blood, disappearing into the darkness. Only a thug soaked in blood and fear, and 3 cold corpses, were left behind. Dawn City East District, the backyard of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. Zhao Heihu was shirtless, swinging a heavy stone lock, drenched in sweat. He was burly and muscular, with a centipede-shaped scar running from his left shoulder to his back, looking fierce and exuding the savage aura of a mid-level meridian opener. Bang bang bang! The stone lock swung like the wind. Humph, that Lin brat dares to touch my men. Tonight I'll cripple one of your arms, and tomorrow the mine will be your grave, he sneered to himself. Suddenly, the back door was violently kicked open. The enforcer with the severed wrist stumbled in, his face full of fear and panic. Boss who? Everyone's dead. Scarface and Abayo, they're all dead, he babbled incoherently, pointing outside the door. That kid's not human. He caught an arrow barehanded, killed Abayo with one palm, and kicked Scarface to death with one foot. He told me to tell you next time, come yourself. Before he finished speaking, a strange sound came from his throat, and he was completely terrified. Zhao Heihu's face instantly stiffened, the stone lock in his hand slipping and crashing loudly to the ground. He spun around fiercely, his bronze bell eyes fixed on his limp subordinate, then looking out into the dark night beyond the door, a surge of fury mixed with coldness rising from his feet to his head. Barehanded catching a strong crossbow bolt? Instantly killing Scarface? This is simply not the power one would expect at the Transcendence stage. The intelligence was completely wrong. Lin Xuan. Zhao Heihu clenched his teeth tightly, his voice roaring like a wounded beast, full of rage and murderous intent, feeling deeply mocked and humiliated, his dignity trampled beneath his feet. Just as he was furious and about to lead people to charge toward the medical area, a cold, proud, and displeased voice came from behind, like a ghost. Zhao Heihu, you have greatly disappointed the young master. Zhao Heihu's body trembled as if doused with cold water. He slowly turned around, and the anger on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by respect, even tinged with a hint of fear. By the corridor pillar in the shadows of the backyard, a figure appeared. The person was tall and slender, dressed in a fitted black martial artist's outfit, with a stern face and sharp eyes like an eagle's. At his waist hung a simple yet ancient long sword. He stood there, his aura unassuming but carrying an unfathomable sense of oppression. Embroidered on his chest collar was a tiny silver insignia that made Zhao Heihu's pupils constrict sharply, a Lingxiao leaf. An inner guard of the Yi family, the true core force of the Yi family, at least a high-level opening meridian, or even a condensing Dan stage powerhouse. Not even able to deal with a miner who just started opening their meridians, and even lost some men, causing such a huge commotion. The young master is very dissatisfied. The black-clothed youth spoke calmly, yet an unsettling chill laced his tone. What the young master wants is clean and swift, not for a dog like you to make his name known to everyone. Zhao Heihu broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Please, sir, calm your anger. Your subordinate is incompetent, please give me one more chance. Over at the mine tunnel. Mine tunnel? The black-clothed youth sneered coldly, no need. The young master's patience has limits. From now on, I'm taking over this matter. You just cooperate and stay silent. His icy gaze swept over Zhao Heihu and the fallen men. Control your people. If there's any more mistakes, bear the consequences yourself. After speaking, the figure of the black-clothed youth merged into the shadows, disappearing silently as if he had never appeared at all. Only Zhao Heihu remained, drenched in cold sweat, as if dragged out of water, along with the deathly silent backyard of the Heihu Martial Arts Hall. The air was so heavy it almost seemed to solidify. The Yi family inner guards had personally acted. Zhao Heihu's heart sank into an icy valley. He knew the coming storm would far exceed his imagination. That kid named Lin Xian was doomed. The dawn pierced through the thick radioactive cloud cover, casting light on the cold metal buildings of Shuguang City, yet it could not dispel the heaviness and anxiety within the medical area. Outside the ICU, Su Qingya leaned against the cold wall, her eyes bruised dark, barely having slept all night, almost breaking her down. Lin Xian appeared at the end of the corridor, his steps steady. The splint on his left arm had been removed, leaving only faint marks of fixation. After a night of operating the rock body technique and hunting in the wilderness, his breath had fully recovered to its peak, even more refined than yesterday. His opening meridian realm was stable, with faint signs of advancing to the intermediate stage.
Brother Lin.
Su Qingya grasped at him like a lifeline, her voice trembling with sobs.
Brother Shaoli, there's been no sign of him all night.
Lin Xian raised his hand and gently pressed her trembling shoulder. A gentle earth element vitality flowed from his palm, instantly soothing her restlessness.
Don't worry, the auction will be held tonight. We will definitely secure the soul calming wood.
In the ward, Chen Mo had already woken up, deeply contemplating the notes in his hand.
Seeing Lin Xian enter, he frowned tightly. Shaolin, about the Iron Eagle Society. It's quiet for now.
Lin Xian interrupted him, his tone calm.
Handled a few annoying flies last night. Zhao Heihu should behave for the time being. Chen Mo's heart surged with emotion. Handle flies? That must be assassins sent by the Iron Eagle Society. Judging by Lin Xian's tone, it was probably more than just low-level thugs.
He stared at Lin Xian. This young man was becoming more mysterious, his strength improving astonishingly. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open, and Qin Shoujing hurried in, his face a mix of joy and seriousness.
Lin Xiaoyu. Good news.
Manager Wang from Moyanzai sent word the first batch of 300 gene of obsidian ore has arrived safely and is of excellent quality. The contribution points have been fully paid, 15,000 points. Qin Shoujing handed back Lin Xian's identity card. Lin Xian took the card, the contribution points showing 21,500 points, original 6,000 plus obsidian 15,000 plus wilderness hunt 500.
Overnight fortune.
Also, Qin Shoujing lowered his voice, his expression serious. I used some old connections to find out that Jiangli, the chief steward of Shinnong Valley at the 100 Herbs Hall in Dawn City, will personally be presiding over the auction this afternoon.
It's said he holds a very high position in Shinnong Valley, and his soul-calming needle technique is exquisite.
But he's arrogant and difficult to approach, and the consultation fee is probably astronomical. He shook his head, not finishing his sentence.
Chief Steward Jiangli of Shinnong Valley. Soul-calming needle technique. This is undoubtedly the key to saving Little Li.
But arrogant and hard to deal with a high consultation fee, the difficulty sharply increases.
The pressure remains enormous.
The auction requires a large number of contribution points, and hiring Jiang Li will also be costly.
Got it, thank you, Dr. Qin. Lin Xian's expression was calm, as if hearing ordinary news. The auction over there. The final highlight lot is in Hunmu Xian, starting bid at 8,000 contribution points.
Qin Shoujing announced the astonishing figure. In previous years, the final price often exceeded 25,000 points, sometimes even higher. He looked at Lin Xian's card anxiously.
Young friend Lin, your financial pressure is very high. Over 25,000 points.
Lin Xian stared at the 21,500 points on the card, his eyes deep and serious. The wild hunt yielded far less than expected, and the Pancher battle avatar had been on the move all night, encountering several waves of beast packs. Although they gathered quite a few materials, it was still far from enough.
Time was tight, and the gap was huge. There's still time.
Lin Xian said those 4 words, then turned to Su Qingya.
Qingya, come out with me for a while, I need your help. Su Qingya looked up puzzled, not understanding how she could help.
In the western district of Dawnlight City, the Tianyin Pavilion liaison point on the city's outskirts, there was an elegant tea house called Lu Yun Xian. A faint scent of sandalwood and tea filled the air, with the gentle flow of guzheng music.
Several men and women with an aura of cool elegance either sipped tea or spoke quietly to one another. The atmosphere was completely different from the noisy base city outside.
Lin Xian led the reserved Su Qingya inside.
How can we assist you? A female attendant wearing a moon-white qipao, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, stepped forward. Lin Xian asked directly, does your establishment purchase ancient music scores? Or could you recommend a music theory tutor?
The attendant glanced at Lin Xian, sensing his calm and reserved aura, then looked at Su Qingya cradling a guqin, her demeanor graceful and refined, and nodded slightly.
please follow me. She led them into a quiet and elegant room. Soon, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, with a lean face and 3 long whiskers, walked in slowly. He toyed with a smooth jade pendant in his hand, his eyes sharp and filled with scrutiny. Lin Xian sensed his extraordinary spiritual power. He was clearly a cultivator in the opening pulse stage, specializing in music cultivation. My surname is Feng, and I am the manager of Lu Yun Pavilion. Are you two here to sell music scores, or to seek learning? Manager Feng spoke calmly, with a special rhythmic cadence. I've long heard of Manager Feng. Lin Xian slightly cupped his hands and introduced Su Qingya to him. This is my companion Su Qingya, who knows a bit about the guqin. We happened upon a fragmentary music score and would like your pavilion to appraise its value. As he spoke, he took out from the storage space a damaged music score wrapped in an unknown beast's hide. The hide was tough and carried a bloody smell, with faintly discernible notes on the score. Manager Feng's gaze fell on the beast hide, his expression grave. He took the fragmentary score but did not open it immediately. Instead, he lightly rubbed the hide with his fingers, sensing the material and residual aura. After a moment, he carefully unfolded it. The fragment of the score was only palm-sized, containing a few lines of incomplete notes, with archaic handwriting that radiated a vast and sorrowful aura. Feng Guancher stared at it for a long time, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He picked up a blank sheet of paper and a pen beside him and began to compare and deduce. His fingers unconsciously plucked the air strings, and a faint but deeply resonant low hum filled the elegant room. Su Qingya held the instrument quietly, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy, as if sinking into the profound melody. The spiritual power within her body also began to fluctuate accordingly. Lin Xian silently observed, understanding in his heart that this fragment was extraordinary. Steward Feng clearly saw the clues. He deliberately brought this fragment, not to sell it, but to test Tianyin Pavilion, while also paving the way for Su Qingya and himself on the path of musical theory, and to seek opportunities for the future incarnation of music to take shape. After a long while, Steward Feng put down his pen, exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with admiration and regret. What a piece, a fragment of lonely smoke in the desert. Unfortunately, it's severely incomplete, with only a trace of sorrowful battle spirit, and the core melody barely remaining in bits, greatly diminishing its value. He set aside the fragment, his gaze shifting to Lin Xian and Su Qingya, lingering on Su Qingya for a moment, as if noticing her earlier immersion in the music. This incomplete score, Lu Yun Pavilion offers 1,000 contribution points to purchase. As for the introduction to music theory, he shifted his tone. If you are interested, Miss, Lu Yun Pavilion can arrange basic courses. Lin Xian felt a stir in his heart. Although 1,000 points was not much, the other party's attention to Su Qingya was more important. Very well. Qingya indeed has an interest in music. I'll trouble Steward Feng to make the arrangements. Lin Xian promptly agreed and handed over the fragmentary score. Consider this as Qingya's apprentice fee. He seemed indifferent to such a small gain. A flash of surprise appeared in Steward Feng's eyes, then he smiled and said, "Young friend, you're straightforward, then it's a deal. The instructor will contact Miss Su shortly to arrange the beginner course." He took the fragmentary score and credited 1,000 contribution points to Lin Xian's ID card. Leaving Lu Yun Pavilion, Su Qingya still couldn't quite believe it. "Brother Lin, can I really learn music?" "Of course." Lin Xian looked at her. "Your qin playing at the general's tomb has already shown potential. This might be your path. Study well, it might even help awaken Shaoli," he said meaningfully. Su Qingya nodded, hope flickering in her eyes. ID card points, 22,500. The gap is still huge, the auction is right around the corner. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the magnificent, heavily guarded building at the center of the base city, the Treasure Pavilion. The biggest battleground is right there. Afternoon, Jubao Pavilion Auction Hall. The huge circular space is divided into 3 levels. The ground floor is for regular seats, the second floor has semi-open VIP boxes, and the third floor consists of fully enclosed top-tier boxes, only accessible to the most elite forces. The air is filled with tension, greed, and the scent of gunpowder. Awakened individuals, clan representatives, mercenary leaders, and scholars gather together. Lin Xian and Su Qingya sat in an inconspicuous corner on the lower floor. Chen Mo was still injured and remained in the medical area.
Lin Xian changed into a gray combat suit, concealing his aura, looking like an ordinary early transcendent mercenary.
Su Qingya hugged her chin, sitting nervously beside him.
The shadow transformed into an invisible shade, slipping into the corner of the hall to monitor the flow of energy. Lin Xian keenly sensed several powerful mental energies sweeping across the room, surveying with arrogance. They came from the top-tier private rooms on the third floor, the Yi family, the senior members of the Yanhuang Council, and Jiangli from the Shinong Valley, among others.
The auction begins.
A series of rare items appeared: enchanted weapons, spiritual plants and herbs, incomplete ancient texts, mutated beast materials. Bidding echoed one after another, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. Lin Xian remained as steady as a rock, occasionally buying some ordinary medicinal herbs to stabilize Chen Mo's injuries, spending only a few hundred points.
Time passes.
The auctioneer's voice rose excitedly as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen,
up next is the grand finale of this auction, the Soul Calming Wood Core."
The entire hall fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on the center of the auction stage. A transparent crystal dome slowly rose, soft light spilling inside. Within it was a section about 3 inches long, as thick as a child's arm, of pale golden wood core. The wood grain was delicate like golden threads, emitting a warm luster. A strange aura permeated the air, calming the mind and soul as if they were being purified. Just gazing at it invigorated even the most exhausted spirit. The ancient tree core that has calmed souls for 1,000 years, nourishing the spirit, stabilizing the soul, resisting inner demons, and awakening dormant consciousness, a rare treasure.
Starting bid, 8,000 contribution points, with each raise not less than 500. Bidding begins.
Before the voice had fallen, a hoarse shout came from a VIP box on the second floor, 10,000.
Immediately, another box shouted, 12,000.
In a corner on the ground floor, a cloaked figure reported in a deep voice, 15,000.
Instantly, it attracted many gazes. It was clearly a wealthy guest concealing their identity.
The price soared wildly like a runaway horse. 18,000, shouted the second floor private room. The cloaked guest was equally unyielding, 20,000. The voice was firm, determined to win.
Once this price was announced, the noise downstairs immediately died down. 20,000 contribution points was an astronomical price for most people.
Lin Xian's eyes were sharp, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest.
The moment had arrived.
He raised his paddle, his voice steady and clear, 21,500 points.
This was his entire fortune, a desperate all-in.
The entire crowd was stunned, all eyes focused on the inconspicuous young man in the corner.
21,500 points. This ordinary mercenary actually has such financial power? Su Qingya was so nervous her palms were sweating.
The cloaked man suddenly turned his head, his gaze like a venomous snake fixed on Lin Xian, filled with cold anger. Clearly, he hadn't expected someone to intervene in the bidding. After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 22,000 points. Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but a chill surged in his heart. He knew his trump card had been revealed.
Yet, he still had a counter-move.
Just as he was about to resort to unconventional means, such as using the special materials brought by the petrified form as on-site collateral, a proud and indifferent voice came from the top-tier private room on the third floor, 25,000 points. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure that instantly subdued the noise of the entire venue.
Yi family. Yi Lingxiao has made a move.
And it's a crushing high bid, directly adding 3,000 points, as if declaring this treasure belongs exclusively to the Yi family.
At the same time, this is a blatant humiliation to Lin Xian, this little ant.
The immense pressure crashed down on Lin Xian in the corner like a mountain, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the auction hall.
Su Qingya's face turned deathly pale as she looked at Lin Xian in despair.
Chen Mo, in the hospital room, learned the quote through the communicator and sighed deeply. Lin Xian slowly looked up, his gaze piercing through the crowd, directly staring at the third floor's private box, cold and indifferent like looking down at ants from a height. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, with a molten core simmering deep within.
he did not immediately raise the price. Amid the gazes of the crowd, some sympathetic, some mocking, and some gloating, Lin Xian slowly raised his hand. "Host," his voice steady yet penetrating, "I request an anonymous consignment auction." "Anonymous consignment auction?" The auctioneer was momentarily stunned, then understood. This was a special service of Jubao Pavilion, where sellers can hide their identity and temporarily consign items to participate in the auction, with the contribution points earned prioritized to offset previous bidding amounts. This was Lin Xian's final trump card, and also the greatest gain from his wild hunt last night and exploration of the General's tomb ruins. He bet that this item was worth enough to cover the gap, or even more. "Please present your consigned item." The auctioneer signaled the staff to step forward. The auction house immediately stirred, everyone craned their necks, eager to see what comeback chip this young man suppressed by the Yi family could bring out. Lin Xian solemnly took out from his inner storage space a long object tightly wrapped in thick animal hide, peeling layer after layer of the hide. When the last layer of hide was lifted, a fierce and overwhelming battle intent suddenly erupted, as if a sleeping beast had awakened, the sharp aura shocking the entire scene. Buzz, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose, and those with slightly lower cultivation felt their blood surge wildly, as if they were in a battlefield drenched in blood. Lin Xian held a broken knife in his hand, about 2 feet long, dark red like dried blood, covered with spiderweb-like cracks, the blade jagged and uneven. Though damaged, it radiated a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. That blazing battle intent came from it. Faint illusions of clashing armor, cavalry charges, and bloody battles flickered around the blade. This sword was obtained from the core ruins of the General's tomb, suspected to be fragments of an ancient divine weapon, containing supreme battle intent and deadly aura. Starting bid is 10,000 contribution points. Lin Xian's voice was resolute. The entire room fell silent, eyes fixed intently on the broken sword, sensing the terrifying aura that sent shivers through their souls. Suppressed murmurs of doubt and amazement also came from the third-tier private boxes. Inside the Yi family's private box, the previous bidding voices fell silent, clearly intimidated by the aura of the broken sword. The auctioneer shouted excitedly with a trembling voice, "Ancient divine weapon fragment. Supreme battle intent. Starting bid at 10,000 points. Bidding begins. 12,000. 15,000. 18,000. 20,000. The bidding instantly exploded, far surpassing the Enhunmu core. Obviously, knowledgeable buyers were frantically chasing after this broken sword, especially martial cultivators. Lin Xian stood silently in the corner, unmoved like the calm eye of a storm. Without looking at the rising prices, his gaze calmly focused on the Enhunmu core on the auction stage, which emitted a warm and gentle luster. "Shaoli, wait for me." The broken sword Fencha appeared, and the auction hall instantly erupted, like a meteor crashing into a calm lake, stirring up a wild tide. 21,000. 23,000. 25,000. The price soared rapidly, bids rising and falling, with exclamations non-stop. This was not only a contest of wealth but also a craving for ancient battle spirit and murderous aura. The dark red blade shimmered under the light, as if recounting tales of blood and stormy pasts. Lin Xian stood in the corner, expression calm as water. Through the link formed by the shadow phantom incarnation, he sensed 3 strong intentions like invisible tentacles repeatedly scanning both himself and the broken sword's aura. One came from the Yi family's private room, cold and greedy. One was rigorous and inquisitive, likely from the Yenuan Council or the Tower of Truth. The last aura was peculiar, mingled with fresh grassy fragrance yet unfathomable. It was Jiangli from Shenong Valley. Finally, a trembling 32,000 broke the bidding noise. The bidder was a black-robed man on the second floor, his aura blazing like a dormant volcano, clearly a powerful martial artist. 32,200 points. Sold. The auctioneer slammed the gavel excitedly, the price far exceeding Lin Xian's expectations. Lin Xian's identity card notification: after deducting the 22,000 points spent to bid on the Soul Wood core, the cloaked bidder gave up, and adding the income from the burning deadly breaker knife, the balance instantly rose to 32,500 points, 22,500 plus 32,000 to 22,000. This enormous wealth is sufficient to support the subsequent plans. "Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully winning the bid for the soul calming wood core," announced the auctioneer.
The crystal dome was lifted, the pale golden wood core placed into a specially made jade box, and the staff carefully delivered it to Lin Xian. The eyes around were sharp, filled with greed and jealousy, making Lin Xian the target of public criticism.
He remained calm, took the jade box, feeling its smooth and cool texture, his spirit invigorated.
Without looking around, he handed it to the nervous Su Qingya beside him. "Hold it tight." Su Qingya trembled, clutching the jade box tightly with both hands, as if grasping her only hope. "The auction is over, please all distinguished guests leave the venue orderly."
The auctioneer's voice sounded.
Lin Xian took Su Qingya and turned to leave, not following the usual route through the medical area, but instead turning into a dim and quiet evacuation passage behind the treasure pavilion. The shadow manifested like a hunting dog, alert and silent, weaving through the darkness, its mental senses spreading like a spider web, monitoring every slightest movement around. The passage was unusually silent, with only the heavy footsteps of the two and the humming deep within the pipelines. Lin Xian's heart was as heavy as a rock, his muscles tense, spiritual energy rapidly circulating through his meridians. A yellow ochre halo faintly flowed beneath Lin Xian's skin. They were about to pass through the half-open safety door at the end of the corridor when an unexpected change occurred. The lights ahead suddenly went out, and a light click of a trap echoed from the ventilation duct above their heads. SSS, a sharp whistling sound pierced the silence. Dozens of tiny needles as thin as cow hairs, shimmering with a faint blue cold light, instantly shot towards Lin Xian and Su Qingya's vital points like a heavy rain. Extremely fast and at tricky angles, each needle carried a deadly poison force capable of penetrating the protective spiritual power of the opening meridian stage. "This is a deadly trap. Careful!" Lin Xian shouted low, his reaction as fast as lightning. He suddenly pulled Su Qingya behind him, his body spinning like a top. Both hands surrounded by a yellowish-brown glow, weaving into illusions. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out like a sudden rain. Most of the poison needles were precisely flicked away by his steel-like palms, hitting the walls and floor, emitting sizzling corrosive sounds. But there were too many needles, moving too fast, and still 3 pierced through the gaps in his hand shadows, aiming for his throat and chest. A hair's breadth away. Lin Xian sharply turned his head, 2 needles grazed his cheeks, leaving bloodstains and burning numbness. The last needle shot straight at his chest, but he used his left arm's old injury to block it hard. The poison needle penetrated deep into the flesh, and the corrosive, numbing toxin quickly spread. "Ugh!" Lin Xian groaned, his movements faltering. The chilling toxin spread through his bloodstream, his left arm losing sensation, half of his body paralyzed. "Brother Lin!" Su Qingya shouted in panic. At that moment, a cold and merciless shout rang out, "Die!" Boom! A sharp sword intent suddenly descended, tearing through the alloy plate at the tunnel's ceiling. A shadow like the Grim Reaper merged with the swordlight, man and sword as one, screaming straight for Lin Xian's crown. The sword came at the perfect moment. Lin Xian was poisoned and paralyzed, old wounds not yet healed, new strength not yet formed, life and death hanging in the balance. Before the swordlight arrived, its sharpness already made his scalp tingle and caused intense pain between his brows, danger lurking everywhere. A peak expert in opening meridians, even stronger, far surpassing Zhao Heihu and the others, a true Yi family inner guard. No way to escape, no strength to resist. Roar! In this desperate situation, Lin Xian's eyes turned blood red, the jade slip in his consciousness flashed wildly, the rock body technique was pushed to the extreme, and his whole body's qi and blood erupted like a volcano. His right fist clenched tightly, and a soil-yellow glow suddenly condensed, like a massive cracked boulder, carrying the resolve of destroying both jade and stone, fiercely smashing toward the deadly sword light. Rock battle technique, mountain crushing seal. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body surged wildly toward the wound on his left arm, desperately suppressing the terrifying poison. With a thunderous crash, fist and sword collided. The intense energy shockwave exploded like a bomb in the narrow passage, tearing apart the hard alloy walls, rupturing and twisting the pipelines, sparks flying wildly everywhere. Lin Xuanru was hit head-on by a high-speed train, his whole body shaking violently, blood spurting from his mouth, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His right fist was a mess of torn flesh and blood, deep enough to see bone, and the bones in his right arm groaned in pain. The condensed shadow of the mountain-crushing seal instantly shattered. The dazzling sword light was also blocked, its radiance dimmed, and its descending speed slowed. A dark shadow twisted in midair and landed lightly. It was the Yi family inner guard who appeared at the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall last night. He wore a black tight outfit, cold and stern like an ice sculpture, his eyes sharp like an eagle's. In his hand was a 3-foot blue blade, its blade flickering with a cold gleam and humming continuously. Facing Lin Xian, who was heavily injured and flying backward, there was no ripple in his eyes, only the ruthless cruelty of a cat playing with a mouse and disdain for a struggling ant. Being able to block my sword technique star shatter already makes you quite arrogant. Too bad, an ant is still just an ant in the end. His voice was calm but merciless. No sooner had he spoken than his figure disappeared again. It wasn't because of speed but a mysterious footwork technique that seemed to merge instantly with space, next moment bizarrely appearing ahead of Lin Xian's backward flying trajectory. The sword light flared up again, faster and more cunning than before, stabbing straight for the heart, aiming to pin him against the corridor wall. Too fast. Lin Xian was heavily injured and numb, unable to react in time, only able to watch helplessly as the cold sword tip enlarged in his pupils, the breath of death drawing near. No! Su Qingya screamed, rushing forward to shield Lin Xian, the Enhanmu heart jade box in her arms falling to the ground. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, the jade slip in his sea of consciousness spinning wildly, its clear radiance nearly ablaze. His mental and spiritual power rushed recklessly toward a faint connection newly formed deep within his sea of consciousness. It was a spiritual seed he planted today after encountering the Melody Dao resonance at Luyun Pavilion, using the Hahua's I Jing. At this life or death moment, the seed was being frantically triggered. Condense! At the very instant the deadly sword tip was about to pierce his heart. Buzz! A strange and distant string sound suddenly exploded behind Lin Xian. The sound was not loud, but like something ancient and primal, piercing the soul and tearing through illusions. Ignoring spatial distance, it shook the depths of everyone's soul. Buzz, clang. Like a guqin string breaking, like metal weapons clashing, tearing through the silent long night. A pale silver sound wave ripple that distorted the air suddenly spread out from somewhere behind Lin Xian. The first to be affected was the sharp sword aimed at Lin Xian's heart. The sword blade trembled violently, emitting a piercing wail. The lightning-fast sword momentum seemed to have collided with an invisible sound wave barrier, forcibly stopping mid-air. The sword tip was only an inch from Lin Xian's heart, yet it could not advance any further. Yi Qi, the Yi family bodyguard, showed a rare violent tremor on his face. He felt his wrist gripping the sword being struck by an invisible heavy hammer, pain accompanied by numbness washing over him. Even more terrifying was the piercing string sound that directly assaulted his mind, leaving his brain blank as if his soul was being torn apart. The concentrated energy and spirit he had gathered instantly dissipated. Yi Qi let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with an indescribable terror. He was pushed away by an invisible immense force, stepping back 3 times, each step leaving a deep dent in the alloy floor. He looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto the area behind Lin Xian. The light there was slightly distorted, and the blurred figure quickly solidified. The figure was slender and tall, not a physical body but composed of countless leaping light silver soundwave runes and pure spiritual energy. It was draped in a phantom robe condensed from moonlight, its face blurred, with only 10 slender, well-defined fingers, fingertips flowing with faint silver light, lightly pressing on the phantom of a qin with 7 strings made of hazy moonlight and sound waves. The body of the qin was transparent, with 7 strings shimmering silver, 1 feather string trembled slightly, emitting a lingering resonance that made the heart race. This was the incarnation of melody, condensed from fragments of the artistic conception of fisherman's song at dusk, Lin Xian's will to survive, a burst of spiritual power, and the resonance of Su Qingya's qin music. Just born, its aura was still unstable, hovering between reality and illusion. Its eyes, composed of sonic rune patterns, coldly stared at the suspicious Yi Qi. Delicate fingertips lightly rested on the 2nd string of the instrument. Cold murderous intent and soul-piercing strings filled the entire broken passageway. The air seemed to solidify as Yi Qi stood firm with his sword, his hawk-like eyes locked onto that illusory incarnation of melody. The sound pattern in the eyes was merciless, fingertips pressing on the shimmering silver strings of the instrument, an invisible murderous intent crashing into his mind like a cold tide. Sound turned into form? Impossible, he just opened his meridians. Yi Qi's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The absolute confidence of the Yi family's internal guard wavered for the first time. The numbness in his wrist and the tearing sensation in his mind reminded him that the sound of the strings just now was no illusion. He had never heard of such a bizarre method. After all, he was a seasoned expert at the peak of vein opening cultivation. He quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart, his eyes filled with even more killing intent. This person had strange techniques, incredible potential, and even concealed a treasure the Anhan would heart. He absolutely could not be let go. The young master's orders were above all else. Clang! Yi Qi forcefully summoned his spiritual power, which had been somewhat sluggish due to the sonic shockwave, preparing to unleash another thunderous strike. Even at the risk of damaging his divine soul, he was determined to completely shatter this strange incarnation and Lin Xian. Humph! A cold, displeased snort, clear and sharp like ice beads dropping onto a jade plate, suddenly rang out from the entrance of the passage. Though not loud, the voice had an irresistible penetrating power, instantly breaking the tense silence within the passage. The murderous intent and spiritual energy concentrated by Yi Qi immediately faltered, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze filled with shock and anger glaring towards the passage entrance. Lin Xian also struggled to lift his head, enduring the numbness from pain and poison, looking toward the source of the voice. In the dim light, two figures stood silently. The leader was tall and slender, wearing a plain white dress draped with a light cyan gauze robe. A light veil covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of clear, cold pond-like eyes, deep and containing the cycles of countless decays and renewals. Her dark hair flowed like a waterfall, tied up with a single wooden hairpin, exuding an aloof and untainted cold elegance, like a hidden orchid in a deep valley. Her restrained aura pressed down on others, making it hard to breathe, far surpassing Yi Qi. Half a step behind her stood an elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor. He was none other than Qin Shoujin, the chief steward of Shinnong Valley's Dawn City. He bowed slightly, his expression respectful yet tinged with concern, his eyes scanning the mess on the ground and the miserable state of Lin Xian. Jie Jiang. Lady Jiangli? Yi Qi's pupils contracted sharply, the coldness and murderous intent on his face instantly replaced by shock and caution. He recognized this woman as Jiangli, the chief steward of Shinnong Valley, a person of high status and great skill, respected even by the young master of his own family. Why was she here, and what connection did she have with the gravely injured Lin Xian? Jiangli glanced indifferently at Yi Qi, her gaze like a deity looking down on ants, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yi family's inner guard? Quite a display of power. Since when did Dawn City become your slaughterhouse for arbitrarily killing council honorees? Her voice was icy yet carried an invisible authority that directly challenged the accusation. Council honorees meant that Lin Xian was protected by the Yanhuan Council. Yi Qi's expression changed slightly, forcibly suppressing his anger, and he defended in a deep voice, "Master Jiang, you misunderstand. This person ambushed peripheral members of my Yi family and stole important valuables. I was only following orders to capture and question him." He tried to frame the conflict as a personal grievance. Stealing? The corners of Jiang Lisha's lips beneath her veil lifted into a faintly mocking arc, her gaze falling on the soul-soothing wood-heart jade box radiating a gentle light at Su Qingya's feet. What I saw was the dignified Yi family inner guard ambushing a legitimately successful bidder in the evacuation passage after the treasure pavilion auction, attempting to forcibly seize his lawful gains. Steward Qin, since when did the rules of treasure pavilion become so despicable? Qin Shoujing stepped forward steadily, his voice firm. "Master Jiang, Treasure Pavilion's regulations clearly state that after an auction ends and guests leave the venue, Treasure Pavilion is no longer responsible for their safety. But any malicious plundering or ambush is strictly prohibited within Base City. We will definitely report this matter to the Council's Law Enforcement Department for a thorough investigation." His words were resolute, spoken both to Jiangli and also clearly heard by Yi Qi, making it clear that Shinnong Valley stood on Lin Xian's side.
Yi Qi's face was extremely sullen. Shenong Valley and Jubao Pavilion joined forces to apply pressure, even pinning the blame on the council. He was just a low-ranking personal guard and simply couldn't confront them head-on. Even if the young master was powerful, he could not openly oppose the alliance of these two major forces at this moment. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, who was severely wounded against the wall, blood bubbling from the corner of his mouth but whose eyes remained cold, then cautiously glanced at the silver figure behind Lin Xian with strange aura and fingers poised on strings. In the end, he could only suppress his murderous intent and humiliation, gritting his teeth as he said, "Since Lord Jiang and Steward Qin have intervened, I will report this matter to the young master for a decision." As soon as his words fell, a sword sound rang out, the blade sheathed with a reluctant hum. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian one last time, as if trying to engrave his image into his bones, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows. Before leaving, he didn't even dare to glance again at the silver figure. The eerie string sounds filled him with dread. With the formidable enemy retreating, only the heavy smell of blood and scorched energy lingered in the passage. Lin Xian's taut nerves finally relaxed, unable to suppress the internal injuries and venom any longer, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood tinged dark green with poison. His vision darkened, and the searing pain in his right and left arms surged like a tide, his body swayed precariously. "Brother Lin!" Su Qingya wept profusely, hastily supporting him. "Little Lin!" Qin Shouxin hurried forward, frowning deeply as he carefully examined the injuries. "The poison is extremely severe, the sword intent is overwhelming, damaging the lungs and meridians." Jiang Li's gaze finally settled on Lin Xian, staring at his bloodied and mangled right fist, the poison-blackened wound on his left arm, and the silver musical incarnation gradually dissipating and transforming into pure sonic energy, returning to the sea of consciousness. A subtle fluctuation flickered deep in her eyes, like an invisible crack forming on an iceberg, filled with curiosity and surprise, but it was immediately concealed as if it were an illusion. "Steward Qin, bring the repose wood heart and the soul-calming needle technique." Jiang Li's voice was calm as still water, without the slightest ripple, as if the earlier intervention hadn't come from her. Qin Shouxing immediately understood, picked up the jade box from the ground, and respectfully handed it to Jiang Li. "Sir, the soul-calming wood core is here." Jiang Li extended her pale, jade-like fingers and gently brushed over the jade box, feeling the warm and harmonious life force within. She nodded slightly, her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Xian, and said, "Without the cooperation of my Shinong Valley's soul-stabilizing needle technique and the power of the soul-calming wood core to suppress the foreign sword intent and deadly poison inside the body, death within 3 days is inevitable." After hearing this, Su Qingya, as if grasping at a lifeline, fell to her knees on the cold alloy floor, disregarding the blood and debris, crying out in desperation, "Lord Jiang! Please save Brother Lin! We will do anything to save him!" Lin Xian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, each breath painfully piercing his lungs. He looked into Jiang Li's deep eyes, his voice hoarse but clear, "Lord Jiang, what are your conditions?" He understood this wouldn't be a free rescue. Jiang Li's gaze bypassed Lin Xian, as if piercing through the base's walls, aiming at the ruins of the general's tomb in the distance. She said coldly, "Beneath the core ruins of the general's tomb lies a fragment of the Qingnong Shu. Bring it back intact, and I will save both you and Xiao Li." A shock struck Lin Xian's heart as he finally understood why Yi Lingxiao targeted him. Before the collapse of the general's tomb, he had infiltrated the core area and sensed an ancient fragment protected by a powerful spell, emanating strong life energy and the essence of botanical Tao, but due to the urgency, he couldn't retrieve it. That fragment was the Qingnong Shu part Jiang Li mentioned, a piece of the sacred classic of medicine. Yi Lingxiao's goal was likely that fragment as well. Jiang Li's condition was akin to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Qin Shouxin's face changed drastically, and he said worriedly, "The core ruins of General Zhong's tomb have become a deadly trap, filled with malevolent energy, and strong mutated beasts are lurking. Moreover, the Yi family must be heavily guarding it." "That's your problem." Jiang Li's tone was calm, as if it didn't matter. "The Anhanwood heart is temporarily entrusted to me. Bring the fragment within 3 days to save the person, no extension." After speaking, she turned and left, her white dress tracing a cold arc in the dim corridor. "Steward Qin, take the severely injured girl back to Baikatang first and stabilize the dying," she ordered coldly.
Qin Shoujin looked at Jian Li's back, then at the injured Xiaoli and the tottering Su Qingya, and sighed deeply. He understood this was the only chance Jian Li was giving him, out of regard for the Yanhan would hearten for him. Lin Xiaoyu, Qin Shoujin hesitated to speak.
I understand.
Lin Xian gritted his teeth, grabbing Su Qingya with his still functional left hand and pulling her up, his gaze resolute as he looked at Qin Shoujin. Dr. Qin, Qingya, and Xiaoli are counting on you. Don't worry, I will do my best to delay them. Qin Shoujin nodded solemnly and immediately called over the late arriving security personnel from Jubao Pavilion. They carefully lifted the unconscious Xiaoli onto a stretcher and quickly left with a worried-looking Su Qingya. The corridor was left with only Lin Xian, and a deathly silence fell again. The shattered alloy walls, broken wires sparking dangerously, and the blood on the ground congealed, giving off a metallic stench of rust. His right arm was almost useless, white bones exposed, his left hand was paralyzed by potent poison, half of his body numb, his lungs were severely injured by the raging sword intent, and his meridians felt as if pierced by countless red-hot steel needles. The excruciating pain tore wildly through his bones like venomous insects, the toxins spreading with his blood, his consciousness gradually fading. In just 3 days, the battered Qing Nang Shu, the watchful Yi family, the enormous pressure gripped his throat like cold iron tongs. Lin Shen leaned against the cold alloy wall, letting out a low, hoarse laugh tinged with the scent of blood. There was no despair in that laugh, only the cold madness and determination that erupted when pushed to the brink. Within his sea of consciousness, the jade slip's glow remained bright, though dim, it steadfastly circulated. The Panshur combat avatar had long since dissipated, his spirit and spiritual power exhausted. The Wen Dao avatar lay silent within his body. The recently forcibly condensed and life-saving Yin LV avatar had also depleted its energy, transforming into fragments of musical Dao rhythm returning to the sea of consciousness, but brought great burden and weakness. The Yuing avatar continuously monitored the entire scene, consuming considerable mental strength. At this moment, he was heavily injured, mentally chaotic, spirit drained, and nearly at his limit. But only one thought filled his mind: I cannot die. Lin Xian snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and blazing with the hellfire of a survival instinct. Trembling, relying on the strength of his left hand and back, he painstakingly propped up his broken body. Every step tore through excruciating pain, broken bones grinding against flesh, toxins eroding nerves, sweat and blood mingling, soaking through his tattered clothes. He staggered like a bloodied man crawling out of hell, inching deeper into the passage, aiming for the general's tomb, the abyss that swallowed the Panshur avatar, buried the Panshur body, and concealed the fragmented pages of the Qingnang Shu. At a hidden maintenance exit on the outer wall of the base, the guard saw a figure drenched in blood, almost inhuman. Relying on an ID card and astonishing willpower, he staggered out of the base gate and disappeared into the yellowish wind and sand of the wilderness. The news flew back to the Yi family stronghold as if it had grown wings. What? That Lin Xian, severely injured and near death, went alone to the ruins of the general's tomb? Yi Lingxiao suddenly stood up from the luxurious beastskin chair, his handsome face full of shock and disbelief, then turned into cold mockery and murderous intent. Overestimating yourself, courting death. That bitch Jian Li's condition? Humph, just saves me the trouble of handling it personally. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he coldly instructed Yi Qi, whose aura was chilly beside him, inform Yi Kuang to take the greedy wolf squad and immediately seal off the perimeter of the general's tomb. No matter what, Lin Xian's body, whether alive or dead, must be seen. Make sure to bring back the remaining pages of the I Ching Nang book/I. Also, investigate thoroughly the secret behind the last disguise technique he used. Yes, young master. Yi Qi bowed and vanished in a puff of black smoke. Yi Lingxiao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at Dawnguard City swallowed by the night. His fingers tightened around the icy jade ring, which emitted a faint clicking sound. Lin Xian, no matter what trump cards you still have, General's tomb will be your end. The night was as dark as ink, completely covering the wilderness. The cold wind howled, stirring up sand and dry bones, producing a mournful wail. The ruins of General's tomb under the pale moonlight resembled a sleeping ancient beast. The collapsed stones lay in disarray, forming countless deep caves. A heavy aura of malevolence spread like gray mist, exuding a sickly sweet and chilling resentment. The air carried a deathly scent 10 times stronger than the last time Lin Xian was here, as if countless restless souls were silently roaring. A staggering figure struggled forward among the rubble that was Lin Xian. His gray battlesuit was soaked through with blood and sweat, stiffened by the night wind. His right arm hung limp, mangled flesh revealing shattered bones. The wound on his left arm was pitch black, emitting a foul stench. Toxins crept like cold venomous snakes, bringing excruciating pain and numbness. Every breath stabbed him like a breaking bellows, thick with the metallic scent of blood in his lungs. The jade slip in his mind glowed faintly, and waves of dizziness from exhausted spiritual energy battered his consciousness one after another. Pain, deep to the bone, heart-rending. But he still pressed on. Clutching the cold rocks with his only remaining left hand, relying on the tempered willpower forged by the rock body technique and a desperate desire for life, he inched step by step toward the core of the ruins. Behind him, under the moonlight, intermittent dark red blood trails were dragged along. Roar! A low, fierce roar came from the rock crevice. A bloody wind hit the face. A mutated corpse dog the size of a calf, covered in dark green bone spines and with scarlet eyes, lunged out ferociously. It was clearly a predator attracted by the scent of blood. Normally, this kind of mid-level mutation beast in the transcendence stage could be wiped out by Lin Xian with a snap of his fingers, but at this moment, cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, without hesitation. Boom! A heavy and fierce battle intent, like a mountain collapsing, erupted from his battered body. It was the purest killing will, born from the incarnation of the rock-solid battle spirit after it merged into his body following the blood-soaked slaughter of the guardian spirit beast at the general's tomb. Faint yet piercing the soul, carrying the aura of tragedy and unyielding resolve. Whoa! The mutated corpse dog was struck hard midair, its blood-red eyes instantly filled with terror. It let out a piercing wail, tucked its tail, and fled into the dark crevice without looking back. Intimidation. With a broken body and unwavering will, Lin Xian used the battle intent fused into his bones and blood to drive back the ferocious beast. He was panting, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze was even sharper, and he did not stop. Relying on the rock form's memory of this ruin and his sensing of the residual Tao resonance from the central altar, he trudged through the labyrinthine giant stones. Avoiding several areas thick with ominous aura and skirting the territory of dormant mutated beasts, Lin Xian finally climbed onto the tilted, collapsed giant steel remains. Beneath the steel lay a half-buried, deep cave entrance, one of the collapsed tunnels leading to the altar. A strange aura 10 times stronger than that outside surged from the depths of the cave entrance, mixed with thick earth spirit energy and violent killing intent, like the breath of a slumbering beast. Arrived! Lin Xian took a deep breath, the icy killing intent rushing into his lungs. He coughed, a firm resolve flashing in his eyes. Supporting himself with his left hand, he struggled to squeeze through the narrow gap. Inside the cave was pitch black, the killing intent cold and piercing like a viscous liquid, wildly corroding his wounds and consciousness. The air was filled with the smell of earth and decay. He gritted his teeth, his pancher body instinctively supporting him, a yellowish halo appearing on his surface, barely resisting the killing intent. He closed his eyes and focused, cautiously feeling his way forward, relying on the faint perception of Tao resonance. Beneath his feet, broken stones, shattered arrows, and fragments of armor lay scattered, every step feeling like stepping on a blade's edge. After an unknown length of time, the space ahead suddenly opened up, a faint light seeping through the cracks. Lin Xian's heart leapt as he forcefully pushed the loosened boulder, rolling into the open area. Here lay the core altar of the general's tomb collapse. The dome was nearly caved in, broken stone beams crisscrossing for support, liable to collapse at any moment. The altar was shattered into pieces, buried under dust and rubble. Decayed beast bones and remnants of weapons lay scattered everywhere, a scene of utter desolation. Yet, at the broken altar's core, a gentle but resilient turquoise-green beam of light pierced through the dust, shining persistently. Within the beam, an ancient scroll strung together by jade-like green tablets floated quietly, exuding immense vitality energy. The scroll faintly displayed the characters Qing Nang. A layer of cyan aura rippled like water, isolating the surrounding terrifying fiendish energy and deathly aura. That was the remnant page of the M. Qing Nang book/M, Zhang Li's target, and the treasure Yi Lingxiao was sworn to seize. It remained intact, protected by a powerful life restriction, unaffected by the collapse of the ruins. A flame of hope ignited in Lin Xian's eyes. He gritted his teeth and staggered toward the emerald light pillar. As long as he could get it. He, truly moving, dragging this broken shell of a body and still managing to find this place. A cold laughter suddenly echoed from the fractured stone beam above and to his left. Lin Xian's whole body shuddered, and he snapped his head around. In the shadow of the huge broken beam stood a towering, muscular man with rock-hard muscles. Over 2 meters tall, his bare bronze skin was covered with brutal scars, and he carried a blood axe as large as a door panel. The blade flickered with a dark red blood light, radiating a strong stench of blood and the fierce high-level aura of meridian opening. He looked down at Lin Xian, his gaze as cold as a predator watching struggling prey. Yi Kuang. Lin Xian's heart tightened. Yi Kuang, captain of Yi Lingxiao's Tanlang squad, sneered, "Young master truly has sharp eyes, knowing that a cockroach like you with a hard life would crawl here to meet your death." He swung his axe violently at the stone beam underfoot, causing debris to scatter. "Hand over the stuff, and I'll give you a quick end. Otherwise." He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. "I'll smash your bones one by one, then throw you into the blood energy pool to make your life worse than death." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures silently emerged from the shadows, dressed in tight black battlesuits, wearing wolf head masks emanating fierce energy, all mid-level channeling experts. Their positions were cunning, completely sealing off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. The Tanlang squad, all assembled, the killing trap was sealed. Lin Xian's heart felt heavy as if fallen into an icy abyss. Ahead was the unbroken forbidden seal guarding the remaining pages, and behind were 5 powerful enemies eyeing him like predators. Severely wounded and near death, his spiritual power exhausted, his mind on the brink of collapse. Desperate situation, no chance of survival. Kid, scared stiff? Yi Kuang saw Lin Xian remain silent and thought he was already frightened. He sneered and leapt down, his heavy body smashing the ground and kicking up dust. Dragging his blood axe, he advanced step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the silent altar like a death knell. "Looks like you refuse the wine and choose the punishment." Fierce light exploded in Yi Kuang's eyes. He suddenly swung his giant axe with a sharp, ear-piercing whistle through the air. The blood-colored fierce wind swept forward. Before the axe arrived, the strong wind and killing intent had already locked onto Lin Xian. This single swing was enough to cut him in half. Life and death on a razor's edge. There was no fear in Lin Xian's eyes, only cold madness and a resolute determination to burn everything to ashes together. Since there was no way to avoid it, then he wouldn't avoid it. He didn't look at the giant axe swinging down, nor did he pay attention to the 4 wolf guards closing in. His gaze locked on a corner of the broken altar. That was a blurry image transmitted before the embodiment of the rock dissolved. On the altar's base, besides beast bones and broken weapons, there was an inconspicuous, deeply cracked, dark stone tablet. The stone tablet had no aura fluctuation and was insignificant among the rubble. Lin Xian gambled. At the moment the blood-red giant axe was about to fall, he used his last strength to pounce fiercely toward that stone tablet, pressing his blood-stained left hand hard on the cracked stone. An anomaly suddenly rose. The stone tablet instantly erupted with a grayish light, carrying boundless decay and deathly silence, yet nurturing a faint and tenacious vitality. The cycle of withering and flourishing, the interchange of life and death, quickly filled the entire collapsed altar. An ancient, desolate thought surged into Lin Xian's mind: heaven and earth, all things, have birth and death, withering and flourishing revolve the true way. Using the body as soil, embracing death to nurture life, breaking to establish anew the sacred body of withering and flourishing. Xing Nang is the guide, withering and flourishing is the foundation. My path is not alone. Countless runes, meridian diagrams, and methods to transform the fatal killing aura into life essence poured into his consciousness like a dam breaking. At the same time, a force containing the true meaning of desolation and rebirth brutally surged into his shattered meridians. Boom! It was as if an explosion erupted inside his body. The deadly poison of erosion powder, Yi Qi's remnant sword intent, broken bones, and damaged meridians all underwent changes under the cleansing force of this withering and flourishing true qi. The deadly poison was enveloped and broken down by the death energy, the sword intent was devoured by vitality,
the broken bones rejuvenated like withered wood in spring, absorbing earth element's spiritual power and murderous energy from the ruins to begin reconstruction. The shattered meridians were forcibly broadened and repaired, becoming tough and smooth like newly forged river channels. Opening the meridians relies on the concept of unblocking. This energy, stemming from the mysterious stone tablet and containing the profound secrets of the withering and flourishing sacred body, forcibly cleared his blocked spiritual veins with overwhelming power, pushing him toward the intermediate stage of meridian opening. Arg! The tearing pain and the surge of new power caused Lin Xian to emit a beast-like roar. His whole body trembled violently, his skin alternately gray and ashen like dead ashes, then shining with a crystal-like luster. The withering and flourishing qi flowed wildly on the surface of his body. What kind of monster is this? Yi Kuang's blood axe was suddenly blocked by a withering light, its speed sharply reduced, and the axe qi silently neutralized by the gray light. He stared in horror at Lin Xian, shrouded in gray light and with a massively surging aura, his eyes full of confusion. Hurry and stop him. Yi Kuang immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He absolutely could not let Lin Xian complete his transformation. He roared angrily as his giant axe burst forth with even more dazzling bloodlight, striking again toward the center of the light. Four wolf guards launched attacks simultaneously, their figures like black lightning, with daggers, chains, and claw blades gleaming coldly as they fiercely stabbed at Lin Xian's vital points from all directions. 5 vein opening strong fighters launched an all-out assault, enough to tear apart any high-level vein opener instantly. However, just as the attack was about to strike, the gray light shrouding Lin Xian suddenly contracted inward, then erupted into a ring of gray-green halo. The halo spread, and the stones and dust beneath instantly turned to powder. Weapons and the energy they wielded caught by the halo corroded as if after 1,000 years. Yi Kuang's blood axe blade quickly rusted, its glow dimming. The wolf guards' weapons were further covered in decay, their spiritual power vanished completely. Put! Ugh! Yi Kuang was shaken by the backlash, his blood and energy surging violently, a heaviness pressing on his chest. The wolf guard's weapon flew from his hand, his body struck by the withering halo, his protective spiritual power shattered instantly, his vitality seemingly drained away, skin withered and dull, his breath dropping sharply, eyes full of terror. The cycle of withering and flourishing, life force was plundered, spirituality extinguished, this overwhelmingly domineering realm was beginning to reveal its outline. At the center of the radiance, Lin Xian slowly lifted his head. In his eyes, one pupil was lifeless gray-white, as if withered by the harsh winter, the other was vividly green, brimming with vitality. His shattered body was reshaped in the gray-green light, broken white bones encased and consumed by resilient bone tissue, pitch-black toxins annihilated by the deathly aura, and wound granulation rapidly grew. His aura skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking through the initial stage of meridian opening and stepping into the intermediate stage, continuously ascending. A powerful momentum, merging the heaviness of rock, the cycle of withering and flourishing, and the subtle realm of melody, descended like a wild beast awakening from slumber. His cold gaze swept over the horrified Yi Kuang and the listless wolf guards, finally settling on the remaining pages of the Qing Nangshu guarded by a turquoise-green light pillar in the distance. So that's it. Both the Yi family and Jian Li were wrong. The true core inheritance of the general's tomb is not the eye-catching fragment of the Qing Nang book, but this inconspicuous stone stele, the inheritance stele of the withering and flourishing sacred body. It records the secret technique of reversing life and death and withering and flourishing by using killing intent as nourishment and wounds as the furnace. The fragment of the Qing Nang book is merely the key to unlocking this ultimate inheritance, a bait to lure successors to trigger the stele. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth as he slowly revealed a cold, mad smile. His blood-stained left hand spread its 5 fingers, and a gray-green light suddenly condensed in his palm. An energy many times stronger than before, embodying true meanings of desolation and destruction, was being nurtured. Now, it's my turn. His voice was icy, like the death sentence from the Grim Reaper, echoing faintly within the collapsing altar. The gray-green aura of withering and flourishing spread like ripples, ravaging the life force wherever it passed, annihilating all spirituality. The massive door-plank axe in Yi Kuang's hand instantly rusted and dulled, and the weapons of the 4 wolf guards turned to scrap iron. After their bodies were struck by the aura, their skin dried and faded, and their vitality withered. What kind of sinister technique is this?
Yi Kuang clutched his churning chest, staring in horror at Lin Xian, who slowly rose from the center of the halo. Lin Xian's aura was a fusion of the weight of a rock, the cycle of withering and flourishing, and sharp musical rhythms, like a awakened beast staring intently at him.
Kill him! Kill him quickly! Yi Kuang roared in fury, completely ignoring the backlash, swinging his giant axe.
His muscles tensed, blood light surged, and a violent bloody aura erupted. High-level spiritual power infused into the giant axe, forming a layer of blood-colored fierce energy on the blade, carrying a murderous rage that tore through everything, slashing down at Lin Xian. Four wolf guards gritted their teeth against the weakness caused by their life force being drained, eyes flashing ruthlessly. They discarded their worthless iron weapons, clasped their hands in seals, chanting incantations. For black, icy energy chains shot out like poisonous snakes, instantly entangling Lin Xian's four limbs. This was the Yi family's secret bone-eroding spirit lock curse, capable of suppressing spiritual power and eroding bones and souls. 5 deadly attacks blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. The final kill was imminent. Lin Xian's eyes at the center of the storm were cold as ice, his left eye was gray and withered, while his right eye was full of vitality. The secret of the withered and flourishing saint body churned wildly within him, drawing the intense deathly killing aura and earth elemental energy from the general's tomb ruins toward him like loyal subjects.
Wither is the end of extinction.
Lin Xian's low voice rang out with a strange rhythm. The 5 fingers of his left hand, covered in withered gray light, suddenly grasped at the 4 wolf guards from a distance.
Buzz!
A denser, purer aura of deathly extinction erupted, aimed directly at the 4 wolf guards.
No!
The 4 wolf guards fearfully realized that the bone-eroding chains wrapped around Lin Xian shattered one after another into flying ash when they were 3 feet away from him. Even more terrifyingly, that gray, deathly energy instantly surged forward, overwhelming them. Their skin quickly turned grayish-white and wrinkled, dry like dead tree bark, and their hair fell out instantly. The spiritual power within them dissipated rapidly like hot water poured onto snow, and their vitality was ravenously devoured. The 4 seemed like dried-up rottenwood drained of moisture. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before their bodies stiffened and straightened, their eyeballs bulged, full of terror, completely turning into 4 dried corpses, like 1,000-year-old mummies. Withered and flourishing sacred body hand of annihilation, stealing life force.
Ah!
Yi Kuang let out a beast-like howl upon seeing his 4 trusted subordinates instantly die and turn into withered bones. Fear and anger swallowed his reason, the blood axe he wielded became even more frenzied, and the blood-colored energy blade tore through the air, emitting a shrill piercing scream. Flourish is the beginning of rebirth. Lin Xian's right hand glowed with emerald vitality, his 5 fingers closed like a knife, facing the mountain-cleaving axe blade without dodging, thrusting forward resolutely. No earth-shattering momentum, only a refined emerald blade of light, containing the power of new life breaking through the soil. From the blade of light came a faint roar like a rock and a soul-piercing string tone.
Rock battle technique earth-cracking blade.
Fusing the power of withering and rebirth, converging with penetrating melody.
Clang, crack.
The emerald blade of light precisely cut at the connection between the blood-red giant axe's blade and handle.
A deafening clash of metal and iron exploded, followed by the sound of metal breaking.
Fear flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes, as the tough handle, infused with all his spiritual power, was pierced through by the seemingly light emerald blade, shattering and snapping apart. The broken axe head spun away, heavily smashing into a distant stone wall.
Put! The backlash from the broken axe, combined with the terrifying penetrating power of the emerald blade, struck Yi Kuang's chest fiercely.
He was struck as if by lightning, his burly body thrown back like a torn sack, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his sternum caved in, emitting a horrifying cracking sound. He crashed heavily onto the rubble of the collapsed altar, sending stones flying.
Cough, 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 impossible.
Yi Kuang struggled to stand, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. He was a high-level pulse opener, cultivating the Yi family's secret technique crazy blood battle art, with an extremely strong body, yet he was severely injured by Lin Xian, who had just broken through to the mid-level pulse opener, in a single move. Lin Xian stood firm, a gray-green withered vitality slowly circulating on his body surface, repairing the damage caused by his forced outburst. His face was pale, his mental energy clearly exhausted, but his aura was even more concentrated and dangerous. Step by step, he approached Yi Kuang, who was slumped among the rubble, his momentum awe-inspiring.
Yi Lingxiao, where are you?
Lin Xian's voice was cold and merciless. The withered light in his left eye swept over Yi Kuang, making him feel his life being drained bit by bit, the wounds sending shards of icy cold pain stabbing through him.
Cough, you don't want to know. Hatred and fear flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes as he desperately shouted, "Young master will avenge me, you are doomed." Is that so?
Lin Xian's expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. He slowly raised his right hand, fingertips wrapped in gray-green energy, flickering like a venomous snake, containing the power of life and death.
It seems you have chosen desolation. No, don't.
The shadow of death instantly enveloped him, and Yi Kuang completely collapsed, feeling the power that destroys everything.
I'm telling you.
The young master took people to Black Wind Gorge. There is news of the purple thunderwood there. It's the key for him to break through the peak of Meridian Opening. Only our team is left guarding the ruins here.
Black Wind Gorge? Purple Thunderwood? The key to Yi Lingxiao's breakthrough to the peak?
Lin Xian immediately noted this important information. Spare my life, Yi Kuang looked at Lin Xian's cold gaze, pleading in despair. Lin Xian looked down at him, his eyes cold as ice.
I gave you a chance.
As the words fell, his left hand gently pressed on Yi Kuang's forehead.
Ugh!
Yi Kuang's body stiffened, his eyes instantly losing all vitality. His skin rapidly turned grayish-white and shriveled, his hair fell out like dead grass, and his strong body withered swiftly. Within 2 breaths, only a shriveled, dried corpse remained on the ground, not a drop of blood spilled.
Wilted saint body extinction drain. Completely siphoning all life force. Boom!
At the moment Yi Kuang's life disappeared, the collapsed altar suddenly trembled. The emerald green beam of light enveloping the remaining pages of the M Ching Nangshu/M erupted with dazzling brilliance, violently twisting and fluctuating, becoming extremely unstable. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the core of the altar's shattered stones falling, the characters Qing Nang at the center of the jade green light pillar seeming to awaken, radiating a surging aura of life. At the same time, the dark stone steel recording the withering and flourishing sacred body was stimulated after Lin Xian absorbed its vitality, its surface cracks flickering with gray light once more. One withers as the other flourishes, one gives birth as the other perishes, 2 completely opposite yet fundamentally connected Tao resonances intensely echoed within the altar's ruins.
Buzzing.
The entire General's Tomb ruin seemed to experience an earthquake, massive stones rolling violently, and dense gray murderous chi boiling and raging wildly. At the core of the altar, the jade-green light intertwined with the gray aura of withering and flourishing, shooting straight into the sky, forming a massive pillar of light dozens of meters in diameter that pierced through the collapsed dome, illuminating the night sky for dozens of miles around.
Not good.
Lin Xian's face changed drastically. The noise was too loud, not only the Yi family, but the entire Dawn City could be alerted.
He had to leave immediately.
He forcibly suppressed the collision of the withering and thriving forces within him, his figure like lightning, charging straight into the center of the light pillar. At this moment, the pillar fluctuated violently, making it the best time to retrieve the remaining pages. Just as he was about to touch the cyan jade-like remaining page, an unexpected change occurred. The remaining page seemed to sense the withering and thriving aura, the emerald light abruptly contracted, transforming into a cyan streak of light that shot toward Lin Xian at a speed far beyond his reaction time.
Whoosh! The flowing light bypassed physical defense and directly penetrated the space between the eyebrows. Boom!
Lin Xian's sea of consciousness seemed to detonate a life source energy bomb, with endless vital energy and the true meaning of herbal healing arts flooding in like a torrent. The residual fragment's phantom imprint in his sea of consciousness was etched next to the jade slip, emitting a gentle and resilient emerald glow.
Aga!
The massive influx of information and energy caused a splitting headache and uncontrollable trembling. His mid-level meridian opening cultivation, propelled by vital energy, skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly breaking through the bottleneck and surging toward advanced meridian opening. At the same time, the emerald light pillar, no longer supported by the residual fragment, suddenly dissipated. The dark stone tablet, as if having fulfilled its mission, cracked and spread fissures, emitting a mournful wail before shattering with a roar, turning into a sky full of gray-green dust. Among the fragments, a fist-sized Kurong source crystal slid to the foot, its whole body jet black, internal gray-green light flowing, emitting pure Kurong fluctuations, carrying the core power of the Kurong sacred body. As the stone steel collapsed, the beam of light disappeared, but the strange phenomenon just now, like a lighthouse in the dark, completely exposed the ruins of the general's tomb. In the distance, a sudden sound of breaking through the air arose, with strong spiritual energy fluctuations rapidly approaching the altar's direction. The cold and sharp aura was like a sword, Yi Qi. Along with several other high-level meridian opening auras, reinforcements from the Yi family had arrived, and possibly even stronger ones. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, his condition extremely poor, the crisis drawing near. In his sea of consciousness, the vast information from the fragmented pages of the Qing Nang book caused him unbearable pain. The power of withering and flourishing within his body violently collided with his life essence, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically, and his spiritual power nearly tore through his meridians. Even worse, the earlier light beam had exposed his location, and formidable enemies were closing in instantly. At the critical moment between life and death, he hesitated not at all. Enduring the explosive agony in his head, he bent down to grab the withering flourishing source crystal and stuffed it into his bosom. At the same time, he forcibly activated the rock body and withering flourishing holy body to suppress the raging energy, transforming into a residual shadow and charging toward a narrow crevice deep within the altar ruins sealed by a massive fallen rock. This was another hidden exit from his memories. The moment Lin Xian disappeared into the dark crevice, several powerful figures crashed onto the altar like meteorites. Leading them was the ICI Yi Qi, followed by 3 Kaimai masters clad in Yi family guard uniforms with fierce auras, one of whom was near the peak of Kaimai cultivation. Yi Kuang. Yi Qi's gaze locked onto the heap of shattered stones where a withered, dried corpse lay along with 4 other wolf guards who had also turned into mummified corpses. His pupils constricted sharply, and for the first time, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Is that Captain Yi Kuang? The other guards recognized the desiccated corpse, gasping sharply as their scalps tingled. Yi Kuang, a high-level vein opener, and 4 mid-level vein opening wolf guards had all been killed, turned into terrifying dried corpses. What kind of monster was the opponent? Yi Qi's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the devastated altar, sensing the eerie aura of withering and flourishing in the air, the violent blood energy, and a trace of pure life Tao resonance. Finally, he fixed on the dark black steel that had shattered, leaving only the base's trace. The aura of the remaining page of the Qing Nang book has vanished, replaced by an energy intertwining desolation and vitality that I have never seen before. Suddenly, he looked fiercely toward the fissure where Lin Xian had disappeared, his killing intent surging. Chase after him. He's severely wounded and can't escape. Whether alive or dead, he must be found. The young master's order is to recover the remaining page at all costs and uncover the strange methods. Yi Qi charged into the fissure like a cold wind, with 3 guards close behind. The collapsed tunnel was filled with darkness and a deadly aura. Lin Xuanru, a wounded lone wolf, frantically navigated through the narrow gaps. His chest and abdomen churned with blood and qi, and his spiritual power ran wild like an untamed horse. In his mind's sea, the imprint of the remaining pages of the Qing Nang Shu emitted a vast life force, colliding with the true meaning of extinction and rebirth inherited from the withering stone steel, causing his head to throb painfully and his vision to darken each time. He clearly sensed 4 powerful murderous auras closely pursuing him from behind, especially the cold sword intent locking onto its prey like a venomous snake. Hurry! Just ahead! Don't let him escape! The sharp voices of the Yi family guards echoed through the tunnel, closing in step by step. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The jade slip in his mind's sea flickered faintly as he desperately organized the chaotic information, suppressing the raging energy within. At the corner, a forked path appeared. A sinister aura spread to the left, faintly accompanied by the roar of beasts. The right side exuded a peaceful atmosphere but led further underground. The memory of the petrified rock was blurred here. No time to hesitate. The pursuers were close at hand. A ruthless gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he suddenly charged toward the left passage thick with malevolent energy. The moment he plunged into the darkness, he mobilized his remaining spiritual power, connecting to the weakened silver melodic rune caused by his severe injury. Go! The command exploded in his sea of consciousness. An almost invisible silver arrow of light shot out from his brow, silently infiltrating deep into the rite passage. Within the light, a fleeting shadow of a string on the verge of breaking appeared, a decoy melodic clone. As the silver light vanished, Yi Chi and 3 bodyguards appeared like ghosts at the fork in the road.
Two paths, a guard shouted urgently.
There are faint traces on both sides.
Yes.
Another guard looked suspicious and sensed fluctuations in the air energy. Yi Chi's sharp eyes scanned the 2 passages, his mental power like radar capturing the faint rhythmic waves in Lin Xian's unique spiritual aura on the right. The left side is heavy with killing intent and beast roars, it's a dead end.
The right side has his aura, pursue.
Yi Chi decisively transformed into a swordlight, charging into the right passage with the guards. He firmly believed he had locked onto the target.
That kid thinks the killing intent can confuse him? Too naive.
Seeing Yi Chi and the others led away by the bait, Lin Xian felt a slight relief in his heart but also let out a muffled grunt as his vision blackened. He forced his remaining consciousness and instinctively stumbled toward the left where the killing intent was dense, like a beast. The sounds of the pursuers behind him faded away, and he no longer had the strength to resist. The savage power within his body and the searing pain in his sea of consciousness swept over him like a tsunami, drowning him. In the darkness, he collapsed heavily into a huge beast lair emitting a foul stench. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw deep inside the lair 2 giant beasts with eyes flashing cruel, crimson light like hellish lanterns, locking onto the intruder himself. The strong stench of blood mixed with the chill of death like a heavy blanket pressing tightly against Lin Xian's mouth and nose. The bone-chilling cold seeped through the ground into his marrow, clashing violently with the savage force of decay and vitality within his body, bringing agonizing pain intertwined with fire and ice.
Consciousness wavered amidst the intense pain and darkness, like a small boat on stormy waves, ready to capsize at any moment. Roar! A deep, suppressed roar exploded like thunder in the narrow beast's den.
A bloody mouth filled with fangs and dripping thick saliva, reeking with a tearing stench, fiercely bit down on Lin Xian's head. At the life and death moment, like a cold sharp needle, it pierced into Lin Xian's collapsing consciousness.
He couldn't die.
Shaoli was waiting for him. Xinye was waiting for him. The Yi family, Yi Lingxiao's grudge, had yet to be avenged.
Boom!
The near-death crisis triggered the once silent jade slip in his sea of consciousness to emit an unprecedented brilliant light, steadying his collapsing mind like the stabilizing needle of the sea. At the same time, the phantom of the Qing Nang book's torn page beside the jade slip sensed the exhaustion of its host's life force and suddenly trembled. A pure, grand, verdant flood full of the vitality of grass and trees, like a spring of life, thunderously poured into Lin Xian's shattered body. The withering and flourishing sacred body instinctively activated like a shark sensing blood. The murderous aura and breath of death permeating the beast's den, as well as the brutal blood energy radiating from the mutated ferocious beasts, became the perfect nourishment.
Wither! Seize! As Lin Xian's consciousness just revived, his body instinctively reacted swiftly.
His left hand, covered in the withered, desolate light, shot out like lightning, fingers clawed, carrying the power to annihilate vitality, viciously grabbing the softest part of the ferocious beast's biting lower jaw.
Sizzle! A scorching hot iron pierced the decayed skin.
The mutant beast's tough fur and muscle were fragile as paper under the withered claws.
The gray, deathly energy instantly seeped in. Awah!
The beast howled in pain, its form distorted, the fierce momentum of its bite suddenly halted. Its massive body trembled violently as if drained of strength, its crimson eyes filled with fear. It felt its vigorous blood rushing like a flood through a breached dam, crazily flowing into the human palm stabbed into its jaw, exuding an aura of death. Withered and flourishing sacred body silent devour, actively absorbing. Pure and majestic beastly blood mixed with killing intent surged continuously into Lin Xian's body through the claw of withering silence. This wild force instantly ignited the life torrent injected by the remaining pages of the Qing Nang book and the unabsorbed essence of the withering and flourishing steel.
Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted inside Lin Xian's body.
The power of withering and flourishing, the essence of life energy, fierce beastly blood, Earth's soil spirit, deathly killing energy. These violent and distinctly different energies, under the profound running principles of the withering and flourishing sacred body, were forcibly directed into specific meridians, like raging lava flowing into a solid riverbed, beginning to wildly scour and merge, undergoing the withering and flourishing cycle of destruction and rebirth. On Lin Xian's body surface, the gray-green halo of withering and flourishing flickered intermittently. His skin occasionally cracked like a parched earth, at times covered by the lush green glow of life, with granulation tissue writhing and regenerating in the cracked areas. Broken bones snapped crisply, tempered by the withering and flourishing energy. They became more resilient and emitted a jade-like luster. The lungs severely injured by Yi Qi's sword intent were repaired by the life essence, and the meridians eroded by the bone eroding powder were purified and whitened by the suppressive death energy of silence. Opening the meridians focuses on unblocking the spiritual veins, allowing the spiritual power to surge like rushing rivers. At this moment, driven by several violent energies, Lin Xian's will to survive forced open the originally blocked tiny branches, causing the spiritual power to gallop and roar like a wild horse unleashed, unstoppable. The mid-level barriers of the meridian opening shattered like thin paper, and the torrent of spiritual power surged unimpeded toward a higher-level meridian checkpoint, the advanced-level mysterious gate barrier. Ugh ah ah! The intense pain and the pleasure brought by the surge of power made Lin Xian unable to suppress a low roar. His eyes turned blood red as he tightly suppressed the mutant ferocious beast, drained to the brink of death, using it as a fulcrum, like a demon tree rooted in the land of death, frantically devouring nutrients. The ferocious beast's miserable howls weakened, its body rapidly withered. Lin Xian's aura, however, grew increasingly strong, climbing steadily higher. After an unknown amount of time, the giant beast completely turned into a dry corpse and collapsed with a rumble. The beast's lair fell into dead silence, leaving only Lin Xian's heavy breathing. He slowly withdrew his left hand, which no longer carried a faintly withered and lifeless glow but was filled with a profound power controlling life and death, revolving creation. The violent energy storm gradually subsided, the emerald vitality light and the withered desolate aura returned to balance, and the protective aura became resilient and restrained, flowing endlessly. Meridian opening, advanced stage. With the help of the life source from the remaining pages of the I Ching Nangshu/I, the principles of the crystal path of decay and prosperity, and the nourishment from the fierce beast's blood and killing aura, Lin Xian broke through the Xian gate in a desperate situation and advanced to the high stage of meridian opening. His flesh, spiritual power, and mental strength all surged dramatically. The foundation of the I Korong Xingdi/I, decaying and thriving sacred body, was fiercely tempered and became exceptionally solid. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his left eye was gray-white, and his right eye was emerald green, with flickering illusions of plants withering and thriving, and the cycle of life and death deep within the pupils. Spiritual power surged within him like a roaring river, his physical body harboring explosive strength, and the spirit force in his sea of consciousness becoming more refined, with his perception range sharply expanding. He exhaled a breath of turbid air tinged with ash-green gas. With 3 days almost spent, he had to rush back to Dawnlight City immediately, without delay. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the massive beast carcass and discovered a clenched fist-sized, dark red crystal core emanating a strong bloodthirsty aura inside its shriveled chest cavity. This was a 4th-rank mutant beast core. He took it without hesitation. Within his sea of consciousness, the jade slip's clear radiance flowed as he quickly organized the massive amount of information transmitted from the fragmented pages of the Qingnan book. It was not only a legacy but also concealed the essence of life, the flow of vital energy, botanical medicine principles, and simple acupuncture techniques. Though incomplete, it was vast and profound. After confirming his direction, Lin Xian's figure merged like a leopard into the shadows, silently rushing out of the beast cave, speeding toward Dawnlight City. Along the way, the murderous aura and mutant beast sensed the powerful energy on him, a fusion of withering cycles, steadfast rock-like solidity, and penetrating musical rhythms, and all fled in terror. Inside the Baichao Hall of Shenong Valley, the core area of Dawnlight City. In the quiet room, a strong herbal fragrance filled the air. Shaoli lay on a specially made cold jade bed, covered with thin frost, his face pale, and his breath weak. 3 inches above the center of his brow was placed a soul calming wood emitting a warm, faint golden glow, barely sustaining his last remaining soul, preventing it from completely dispersing. But it was only a delay, unable to reverse the decline caused by his broken heart meridian and fading vitality. Su Qingya knelt by the bedside, her eyes red and swollen, tightly holding Xiao Li's cold hand as silent tears slipped down. The 3-day deadline was nearing its end. What had happened to brother Lin after all? Jiang Li, dressed in a pure white skirt, stood quietly by the bed, a light veil covering her face, only her clear, deep eyes visible through the thin fabric, gazing at Xiao Li on the cold jade bed, as if looking through the wall toward the depths of the wilderness. She exuded a cold, powerful aura, lofty and aloof like an iceberg snow lotus. Qin Shoujing stood beside them, his expression heavy with anxiety, frequently glancing at the door of the quiet room, his palms sweaty and cold. Time passed second by second, and hope grew increasingly faint. Suddenly, Jiang Li's eyes, calm and still like an ancient well, slightly narrowed. She sensed a powerful, familiar yet slightly different life Tao rhythm rapidly charging across the wilderness. Within that fluctuation, there was also a strange aura of desolation and rebirth cycling that surprised her. "It's coming." Jiang Li broke the silence coldly. Su Qingya abruptly looked up, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. Xin Shou felt a surge of spirit. Before the words finished, a heavy thud came from the outer courtyard of Baichao Hall. A formidable aura thundered down, causing the blue stone slabs to crack inch by inch. The quiet room door was suddenly flung open, and a figure carrying the harshness and desolation of the wilderness strode in. It was Lin Xian. He wore a tattered gray combat suit, stained with blood, yet the fierce aura like a lurking beast was still unmistakable. The spiritual energy fluctuations from his advanced meridian opening surged like tides within him, not yet fully contained. Even more striking was his demeanor, steadfast as a mountain, yet carrying a cold indifference of life and death control. A trace of gray annihilation lingered deep in his left eye, while his right eye radiated vibrant vitality. His gaze quickly locked onto Xiao Li on the cold jade bed, flickering with guilt and urgency. Then, decisively, he raised his hand, and a streak of jade-green light shot forth from his palm, hovering before Jiang Li. It was the virtual image of the remaining page of the Qing Nan book. Though a projection, it emitted a vast life essence and the ancient Tao resonance. "Lord Zhang, here is the remaining page. Please administer the needle to save the person." Lin Xian's voice was resolute, carrying an urgency that brooked no denial. Jiang Li's gaze fell on the emerald green, tattered page, a trace of emotion flashing in her eyes as she felt the vastness and purity of the legacy. Her eyes then shifted to Lin Xian, lingering on the desolate aura around his left eye, the corners of her mouth rising slightly to reveal a meaningful smile. "Steward Qin, clear the area." Her voice was cold and clear. "Yes." Qin Shou immediately stood at attention, signaling Su Qingya and Lin Xian to step back. Jiang Li said no more and lightly raised her delicate hand. In an instant, 7 jade needles as thin as cow hair, shining with a flowing jade green light, appeared out of thin air between her fingers. The natural patterns on the needles resembled the mysterious paths of plant growth. "Calm the soul and stabilize the spirit, reverse death and bring rebirth," she growled softly, her aura instantly becoming solemn and sacred. A vast yet gentle life energy suddenly erupted. Her wrist trembled slightly, and 7 streams of emerald light, like lively spirits, swiftly pierced into the Baihui on top of Xiao Li's head, the Yintang between the eyebrows, the Tanzhong on his chest, the Qihai, and the Laogong acupoints in the palms of his limbs. Buzz! At the moment the 7 needles were inserted, the Enhanmu heart at the brow exploded with brilliant golden light. A gentle yet resilient soul-stabilizing force flowed along the meridians formed by the jade needles, threading through Xiao Li's nearly severed life force like golden threads, firmly locking his wavering soul core. Immediately after, Jiang Li's hands transformed into myriad finger techniques, her fingertips fluttering like butterflies through flowers, twisting, plucking, lifting, turning, each movement precisely sweeping over the tails of the jade needles. Buzz buzz buzz, the jade needles emitted melodious tones of different pitches, like a symphony of life. The vast life essence and the primal source of the soul calming wood heart, guided by the needle technique, flowed continuously into Xiao Li's shattered meridians and heart veins like sweet springs. A miracle appeared. A faint flush quickly emerged on Xiao Li's pale face. The savage wound on his chest, shrouded in a verdant glow, saw the granulation tissue writhing, intertwining, and healing frantically. The broken sternum crackled softly, wrapped and reshaped by the life essence. His nearly inaudible breath gradually became deep and strong. A faint yet real vitality rekindled like a spark within his body. This is the supreme technique of Shinong Valley, the soul-calming and life-sustaining needle technique, combined with the soul-calming wood heart, reversing life and death. In the quiet room, everyone held their breath. Su Qingya tightly covered her mouth, tears rolling down like broken strings of pearls, tears of joy. Qin Shoujin's eyes were filled with shock and reverence. Lin Xian's taut nerves finally relaxed. Seeing Shaoli's heart beating strongly again, the heavy stone in his heart thunderously fell away. Half an hour later, Zhangli slowly stopped her movements. 7 jade green needles flew out automatically, sinking into the sleeve. Shaoli lay quietly on the cold jade bed, breathing steadily. Although his complexion was still pale, the signs of life were stable. The most dangerous moment had passed. Zhang breath was slightly weary, but her eyes remained bright and profound. She turned around, her clear gaze fixed directly on Lin Xian, as if she could see through everything. "I saved the person," she said coldly. "The inheritance of the remaining pages of the Qing Nang book belongs to me." Also, her gaze locked onto Lin Xian's left hand. "Inside the general's tomb, along with these remaining pages, what else is there? That power of desolation and rebirth is not the Tao of the Qing Nan book." The air in the quiet room of Baichao Hall solidified, fragrant with medicinal herbs, yet it could not mask the invisible confrontation. Zhang Li's gaze was like an ice spear, aiming straight at the desolate aura in Lin Xian's left hand. Her question struck at the core, allowing no rebuttal. A chill ran through Lin Xian's heart. This chief steward of Shinong Valley had an exceptionally keen perception. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, realizing that outright denial would only reveal flaws, so it was better to reveal part of the truth to buy some space. He met Jiang Li's gaze, his expression calm yet solemn. "Lord Zhang's insight is sharp. At the core of General's tomb, besides the remaining pages of the Qing Nan book, there is indeed a strange stone tablet containing the way of withering, flourishing, and life and death. I was fortunate enough to trigger the inheritance but only grasped the surface. Moreover, due to the clash of powers, I nearly lost my life. Surviving this near-death experience is hardly a blessing." He deliberately emphasized the clash of powers and near-death experience, both highlighting the risk and downplaying the gain. "Withering, flourishing, and life and death," Zhang Li quietly repeated, her eyes flickering with a faint light beneath the veil, as if savoring the profound meaning behind the 4 words. She did not ask further about the tablet but let her gaze shift over Lin Xian, finally settling on the restless energy fluctuations within him. The Qing Nang book governs life. The way of withering and flourishing is the cycle of life and death. Both share the same origin yet conflict with each other. Zhang Li's voice cooled like a serene valley orchid. "If you forcibly merge the two without the right method, your foundation will collapse, and it will only be a matter of time." A heavy weight settled in Lin Xian's heart. What Jiang Li said was precisely his greatest hidden danger at this moment. In his sea of consciousness, the remnants of the Qingnang book surged with the power of life, like a warm spring breeze, while the imprint of the source of the withering and flourishing sacred body contained the true meaning of life and death cycle, like the changing seasons, from harsh winter to scorching summer. These two forces clashed violently within him, as if fire and water could not coexist. Fortunately, his profound meridian opening cultivation and the brilliance of the jade slip forcibly suppressed it, or else he would have faced utter doom. "Please, sir, guide me." Lin Xian immediately bowed respectfully. Zhang Li, the keeper of the Shinong Valley medical classics, held an extraordinary status, and her guidance might be his only hope. Zhang Li did not respond immediately, merely glancing indifferently at the calm breath of Shaoli beside her and at Su Qingya, whose face was streaked with tears and filled with expectation. The person has been saved, the deal is done. She turned to leave, her plain white sleeves fluttering lightly, leaving behind a sentence: "Within 3 days, if you don't want to explode from within and die, come to the medicine hut to find me. Bring what you obtained from the stone tablet." No sooner had she finished speaking than she disappeared outside the door. Lin Xian watched Jiang Li's retreating figure, feeling a complex and unspeakable mix of emotions. This steward of Shinong Valley was cunning and clearly had some knowledge of the withered and flourishing sacred body, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives. Regardless, the danger she pointed out was real, and the medicine hut was currently his only hope. Big Brother Lin. Xiaoli, Su Qingya rushed to the bedside and saw that Xiaoli's complexion was rosy, tears of joy streaming down his face. Don't worry, Lord Zheng's intervention ensured Xiaoli is unharmed. He now needs proper rest and recuperation. Lin Xian walked over and patted her on the shoulder, the heavy stone that had weighed on his heart finally lifted. Then, he turned to Qin Shouzheng, whose expression had also relaxed. Dr. Qin, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Qingya and Xiaoli. Rest assured, Lin Xiaoyu. With me here, they will be safe. However, Qin Shouzheng's expression grew solemn. The Yi family's movements are too intense. Yi Kuang's squad has been completely wiped out, and they will never let this slide. Dawn City is probably already under martial law. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened like a blade. The Yi family. Yi Lingxiao. The ambush at the general's tomb and Xiaoli's injuries, this blood debt is far from settled. I know, Lin Xian said coldly. Medic Qin, Qingya, you both stay here and keep watch. The 100 Herbs Hall belongs to Shinong Valley. The Yi family dares not openly break in. I have other matters to attend to. He had to leave immediately. Staying here any longer would only bring danger to everyone. The conflict between the withering and flourishing energies inside his body grew more intense. His meridians felt like they were being pierced by needles, causing unbearable pain. He had to find a safe place to reconcile them. Brother Lin, you must be careful. Su Qingya looked at the suppressed pain and murderous intent in his eyes, full of worry. Don't worry. Lin Xian replied with a soothing gaze, solemnly bowing to Qin Shouzheng. Old Qin, 1,000 thanks, this kindness is etched in my heart. After speaking, his figure flickered, turning into a shadow, quietly leaving the quiet room and disappearing into the winding corridor of the Herb Hall. Dawnlight City, Yi family stronghold. The study was oppressively silent, like the deathly stillness before a storm. Yi Lingxiao stood with his back to the door, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the fading beams of light over the general's tomb in the distance. The icy jade paperweight in his hand was crushed into powder by his forceful grip, cold fragments slipping through his fingers. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. His voice was icy and piercing, anger echoing through the study. 5 of them. 5 at the opening meridian stage. And Yi Kuang, a high-level opening meridian. They went after a dying, deteriorating waste, and the entire force was wiped out, only mummies remained. Tell me, how on earth did he manage that? Below, Yi Qi knelt with his head bowed, the scars on his face looking savage and terrifying in the dim light. The guards behind him were drenched in cold sweat, remaining silent. Calm down, young master. Yi Qi's voice was hoarse. That Lin Xian is incredibly strange. He had a strange encounter in the core of the general's tomb, and instead of dying from his severe injuries, his strength actually surged. His methods are unprecedented. He can instantly steal vitality and turn people into mummies. That revolving aura of withered life energy, I have never felt anything like it. Moreover, he seems to have mastered clone illusions that can confuse spiritual perception. I'm powerless. He quickly reported the details from the ruins and how Lin Xian used a musical avatar to lure the enemy. Steal vitality? Turn into mummies? Clone illusions? Yi Lingxiao slowly turned around, his face cold and expressionless, but his eyes burned with icy fire and an indescribable greed. Very well, it seems I underestimated this country bumpkin. Not only does he have the remaining pages of the Qing Nan book, he's hiding an even greater secret. He walked to the rosewood desk and tapped his fingers on the surface, producing a dull sound like the beat of a death drum. The phenomena in the general's tomb, the Baikatang rescue, it means he must still be in the city, suffering from the conflict of 2 forces. He won't escape. Yi Qi. At your service. Give orders. Yi Lingxiao's voice was firm, filled with decisive resolve. First, immediately use the family's connections in the council to pressure the Yanhuang Council Enforcement Division, citing suspected use of forbidden dark magic within the base city to harm Yi family guards and seize important strategic materials, fragments of the Qing Nan book, as the reason, and apply for a citywide manhunt order. I want him to be trapped and unable to move an inch in Dawn City. Second, activate the Shadow Guard, block all city exit routes, especially areas near the wilderness. Conduct a carpet search. If Lin Xian is found, kill on sight.
Bodies and personal belongings must be brought back.
Third, closely monitor by Kaitang and Qin Shoujing's residences. All suspicious persons who come into contact with them, especially the wounded, are to be secretly controlled. I don't believe he can hide for long. Fourth, notify Black Crow and repay his favor. Have his men spread the bounty news among mercenaries and the black market, 10,000 contribution points for capturing Lin Xian alive, 50,000 for his corpse. A reward of 10,000 for anyone who provides Lin Xian's exact whereabouts. I want all the hyenas in Dawn City to move. One cold and meticulous order after another wove a vast net covering the entire Dawn City. The Yi family, a giant in this base city, finally revealed its fangs to deal with the newly emerged Lin Xian.
Yes, young master.
Yi Qi's eyes gleamed fiercely as he quickly retreated with 3 guards.
Only Yi Lingxiao remained in the study.
He walked to the wine cabinet, poured a glass of blood-red wine, gently swirled it, his eyes deep and profound. Lin Xian, the evil technique that steals life force, the fragment of the Qingnong Shu, and the secret of the cycle of withering and flourishing, he murmured to himself, a cold and greedy smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
These things can only belong to me, Yi Lingxiao, to the Yi family. You're just a pitiful worm temporarily keeping them for me.
He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, as if swallowing the blood of his enemy. In the eastern district of Dawnlight City, deep within a slum crudely built with makeshift materials after the war, it was dark and damp, sewage flowing everywhere, a place sunlight could not reach and the best place to hide. In a dilapidated underground storage room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the cold floor, his face pale, forehead covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. Inside his body, it was like a battlefield. On the left side, the force of desolation eroded like an icy tide, causing intense pain in his meridians and flesh, as if his life was rapidly draining away. On the right side, the life energy emitted by the remaining pages of the Qing Nong book burned and repaired like a wildfire, bringing tearing pain. The two forces clashed along his spine, colliding like two mountains, making his internal organs feel displaced and his spiritual energy wildly erratic, not only without resolution but actually worsening the situation.
Put!
Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a gray-green sheen, shouting angrily, "Damn it!" Jiang Li's warning was still ringing in his ears. This conflict was fiercer than he had imagined. If it continued like this, he would explode from within first. Enduring the pain, he sank his mind into the sea of consciousness. The jade slip's pure light struggled to organize the raging energy, but with little effect. The heaviness of the rock body seemed clumsy before the cycle of withering and flourishing, and the faint musical and Taoist rhythms were even more powerless.
Kiran Source Crystal.
Lin Xian suddenly remembered the black crystal in his arms, originating from the shattered stone tablet, containing the most fundamental principle of Kiran. Without hesitation, he took out the fist-sized, jet-black Kiran Source crystal, its interior flickering with gray-green light, and placed it in his palms.
Hum!
The moment the source crystal touched his skin, it seemed to activate, releasing a powerful force. An ancient and profound true meaning of the Kiran cycle slowly flowed into the Laogong acupuncture point in the center of his palm like a stream, infusing his raging meridians. This primal force was like the Supreme King descending onto the battlefield. The once fiercely conflicting forces of desolation and life essence instantly became much more docile under its guidance. They no longer fought frantically but slowly circulated along a mysterious trajectory.
Left eye gray-white, right eye emerald green. Left palm desolate, right palm full of vitality.
The two forces, harmonized by the crystal of decay and prosperity, began to attempt a resonance and fusion at a peculiar frequency. The conflict remained, and the intense pain did not lessen, but the sense of catastrophic collapse on the verge of destruction was forcibly suppressed. Lin Xian's heart calmed slightly as he practiced the profound art of the Wilton Prosper sacred body, carefully guiding these two forces to merge and rotate within the framework of the source crystal's primal Tao law with great difficulty. Threads of fresh gray-green spiritual energy slowly took root deep within his dantian, containing the true meaning of life and death and withering and flourishing. The process was slow and agonizing, like dancing on the tip of a knife, but it was the only way to survive. The Wilton Prosper source crystal acted like a stabilizing needle, steadying the collapsing situation within his body. The gray-green spiritual power, the weak, was the beginning of fusion. The intense pain no longer tore him apart but sharpened him like tempering muscle and bone. Lin Xian did not dare to relax in the slightest, his mind fully immersed within his body, carefully guiding the withering power and the life essence from the Qing Nan book, slowly merging under the framework of the Yuan Crystal Tao principle. Time passed bit by bit amid the pain and concentration. Suddenly, a faint sound of rolling stones came from outside the dilapidated ventilation shaft of the underground storage room, breaking the silence. Lin Xianmeng opened his eyes wide, his left eye gray and right eye emerald, with a cold gleam flickering deep within his pupils. His spiritual power spread rapidly like invisible tentacles, keenly detecting movements outside. 3 cold, venomous snake-like killing intents silently encircled him, moving swiftly and coordinating smoothly, clearly experts, with him as their target. The Yi family arrived even faster than expected. The wanted notice has probably spread throughout the slums. "Found you, attack," a fierce voice shouted outside. The tottering iron door was kicked open violently, and 3 shadowy figures darted in like phantoms through the smoke and dust, moving with lightning speed. The 3 wore black clothes and masks, revealing only their cold eyes. One of them held a poison-coated short dagger, aiming straight at Lin Xian's throat. One person whipped out black barbed chains, entangling Lin Xian's legs. The last person's palms emitted a faint green glow, carrying a stench of blood, and fiercely struck towards Lin Xian's chest, poison palm. All 3 were mid-level opening meridians cultivators, ruthless and cunning in their attacks, working together with perfect coordination. They were clearly death soldiers cultivated by the Yi family. From the start, they aimed for a decisive kill, giving Lin Xian no chance to catch his breath or counterattack. Seeking death. Killing intent erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. The internal conflict within his body was unresolved, making a forced move extremely risky. But at this moment, it was a matter of life and death. He hesitated not at all, his body tense like a bowstring, then suddenly sprang up, taking the initiative to attack. Facing the poison dagger aimed at his throat, his left hand, emitting a withered aura, shot out like lightning, fingers clawed, taking the initiative to precisely grasp the wrist holding the dagger. Rot! The deep shout sounded like the death sentence of the Grim Reaper. The dagger wielder's eyes filled with terror as he instantly felt his wrist's skin and muscles corroded by a strong acid, turning gray, withered, and lifeless. Just as the pain and fear rose, the power of desolation invaded his meridians, wildly draining his vitality. Ah! The scream abruptly ceased, the death warrior's body stiffened and withered instantly as if drained of moisture, turning into a dried corpse. At the same time, the chains wrapped around both legs tightened without release. Lin Xian injected new life energy into his right leg and fiercely shook it. Rock earth-splitting stomp. The ground violently trembled, a powerful force bursting from his right foot shattered the tough barbed chains. The death warrior holding the chains was struck back by the recoil, staggering and retreating. Lin Xuanyo's right palm closely followed, shimmering with emerald light, carrying a sharp, life-renewing power that shattered everything, like a piercing arrow straight into his opponent's heart. Rome armor break. The palm force penetrated the hastily gathered protective spiritual power of the death soldier, piercing through the chest, instantly shattering the heart. The life in the death soldier's eyes quickly faded, and he collapsed weakly. In the flash of lightning, 2 were killed in succession. The last death soldier struck a poisonous palm toward Lin Xuanyo's chest, his eyes full of fear, not expecting Lin Xianyu to be so ferocious in this state. His companion's instant death shattered his courage, and he instinctively withdrew the poisonous palm, hastily retreating. Too late. Lin Xuanyo's cold voice was like maggots gnawing at bones. His right palm had just withdrawn, raising a rain of blood, while his left palm was already charging, wrapped in withered and desolate qi, pressing toward the rapidly retreating death soldier from a distance. Extinction palm seal. A withered palm impression slowly left the hand, not fast in speed, but carrying a bizarre force that locked onto vitality, instantly imprinting itself on the dead soldier's chest regardless of distance. Ugh! The dead soldier's body stiffened, fearfully lowering his head, seeing the withered palm imprint rapidly spread, his skin turning gray-white and desiccated, his life force draining like a flood. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound, only able to watch helplessly as he quickly withered, following in his companion's footsteps. 3 corpses, rapidly losing moisture and becoming shriveled and stiff, fell in the narrow basement. The air was thick with a heavy stench of blood and a strange aura of desolate decay. Lin Xian gasped rapidly, forcibly managing his internal injuries. His throat was sore, and he coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood with a gray-green sheen, swallowing it hard. His face was pale as paper, but his eyes were cold as an icy pond, piercingly frigid. He quickly bent down to search through the bodies of the 3 suicide assassins. There were no identification tags or extra items, only a few contribution point cards and some ordinary healing and poison potions. Clean and efficient, just like the style of suicide assassins. Yi Lingxiao, extraordinary methods. Lin Xian's eyes grew colder. This was only the beginning, a greater storm was still ahead. This place was not suitable for a long stay. The smell of blood and battle fluctuations would soon attract more trouble, so he had to move immediately. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to leave the abandoned basement, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, as if detonating from the distant horizon, and seemed to pierce directly into the depths of the soul. The entire Dawn City trembled violently. Immediately, a violent, chaotic energy fluctuation filled with a sense of destruction swept in like an invisible tsunami from the northeast direction of Black Wind Gorge, instantly engulfing the entire city. Lin Xian's face changed drastically. He suddenly looked up and exerted all his mental strength to probe in that direction. Black Wind Gorge. The information Yi Quanglin revealed before dying. The place Yi Lingxiao took people to search for the purple thunderwood. This fluctuation was no ordinary one, it was filled with a destructive and evil aura, as if another world had arrived. Almost simultaneously, the jade slip that had long been dormant in Lin Xian's consciousness was triggered by a fluctuation, suddenly bursting forth with brilliant light, surging through his mind like a tide, suppressing the restless power of decay and growth within his body, while delivering a vague yet important fragment of information. Warning! High-dimensional energy overflow, spatial structure unstable, alien lifeform reaction. Scar of the firmament, secondary rift wave source locked. Black Wind Gorge. Anomaly at Black Wind Gorge. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. The jade slip indicated that a secondary spatial rift, similar to the scar of the firmament, had appeared at Black Wind Gorge, with an alien lifeform attempting to descend. Yi Lingxiao is still over there. Cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. This was both a crisis and an opportunity. The withered and flourishing source crystal floated suspended between both palms, dark crystal strands flowing with gray-green light, as if embodying the true meaning of eternal cycles. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the cold ground, his mind sinking into the battlefield within his body. Withering is the winter's concealment, vitality is spring's emergence, the endless cycle is the true path. He silently recited the main principles of the withered and flourishing sacred body, using the source crystal to guide and forcibly organize the 2 violent forces. The desolate death aura and the verdant vitality, like 2 dragons, roared as they collided with the source crystal's laws, but were gradually suppressed, their power noticeably weakening. Hiss! A faint wisp of gray-green spiritual power was born in the Dantian, embodying both desolate annihilation and the nourishment of life, like a seed at the dawn of chaos, weak, yet containing infinite potential. Done! Lin Xian's mind jolted. Although it was far from complete fusion, the emergence of this fusion spiritual power meant he had temporarily escaped the bodily explosion crisis. Suddenly, the black token in his arms vibrated. It was a simple communication talisman given to him by Shirley, only capable of transmitting the most urgent messages. An anxious mental wave rushed into his mind. Brother Lin. Baichao Hall is surrounded. Old Qin severely injured. Qingya and little Li missing. The Yi family has gone mad. Rage exploded instantly, spiderweb-like cracks splitting the basement floor. Lin Xian's eyes turned blood red, his left eye was gray, withered and lifeless, while his right eye burned emerald green. 3 words squeezed through his clenched teeth: Yi. Ling. Xiao. He should have expected it long ago. Yi Lingxiao, this venomous serpent, unable to touch Jiangli of Shenong Valley, had gone after those under her protection. The energy within surged again, but this time the fury transformed into molten steel, and the gray-green spiritual power instantly grew threefold. No rash moves. Lin Xian forcefully suppressed his murderous intent. The city was full of Yi family henchmen, and appearing recklessly would only mean death. Stay calm. He stared at the withering source crystal between his palms and recalled Jian Li's words, "Find me in the medicinal hut within 3 days." The only way out and the key to breaking the deadlock lay in the Shenong Valley medicinal hut. As long as he could temporarily stabilize his injuries and secure Jian Li's protection, he could strike back. Manifest. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Limited by his cultivation, he could only split into 2 physical incarnations. The rock incarnation was heavily depleted at the general's tomb, and the music incarnation was nothing but remnants. Congeal. The jade slip in his mind bloomed with brilliance, nearly draining his last ounce of spiritual power, as a faint, indistinct shadow struggled to form between blurred reality and illusion. The aura was chaotic and weak, only at the transcending mortal stage, and could not last long, but it was enough to sow confusion. Go to the East City. 'Cause a big scene, the louder the better. Lin Xian stuffed the tattered cloth stained with the withering aura into the shadow's hand. The phantom nodded silently, melting into the wall's shadow like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. Lin Xian took a deep breath, hid the withering source crystal, and took out the disguise ointment from the Yi family death soldier's body, applying it quickly. Within moments, he transformed into a pale, gaunt, consumptive-looking ghost, deliberately suppressing his aura to the initial transcending mortal stage, mixed with feigned signs of the wasting illness. Done, he hunched over, coughing, and staggered out of the basement, blending into the flow of people in the sewage-filled streets. At the edge of the core area of Dawnlight City, a courtyard covered in verdant vines stood quietly. The spiritual energy here far surpassed the outside world, and the air was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. This was Shenong Valley's stronghold in Dawnlight City, the Medicine Cottage. Deep inside the Medicine Cottage, it was elegant and serene. Jian Li, dressed in a plain white long dress, stood barefoot by the medicinal pool carved from millennia-old warm jade, twirling a purple-black leaf with charred edges between her fingers. Beneath the sheer veil, her eyes were focused and profound. The leaves of the purple thunderwood contain the destructive Tao of thunder, but the edges carry an aura of chaotic corruption. She ignited a faint emerald translucent flame at her fingertip, slowly burning the dark red markings along the leaf's edges. As the flame brushed past, the markings twisted and emitted a silent shriek like a living creature before dissolving into a wisp of foul black smoke. Sure enough, it's been corrupted. Jian Li murmured to herself. The secondary rift in Black Wind Gorge is trickier than expected. That bunch of fools in the Yi family brought this on themselves. Suddenly. Rumble. Explosions erupted from the direction of East City, flames soaring into the sky, mixed with terrified screams and the reverberations of spiritual energy clashes. Fire. Run. Bandits are attacking the warehouse, it's the wanted criminal Lin Xian. Catch him. The Yi family has posted a heavy reward. The eastern district of Dawn City instantly plunged into chaos. Outside the medicine hut, the protective formation rippled. A young man dressed in the outer disciple attire of Shenong Valley hurried in and respectfully reported, "Uncle Jiang, there's turmoil in the eastern city. A suspected wanted fugitive, Lin Xian, has appeared causing trouble. The Yi family's law enforcement team has mobilized heavily and is rushing to the scene." Jiang Li did not look up, extinguished the emerald flame at her fingertips, and stored the purple thunderwood leaf in a jade box. She said coldly, "Understood. Guard the medicine hut, no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside." "Yes." The young man bowed and left. Soon, the formation stirred again. A hunched, coughing figure of a consumptive stumbled onto the blue stone path at the entrance of the medicine hut, seemingly drawn by the scent of herbs. The disciple guarding the gate became alert and stepped forward to scold, "Shenong Valley is a restricted area. Strangers, step back. Take another step, and don't blame us." Before he could finish speaking, the consumptive suddenly lifted his head. His waxy yellow face held eyes clear and sharp. His left eye was a dull gray, and his right eye a vivid green. In his hands, he held a black crystal emitting strands of gray-green light. "Please inform Lord Jiang, the person who came for the appointment has brought wither and flourish." His hoarse voice was nonetheless clear and audible. The disciple's face changed suddenly, clearly prepared, and quickly turned inward alone. After a moment, he returned, stepping aside to lead the way. "Sir, please come with me." Medicine hut quiet room.
Sandalwood incense wafted softly, spiritual plants fragrant.
Jiangli sat upright behind a low rosewood table, her face veiled with white gauze. Her eyes were clear, directly meeting Lin Xian's gaze, as if able to see through his crude disguise and perceive the intense energy conflict within him. Seeing the Wither Origin crystal cradled in his palm, her eyes glimmered slightly beneath the veil. The disguise is crude, the breath chaotic, forcibly suppressing the injuries, and still daring to release a phantom to divert the pursuers. Jiang Li's voice was calm, as if stating facts. Are you anxious? Or do you think He Lingxiao wouldn't dare to break into the Shenong Valley apothecary? Lin Xian removed his disguise, revealing a pale but resolute face, looking straight at Jiang Li. Lord Jiang, you have keen insight. It is not that I underestimate the enemy, but that my companion's life hangs by a thread. The Yi family's henchmen have already surrounded Baichao Hall, Elder Qin is seriously injured, Su Qingya and Shaoli have also disappeared. If I had arrived a little later, their danger would have been even greater. As for the Yi family, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. If they dare to touch the senior's apothecary, I'll make them pay with my life. Oh? Unable to protect yourself, yet want to protect others? Jiang Li's tone was indifferent, but his eyes fixed on the withering source crystal in his hand. Is this the original crystal formed from the steel? Its aura is indeed pure. It seems you obtained more from the general's tomb than I imagined. Just lucky to have survived. Lin Xian respectfully placed the withering and flourishing source crystal on the low table. This thing contains the true meaning of withering and flourishing. It might help you, senior, comprehend the great Tao of life. I seek nothing else, only your guidance to illuminate the path, to temporarily stabilize the internal conflict, and after rescuing my companions, I will leave Dawn City without ever burdening the Shenong Valley. Lin Xian's attitude was humble, but the determination and strength in his words were not to be underestimated. Jiang Li's gaze shifted between the source crystal and Lin Xian, ultimately reaching out to lightly tap the withering and flourishing source crystal. As soon as his fingertip touched, the gray-green light threads inside the source crystal flowed rapidly, and an ancient Tao resonance carrying destruction and rebirth spread forth. Jiang Li's finger paused in midair as the verdant life essence silently collided with the Tao resonance of withering and flourishing, instantly annihilating each other. Such a domineering primal will, Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, revealing surprise for the first time. The Tao of withering and flourishing cannot be casually touched by outsiders. No wonder the conflict inside you is so intense. She withdrew her fingers, pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Extend your hand." Lin Xianzhao complied, extending his left hand. Jiang Li's fingers were held together like a sword, swift as lightning, pressing on the Laogong point in his palm. Boom! A vast and pure life force, imbued with a powerful will, was forcibly injected. This power triggered a fierce backlash between the desolate force within him and the vitality from the Qingnong Shu. Three forces collided violently within his meridians. Ugh! Lin Xian groaned hoarsely, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body trembling violently. Calm your mind. Use your energy to guide it. Jiang Li's voice was cold and sharp, penetrating his mind. Lin Xian held his breath and practiced the withering and flourishing sacred body, with the source crystal responding to the technique. The gray-green light intensified greatly. Under external pressure and guided by the source crystal, the two raging forces inside his body were driven to the brink like wild beasts, instinctively starting to converge and merge along the path of the withering and flourishing sacred body. Jiang Li's fingers never left, like a helmsman precisely tweaking the flow of the three violent energies using the vast life Tao principle, forcibly bringing them into the framework of the withering and flourishing cycle. The process was painful, as if his body was being torn apart and rebuilt, sweat soaking his clothes. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and persevered, tightly holding onto his spirit. Time slowly passed. His body emitted a dim and fluctuating gray-green light, sometimes withering and listless, other times vibrant and full of life. The light gradually stabilized, transforming into a continuously flowing yet resilient halo. The violent turmoil within was forcibly suppressed, although the hidden danger remained and his power showed no increase. The most perilous threat of bodily explosion was finally eliminated. Jiang Li slowly withdrew his fingers, and the emerald light at their tips dimmed slightly. Suppressing with external force only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Your cultivation method is unique. Being able to initially merge these two types of power is already the limit. To fully master it, you must further comprehend the true meaning of withering and flourishing, or collect more fragments of the Qing Nan book to harmonize them. Jiang Li's tone carried a faint weariness. Return the source crystal. Its original will is too strong, and it's difficult for anyone whose cultivation method doesn't share the same origin to comprehend it. Leaving it with me would be a waste. Lin Shen felt the temporarily calmed energy within his body. Although still somewhat sluggish, he was finally able to exert the strength of a high-level meridian opening. He carefully put away the source crystal and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Jiang, for saving my life. I, your junior, will remember this kindness forever. Jiang Li waved his hand, his gaze turning towards the black wind gorge in the northeast. Your companions might no longer be in Dawnlight City. Lin Xian suddenly looked up. What do you mean, senior? Qin Shoujing was gravely wounded and near death. He was soul-searched using the Yi family's secret technique, revealing the whereabouts of your companion, Jiang Li said coldly. Yi Lingxiao encountered trouble when seizing the purple thunderwood in Black Wind Gorge. A spatial rift opened, and alien creatures descended, causing heavy casualties among his men. Your companion Su Qingya has a special constitution with a transparent sword heart that is remarkably effective against evil and filth. The Yi family wants to use her as a key or vessel to quell the chaos in Black Wind Gorge or to access what lies within the rift. Transparent sword heart? Key? Vessel? Lin Xian's mind was struck like thunder. He finally understood the true reason the Yi family attacked Bai Keatang to capture people. Qingya and Little Li had very likely been secretly taken to the perilous Black Wind Gorge. An overwhelming killing intent erupted, mixed with the aura of withering and flourishing, soaring skyward. The temperature in the quiet room suddenly dropped. Yi family, damn it! At that moment. The protective formation of the medicine hut suddenly fluctuated violently. A cold, knife-like voice pierced through the formation, deafening. Enforcement Division of the Yanhuan Council, ordered to arrest the key criminal Lin Xian. Assistant Director Jiang, please cooperate and do not make a mistake. Yi Qi. He actually chased all the way to the medicine hut. Yi Qi's voice sliced through the air like an ice blade, piercing directly into the meditation chamber. That cold murderous intent was unhidden, carrying the authority of the Enforcement Department of the Yanhuan Council, intimidating and overwhelming. Killing intent burst from Lin Xian's eyes, and the withered and thriving spiritual power inside him, which had just calmed, began to stir again. The Yi family was really too outrageous. Quiet. Jiang Li's cold voice carried a strange calming force, instantly calming the raging blood and qi within Lin Xian. She sat upright without moving, not even turning her head, and just nodded lightly at a female disciple from Shenong Valley in the corner of the chamber. The female disciple understood, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the meditation chamber. Outside the courtyard of the medicine cottage, Yi Qi wore a mysterious black martial outfit, carrying a long sword on his back, like a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding a fierce aura of a peak-stage vein opener. Behind him, 8 fierce members of the Enforcement Division stood in neat formation, their spirit power chains humming. 2 gray-robed elders concealed in the shadows were both advanced vein openers. This lineup was enough to suppress ordinary peak-stage vein openers. The protective formation light screen of the medicine cottage flowed, separating everyone. The previously reported female disciple stepped out from the formation, respectfully yet firmly saluting Yi Qi. Commander Yi, Master Jiang is currently in seclusion, refining and comprehending the alchemy path, and it is inconvenient to receive visitors now. The medicine cottage is a place of quiet cultivation of the Shenong Valley. For arresting criminals, please go elsewhere. Seclusion? A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Qi's mouth, his gaze sharp as an eagle, as if it could pierce through the light screen to see the truth. I think you are harboring a wanted criminal. The Enforcement Division has obtained definite information that the criminal Lin Xian is severely injured and inside the medicine cottage. This man is brutal and savage, using forbidden dark arts to kill my Yi family guards in the base city, stealing the strategic ancient book fragment of the Qingnong Shu. This crime is unforgivable. Could it be that Steward Jiang wants to oppose the entire Yanhuan Council? Or does Shenong Valley believe itself above the Council's laws?
brandishing accusations, a blatant threat.
The members of the law enforcement division behind him and the two gray-robed elders suddenly fixed their aura on the medicine hut, spiritual power surging, ready to strike at any moment. The female disciple's face turned slightly pale, but she still insisted, "Leader Yi, you speak too harshly. Shinong Valley has always abided by the council's regulations. But here, there truly is no."
"Enough!"
Yi Chi interrupted her, stepping forward. At the peak of his meridian, his spiritual power exploded like a heavy hammer striking the formation's luminous screen, stirring fierce ripples. "I don't have time for nonsense. Open the formation within 3 breaths and hand over Lin Xian. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcibly entering the medicine hut on the grounds of obstructing law enforcement and harboring a serious criminal."
The atmosphere instantly grew tense to the extreme.
The luminous screen of the medicine hut's formation flickered, bearing immense pressure. At that moment, a cold and solemn female voice sounded, like the celestial music from the 9 heavens, instantly overpowering Yi Chi's momentum and calming the fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Commander Yi, what a mighty presence!" The light screen of the medicine hut formation slightly parted, and Jiangli stepped out, draped in a thin veil, like a fairy from the moon palace. Her eyes were as deep as a sea of stars, quietly gazing at Yi Chi.
An invisible pressure enveloped the entire scene.
Yi Chi's expression shifted slightly, and the members of the enforcement division behind him paused in their breath, as if being crushed by a mountain.
The two gray-robed elders' eyes flashed with sharp light, their bodies tensed.
Jiang Li's gaze swept over the enforcement division members, full of murderous intent, before finally resting on Yi Chi. Her voice was calm but unequivocal. "Commander Yi, you keep insisting that you abide by the council's laws.
Then I ask you, does the enforcement division have a formal arrest warrant signed by the speaker or deputy speaker? If not, relying solely on the Yi family's word, you dared to forcibly break into the Shinong Valley medicine hut to carry out the arrest? On what grounds?" Her voice turned sharply cold. "Do you really think that relying on the Yi family's power allows you to ignore the council's regulations, to ignore Shinong Valley?" Every word was like a knife, striking directly at the core. The Yanhuang Council is not a place where the Yi family calls the shots. When the enforcement division wants to make an arrest, especially involving a special force like Shinong Valley, it must have the highest level official documents. Yi Chi simply cannot produce that. This operation of his is actually a private punishment under the pretext of urgent pursuit wielded by Yi Lingxiao exploiting the family's power. Yi Chi's face turned ashen and pale, facing Jiang Li's momentum and interrogation. He retreated half a step. The enforcement officers also looked at each other helplessly, their momentum immediately weakening considerably. The status of Shinong Valley is not something that a few members of the enforcement division can easily shake. "Steward Jiang." Yi Chi suppressed his anger and forced himself to speak. "The situation is urgent and demands prompt authority. That guy Lin Xian possesses forbidden magic and is extremely dangerous. Black Wind Gorge is on the verge of mutation. This is a critical moment. How can we allow a hidden threat to remain in the city? Once the arrest warrant is issued, I will naturally." "Abnormal event in Black Wind Gorge?" Jiang Li sneered and interrupted. "A secondary spatial rift has opened, alien energy is spreading, and the destructive thunder of the purple thunderwood has been corrupted by foul energy. Yi Lingxiao overestimated himself, forcibly took the purple thunderwood, triggered the rift, and brought disaster upon himself. Now he can barely hold on, trapped in the core of Black Wind Gorge, urgently needing rescue. You refuse to save your master and instead waste time in front of my medicine hut?" Yi Chi and the Yi family's trusted aide behind him turned pale. "How does Jiang Li know so much? The young master is trapped? What did you say?" Yi Chi shouted in shock. "What I said, you know it well," Jiang Li said coldly. Yi Lingxiao forcibly extracted the corrupted essence of the purple thunderwood, trying to use it to suppress the impact of an old injury on his pill-forming stage, but this triggered the appearance of aliens deep within the spatial rift. The core of Black Wind Gorge is now shrouded in foul energy, and alien minions have arrived. If you delay any longer, whether your young master turns into a monster or is torn apart is hard to say." Jiang Li's words hit Yi Chi's heart like a heavy hammer. He finally understood why all communication was cut off after the young master entered Black Wind Gorge. A chill surged straight up from the soles of his feet. Immediately get your people out of the medicine hut's vicinity. Jiang Li gave his final ultimatum, his tone leaving no room for argument. The council's top leaders should have already received the alert, reinforcements are coming soon. You can choose to go rescue your young master or continue entangling with Shinong Valley here. Yi Qi's face shifted, his eyes filled with struggle. The young master's life hung by a thread. Lin Xian was right in front of him again. He suddenly looked up sharply, staring fixedly into the depths of the medicine hut, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. At that moment, a hunched figure staggered out from the side back door of the medicine hut and fled frantically away from Yi Qi. That person carried an aura of withered desolation. There he is. It's Lin Xian. He's running, a member of the law enforcement shouted. Murderous intent exploded in Yi Qi's eyes. Lin Xian was right in the medicine hut. He wanted to escape in the chaos. Chase him. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Yi Qi shouted fiercely, suppressing his anxiety for the young master. The greed to capture Lin Xian and seize the secret took over. He was certain that Lin Xian was beyond saving, and the one rushing out from the medicine hut had to be the real one. Over there with the young master, the reinforcements should be arriving soon, right? He, along with most of the law enforcement members and a gray-robed elder, angrily chased after the hunched figure, leaving another gray-robed elder guarding the herbal cottage symbolically with two people. Inside the herbal cottage, after Yi Qi and the others were led away, Jiang Li turned and returned to the quiet room. Lin Xian emerged from behind the screen, his face pale but his eyes sharp. What had just fled was merely an illusion created by the jade slip, driven by his last bit of mental energy, infused with some desolation aura. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Lin Xian saluted solemnly. A tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain, Jiang Li said lightly. Yi Qi is now blinded by greed. Upon discovering that what he's chasing is a fake, he will surely become furious and return with vengeance. The herbal cottage won't protect you for long either. Understood. Lin Xian responded in a deep voice, Qingya and Shaoli are in Black Wind Gorge, I must rush there immediately. Jiang Li looked at his determined eyes, remained silent for a moment, and with a flash at her fingertips, a pill, jade green like a longan and full of life force, floated in front of Lin Xian. This pill is called Qingmu Huitian Dan, refined with the secret method of Shinong Valley, containing pure life essence. Although it is not a miracle cure, it can preserve a glimmer of life, Jiang Li said calmly. Consider it a reward for letting me see the withering source crystal. If you come back alive, your companions might make use of it. Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he solemnly accepted the pill. The pill was smooth and moist, brimming with vitality, invigorating the spirit. This pill was priceless and could save a life at a critical moment. Jiang Li's kindness weighed even heavier. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Lin Xian will remember it forever. Lin Xian bowed deeply and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Li suddenly called out to him, her eyes piercing through the void, looking toward the direction of Black Wind Gorge. The aura beyond the rift is extremely filthy and evil, neither the power of life nor destruction can overcome it. In the cycle of decay and growth, between life and death, there may be a glimmer of hope. Remember, only by living can there be a future. The cycle of decay and growth, between life and death. Lin Xian's steps halted. After a moment of deep thought, he said firmly, I will remember, Junior certainly will. He did not stay any longer, his figure like the wind, blending into the shadows, quietly departed from the other side of the medicine hut, rushing northeast toward Black Wind Gorge. 100 miles northeast of Dawnlight City, Heifeng Gorge used to be a perilous canyon, but now it is completely unrecognizable. The sky was torn by a ghastly purple-black rift, countless ominous thunderstorms flickering and pulsating like blood vessels. Thick filth poured down like a waterfall, enveloping most of the gorge. On the cliff walls, the lush vegetation had all withered and mutated, turning into twisted, writhing, foul-smelling purple-black tumors. The ground was covered with a sticky dark red fungal carpet that writhed like a living creature when stepped on. The temporary camp deep in the gorge was in chaos. Yi Lingxiao was in a miserable state, his silver-threaded embroidered robe torn and stained with sticky dark red filth. The handsome face was pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, breathing rapid, eyes full of shock, anger, and disbelief.
Around him, more than a dozen Yi family guards were injured, leaning against a makeshift defense line made of shattered formation plates and corpses. At their feet lay piles of various monster remains, including creatures mutated from humans covered in tumors and tentacles, as well as huge beetles crawling out of the rifts, their shells inscribed with strange runes, mouthparts dripping with corrosive mucus. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. In the center of the camp stood a giant tree trunk, charred black all over, entwined with purple lightning but shrouded by dark red, filthy energy that was the corrupted purple thunderwood. Nearby, Su Qingya and Shaoli were tightly bound by black metal chains, unconscious.
"Young master, hold on.
Commander Qi and the reinforcements are almost here," a guard shouted anxiously as he slashed down a lunging tumor monster.
"Shut up."
Yi Lingxiao growled, eyes fixed on the dark red vortex slowly rotating above the purple thunderwood that was the energy node of the spatial rift, from whose center came a terrifying roar.
His plan completely failed.
He had intended to use Su Qingya's clear sword heart to purify the purple thunderwood and then absorb its primordial condensation pill. Unexpectedly, forcibly stripping away the contamination enraged the presence deep within the rift, provoking an even fiercer counterattack.
"I don't care anymore."
A madness flashed in Yi Lingxiao's eyes as he suddenly stared at the unconscious Su Qingya. Throw her into the vortex, use her clear sword heart to block it. Even if it can't quell it, at least buy time for me to absorb the purple thunderwood.
"Young master, this."
The captain of the guards hesitated.
"Carry out the order, or I'll kill you."
Yi Lingxiao's eyes turned bloodshot as he gave the command with mad fanaticism. Two guards gritted their teeth and moved forward, ready to drag Su Qingya away.
At that moment, boom!
Above the purple thunder tree, the dark red vortex suddenly surged, and a terrifying pressure abruptly descended. At the center of the vortex, a massive claw covered in black chitin and burning with hellfire slowly extended. The aura emitted by the claw made all the guards feel as if they had fallen into an ice pit, their spiritual energy operating sluggishly.
A terrifying presence from the depths of the rift was about to arrive.
At the edge of the canyon, a shadowy figure quietly appeared, blending into the darkness. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto the bound Su Qingya and Shaoli, then fixed on the slowly extending huge claw. A jade slip alarm rang frantically in my mind. High-dimensional alien lifeform, abyssal flame claw demon, larval stage, extremely dangerous.
The real slaughter has only just begun.
In the depths of the canyon, filthy energy churned violently. The demonic claw extending from the dark red vortex was covered in black chitin, its claw tips burning with eerie green hellfire, the aura thick and viscous, as if even light was being swallowed.
Abyssal flame claw demon, larval stage.
Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and the jade slip in his sea of consciousness emitted a sharp, piercing alarm.
A terrifying creature from a higher dimensional alien world, its life pressure far surpassing any enemy he had ever encountered. This was a true alien species, a disaster incarnation descended after the rift of the Sky Scar. Inside the camp, the madness on Yi Lingxiao's face was instantly replaced by boundless fear.
He was closest to those demonic claws and felt it most intensely. That tremor struck deep into the soul, as if an ant gazing at the collapsing firmament.
"Hurry, throw her in! Throw her in!"
Yi Lingxiao shouted hysterically, pointing at the unconscious Su Qingya, his voice twisted by fear. His only thought was to fill that terrifying vortex with Su Qingya's translucent sword heart to buy himself time to escape. Two guards, terrified, instinctively tried to drag Su Qingya away.
"Dare to die!"
A cold, furious shout like a chilling wind from the abyss instantly drowned out the noise in the canyon. Before the words had fallen, a figure shot out from the shadows at the edge of the canyon. Moving at incredible speed, leaving a blurred afterimage in the air, aimed straight at Su Qingya.
It was Lin Xian.
The withering and flourishing spiritual power inside his body surged wildly, his left palm swirling with withered, deathly desolation, his right palm inhaling and exhaling the verdant power of life, his entire being like a killing god emerging from the cycle of life and death.
"Lin Xian?"
Yi Lingxiao turned sharply, seeing that familiar cold face, shock and hatred filling his eyes.
"Stop him!
Kill him," he roared wildly,
but involuntarily took a step back, wanting to distance himself from that terrifying grasp. The remaining 7 or 8 guards in the camp, though shaken, instinctively responded to Yi Lingxiao's order. 3 of them gritted their teeth and swung their blades, channeling spiritual power, blocking Lin Xian's path. Blades and sword shadows sliced through the air, sealing off the way. Get lost! A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, unflinching and unyielding. His right palm glowed brightly with emerald light, the newly born power sharp and intense, striking out heavily. Honor armor break! The emerald palm imprint swelled against the wind, precisely hitting the combined spiritual shield of the 3. The palm force pierced the leather like a red-hot needle, tearing the shield apart in an instant. The raging power surged in, and the 3 were struck like by a heavy hammer, spewing blood as they were thrown back, crashing into the twisted rock wall, their fates uncertain. With a single move to break the enemy, Lin Xian darted like lightning, charging straight at Su Qingya. Don't even think about it! A fierce shout rang out as the captain of the guard finally shook off the intimidating grip. He was at the peak of the advanced opening meridian stage, the strongest among them. Seeing Lin Xian's unstoppable momentum, he took action himself. A huge axe, as wide as a door panel, wrapped in heavy earth-colored spiritual power, swung down at Lin Xian's head. The axe's power was weighty, cutting off all Lin Xian's escape routes. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened, and the power of decay within his body suddenly surged. His left palm gathered the gray, dead silence energy, fingers forming claws, fiercely grasping at the descending giant axe. Grasp of withering silence. The sound of corrosion hissed, making one's teeth ache. The broad blade of the giant axe was just touched by the shadow of the gray, decayed claw. The metallic luster instantly vanished, rapidly rusting and crumbling. The earth-yellow spiritual energy condensed on the axe also was frantically devoured and annihilated by the withering power. The captain of the guards was terrified beyond measure, feeling his vitality rapidly drain down the handle. He wanted to loosen his grip, but it was already too late. Shatter it for me! Lin Xian roared, the withering claw suddenly exerting force. The refined steel giant axe and its spiritual energy snapped like rotting wood. The captain screamed, his tiger mouth tearing open as the withering power invaded his right arm, instantly gray, withered, and shriveled. The intense pain and fear made him stagger backward. Lin Xian ignored it, his figure flashing as he dashed to Su Qingya's side. Lin Xian! You can't save her! Let's die together! Yi Lingxiao's eyes grew even more frenzied as he pulled out a black jade talisman covered in strange runes and crushed it viciously. Instantly, a cold black energy barrier rose around Su Qingya, the runes flowing and emitting an aura that imprisoned the soul. This was the Yi family's last resort for survival, the Yin soul-locking barrier, specially designed to trap souls or those with special constitutions. As soon as the barrier appeared, the gigantic demonic claw hanging above the purple thunderwood was enraged by the violent energy fluctuations and snapped shut suddenly. The eerie green demonic flame surged into a fire column as thick as a bucket, like hell's judgment, carrying soul-burning high heat and corruptive erosion, forcefully crashing down toward Lin Xian. Before the demonic flames arrived, the fungal carpet on the ground had already blackened and curled, and the air distorted. Lin Xian took the brunt of the attack, his whole body feeling as if it were set ablaze, his soul burning in unbearable pain. He knew that even at the peak of opening his meridians, a direct hit would turn him to ashes. In front, the ghostly soul barrier blocked the way. Behind, the soul-burning demonic flames roared in an assault. Desperation descended. Lin! Brother Lin! Hurry, go! A faint, resolute voice sounded. Shaoli, entangled in chains beside the remains of the purple thunderwood, opened his eyes, releasing his final spark. His weak spiritual power frantically reversed and compressed, preparing to self-destruct to buy time for Lin Xian. Shaoli! No! Lin Xian glared fiercely. At a critical moment, a fierce and resolute gleam flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He did not dodge the falling demonic flames but instead poured all his spirit and strength, risking everything, into the withered source crystal in his arms. Cycle of withering and flourishing. Absorb it for me. The withering and flourishing source crystal burst forth with an unprecedented dazzling light, gray-green strands of light dancing like living creatures, weaving into a rapidly spinning gray-green vortex.
At the center of the vortex, the vast and ancient true meaning of the cycle of life and death slowly spread. That eerie green demonic flame pillar collided with the gray-green vortex like a furious dragon. There was no explosion, no impact, only silent devouring. The gray-green vortex spun wildly, the power of desolation greedily breaking down the filthy energy within the demonic flame like a gluttonous giant mouth. The life force guided the destructive energy, attempting to incorporate it into the cycle. This was a battle for life and death, a struggle of principles. A sizzling sound rang before Lin Xian, his entire body trembling violently, his skin red as if branded with fire. Even though most of the demonic flame's high temperature and corrosion were absorbed by the source crystal, the leaked aftershocks still caused him pain like hell. More terrifying was the mental impact. The chaotic and brutal will within the demonic flame pierced his mind like steel needles. Aga! Lin Xian howled in pain, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the vortex. With both hands pressing against the source crystal, he frantically activated the withering and flourishing sacred body. The clear radiance of the jade slip blossomed in his sea of consciousness, protecting his last fragment of clarity. Swallow it, for me. The gray-green vortex spun to its limit. Lin Xian's body, on the verge of collapse, paid a heavy price as the demonic flame pillar was forcibly swallowed whole. The vortex slowly dissipated, the source crystal's light dimmed, but inside it, a faint, flickering shadow of flame remained. Lin Xian knelt on one knee, coughing up blood in large gulps. His blood was charred black with hints of green. His body was shattered like porcelain, covered in burns and cracks, and his breath faltered instantly. Forcibly swallowing the alien demonic flame had nearly cost him his life. At this life-or-death moment, Su Qingya, imprisoned by the Yin soul-locking spirit barrier, seemed to sense Lin Xian's aura and agony, as well as the destructive presence of the demonic flame. She tightly closed her eyes and trembled violently, a pure and bright sword light suddenly flashing forth from between her brows. Buzz! A clear sword chant echoed from the depths of the soul. The Yin soul-lock spirit barrier touched the sword light, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, emitting a sizzling wail, with black runes flickering violently, beginning to thin and collapse. Tongming's sword heart, awakened? Yi Lingxiao, who was preparing to finish off Lin Xian while he was severely injured, was stunned, his eyes filled with greedy joy. Su Qingya's Tongming sword heart was purer and stronger than expected. It could not only purify filth, but its sharpness could even sever soul restraints. It's mine. All mine. Yi Lingxiao went completely mad, ignoring Lin Xian's injury, lunging fiercely at Su Qingya. As long as he caught her and used secret methods to extract the Tongming sword heart's origin, he could not only quell the pollution of the purple thunderwood, but also impact the condensed elixir stage, and even hope to comprehend the supreme sword path. Brother Lin! Catch Shaoli! At the moment Yi Lingxiao lunged forward, Shaoli shouted his final cry. He exerted the last bit of his spiritual power, suddenly breaking free from the chains, and fiercely threw the metal cylinder in his arms toward Lin Xian. It was precisely the powerful hidden weapon he had obtained from the general's tomb ruins, the violet rain-pear blossom needle. Lin Xian endured the intense pain and caught the cold, hard cylinder. Seeing the relieved yet resolute smile on Shaoli's face, a blazing fury ignited in his eyes. Shaoli's body quickly shriveled, the flame of life burning fiercely, his pain and anger instantly overwhelmed everything. Yi Lingxiao! Lin Xian howled, his voice like a wounded lone wolf. Shaoli's flame of life had ignited the fire of revenge in his heart. The cold cylinder in his hand became the fuse that set off his hatred. Regardless of the consequences, Lin Xian poured the last remnants of his withered spiritual power into the cylinder, his strength turning wild. The cylinder rapidly heated up, runes flickered, the aura of destruction spreading, directly targeting Yi Lingxiao, who was rushing toward Su Qingya. Yi Lingxiao sensed a deadly aura and suddenly turned around, his pupils shrinking sharply. He recognized the hidden weapon. It was the same deadly weapon that had severely injured the spirit beast in the ruins. In a panic-filled scream, he forced himself to turn, channeling spiritual power into the jade pendant at his waist. The jade pendant erupted with white light, forming a solid milky white shield. Runes flowed across it, and the aura was indestructible. It was his last resort for survival. Just as the shield took shape, Lin Xian's storm pear blossom needles launched. There was no explosion, only a sharp, bee-like screech. Countless needles, as fine as cow hairs, glimmering with cold, faint blue light, sprayed out like a flood. Their speed was extreme, cutting deadly trails through the air, instantly engulfing Yi Lingxiao and the shield. The sound of needles striking was as dense as heavy rain. Each needle carried Lin Xian's wild spiritual energy, with astonishing piercing power. The shield could barely endure even a moment under the assault of 1,000 needles, and with a mournful wail, it shattered with a crash. The protective jade pendant shattered, and Yi Lingxiao was struck hard, blood spurting wildly. The protective spiritual power was instantly pierced. Countless poison-tempered steel needles shot into his body without any obstruction. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the canyon. Yi Lingxiao's body was like a sieve, covered with blood holes. The dark blue poison mixed with withered spiritual power corroded his meridians and bone marrow. He flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the fungal carpet, convulsing violently. Black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs poured from his mouth, and his breath suddenly weakened. If it weren't for his profound cultivation base and the jade pendant absorbing most of the impact, he would have already been turned into minced flesh. Young master! The last two guards called out in despair. Lin Xian ignored Yi Lingxiao's dire condition, his gaze fixed on Su Qingya. The soul-locking barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing under the sharp edge of the bright sword's heart. He gave it his all, stepping forward, and the withered claw tore fiercely at the faltering barrier. Break it for me! The black barrier shattered with a roar, dissipating into a sky full of black mist. Lin Xian lifted Su Qingya, who was still unconscious and trapped, the sword glow flickering on her brow. Her body was cold and soft, yet she exuded a resilient sword intent and sharpness. Qingya! He quickly checked and found that she was only sealed by secret magic, her body unharmed, and his anxious heart was slightly relieved. He immediately fed her the Qingmu Huitian pill bestowed by Zhongli. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and the vast life essence quickly nourished the awakened sword heart source within her, accelerating the revival of her consciousness. Roar! From the dark red vortex above the purple thunderwood, the abyssal flame claw demon was enraged by the sudden change, letting out a deafening roar. The demonic claw suddenly reached out, no longer made of flames but tearing through space with terrifying pressure, fiercely clawing toward Lin Xian and Su Qingya in his arms. Wherever the claw wind passed, the air exploded with sound, and filthy energy churned violently. Lin Xian had just rescued Su Qingya, his old strength exhausted and new strength not yet generated, his body on the brink of collapse. Facing a claw that could destroy heaven and earth, he didn't even have time to dodge. True form. At the critical moment, a familiar steady voice resonated in his mind. It was the incarnation of the rock. He had finally arrived. Boom! A figure forged from rock, carrying the thick, powerful aura of a mid-stage peak vein opening, crashed down in front of Lin Xian like a meteorite. It was Lin Xian's rock incarnation, clad in ochre rock armor, arms crossed, roaring as it unleashed its strongest defense. Rock immovable as a mountain. Hum! A massive stone shield, solidified and engraved with mountain patterns, instantly took shape. Boom! The demonic claw slammed violently against the stone shield, like a comet striking the earth, the shockwave exploding loudly, the fungal mat being blown away to reveal the charred rocky ground beneath. His rock armor cracked inch by inch, the bones in his arms emitting heavy groans. The huge stone shield was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, its glow rapidly dimming. Put! The incarnate of the rock suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body shaking violently, and his breath sharply weakening. After all, he was only a peak mid-stage incarnation at the opening of the meridian. Enduring a strike from the abyssal flame-claw demon larva left him instantly grievously wounded. But like a rock firmly rooted in the earth, he was nailed to the spot, not retreating an inch, buying precious time for the main body behind him to catch its breath. Incarnate! Lin Xian watched the shattered armor and the figure still standing strong despite spitting blood, a warm current surging in his heart. He dared not hesitate and gently placed the unconscious Su Qingya in a relatively safe corner. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the gravely injured, dying Yi Lingxiao, then over the rock incarnate struggling under the demon claw, on the verge of collapse, and finally fixedly stared at the terrifying demonic shadow howling within the vortex. Between life and death, the